Chapter 1. The Enigmatic Beauty and the Arrival of the Golden Finger. In the great Yin dynasty, Jiangzhou Prefecture, the morning sun descended like delicate golden threads, illuminating a vast estate adorned with intricately carved plaques, inscribed with the resplendent characters Jiangfu. At the entrance of the courtyard, a pair of imposing stone lions stood sentinel, their formidable presence akin to gatekeepers, while faint sounds of shouts echoed from within the compound. The training ground. 7 or 8 figures of varying heights wielded long swords, their blades slicing through the air with a distinct whoosh. "Young master, the madam has sent me to call for you." A voice, as melodious as a yellow aureole, resonated, revealing a young girl clad in a pale yellow blouse, her raven hair loosely coiled. Her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with mirth, revealing a pair of tiny canine teeth as she smiled, a steaming white towel balanced on a tray in her hands. In the training ground, a striking young man, dressed in a moon-white long robe and appearing to be around 16 or 17, halted his movements upon hearing her words, droplets of sweat cascading from his forehead. The girl in yellow swiftly approached, standing on tiptoe to wipe away the perspiration trickling down his brow. "Liar, I can manage on my own." The young man accepted the towel, wiping his face with a simple motion. "Luo, your swordsmanship has reached great heights. Once you successfully draw in the spirit today, you will possess the power to protect yourself." A bearded man stood beside the youth, arms crossed, his gaze filled with pride. He was Jiang Wuji, Jiang Luo's second uncle. Tasked with training the direct descendants of the Jiang family, Jiang Luo had practiced swordsmanship under his guidance since childhood. "It is all thanks to Uncle's excellent teachings," Jiang Luo humbly replied, his thoughts drifting. He was a transmigrator, having arrived in this realm 16 years ago, reborn into a family of considerable strength. With the memories of his past life and a formidable soul, he had displayed exceptional martial talent from a young age, earning the family's high hopes. 16 years had passed, and today marked the commencement of his cultivation journey. "Your parents are waiting, you should hurry." Jiang Wuji patted Jiang Luo's shoulder. "Big brother, I wish you success in drawing the spirit and flourishing in your martial endeavors." A few younger individuals, envious gazes fixed upon Jiang Luo, paused their practice. Jiang Wuji waved his hand dismissively. "You lot, continue your training, your time will come in a few years." In this world, there exists humanity alongside demons and monsters. Demons and monsters are born with the ability to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and at their highest forms, they can even develop intelligence. Conversely, humanity possesses intelligence from birth yet is incapable of cultivation. In ancient times, humanity was but prey to demons and monsters. Generations of sages traversed the ages, seeking a solution. Eventually, they discovered the existence of spiritual seeds within the world. Humans could cultivate these seeds within their dantians, allowing them to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, thus coexisting with the spiritual energy. From that moment on, humanity gained the strength to resist, ultimately becoming the masters of this realm. At the age of 16, the success rate for drawing in the spirit is at its peak, and it does not hinder physical development. Almost all individuals meeting the criteria choose to draw in the spirit on their 16th birthday. Jiang Luo had awaited this day for 16 long years. "You all continue, I shall take my leave first." Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Luo turned and walked away. He traversed a lengthy corridor. The corridor's red-painted pillars were adorned with carvings of plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, while outside, a pond of jade-green water lay dotted with floating duckweed. A koi fish swam gracefully by, disrupting the reflections upon the water's surface. At the end of the corridor lay the main hall, where a plaque inscribed with the words Chong Long Hall hung, signifying flourishing martial fortunes. Inside the hall, a sandalwood screen partitioned the room. In one corner rested a purple gold beast furnace, shaped like 2 dragons spitting pearls, wisps of smoke curling from its mouth, exuding a faint sandalwood fragrance. Seated within were 2 men and 1 woman. The elder at the forefront bore a lean visage, his hair slightly grizzled, and he was Jiang Luo's grandfather, Jiang Feng. Clad in a simple gray-blue robe, he exuded an air of humility. On either side sat a middle-aged couple. The man wore a calm expression, sharing a resemblance with Jiang Luo, while the woman, dressed in royal attire, possessed a gentle demeanor. She was Jiang Luo's mother, Li Rushuang. Grandfather, father, mother. Jiang Luo greeted the three with a bow. Luo has arrived. The elder nodded slightly, his stern expression softening into a warm smile. Luo, just follow the family's teachings with your talent. You shall have no trouble. Li Rushuang managed a faint smile, though concern was etched upon her features. The success rate of drawing the spirit into the body varies based on the compatibility with the spiritual seed. The Jiang family's inherited spiritual seed, known as the Yue Yozan, is the strongest of its kind. Should Jiang Luo fail to harmonize with Yue Yozan, he would have to settle for a lesser spiritual seed. Aside from requiring the spiritual seed, the evolution path of the seed is of paramount importance. The Jiang family possesses a three-tier evolution method for Yue Yozan. Additionally, there exists another spiritual seed that can evolve to two tiers. The evolution paths are closely guarded secrets among major factions. While spiritual seeds may be traded, the evolution paths are nearly impossible to divulge. A third-tier warrior enjoys a lifespan of 500 years, whereas a second-tier warrior only lives for 4 cycles of the seasons, which is why Li Rushuang harbors such deep concern. Jiang Luo inhaled deeply. Mother, do not worry. Grandfather and father are both fine. I too shall succeed. Let us begin. Then, let us proceed. Jiang Feng wasted no time, retrieving a wooden box from his robes and placing it on the table. Jiang Luo stepped closer, opening the box. Inside lay a greenish-blue seed, akin to a yellow bean, emanating a faint glow, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy. Jiang Luo settled into a cross-legged position, focusing his mind to communicate with the spiritual seed. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed through his mind, transporting his consciousness to a misty realm. A stone book, measuring approximately 7 inches in length and as thick as a finger, floated in the space, rising and falling gently. The cover of the stone book was composed of an unknown black material, its surface adorned with intricate patterns. At the center of the cover was a deep-set eye, with complex runes swirling within, as if containing boundless information. How did the stone book come here? Jiang Luo's heart soared with joy. This book was purchased during his previous life at an antique market. In his past life, Jiang Luo was orphaned. Leaving behind a substantial inheritance, he had always been particularly interested in mysterious artifacts, willing to spend generously on them. Thus, he became a frequent visitor to the antique market. He had never managed to decipher the book in his previous life. It seemed the timing had not been right. Now, the eye appeared to sense the external spiritual seed, emitting a dazzling light. The seed of Yue Yozan leapt forth from the box like a bird returning to its nest, transforming into a streak of light that merged into Jiang Luo's dantian. Hiss! Jiang Feng tugged at his beard and turned to Jiang Wuhan. How long did it take you to draw this spirit into your body back in the day? Jiang Wuhan squinted thoughtfully. Approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng rose with a hearty laugh. Luo's compatibility with Yue Yozan is astonishingly high. He truly is the prodigy of the Jiang family. The higher the compatibility between the spiritual seed and the individual, the faster the growth rate, leading to an accelerated cultivation speed for the bearer of the spiritual seed. Moreover, greater compatibility significantly enhances the success rate of the next tier's transformation. An individual's cultivation is nearly entirely intertwined with the spiritual seed, which shapes the path of martial practitioners in this realm. Chapter 2. 100 Growth Plans. Jiang Luo surveyed his surroundings. The hazy space was shrouded in mist. Seemingly boundless, it must be the realm of consciousness. As the seed of Biazan entered his chi sea, the ancient stone book slowly turned a page. The black cover of the book appeared particularly profound amidst the fog. The eye at the center of the cover seemed to come alive, emanating a mysterious power as the runes danced. In his previous life, this book had seemed merely an ordinary oddity, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. Had it not been for that, he wouldn't have stumbled upon it at such a bargain price of 50,000. Now, witnessing the remarkable transformation of the book in his consciousness, He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. As the page turned, it was as if an unseen hand was scripting words with a brush, golden characters leaping off the page. Bue Yozan, first tier, spiritual seed. Growth Plan 1. Self-absorption of the essence of heaven and earth. Growth efficiency, half a star. Growth Plan 2. Mixing the juice of moonlit grass in a 1-to-1 ratio with Osmanthus juice, then combining it with an equal amount of spiritual liquid for oral consumption. Growth efficiency, 1 star. Growth Plan 3. Use the petals of moonlight flowers along with an equal weight of 20-year-old ginseng. Soak in spiritual liquid for 7 days, then dry and grind into powder for ingestion. Growth efficiency, 2 stars. Jiang Luo's gaze darted rapidly across the page, deep in thought. In his youth, he often observed his father drinking a fragrant juice infused with osmanthus. The family also cultivated a fair amount of moonlit grass. If he was not mistaken, this was the second growth plan provided by the Stone Book. The book contained over 100 growth plans, some boasting 5-star potential. However, many of the required materials were unfamiliar to him. The higher the star rating of the plan, the more precious the materials required. Just as Jiang Luo was about to delve deeper into the recorded plans, another line of text appeared at the bottom of the page. Feedback Divine Ability. Ephemeral Bloom. Instantly, Jiang Luo's vision shifted to his Qi Si, where the seed of Buyuzan acted like a magnet, rapidly absorbing the essence of heaven and earth from the surroundings. A quarter of an hour later, the seed seemed to have absorbed its fill, sending forth dozens of fine roots, which gradually burrowed into the Qi Si. Suddenly, a radiant light emitted from the seed. In that moment, Jiang Luo comprehended a seemingly innate divine ability. It was the renowned footwork divine ability of the Jiang family, Ephemeral Bloom. Upon grasping the divine ability, Jiang Luo opened his eyes, only to be met with 3 astonished faces staring back at him. Grandfather Jiang Feng, Father Jiang Wuhan, and Motherly Rushuang were all gazing intently at him, their eyes filled with eager anticipation. Has the divine ability been manifested? Jiang Feng's voice bore a hint of urgency. Both the entry of the spirit seed into the body and its subsequent transformation would yield divine abilities, however. Jiang Luo's speed in introducing the spirit seed was alarmingly rapid, causing Jiang Feng to worry about potential mishaps, prompting him to inquire. Jiang Luo nodded. It was but a fleeting moment. He refrained from mentioning the matter of the Stone Book, fully aware that its disclosure would lead to the swift downfall of the Jiang family. The divine ability reflected by the blooming moon's ethereal beauty was named Fleeting Bloom, a formidable technique that seamlessly integrated body and footwork into a singular expression of speed. The greater the practitioner's cultivation, the more potent the divine ability became, ensuring that in the later stages of training, the divine abilities would not lag behind the practitioner's growth. Thus, the strength of the divine abilities reflected by the spirit seed is one of the most crucial factors in assessing its value. The Jiang family's Fleeting Bloom is renowned as one of the pinnacle manifestations of speed-related divine abilities. Were it not for the fact that the blooming moon's ethereal beauty had only a 3-tier evolution path, the Jiang family might not have been able to safeguard their legacy. That is reassuring. Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief, the wrinkles on his face seeming to ease slightly. He advised, before you reach the 2nd tier, you must not neglect your swordsmanship, as you currently lack an offensive divine ability. The blooming moon's ethereal beauty would reflect a sword technique upon evolving to the 2nd tier, granting the ability to both attack and retreat, thereby establishing a true foundation. Jiang Wuhan interjected, do not underestimate the fundamental sword techniques you are learning. This method was created by a formidable master, encompassing myriad forms within. While divine abilities are indeed the cornerstone of one's existence, combat experience cannot be acquired through spirit seed reflection. A person with formidable combat experience can take on 2 or even 3 foes using the same divine ability. Rest assured, I comprehend this principle. Jiang Luo replied, his eagerness to test the prowess of his newly acquired divine ability evident. Jiang Feng chuckled heartily, gesturing, go and familiarize yourself with the divine ability. Turning his focus inward, Zhang Luo observed the seed of the blooming moon's ethereal beauty slowly absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, subsequently releasing strands of true energy. A thin layer of energy had accumulated in his dantian, sufficient for an initial attempt. Upon becoming a first-tier martial artist, he would be able to channel this true energy to enhance his techniques, exponentially increasing their power. With a mere thought, Zhang Luo activated the fleeting bloom divine ability, and in an instant, his form left behind a flickering shadow, appearing outside the door. The divine ability required no study upon reflection. It was in a state of perfection, as if he had been born with it. His figure moved like a fleeting shadow, the limited true energy in his dantian dissipating rapidly. Zhang Luo wielded his palm as a blade, executing a downward strike reminiscent of the mountain splitter technique. Boom! Dust and debris erupted from the ground, revealing a trench approximately 10 feet long and 7 inches deep, as the true energy in his dantian was entirely expended. What tremendous power! Zhang Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. Prior to this, he had merely been an ordinary individual possessing techniques, his swordsmanship akin to a decorative facade. In a matter of moments, it felt as though he had transcended realms. Zhang Feng looked on with admiration. In just a brief moment, you have accumulated such a substantial amount of true energy, it took me 2 full hours to achieve what you have in this short span. The speed at which Zhang Luo accumulated true energy far exceeded his expectations. Grandfather, how long will it take for the blooming moon's ethereal beauty to autonomously absorb spiritual energy and reach its peak as a first-tier entity? Zhang Luo paused his actions and turned to inquire. Zhang Feng stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, with a talent like mine, it would take approximately 30 years. Your situation is uncertain, but I imagine it will take at least 3 to 5 years. Such a long time? Zhang Luo frowned. The reason for his extraordinary absorption speed was not due to exceptional talent, but rather the influence of the stone book. Since the spirit seed was introduced, the eye on the cover of the stone book had remained open, continuously aiding the blooming moon's ethereal beauty in absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. Were it not for this fortunate boon, without external resources, it would likely take him decades to reach the peak of the first tier. Jiang Wuhan, observing Zhang Luo's reaction, sighed, you are unaware of the arduous path of cultivation. Most martial artists in the world find the peak of the first tier to be the culmination of their training. For a single spirit seed, entire generations may toil to accumulate. To plant a spirit seed, to harness its power, is to transcend the ordinary. Even the most mundane spirit seed from the outside world is worth its weight in gold. Zhang Luo, hailing from the Zhang family, had the advantage of his family preparing spirit seeds in advance. To ensure the safety of the family lineage, he was not permitted to leave the family home until after planting the spirit seed. Indeed, Zhang Luo had scarcely ventured beyond the confines of his home, and his impressions of the outside world were largely confined to the pages of books, akin to a sheltered noblewoman. Once you step into the second tier, you'll be free to explore the world of martial arts. Zhang Feng had no intention of keeping Zhang Luo sheltered under the family's protection indefinitely. Jade must be carved to become a gem. Of course, the family possessed its own foundation, and there was no need to risk life and limb like a wandering practitioner. He produced a token and handed it to Zhang Luo. Your talent is extraordinary, do not let it go to waste. Take my token to the resource hall and seek out old Zhang to receive a double portion of resources. After the Zhang family's direct lineage absorbs the spirit seed, they receive a fixed allocation of resources each month as a stipend. As the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Feng had the authority to allocate resources. Given Zhang Luo's exceptional talent, such preferential treatment was only fitting. Understood. Zhang Luo accepted his grandfather's token, determined to repay the family manifold once he had grown. Chapter 3. An unusual speed of absorption. The Zhang family occupied a vast expanse of land, with the estate's architecture arranged in a harmonious manner, exuding an air of ancient majesty amidst the green bricks and dark tiles. The resource hall, a crucial stronghold for the family, was situated in the safest core area of the estate. Though termed a resource hall, it was merely a modest two-story building, not particularly large, yet heavily guarded on all sides. At the entrance stood two sentinels clad in dark attire, their vigilant gazes piercing the surroundings with keen scrutiny. As Jiang Luo stepped into the resource hall, he was greeted by the sight of a venerable old man with flowing white hair emerging slowly from within. The elder had a slender frame and a kindly visage, his eyes reflecting a profound wisdom born of life's trials. Young Master Luo has arrived. Upon seeing Jiang Luo, a gentle smile graced the old man's face. It is a pleasure to see you, Grandfather Zhang. Jiang Luo respectfully bowed, his tone imbued with a hint of reverence. The elder before him, named Zhang Li, was one of the esteemed veterans of the Jiang family. Years ago, when Jiang Feng traversed the martial world, he had rescued Zhang Li, who was then being pursued after acquiring a fortuitous opportunity. In gratitude for his life-saving intervention, Zhang Li chose to follow Jiang Feng, presenting the precious emerald sword orchid spirit seed mother plant and the method for its second-tier evolution to the Jiang family, thus becoming one of the two heirloom plants of the clan. Now nearing 2 centuries of age, the passage of time had etched deep wrinkles upon Zhang Li's face. And he had, without a doubt, only 3 to 4 decades of life remaining. Given Zhang Li's contributions to the Jiang family, he could have received a moon-closing orchid spirit seed. However, both the emerald sword orchid and the moon-closing orchid belong to the Qi spirit seeds, permitting only one to be cultivated. To transcend the limitations of his lifespan, he would need to discover the subsequent evolution method for the emerald sword orchid or obtain a spirit seed from the blood sea or divine sea that could be promoted to the 3rd tier. In this realm, apart from Qi spirit seeds, there existed blood sea and divine sea spirit seeds, corresponding to the essence, energy, and spirit of the human body. Except for certain unique spirit seeds, any spirit seed that breaks through to the 3rd tier would bestow upon its bearer an extended lifespan of 500 years. While spirit seeds may be relatively easy to obtain, the methods for evolution were elusive, leaving the Jiang family at an impasse. Zhang Li gazed gently at Jiang Luo, thinking, as long as he succeeds. Jiang Luo had just entered the realm, his aura still not fully mastered, and Zhang Li discerned it with a single glance. Jiang Luo retrieved a token from his bosom and respectfully presented it. My grandfather sent me to collect a double portion of resources. A flicker of surprise passed through Zhang Li's eyes, but he swiftly regained his composure. Jiang Feng, a paragon of fairness in his household, treated all members of the family equally, which fostered a remarkable sense of unity within the Jiang clan, free from the sordidness often seen in larger families. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Without further inquiry, he merely nodded and turned to enter the inner chamber. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Li emerged from the room, holding 8 small jade bottles, each about the thickness of 2 fingers. The bottles were crystal clear, revealing a faint green liquid swirling within. He handed the jade bottles to Jiang Luo, advising, these 8 bottles contain first-tier growth spiritual substances. Be sure to keep them safe. Jiang Luo took the jade vial. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Does this spiritual object bear no name? Upon hearing this, Zhang Li let out a hearty laugh. There was once a formidable faction that named every tier of their evolving spiritual objects, striving for precision by linking the names to their formulas. Ultimately, this led to their downfall when others exploited this information. This incident serves as a cautionary tale. In any case, our household possesses only one formula of the 1st tier, so we have decided to forego naming it altogether. Jiang Luo was taken aback, realizing why her family was always so reticent about the matter of the formula, never discussing it lightly. Zhang Li spoke earnestly. The evolution path of spiritual seeds pertains to the very foundation of a power. The fewer who are aware of it, the better. Otherwise, one may inevitably fall victim to nefarious schemes and be coerced into revealing the formula. This, in fact, was an unspoken understanding among the major factions, with only a select few privy to such knowledge while the rest remained in ignorance. Jiang Luo inwardly lamented the stringent thresholds of cultivation within this realm. He even doubted whether his father, Jiang Wuhan, possessed knowledge of the formula. Contemplating the hundreds of formulas recorded in the stone book, a surge of fervor ignited within him, compelling him to return and delve into research. Upon departing from the resource hall and returning to his chamber, Jiang Luo closed the door and plunged his consciousness into the sea of awareness. The stone book continued to float serenely amidst the mist, its cover adorned with an eye that seemed to gaze upon him. He attempted to turn the pages and effortlessly arrived at the page containing the formula. However, the subsequent pages remained immovable, seemingly yet to be unlocked. Could it be that the evolutionary plan would only manifest upon achieving a breakthrough? Jiang Luo pondered for a moment, a conjecture forming in his mind. The current inscription revealed a growth plan, devoid of any evolution scheme. While the growth plan held its own value, it paled in comparison to the significance of an evolution plan. Given that the inscription had transcended with him from his previous life, its immense power was beyond comprehension. It could not possibly present only a growth plan, suggesting that the requisite conditions had yet to be fulfilled. After hours of research with no new discoveries, Jiang Luo decided to abandon his efforts. He retrieved a bottle of first-tier growth liquid, uncorked it, and tilted his head back to drink. The elixir was cool upon his tongue, imbued with a subtle sweetness, which swiftly transformed into a warm current that surged into his dantian. Jiang Luo's mind sank into the sea of energy, and before him, the seeds of the moonlit and ethereal flowers emitted a subtle pull. A pale green elixir surged towards his dantian. As the seeds took root upon the liquid, their tendrils writhing visibly, growing ever so slightly. Under the enhancement of the elixir, the spiritual seeds absorbed the essence of heaven and earth at an astonishingly accelerated rate. Typically, consuming a vial of this elixir would require approximately 4 days. One could only wonder how long it would take for me to deplete a vial. Jiang Luo observed the transformation of the seed with unwavering concentration. Suddenly, the stone tablet stirred. The eye on its cover turned towards the Qi Si, and in an instant, the seed surged with vitality as if it had consumed an elixir of unparalleled potency, drawing forth a powerful suction towards the medicinal liquid, which visibly diminished at an astonishing rate. Approximately an hour later, the liquid had been absorbed to a significant extent. The seed emitted a crisp crackling sound, and a slender, tender shoot emerged through a slight fissure above, gently swaying. How swift! Jiang Luo was filled with unrestrained joy. Absorbing a vial of elixir required merely an hour, a pace approximately 48 times swifter than that of his kin. The elder had instructed him to claim double the resources, presumably calculating based on a 4-day interval for each vial, yet he did not anticipate the extraordinary efficiency with which Jiang absorbed the essence. The advantages of such rapid absorption were manifestly clear, while others in the family saw their seeds germinate in no less than 3 to 4 days. Jiang achieved germination in a mere hour, a feat astonishing in its swiftness. The higher the growth stage, the faster the spiritual seeds absorbed the ethereal energy. Following germination, the rate of energy absorption increased by over 30% compared to before. Jiang Luo once again consumed a vial of medicinal liquid. The following morning, Jiang Luo opened his eyes to find 8 empty jade bottles scattered upon the ground. The medicinal liquid he had received yesterday had been entirely consumed, leaving his dantian shrouded in a misty haze. Within it, a single seed had taken root, sprouting 2 tender green cotyledons, from which vital energy continually emanated, suffusing his dantian. Jiang Luo clenched his fist, feeling a surge of strength coursing through him. The Qi Si seed primarily enhances one's true energy, which in turn nourishes the physical body and spirit. However, its effects are not as pronounced as those of the blood sea and divine sea seeds. First, let us proceed to the training ground. Jiang Luo rose from his seat, adjusted his attire, and stepped through the door. In the training arena, several younger disciples gathered around him. Elder brother, what does it feel like to draw the spirit into the body? Inquired Jiang Yu, the daughter of his 5th uncle. Jiang Wui. With her hair styled into 2 exuberant pigtails, she had just turned 12, and her large, expressive eyes blinked with curiosity. Jiang Luo smiled faintly, casually seizing a long blade from the weapon rack. With a flick of his wrist, the edge of the sword sliced through the air, producing a crisp, resounding note. In an instant, he struck forth, and the blade's energy shimmered momentarily. Crack! 2 paces away, a boulder the size of a water vat was cleaved as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, split cleanly in 2. The cut surface gleamed with a mirror-like sheen, as if meticulously polished. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed around him. In just one night, his elder brother seemed to have transformed into a different person. Jiang Yu patted her burgeoning chest, her small face flushed with excitement. How impressive. Brother, in 2 months, I will turn 16. Will I be like you then? Jiang Yi, the eldest son of her 2nd uncle, stood beside her, slightly shorter than Jiang Luo by half a head. He gazed at the azure stone before him, his eyes sparkling. If I could possess even half of what you have, I would be eternally grateful. Jiang Luo had yet to respond when Jiang Wuji approached. Casting a glance at the bisected blue stone before turning back to Jiang Luo, exclaiming with a mixture of astonishment and admiration, "You truly are an oddity." Several younger individuals were oblivious to the significance of Jiang Luo's decisive strike, yet Jiang Wuji understood its profound meaning all too well. Nevertheless, he had no intention of elaborating. Instead, he clapped his hands and proclaimed loudly, "Do not squander time. Today we shall engage in practical combat." Chapter 4. Practical exercises. Practical combat is an indispensable aspect of cultivation. Unlike routine practice, excelling in the latter does not necessarily equate to prowess in real combat. The Jiang family places great emphasis on nurturing their successors, particularly in this aspect. From the tender age of 4 or 5, they begin rigorous martial arts training, ensuring that practical combat exercises are conducted monthly. In Jiang Feng's words, children possess the greatest courage and are unencumbered by reservations. Thus, it is essential to instill the instinct for combat from an early age. Remarkably, the results have been unexpectedly impressive. Among the younger generation of the Jiang family, there exists no one who shies away from battle. Upon hearing about today's practice match, each of them seemed invigorated, brimming with enthusiasm. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly fervent. Jiang Ming, Jiang Yu, you two shall come forth first. Jiang Wuji surveyed the crowd with a glance and promptly issued his orders. Yes, second uncle. Jiang Ming, the eldest daughter of her fourth uncle Jiang Wumi, is 3 months older than Jiang Yu. The two of them, in unison, each took a long knife from the weapon rack. The name of Jiang Luo's generation is derived from the lines, fallen leaves foretell the arrival of autumn, and cold frost tints the strands of hair. A solitary lamp illuminates old dreams, while the bright moon conveys longing. Besides Jiang Luo, who is an only child, his second and third uncles each have 2 sons, while the fourth and fifth uncles each have 1 son and 1 daughter. The 2 daughters stand opposed in the arena, and Jiang Wujing, with a solemn expression and a low voice, declares, as per custom, unleash your strongest techniques and treat this as a battle of life and death. The onlookers watch with grave expressions. Jiang Ming and Jiang Yu fix their gaze upon each other with a piercing intensity, as if gathering strength for an impending clash. Jiang Yu's 2 sky-high pigtails no longer appeared comical. Instead, they exuded a rare sense of solemnity. Jiang Ming chose a slender willow leaf sword, its blade elongated and glinting with a cold light. She struck first, her figure flickering with a sense of clarity and precision, though her movements were not particularly swift. The long blade in her hand sliced through the air like a silver fox, aimed directly at her opponent's throat. Her attack was a lethal strike, executed without mercy. With a sharp gaze, Jiang Yu raised the crescent-shaped dagger in her hand. A crisp sound echoed as sparks flew, the blades clashing together, producing a resounding metallic ring. Jiang Yu seized the opportunity to advance, the blade pivoting deftly, transforming defense into offense, akin to a crescent moon slicing towards Jiang Ming's chest. Jiang Ming had long anticipated this moment. She retreated gracefully, sheathing her blade and adopting a defensive posture, her movements fluid and instinctive. The glint of the blade flickered as the 2 figures swiftly maneuvered across the arena. Though devoid of supernatural prowess, the 2 women, armed with their formidable swordsmanship, easily kept at bay 3 or 5 burly men. Their techniques were exceptionally fierce, each strike resonating with a sound that sliced through the air, producing sharp, punctuating noises. After a brief interval, akin to the time it takes to steep a cup of tea, both women found themselves nearly exhausted, panting heavily, with beads of perspiration forming on their foreheads. Jiang Ming suddenly pivoted to the side, evading Jiang Yu's sweeping strike, as her long knife sliced through the air, aiming directly for her opponent's throat. Jiang Yu instinctively crouched down, perhaps due to excessive exertion, although she managed to evade the critical area. Her 2 towering braids were too high and were grazed by the blade. With a swift sound, the 2 horn-like braids were severed by the edge of the sword. Jiang Ming sheathed her sword and stood gracefully, offering a slight smile as she clasped her hands together, saying, "Thank you for your graciousness." Jiang Yu's hair cascaded loosely, varying in length as it clung to her head, presenting a rather comical sight. Hee. Jiang Yu clutched her stomach, pointing at Jiang Yu and laughing heartily. "Jiang Yu, your sky-high ponytail is gone." Jiang Yu glared at him fiercely, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger, retorting, "What business is it of yours?" Jiang Ming's expression was one of embarrassment as she said, "Jiang Yu, I cannot sheathe my blade. It is not intentional." The 2 wielded their swords with equal skill, and in their past encounters, each had claimed victory over the other, leaving no room for leniency. Jiang Yu usually cherishes her 2 beloved braids immensely. However, at this moment, she appears utterly unconcerned. She removes a hair tie from her wrist and effortlessly gathers her hair, waving her hand dismissively, saying, "Blades are blind. I understand that you did not intend to harm." Jiang Wuji cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yi, reproaching him. "How can you still find humor in this? You and your elder brother are merely 2 months apart in age, yet you scarcely stand a chance against him." Observe how Jiang Yu and Jiang Ming, despite being only 2 or 3 months apart, engage in a spirited exchange. Jiang Yi immediately curled up like a quail, muttering defiantly, "Is that my fault then?" In 2 lifetimes, Jiang Luo has embodied humanity, possessing a formidable soul and an exceptional capacity for learning, progressing at a remarkable pace that leaves others far behind. Consequently, it is his second uncle who personally instructs him in the art of combat. To speak candidly, Jiang Ye's performance is quite commendable. However, he is unfortunate to encounter Jiang Luo, a prodigy endowed with both talent and diligence. Subsequently, the two engage in a fierce duel. The second son of the fourth uncle, Jiang Ming, faces off against the second son of the fifth uncle, Jiang Xiang. Jiang Yi faced off against his eldest cousin, Jiang Han. Meanwhile, his second uncle's second son, Jiang Yi, competed against Jiang San's second son, Jiang Ran. Notably, Jiang Han is 8 months younger than Jiang Yi. In their previous encounters, Jiang Han could only defend himself against Jiang Yi, but this time, he displayed remarkable resilience, managing to hold his ground for a quarter of an hour before succumbing to a single move, demonstrating a promising potential for surpassing his cousin. Jiang Han's performance was commendable. With another month or two of practice, he should be able to triumph over his inept second cousin. Jiang Wujie unabashedly praised him, instilling a sense of vigilance in Jiang Yi. Losing to his elder brother was one thing, but conceding to the third brother was intolerable. He raised his chin, his face flushed, and declared, "I shall not be defeated." Jiang Wujie let out a derisive laugh, saying, "Anyone can boast." Jiang Yi remained silent, while Jiang Han, with a serious expression, reminded him, "My aim is to closely follow in our elder brother's footsteps. Second brother, do not allow yourself to be truly surpassed by me." Jiang Luo observed with keen interest. At first glance, Jiang Han appeared to possess no extraordinary qualities. However, he belonged to the type that grows stronger with each setback. The gap between him and Jiang Yi visibly diminished with each successive competition. If Jiang Yi were to slack off even slightly, she might indeed be caught up. From today onwards, I shall practice an additional hour each day, eagerly awaiting your challenge. Jiang Yi, fueled by a surge of determination, gazed resolutely at Jiang Han. A subtle smile flickered in Jiang Wujie's eyes. He remarked, "In this recent battle, each of you has made significant progress, particularly Jiang Han. Let us all take him as a model." He continued, "Now, I shall engage in combat with your elder brother. I encourage you to observe closely how we wield our blades. Due to the second-tier feedback from the Moonlight and Ghostly Bloom techniques, every member of the Jiang family has diligently practiced swordsmanship, albeit selecting different blades according to their personal preferences and habits. In every confrontation, it is always Jiang Wujie and Jiang Luo who take the stage last, allowing the others to validate their learning through observation." Jiang Luo retrieved a short-handled miao knife from the rack, measuring approximately 3 feet in length. The blade, elegantly curved and slender like a rice seedling, is well suited for both slashing and thrusting, embodying a harmonious blend of power and agility. Jiang Wujie wielded a hefty broadsword, perfectly suited to his bold and unrestrained style. He raised the long blade in his hand and said, "Luoer, since you have ascended to this level, today you shall exert your utmost efforts and unleash your full potential. I shall engage you with equal force." Jiang Luo raised the blade in his hand, pondering whether this weapon could withstand our strength. The swords displayed on the rack were forged from high-quality steel, suitable for ordinary individuals in combat. However, for martial practitioners at their level, a mere swing could cleave through bluestone. In close-quarter engagements, a single strike might easily sever the weapon. Jiang Wujie chuckled softly, remarking that in the midst of martial combat, one invariably encounters a myriad of unforeseen circumstances. Safeguarding one's weapon is an essential aspect of combat wisdom. One may envelop their weapon with true energy. As long as this energy remains unbroken, the weapon shall persist. Mastery over this technique requires personal exploration during battle. Chapter 5. The theory of the 5 realms of martial arts. The human body possesses innate and unobstructed meridians throughout, enabling the seamless flow of true energy upon the successful cultivation of spiritual essence. Jiang Luo channeled his vital energy, a faint halo enveloping the in his hand. He lowered his gaze to the blade, murmuring to himself, "It doesn't seem so difficult after all." Jiang Wujie did not contest Jiang Luo's words. Instead, he spoke with profound significance. "Whether it is difficult or not, let us engage in battle first and discuss later. I humbly seek your guidance, second uncle." As Jiang Luo's voice faded, his figure suddenly sprang into motion, and the spear in his hand sliced through the air, sending forth a blade of energy nearly 10 feet long, cutting towards Jiang Wujie from a distance. Jiang Wujie, with an expression of serene composure, lightly pressed his foot down, his figure drifting like a falling leaf, deftly evading the range of the attack amidst the blade's aura. The sword's energy struck the ground, instantly carving a trench of considerable length, sending dust swirling and fragments scattering in all directions. Jiang Luo observed keenly that his second uncle maintained his speed within a certain range, even slower than when he had first grasped the ephemeral floral mirage technique the previous day. Jiang Luo did not hesitate, attempting to seal off Jiang Wuji's retreat with the glint of his blade. The machete in his hand danced like the wind, its luminous edge intertwining in the air like a silver serpent, striving to corner Jiang Wuji into a lethal trap. However, Jiang Wuji's agility was remarkably exquisite. Just as the blade's light was about to graze him, he invariably evaded it with perfect timing, showing no inclination to counterattack. Jiang Luo had just entered the realm for a single day, and the accumulation of true energy in his dantian was far too scant. After merely a few strikes, he had already expended a tenth of his true energy, while Jiang Wuji's evasive maneuvers consumed only a minimal amount. Were they of equal cultivation, Jiang Luo would undoubtedly be exhausted to death. While the pressure of distant blade lights is manageable against weaker opponents, it becomes rather insufficient when faced with adversaries of the same rank, particularly those adept in agile movements. Jiang Luo, amidst the throes of battle, engaged in introspection. He resolved to alter his strategy, forsaking long-range assaults in favor of close-quarters combat. Jiang Luo's figure flickered like a specter, swiftly closing the distance to Jiang Wuji. The blade in his hand slashed diagonally, its edge tracing a luminous arc aimed directly at Jiang Wuji's waist. Jiang Wuji maintained an expression of tranquility, wielding a broadsword with a reverse grip as he positioned it horizontally. With a resonant clash, the two blades met. Jiang Luo's expression subtly shifted as he sensed the vital energy infused in his dagger dissipate at the moment of impact, creating a void of energy at the point of contact. Had his uncle seized the opportunity to strike, he could have effortlessly severed the weapon from Jiang's grasp. However, Jiang Wuji chose not to counterattack. Instead, he swiftly retreated, increasing the distance between them. Jiang Luo took a deep breath, allowing the vital energy from his dantian to surge forth once more, enveloping the blade. He swiftly advanced, pivoting the sword's edge to thrust toward Jiang Wuji's chest. Jiang Wuji gently positioned his broadsword horizontally, its blade steadfastly blocking Jiang Luo's strike. In the moment of collision, Jiang Luo focused intently, perceiving a notable impediment to the vital energy infused in his weapon. Conversely, the vital energy on his uncle's sword appeared to flow incessantly, seemingly replenishing the point of impact at will. The quantity of vital energy each wielded was ostensibly comparable, yet the disparity in their techniques was strikingly profound. Jiang Wuji's manipulation of true energy was masterful, as if every thread of it lay firmly within his grasp. In contrast, Jiang Luo's true energy appeared somewhat chaotic, lacking cohesion. Unlike previous battles, Jiang Wuji adopted a strategy of defense rather than offense. Jiang Luo comprehended that his second uncle was serving as a whetstone for him. In their exchanges, Jiang Luo gradually discerned certain intricacies. In the battles before ascending to the next level, one only needed to focus on the adversary. However, after ascension, it became imperative to remain vigilant not only about the opponent but also regarding the weapon in hand, the consumption of true energy in the dantian, and various other factors, inevitably leading to distractions. After approximately the duration of a fragrant incense stick, Jiang Luo's true energy in the dantian was entirely depleted. He sheathed his blade and stood still, his breath slightly hurried. Jiang Wuji casually tossed the broadsword, and the blade flew steadily toward the sword rack, fitting precisely back into its place. Jiang Luo stood in place, reflecting on the shortcomings of the recent battle. He raised his gaze towards Jiang Wuji and inquired, "Uncle, how much less vital energy did you expend compared to me?" "Merely about 30% of your consumption." Jiang Wuji smiled faintly, his tone laced with a hint of approval. "You surpassed my expectations by a considerable margin." Jiang Luo was taken aback. Is this truly considered good? Just moments ago, his second uncle had navigated the situation with such ease, exerting effort that felt like 2 or even 3 times the amount. In stark contrast, he resembled a child who had just learned to walk, appearing clumsy and feeble. Jiang Wuji nodded slightly and remarked, "Your first engagement with me, infused with true energy, was executed without any signs of panic. That alone qualifies you. It is entirely normal for one just entering this realm to find true energy not yet as instinctive as a limb. Given your innate talent for combat, it is merely a matter of time before you achieve a state of seamless integration." Jiang Luo discerned the underlying message within the words, grasping the profound connection. Indeed, the utilization of true energy is not without its varying realms of mastery. Jiang Wuji simply provided a brief explanation for a few individuals, stating that someone like you, a novice martial artist, has yet to master the utilization of true energy. Once you achieve a level of proficiency in wielding true energy that allows you to engage in combat without reliance on it, you will have truly grasped its essence. Jiang Luogu discussed swordsmanship, nearly matching Jiang Wuji in skill, and remarked, "Is it akin to how you are now, Uncle Heir?" Jiang Wuji's chest subtly swelled with pride as he declared, "I have attained the pinnacle of mastery." He then elaborated on the essence of this achievement. It signifies a state where, built upon profound understanding, every ounce of power is unleashed at will, directed by one's desires, and executed without regret. To act at will, to reach as one desires, and to do so without remorse. Jiang Luo found her second uncle's words somewhat ambiguous. The first two phrases were relatively comprehensible, but the meaning of eluded her understanding. Could it possibly imply that one would regret having drawn their sword? Yet, her second uncle showed no inclination to elaborate. Realizing she was still far from grasping such profound concepts, Jiang Luo chose not to dwell on this matter and continued to inquire. Is there a realm beyond the pinnacle of mastery? Jiang Wujing's gaze was imbued with a sense of yearning. After achieving mastery, one reaches the pinnacle of excellence. In this realm, the weight of heavy burdens feels as light as a feather, and immense power can descend like mere straw. Conversely, even the lightest of actions, such as casually breaking a branch, can be wielded as a formidable weapon. Jiang Luo hastily remarked, "Second uncle, I sensed that when we sparred, your strength seemed to carry an air of effortless ease." Jiang Wuji shook his head, expressing that he still had a long way to go, having barely scratched the surface. Are there methods to cultivate these realms? Jiang Luo seemed to have opened a new door, a pathway to harnessing a power independent of the spiritual essence. Jiang Wuji smiled softly, remarking that the most effective form of training lies in the exploration through combat. In daily practice, one should strive to harness the vital energy, ensuring that every ounce of output aligns with one's innermost intentions and skillfully applying it in real battles. If one perseveres in this manner, reaching the pinnacle of mastery is not beyond the realm of possibility. He then sighed, admitting that he had yet to witness the realm that exists beyond such mastery. Jiang Luo inquired, "Are there further realms beyond this?" "Indeed, there are." Jiang Wujing's gaze grew profound, as if he were lost in reminiscence. After reaching the pinnacle of mastery, one enters a realm of transcendence. This so-called transcendence allows even the most ordinary techniques to unleash powers comparable to divine abilities. The path to such a state remains a mystery to me. Beyond that legendary ultimate realm, transcendence itself stands as the zenith of achievement. It is uncertain whether anyone in the Great Yin has attained this extraordinary level. Jiang Luo was captivated. Pondering your implication, is there a realm that exists beyond the state of transcendence? Jiang Wuji spoke with a hint of uncertainty, noting that the subsequent realm is merely a legend. The truth of its existence remains elusive to me. Perhaps there have been those who have attained it. Or perhaps it is merely a figment of some individual's imagination. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the few individuals present, and upon seeing their wide-eyed curiosity, he continued, "The final realm is called returning to simplicity. It unifies all one has learned, strength, supernatural abilities, and various techniques, rendering them as instinctive as breathing. A warrior who reaches this realm embodies the essence of the cicada perceives before the spring breeze stirs. Any form of seduction or assassination becomes futile in the presence of such a formidable being. Ancient texts record that even from a distance of thousands of miles, if someone harbors ill intentions towards a master of this realm, it can be sensed, akin to a celestial being." The young ones listened, awestruck, their mouths slightly agape, as if they had encountered something truly extraordinary. Jiang Yu could not help but swallow hard. This was rather fantastical. Wouldn't such a person be exceedingly difficult to kill? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wujing remarked with a hint of mockery in his tone, "Is it merely difficult to slay? Such formidable beings, when faced with peril, can swiftly retreat thousands of miles, their spiritual awareness astonishingly powerful." Jiang Yi gazed with a mixture of longing and admiration, remarking that such an ability surpassed the ordinary divine powers. Jiang Wuji waved his hand, urging you to simply listen to the tale, advising against the lofty ambitions and emphasizing that a grounded approach is the true path. Jiang Luo's expression remained composed. As he pondered inwardly, the notion of returning to simplicity could not merely be a myth, especially considering that even more outrageous events had transpired in his life. Jiang Wuji observed the river, where the waters flowed gently and the winds lay still, and he nodded with satisfaction. For it was evident that Luo Air possessed the most tranquil of hearts. He reminisced about the time when he first encountered such a state of being, when he too had succumbed to emotional turmoil, unable to find solace for an extended period. Jiang Wujie clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back to reality. Reflect on the shortcomings during our earlier sparring. Should the same mistakes occur again, consequences will follow. Chapter 6. Subtle Signs. After departing from the training ground, Jiang Luo made his way directly to the family's main hall. The hall is situated at the very heart of the family estate, its roof adorned with elegantly curved eaves, intricately carved with vivid mythical creatures. On either side of the grand hall stood a black-clad guard, their postures erect and their gazes sharp. As Jiang Luo approached, the two guards slightly bowed and clasped their hands in a gesture of respect. Passing through the grand hall, Jiang Luo arrived at the study located in a secluded corner of the rear chamber. The study was graced with a view of a lush bamboo grove just outside the window. The bamboo leaves swayed gently in the breeze, producing a rustling sound that added an air of tranquility and elegance to the room. The family's daily affairs were overseen by his father, Jiang Wuhan, while his grandfather, Jiang Feng, refrained from intervening unless matters of significant consequence to the family's fate arose. It was only a matter of time before Jiang Wuhan formally ascended to the third tier, at which point he would assume the role of family head. Luo, what brings you here? Jiang Wuhan was diligently reviewing family affairs at his desk when he noticed Jiang Luo's arrival. He paused, setting down his pen, and raised his gaze. Since Jiang Luo's grandfather, Jiang Feng, took charge of the family, the Jiang clan established its foundation in commerce. The family engaged in various businesses, including grain, textiles, ironware, and medicinal herbs, which spread throughout Jiangzhou, gradually elevating the Jiang family to one of the four prominent clans in the region. Aside from the path of cultivation, the development in other aspects of this world bears a striking resemblance to that of the ancient past. Upon arriving in this world, Jiang Luo established himself as an inventor from a young age, coincidentally creating essential items for a time traveler, such as refined salt, glass, soap, perfume, and paper. However, in the interest of caution, Jiang Feng did not unveil all of Jiang Luo's inventions at once. Instead, he gradually introduced the controllable industries of soap, perfume, and glass to the Great Yin dynasty. As for the refined salt, it was reserved solely for family use, while the paper was directly sealed away. Nevertheless, the influence of the Jiang family surged dramatically, subtly positioning them at the pinnacle of the four prominent families of Jiangzhou. Jiang Luo clearly expressed his intent. Father, I have exhausted my resources. Splat. The brush in Jiang Wuhan's hand fell onto the table, producing a soft sound. He inquired, what did you say? Jiang Luo shrugged his shoulders, his tone serene. I mentioned that the resources I acquired yesterday have already been depleted. Jiang Wuhan promptly rose to his feet and swiftly approached Jiang Luo, placing his right hand upon his wrist to examine it closely. With a sharp intake of breath, he exclaimed in astonishment, your spiritual seed has sprouted 2 leaves so rapidly. Jiang Luo nodded slightly, his expression remaining composed. Jiang Wuhan furrowed his brow and inquired solemnly, who else is aware of this? No one knows, came the response. Jiang Luo shook his head and added, however, today I sparred with my second uncle, and he might have some suspicions. As for the second brother, he remains untroubled. His lips are sealed, so there is no need to inform anyone else. Jiang Wuhan pondered for a moment before saying, come, let us visit your grandfather. Grandfather Jiang's generation typically resided in the secluded hills, engaging in their spiritual cultivation and seldom emerging unless for significant matters. The rear mountain comprises 2 peaks of varying heights, resembling a colossal camel resting upon the earth when viewed from a distance. Towering ancient trees dominate the landscape, with evergreens standing proud, while vines entwine gracefully around them. Occasionally, slender beams of sunlight filter through the foliage, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the ground. At the midsection of the mountain lies a waterfall, its waters cascading from a great height and forming a crystal-clear stream at the base, where the gentle sounds of the flowing water harmonize with the vibrant wildflowers that embellish the banks, exuding a subtle fragrance. From the foot of the mountain, a series of stone steps, paved with green stones, wend their way up to the summit. Jiang Wuhan and Jiang Luomai ascended the steps with unrelenting determination. The mountain, perpetually shrouded in mist, seemed to don a veil of azure silk, enhancing its enigmatic allure. Upon reaching the summit, the vista opened up magnificently. The peak had been hewn away, revealing a vast expanse of solid green stone paving that was truly awe-inspiring. At that moment, a melodious voice floated from afar. Little Luor, how long has it been since you last visited your great-aunt? A fragrant breeze swept by, and a figure materialized beside Jiang Luo. The newcomer appeared to be in her early 30s, unadorned by cosmetics, with her raven hair simply tied back. Clad in a pristine white outfit, she exuded a sense of cleanliness and vigor, her countenance radiating warmth as she gazed at Jiang Luo. Great-aunt, I have come to see you, haven't I? Jiang Luo smiled gently as the visitor, Jiang Feng's 5th sister, Jiang Lu, approached. Unmarried, she had remained devoted to the family. In contrast to Jiang Luo's casual demeanor, Jiang Wukan displayed a more respectful attitude. Having been playfully teased by his aunt during his childhood, he bore a shadow of that experience. He formally clasped his hands in salute and greeted, "Greetings, Aunt." Jiang Lu cast a glance at Jiang Wuhan, clasping Jiang Luo's hand, and said, "You ungrateful little one. The back mountain does not prohibit your arrival. You never think to visit your aunt more often." Jiang Luo swiftly shifted the topic. "Aunt, recently I commissioned a perfumery to develop a fragrance that boasts a more enduring scent. I am preparing to perfect it before presenting you with a delightful surprise. Consider it a testament to your affection for me." Jiang Lu wore a beaming smile. Among the younger generation, she shared the deepest affinity with Jiang Luo and delighted in teasing him. As they conversed, the group arrived at a serene pavilion nestled in the mountains. In the center of the pavilion, grandfather Jiang Feng and second grandfather Jiang Lin were engaged in a game of chess. The four brothers of the Jiang family are named after wind, forest, fire, and mountain. The third and fourth grandfathers are not present here. The three of them stand quietly to the side, observing. Jiang Luo's gaze fell upon several elders, and he sensed that the oppressive aura emanating from his great-uncle and grand-aunt seemed even more formidable than that of his grandfather. This feeling was rather nebulous, perhaps due to the fact that he had interacted with his grandfather the most. Jiang Luo does not frequently meet with several elderly gentlemen, yet he possesses a fundamental understanding of them. Among his grandfather's generation, it is said that the one with the most exceptional talent is his grandfather, Jiang Feng. They are all at the third tier. It stands to reason that none could surpass his grandfather in strength. Jiang contemplated in his heart. Perhaps it is because grandfather possesses a higher realm, and his cultivation is better restrained. Soon, after a game concluded, Jiang Feng won a piece. And only then did he turn around to inquire, "How did you all arrive here?" Jiang Wuhan pointed towards Jiang Luo and said, "Father, do take a look at Luo's progress in cultivation." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng was perplexed and reached out to grasp Jiang Luo's arm. Before long, he stood up in astonishment, exclaiming, "So soon?" Jiang Lu, intrigued, leaned in slightly, her brows arching as she observed the two budding leaves. Did Xiao Lua just invite the spirit into her body yesterday? The direct descendants of the Jiang family all possess the rare and exquisite Moonlit Ghost Orchid spirit seed, and they are well aware of the growth rate of the Moonlit Ghost Orchid, even though there may be slight variations in speed based on compatibility. None can compare to Jiang Luo, whose progress is astonishingly rapid. Jiang Feng hastily inquired, "Luo, what is the meaning of this?" Before Jiang Luo's arrival, he had already contemplated that certain matters should remain undisclosed to his family, yet it was essential to exhibit a suitable degree of talent. Although he had displayed remarkable intelligence since childhood, he was still regarded as a mere child in the eyes of his elders. Aside from the matter of the stone book, which must remain a secret, there was no harm in appropriately showcasing his abilities, as he still required the resources of his family for his initial growth. Jiang has come to understand through literature that throughout history, there have existed prodigies in the realm of cultivation, whose affinity with spiritual seeds is profound, allowing them to progress at a pace several dozen or even hundreds of times faster than others, achieving remarkable advancements in their practice. Although his situation is indeed rare, it is not without precedent. Chapter 7. The Family Treasury. Jiang Luo pondered for a moment before stating, "I absorbed the first-level growth liquid at an astonishing speed. Approximately 1 vial per hour. 1 hour." Upon hearing this, his second grandfather, Jiang Lin, could no longer contain his excitement. His tone laced with barely concealed fervor. "Our Jiang family has produced a prodigy in cultivation." The elders quickly came to accept this revelation. After all, Jiang Luo had displayed remarkable intelligence since childhood, and now, exhibiting an extraordinary pace in his cultivation seemed entirely within the realm of reason. Jiang Lin took the initiative to propose, "Boss, the cultivation of Luo air cannot adhere to conventional methods. We possess little experience regarding his circumstances, therefore, let us liberate the resources for his training." In Jiang Lu's eyes, there was a glimmer of affection. Our little inventor's ventures into various commercial avenues have yet to yield their rewards. Now, it is time to reap the benefits. Jiang Luo provided an array of items including glass, soap, and perfume, all of which accumulated a substantial number of contribution points. Although he had not formally embarked on his cultivation journey, rendering the resources somewhat futile, each contribution was meticulously recorded to be redeemed once he officially commenced his training. Jiang Feng did not hastily respond. Instead, with a tone of concern, he inquired, "Luo, have you experienced any discomfort from consuming a large quantity of growth liquid in a short period? I feel somewhat as if I haven't eaten enough." Jiang Luo remained oblivious to the signs of his power spiraling out of control. and thus he spoke with a touch of exaggeration. The river breeze ceased to waver, and with a decisive tone, he declared, "Very well. Henceforth, you may utilize your cultivation resources as needed." He paused briefly, then added with a grave demeanor, "Should you notice anything amiss, halt immediately. Cultivation is not a matter to be achieved overnight. One must not be overly eager for success." The token of the river breeze still rested upon Jiang Luo. Upon hearing this, a surge of joy blossomed within him, and a smile graced his face. "Grandfather, rest assured. I am well aware." Jiang Luo successfully resolved the matter of resources and hurriedly made his way to the resource hall. The three individuals exchanged a glance, and swiftly he produced paper and pen, composing a letter with remarkable speed. Summoning the family's trained iron-beaked eagle, he secured the message to its leg. With a piercing cry, the eagle flapped its wings and soared into the distance, vanishing into the vast sky. Within the resource hall, Zhongli reclined against the back of his chair, cradling a steaming cup of fragrant tea in his hands. He gently closed his eyes, savoring a fleeting moment of tranquility. Jiang Luo entered the resource hall and politely greeted. "Grandfather Zhang, I have arrived." Zhongli set down his teacup, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out as he responded, "Young Master Luo has come." "Grandfather Zhang, I am here to collect resources. Grandfather mentioned that from now on, I may utilize my resources as needed." Jiang Luo opened the door and presented the token with utmost clarity. A ripple of surprise stirred within Zhang Li's traditionally calm gaze. Within the family, only the head of the household, Jiang Feng, possessed the authority to summon resources at will. Others, be it Jiang Lin or Jiang Luo's father, Jiang Wuan, were bound to a fixed monthly stipend and any additional resources required in exchange of family merit points. The Jiang family consists of hundreds of members, without regulations. Or if individuals harbor selfish intentions, the family cannot possibly flourish and thrive. Thus, when he heard that Jiang Luo could utilize resources as needed, he was utterly astonished. "Follow me." Zhang Li did not inquire further. He merely nodded, rose to his feet, and led Jiang Luo towards the secret chamber. Jiang Luo followed closely behind Zhang Li, and together they arrived at the entrance of a secret chamber crafted from bronze. Zhang Li retrieved a key from his waist, inserted it into the lock of the door, and gently turned it. Then, grasping the doorknob, he exerted force to push the door open. With a resounding roar, the bronze door slowly creaked ajar. Jiang Luo surveyed the surroundings, noting that the bronze door was an impressive half-meter thick, its surface shimmering with a cold metallic luster, seemingly infused with other metals, rendering it remarkably robust. Zhang Li, grinning, explained that the walls of the secret chamber and the grand door contained traces of the rare Diyang Shintai, making it exceedingly difficult for even a third-tier master to forcibly breach. Diyang Shintai is a metal brought forth from the depths of the earth during volcanic eruptions. It is incredibly hard and is the most commonly used material for crafting weapons by aspiring martial artists. If one wishes to gain entry by force, seizing the key from Zhang Li would present a more promising opportunity. Upon stepping into the inner sanctum, one's gaze was immediately drawn to the ceiling, adorned with a myriad of moonlight stones, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the chamber. At the heart of the room stood a square metal platform, upon which rested an array of wooden boxes, each varying in hue, with the black boxes being the most numerous. The walls were lined with rows of metal shelves, brimming with an assortment of rare and exotic treasures. Jiang Luo visited the treasure chamber for the first time, feeling somewhat dazzled by the surroundings. He surveyed the area, silently marveling at the profound heritage of his family. Zhang Li pointed to the black wooden box on the central metallic pedestal and remarked, "The black box contains the prepared first-tier growth liquids. Feel free to take some for yourself." Jiang Luo casually opened a black box and examined its contents closely. Inside, it was densely packed with 200 bottles of growth liquid, and there were as many as 20 such boxes in this place. So many. Jiang Luo was taken aback. It was not an excessive statement. Zhang Li shook his head and calculated for Jiang Luo, the family's exquisite close moon distant flower required an average of 40 years to reach the pinnacle of the first tier without any external resources. By consuming a first-tier growth potion, the growth rate could be doubled, reducing the time to 20 years. If the supply were to be unrestricted, one bottle would be exhausted in 4 days, necessitating 8 bottles per month. Thus, to elevate one individual to the pinnacle of the first tier would require a staggering 920 bottles, which was just sufficient for 2 individuals to attain that level. No wonder the family's cultivation resources were not openly supplied. Jiang Luo silently contemplated. It was not until now that she realized, indeed, it was not an insignificant amount. Naturally, this merely represented the current inventory, the family was continuously evolving. And in the future, resources would only proliferate. Jiang Luo temporarily refrained from collecting the growth liquid, casting a glance around as he meandered leisurely. He approached a shelf against the inner wall, where a piece of metal emanating a blue glow and exuding a chill was displayed. Jiang Luo extended her hand to gently touch it, and a bone-chilling coldness surged forth. Zhongli, standing beside her, explained, "This is the blue jade soul, birthed from the glaciers of the far north. Its frigid attributes make it an exceptional material for forging advanced weaponry, and it harmonizes well with the moon-closing mysterious bloom." Jiang Luo nodded slightly and continued his browsing. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a translucent jade box. Within the box lay a flower resembling a hibiscus, about the size of a human head, adorned with a layer of crystalline powder. Zhang Li pointed to this object and explained, "This is the water moon mirror flower, imbued with immense energy, though its purpose remains temporarily unclear." A flicker of realization stirred within Jiang Luo as he recalled the 5-star growth plan documented by Secretary Shi, which included a growth liquid primarily crafted from the ethereal essence of water moon and flower. However, he found this particular substance to be of limited utility to himself. With the assistance of the stone book and his remarkable absorption rate, a mere ordinary first-tier growth liquid would suffice for him to reach the pinnacle of the first tier in approximately 6 months. Conversely, the hundreds of growth plans recorded within the stone book would prove far more beneficial for his family members. At present, however, those plans could not be readily disclosed. He needed to identify an opportune moment for their revelation. Jiang Luo casually inquired, "Have these unknown resources not been subjected to experimentation for their potential uses?" Zhang Li slowly shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his tone. The current world is not akin to the ancient times, where spiritual herbs flourished and ample experimental resources were available. For some rare spiritual items, the chances of discovering their applications through a mere 1 or 2 trials are exceedingly slim. Moreover, experimenting with unknown spiritual substances entails considerable risks. The results may range from complete ineffectiveness to severe repercussions, such as a drastic decline in cultivation or even the collapse of one's dantian if one inadvertently utilizes a conflicting substance. It is by no means a simple endeavor. The path of cultivation has been forged through the blood and sacrifice of those who came before us. Zhang Li's voice carried a certain poignancy. Jiang Luo slightly nodded, gaining a deeper understanding of the arduous path of cultivation. The family possessed only scant records from the ancient era, merely knowing that resources were more abundant then, constituting a grand age of cultivation. In the present day, not only are the resources vastly inferior to those of yore, but many lineages have also been severed. The specific reasons remain unchronicled by the family. Chapter 8. Soft Gold of the Earth's Core. Jiang gazed around the treasure chamber, his eyes sweeping over the rare spiritual artifacts and the metallic weapons forged with precision. Among them, he discovered 6 types of ethereal materials suitable for crafting first-tier growth elixirs, each boasting a minimum growth efficiency of 3 stars. Interestingly, some of the more common cultivable spiritual materials were conspicuously absent from this repository. His attention was drawn to a metal piece the size of a soybean, shimmering with a golden radiance. This substance bore a resemblance to gold, yet its brilliance was far more exquisite and untainted. Jiang Luo curiously extended her right hand, holding the golden bean in her grasp. "How heavy it is!" Jiang Luo felt a surge of astonishment. The metal, roughly the size of a yellow bean, weighed about 100 grams, resting heavily in his palm, yet when squeezed, it transformed effortlessly, akin to soft clay, into various shapes. He inquired, "What is this?" Zhang Li smiled faintly and revealed the origin of the metal. "This is soft gold from the Earth's core, a metal that has mutated after enduring the relentless heat and infinite passage of time deep within the Earth." Jiang Luo inwardly lamented that the principles of physics from his previous life seemed to have lost half of their relevance in this world. He pinched the soft gold from the Earth's core, pondering its utility. This ethereal substance was indispensable for forging divine weaponry. Zhang Li paused momentarily, explaining that the soft gold from the Earth's core, also known as memory metal, could restore any weapon infused with it to its original state, provided it was not broken on the spot. Furthermore, the soft gold exhibited unparalleled malleability, making it exceedingly difficult to fracture, serving as an exceptional adhesive, with properties that were irreplaceable by other materials. Jiang Luo exerted considerable force to stretch the Earth's soft gold, and soon the metal in his hands was drawn to the fineness of a single strand of hair. Yet, this was far from the ultimate limit of the Earth's soft gold. He continued to twist it around his wrist, pulling it to a nearly imperceptible degree, and still, the Earth's soft gold remained firmly interconnected. Undeterred, he wrapped it around several dozen more times, as if the malleability of the gold knew no bounds. Only the tactile sensation became increasingly indistinct, reaching a point of near invisibility. Zhongli could not help but jest. Even Earth's soft gold has its limits. If you wrap it around your family 100 times, it might just snap. Jiang Luo stood speechless, contemplating the vast expanse of land possessed by his family, which surpassed that of an ordinary village. It was no wonder that the earth-core soft gold could be deemed an indispensable material for forging divine armaments. He mused inwardly. This is the max version of gold. What might be its worth? Zhang Li extended a finger, stating that a single gram could be exchanged for 10,000 taels of gold. Yet, no one would actually trade it for gold, to Jiang Luo's knowledge. This realm lacked spirit stones, and spirit liquid was derived through specific methods of extraction and liquefaction from the air. The circulating currency in this world comprised gold, silver, and copper coins, but even gold held little significance for high-tier powerhouses. A thought crossed his mind, and he remarked, could this not serve as a medium of currency? Zhang Li glanced at Jiang Luo in astonishment, nodding in approval. Indeed, earth-core soft gold functions as the currency of the powerful due to its scarcity, rendering it virtually unseen in the market, traded only in extraordinary circumstances. Zhang Luoxin understood immediately. He removed the soft golden thread of the earth from his wrist, and soon it transformed back into a single golden bean. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of this metal. After surveying the treasures in the vault, Jiang Luoxin had no intention of collecting any further artifacts for the time being. He then said, Grandfather Zhang, I will take a box of growth liquid for now. Very well, just remember to register it later, Zhang Li replied, nodding. After signing his name in the inventory ledger, Jiang Luoxin departed with a box of growth liquid in his arms. This supply would sustain him for several days, and he could come back for more once it was depleted. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Luoxin noticed from a distance that Lear was standing alone at the entrance of the courtyard, her head bowed as she paced back and forth. Her hands were tightly intertwined, revealing a sense of unease. Lear, what brings you here? Is it that my mother is looking for me? Jiang Luo came to a halt, smiling as he inquired. Ah. Lear suddenly raised her head like a startled fawn, stammering, Young master, what is the matter? Jiang Luo noticed that Lear appeared rather peculiar, stirring a sense of confusion within him. Lear's face flushed slightly as she fidgeted with the hem of her garment and lowered her gaze. Madam has instructed me to officially attend to the young master starting today. Jiang Luo paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Please come in. Lear. The personal maid trained by his mother, Li Rushuang, was 3 years older than Jiang Luo and had grown up alongside him. When Jiang Luo was 10 years old, Li Rushuang separated the two of them. Jiang Luo was well aware that his mother, concerned for his youth, was wary of him making impulsive decisions. Now that he had reached adulthood, the burden of responsibility had been returned to him. Jiang Luo placed the box back into the room and turned to say, Choose a room for yourself and tidy it up. Certainly, young master. Call for me if you need anything, replied Lear, as she rolled up her sleeves and began to organize the room adjacent to Jiang Luo's bedroom. Jiang Luo opened the box and retrieved a vial of growth liquid. After consuming it, he returned to the courtyard. He casually selected a long sword from the rack and, standing in the center of the courtyard, commenced his practice of swordsmanship. The courtyard where Jiang Luo resides is quite spacious. In his leisure time, aside from practicing his swordsmanship in the training grounds, he occasionally returns to the courtyard for self-cultivation. Reflecting on his second uncle's words, he realizes that what he currently lacks is mastery over his own internal energy. In simpler terms, while he can effortlessly cleave a stone with a single stroke, the delicate task of carving a flower upon its surface proves to be beyond his capabilities. Jiang Luo lifted his gaze towards a grand tree near the courtyard wall, its branches adorned with lush, verdant leaves. He raised his hand and struck at one of the leaves. The blade's energy sliced through it effortlessly, cleaving the leaf in twain in an instant. Jiang furrowed his brow, for his initial intention was to leave a mark upon the leaf rather than to slice it open directly. If even a stationary object proved challenging, then facing a moving target in combat would undoubtedly escalate the difficulty to a geometric degree. Jiang Luo remained undeterred, diligently practicing his swordsmanship while using the leaves of a tree as targets. Occasionally, a swift gust of blade energy would slice through the air, causing the leaves to either split in two or scatter before the blade's approach, leaving only a few with discernible scars. He was absorbed in his own realm until the enticing aroma wafted through the air, bringing him back to reality. Lear entered with a basket of vegetables in hand, her cheeks adorned with charming dimples, and with a playful smile revealing her little tiger teeth, she exclaimed, young master. I noticed you were deeply engrossed in your practice. So I went to the inner kitchen to fetch you some food. A rumble emanated from Jiang Luo's stomach, prompting him to casually toss the knife back onto the rack. With a light pat of his hands, he remarked, I find myself rather hungry. Li Er returned the basket to the dining room, carefully presenting the array of dishes one by one. There were crab meat lion's heads, steamed sea bass, fragrant beef, braised lamb, and ginseng chicken soup. The table was adorned with a multitude of aromatic dishes, steaming and enticing, evoking a ravenous appetite. She then prepared a basin of warm water for Jiang Luo, gently advising, Young master, allow me to assist you in washing your face. Jiang Luo took the warm towel, wiped his face, and casually placed the towel back into the basin, inviting, Let us dine together. Jiang Luo regarded Li Er not as a mere servant bound by rigid hierarchy, but rather as a cherished family member. Leah lifted a bowl and served Jiang Luo a generous portion of white rice, placing it before him. Afterward, she filled her own bowl and awaited Jiang Luo to begin with his chopsticks before delicately savoring her meal. Chapter 9. A new training ground as they dined. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, sharing moments of camaraderie. Jiang Luo took a bite of his meal and glanced at Li Er, inquiring, How is your spiritual seed evolving? As his devoted maid, she was privileged to receive a spiritual seed from the family. Initially, she was bestowed with the emerald sword orchid, which, upon ascending, would grant her a formidable sword technique known as the Xinbing sword qi. This sword qi could manifest into countless ice crystals, excelling in both one-on-one confrontations and group assaults, leaving no vulnerabilities. Upon hearing his question, Li Er smiled, her eyes narrowing with delight, and softly replied, Thanks to you, young master. The lady has secretly provided me with ample resources for cultivation. I have already reached the late seedling stage. Her tone carried a hint of pride. I now possess the ability to protect you, young master. Well then, I shall entrust my safety to you from now on. Jiang Luo nodded with a smile. Under normal circumstances, all spiritual seeds can be broadly categorized into 4 stages: the seed stage, the germination stage, the seedling stage, and the maturity stage. Among these 4 stages, the duration tends to increase progressively, with the maturity stage requiring more time than the preceding 3 stages combined. Should the spiritual plant fail to undergo transformation before the end of its lifespan, it will then enter a decline stage. During this phase, its strength not only ceases to grow but may also regress, mirroring the life cycle of humans. If the inherent quality is lacking and there are insufficient resources for nurturing the spiritual seed, it is possible for it to skip the maturity stage entirely and descend directly into the decline stage in one's twilight years. Li Er has progressed to the late seedling stage within 3 years. While resources play a role, her innate quality is undeniably exceptional. Even without resources, merely by absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, she would be capable of persevering until the maturity stage. By the way, young master. Li Er set down her chopsticks and said mysteriously, Do you remember that little hillock we used to play on when we were children? Jiang nodded. Of course I remember. What is it? The Jiang family's territory is extensive, encompassing not only towering buildings in close proximity, but also numerous undeveloped areas. In his childhood, unable to venture outside, he would wander around the house with Li Er. There was a small hill that remained untouched, overgrown with wild grass and adjacent to a beautiful pond, which he had visited on several occasions. Leah suggested, I noticed you practicing your swordplay with leaves this morning. A couple of days ago, when I visited that small hill, I discovered an abundance of dragonflies. After all, leaves are inanimate. Practicing with dragonflies would undoubtedly yield much better results. As it is now late spring, the season for dragonflies to emerge has arrived. Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled. This idea was splendid. He decided to head to the small hill after their meal. After lunch, Li Er tidied up briefly, shouldering a long sword while holding a bamboo basket. Noticing Jiang Luo glance her way, she lifted the basket, which contained some clear water for him to drink when he became thirsty. Indeed, you are quite thoughtful, Li Er. Jiang Luo felt a surge of admiration as the two strolled leisurely to the small hill on the west side of the residence. It was a day of unparalleled beauty in the year, with soft golden sunlight cascading from the heavens, bestowing a delicate glaze upon the hill. Wild grasses adorned the landscape, their tender green leaves fringed with golden edges, while clusters of dandelions proudly held their fluffy spheres on the slope, each filament wrapped in tiny particles of light. In the low sky, dragonflies darted about like fighter jets, gracefully weaving in and out around the hill and the pond. Jiang Luo surveyed the surroundings, recognizing that this place offered ample opportunity for unrestrained practice. He turned to Li Er and said, You should find a spot to cultivate as well. All right. Leah nodded, placing her bamboo basket upon a pristine stone. Young master, I will head to the flat ground ahead. Call me if you need anything. Go ahead. Jiang Luo waved his hand. At that moment, a dragonfly swooped down towards his location. As Jiang Luo's gaze sharpened, his right hand swiftly grasped the hilt of his blade. With a resonant sound, the long sword was unsheathed. A flick of his wrist sent a blade of light, as fine as a strand of hair, slicing towards the wing of the dragonfly. The energy of the blade was intensely concentrated, poised yet unlaunched. Perhaps sensing the imminent peril, the dragonfly slightly tilted its body, narrowly evading the razor-like energy, and turned to soar into the distance. The leaves, being inanimate, remained unmoving, while the dragonfly, a creature of vitality, had to account for its trajectory and motion. Jiang Luo murmured softly, if it were merely a matter of slaying a dragonfly, the power of his blade's aura could effortlessly crush it into minuscule fragments with just a slight release. However, this would render the exercise devoid of its intended purpose. Jiang Luoyun wielded his ephemeral prowess, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he approached a spot near the pond, where dragonflies congregated in greater numbers. He deliberately maintained a distance of 2 to 3 zhang from the dragonflies in the sky, thereby amplifying the difficulty of his practice. Waves of sword energy sliced through the void, akin to a gentle breeze brushing against the skin. Some of this energy struck the wings, bodies, and compound eyes of the dragonflies, while a considerable amount dissipated into the emptiness. These dragonflies, devoid of intelligence, instinctively evaded some attacks, while others, in their naivete, careened haphazardly. Their flight paths erratic and unpredictable, leaving him utterly incapable of foreseeing their next move. Jiang Luo felt an overwhelming pressure, seemingly more formidable than the challenge of engaging with others. He suppressed his somewhat restless thoughts, attempting to capture the flight trajectories of dragonfly wings through their vibrations. Time passed gradually. After an indeterminate period, Jiang Luo sheathed his sword and stood still, his vital energy within the dantian once again depleted. Although each strike consumed only a small amount of vital energy, the sheer frequency of his attempts proved too much. The restorative speed of the closed moon and mysterious flower was temporarily insufficient to compensate for the losses incurred. Jiang Luo gazed into the distance at Lear, who stood with her eyes tightly shut, her figure resembling a dancing butterfly. Her ears twitched ever so slightly as delicate streams of sword energy sliced towards the fluttering dragonflies. Some of the sword energy grazed their wings, while others severed their heads. The strikes were not uniformly directed, yet she seldom missed her mark. Noticing the silence on Jiang Luo's side, Lear ceased her movements and approached him, her voice light and clear. Young master, have you finished your practice? Indeed. Jiang Luo was somewhat astonished. Have you truly mastered the art of energy manipulation to such an intricate level? Lear gently replied. I have cultivated for 3 more years than you, and with your talent, young master, it is but a matter of time before you catch up to me. Do not be modest. For an average individual, from the moment they plant their spirit seed, it requires no less than a decade or 2 of arduous training to attain such a profound state of understanding. Those with lesser comprehension may never reach this realm in their entire lifetime. Jiang Luo felt he had underestimated Lear. Her recent performance demonstrated a level of comprehension that had clearly been cultivated over time, while she devoted herself to mastering various familial etiquette. Her actual practice time was far less than his own. Upon hearing Jiang Luo's praise, Lear blushed slightly and turned to him, saying, Young master, I shall fetch you some water. She retrieved a cup of water and a towel from the basket, first gently wiping the sweat from Jiang Luo's forehead before offering him the cup. He took a hearty sip and then handed it back to her, saying, You should have a drink as well. Lear's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she accepted the cup and took a gentle sip. As evening approached, the horizon was painted with a soft pink glow, and the sunlight grew sparse yet tender. A gentle hue enveloped the reeds by the pond, kissed by a light blush of color. A soft breeze caressed the water's surface, creating ripples that carried the afterglow of the setting sun, gradually spreading into the distance. Chapter 10. Breaking through the seedling stage, sunlight filtered through the wispy clouds, slanting through the intricately carved wooden window and illuminating the room with the warmth of spring. The red gauze curtain swayed gently, creating an atmosphere of cozy warmth within. A soft murmur broke the tranquility as an arm emerged from beneath the vibrant red silk quilt. Lear blinked, her sleepy eyes open to find a pair of smiling eyes gazing back at her. Oh, she exclaimed, quickly retreating under the covers, her mind racing back to the events of the previous night, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. Lear, you have been injured. Please take the day to rest properly. Jiang's face bore a mischievous grin. Last night, Li warmed the bed for him. As a practitioner of martial arts, his temper was rather fiery. After traversing through 16 years, Jiang has finally relished a sumptuous meal once more. A response akin to the buzzing of mosquitoes arose from beneath the covers. Li's voice was barely audible, infused with a hint of shyness and sweetness. Jiang Luo smiled faintly, yet his mind had already delved into the sea of consciousness. Last night, at a pivotal moment, the stone book seemed to exhibit newfound activity. It has turned a page. His gaze fell upon the stone book, which revealed new text, affiliated species, emerald sword orchid, first-order spirit seed, growth plan 1, autonomous absorption of natural spiritual energy, growth efficiency, half a star, growth plan 2, oral intake of a 1/2 mixture of swordtail shrimp, cerebrospinal fluid, growth efficiency, 1 star, growth plan 3, dry the flesh of deep-sea moon clam, mix with ground swordtail shrimp exoskeleton in a 1:1 ratio, and swallow with water, growth efficiency, 2 stars. First order divine ability, profound ice sword chi. Jiang Luo swiftly perused the newly recorded content, discovering that, like the Moon's Veil, the stone book had documented over 100 growth strategies for the emerald sword orchid. The sole distinction lay in the addition of the phrase affiliated tribe. Is the stone book encouraging me to establish a harem? Jiang Luo murmured to himself. Having finally discovered a novel use for the stone book, yet, like the elusive beauty of the moon concealed behind clouds, an evolutionary path remained absent for the time being. Exiting the realm of consciousness, Jiang Luo gently patted Li's fragrant shoulder and inquired, "What resources do you typically use to cultivate the jade sword orchid?" Upon hearing his question, Li finally emerged from her cocoon of blankets, shaking her head. "As for the specific name, I am uncertain. Grandpa Zhang referred to it as first-tier jade sword orchid growth liquid." Jiang Luo suddenly recalled the extent of his family's secrecy regarding the formula, if he himself was unaware. How could Li possibly know? Thus, he rephrased his inquiry. "What does it look like, and how does it feel upon consumption?" Li tilted her head, pondered for a moment, and softly responded, "It resembles clear water, somewhat viscous, infused with a hint of spiritual energy. After consumption, the growth rate of the jade sword orchid is approximately double that of its usual pace." She paused, her face suddenly flushed, resembling a ripe apple. Her voice trembling. There is also a faint fishy odor. After speaking, she burrowed back under the covers. Jiang Luo's expression was peculiar. Considering the information provided by Li, it can be reasonably concluded that Li is most likely utilizing the first growth plan offered by Shu. Jianggo is situated by the sea, and the swordtail shrimp, being a marine creature, is not particularly rare. It is included in Jiang Luo's culinary repertoire. However, he always discards the shrimp heads, presumably for the purpose of concocting growth serum. His gaze shifted to the second growth method, considering the shrimp shells from the tail of the swordtail shrimp, which are likely unknown to many. At least, his family remains oblivious. Deep-sea clams inhabit the abyssal waters, occasionally surfacing during high tide, making them relatively easy to procure. With this in mind, Jiang Luo formulated a plan and patted his bedding. "You shall make a trip to the kitchen later and procure some seafood. I intend to conduct an experiment." Jiang Luo's persona is that of an inventor, frequently concocting peculiar contraptions that have long ceased to astonish his family. A muffled sound emanates from beneath the quilt. Jiang rose from his slumber and made his way to the training grounds, where he greeted his second uncle, Jiang Wuji. Remaining at the training grounds offered little room for advancement. Engaging in sparring with his uncle once or twice a month to assess practical combat effectiveness sufficed. In his spare time, he found it far more beneficial to engage in battles with dragonflies. Jiang Wuji, upon hearing Jiang Luo's method of cultivation, wore a look of wholehearted approval. Jiang Luo intended to discuss with his father the decision to cease the development of that small hillock, opting instead to designate it as an additional training ground for the family. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and half a month passed by slowly. In the bedroom, Jiang Luo gazed at the empty box before him, devoid of any contents. 200 vials of first-tier growth liquid had been completely consumed. From the initial requirement of 1 hour to absorb a single vial of first-tier growth liquid, the time needed had significantly diminished, becoming increasingly swift. Within his energy sea, the moonlit and ethereal flower had unfurled 12 leaves, each exceeding the size of the initial leaves by more than double. Jiang Luo's spirit settled within the dantian, where the Bua Yulan remained in its nascent stage. However, it appeared to have reached the pinnacle of its budding phase and was gathering momentum. Suddenly, One of its tender leaves seemed to have amassed energy to its utmost limit. The previously unfurled leaf began to open at a visibly accelerated pace, intricate patterns emerging from its surface. The rate at which Yulon absorbed spiritual energy surged dramatically, as if the leaves were inhaling, drawing in a different form of energy from the void. This newly absorbed energy bore a searing intensity, and when combined with the spiritual essence, the leaves exhaled waves of scorching true qi, which mingled harmoniously with the other true qi residing in the dantian. Since both forms of true qi were fundamentally derived from the same source, there was no conflict between them. Could this possibly be the energy of the sun? Jiang Luo had long anticipated this. Once the pure yang energy permeated his vital essence, his offensive capabilities would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. At this moment, his vital essence had already acquired attributes. He gazed at the leaf within his dantian, as if it were engaged in the process of photosynthesis. Jiang Luo stepped outside, standing beneath the sun. Indeed, the rate at which the leaves absorbed solar energy was more than doubled compared to being indoors. The seedlings had entered their growth phase. Jiang Luo clenched his fist. It took him merely over half a month to progress from the onset of his cultivation to the first stage of the seedling phase. Such remarkable speed would undoubtedly evoke envy in many. He grasped the long blade resting on the rack, and with a gentle flourish, a searing wave of sword energy descended upon a nearby leaf. Sizzle! A distinct scorch mark appeared on the surface of the leaf. Throughout this fortnight, Jiang Luo's mastery over his vital energy has advanced at an astonishing pace. While he has yet to achieve perfect control over dynamic targets, he can accurately strike stationary ones with precision. Once more, he summoned the vital energy from his dantian and unleashed another wave of sword energy, this time leaving a clear scratch upon the leaf. His vital energy can seamlessly transition between the attributes of the neutral and the yang. When the Moonlit Enigma reaches maturity, it will be able to absorb lunar energy, allowing for a fluid transformation between yin and yang attributes. Only when these dual forces merge will the Moonlit Enigma reveal its true power. According to his grandfather's speculation, the roots of the Moonlit Enigma might be exceptionally unusual. It is unheard of for any spiritual species to exhibit both yin and yang in their first stage. Jiang Luo pondered silently within her heart. The Jiang family has always maintained a low profile. The members of the family are cautioned to refrain from exhibiting their innate energy unless it is a matter of life and death. Should they be compelled to use it, they must ensure that no living soul bears witness. Outside the courtyard, footsteps echoed, and Li'er's voice emerged. Young master, a messenger from Aunt San has arrived. Chapter 11. Observations from the marketplace. Li'er led a dignified woman in her 30s through the courtyard. Upon seeing Jiang Luo, the woman clasped her hands and slightly bent her knees, offering a respectful greeting. I have the honor of meeting the eldest young master. Jiang Luo sheathed his sword and waved his hand, saying, there is no need for such formalities, Honggu. Is my third aunt looking for me? This individual is Honggu, the personal maid of Jiang Luo's third aunt. The direct lineage of the Jiang family's third generation comprises 5 sons and 3 daughters. The third aunt, the youngest daughter of the fourth grandfather, is also the youngest member of the third generation, responsible for the family's perfume and soap business. The third aunt has sent someone to inform us, presumably regarding the progress made in the perfume research she had previously commissioned. Indeed. Honggu smiled and said, the young lady has asked me to inform the eldest young master that the perfume research you arranged has been completed. The young lady has instructed that if the eldest young master has time, he may visit the perfume workshop. Since Jiang has been immersed in his cultivation since he entered the residence, he has yet to step outside. He remarked, very well. I shall accompany Honggu on this journey. Young master, I will arrange for the guards. Leo promptly assumed her role. Excellent. Jiang Luo proceeded towards the grand entrance, accompanied by the enchanting Honggu. At the threshold stood an exquisite carriage, its body masterfully crafted from rosewood, with a texture as delicate as a crab shell. The curved shafts were adorned with gilded glass, while the wheels, forged from an unusual metal, were intricately engraved with elaborate patterns. 2 magnificent steeds, devoid of any blemish, pranced in place, snorting proudly. Before long, Li'er emerged from the residence, leading 2 formidable men, their broad shoulders accentuated by their grip on long blades. We greet the young master, they proclaimed in unison, bowing deeply. These men hailed from the family's Black Kite Guard, entrusted with the duty of safeguarding the clan and its prominent figures. Though few in number, each was a peak first-tier warrior, seasoned by the trials of life and death. Jiang Luo subtly nodded. A person stepped forward to lift the brocade curtain of the carriage, and he promptly ascended into the vehicle, uttering, "Let us depart." Lear and Honggu entered the cabin, while two members of the Black Kite Guard drove the carriage away at a swift pace. Just as the carriage began to distance itself, another figure emerged from the residence, clad in attire similar to that of the Black Kite Guard, save for two golden threads adorning the cuffs. He gazed at the direction in which the carriage was headed, and with a flick of his toes, he followed closely behind. The city of Jiangzhou is nestled amidst mountains and waters, distinguished by its inner and outer city. The inner city primarily houses the government offices, station troops, temples, and the abodes of the city's esteemed officials. Certain long-established families, with their numerous descendants, predominantly reside in the outer city. The outer city is further divided into 4 districts: east, west, south, and north, bustling with shops, banks, eateries, and entertainment venues, where a myriad of people from various walks of life converge, creating an intricate tapestry of society. As a carriage traverses the streets, it slows its pace. The wheels rumble against the cobblestone path, producing a symphony of delicate clatter, while a medley of sounds wafts through the carriage windows. Jiang Luo lifts the silk curtain of the carriage window. Steamed buns, fresh crab soup dumplings. Don't miss out as you pass by a young attendant in a blue garment swiftly uncovers a steamer, releasing fragrant steam that envelopes the air. Nearby, a tea house is filled with itinerant merchants, a large iron kettle on the stove bubbles with heat, and the aroma of tea mingles with the steam, creating a haze in the crisp morning air. Several familiar merchants sit on long benches, clutching coarse porcelain bowls, exchanging snippets of information in a casual manner. The official news. The headline for today: the King Xianzi will perform at Minghui Tower next month. Tickets are now on sale at Minghui Tower. Details recorded in the official news. Just 2 won a ticket. An eccentric young newsboy dashes into the tea house, clutching a stack of news pamphlets. The proprietress, hands on her hips, scolds, "You rascal. The news usually costs only 1 won apiece. Why has it suddenly become 2 won today? I warn you, don't cheat customers in my establishment." The newsboy chuckles, unfazed, and replies, "Chuan Yangzi, I wouldn't dare cheat customers here. Today is different. There's significant news, and it's customary for prices to rise." He gestures outside. "Not just me. All the news today is 2 won apiece. If I sold it for 1, I'd be in big trouble." The proprietress scoffs. A mere performance counts as significant news. Before she can finish her thought, voices from nearby interject. "Hey, newsboy, I'll take a copy today. I want 1 too." In the blink of an eye, he sells 4 or 5 copies. Chuan Yangzi swallows hard, muttering, "This money is easy to earn." "Young master, I would like a copy as well." Lear confidently tosses a small piece of silver from the window, landing in the newsboy's pocket. The boy's eyes sparkle. Upon noticing a splendid carriage, he realizes a distinguished figure is passing by. He quickly bows slightly and hurries forward, handing several papers to Lear with a bright smile, respectfully saying, "My lord, here are the newspapers you requested." Though the young newsboy appears youthful, he has encountered countless individuals. Recognizing Lear's attire, he understands she is a maid, while the gentleman inside is the true master. However, he dares not engage Jiang Luo in conversation. Referring to Lear as Miss would be inappropriate, hinting at something improper. Calling her sister risks undermining her status, and should she be in a foul mood, he might find himself in dire straits. Addressing her as "my lord" strikes the perfect balance, both respectful and discreet, preserving her identity. Jiang Luo drew the car curtain and smiled. "When did you develop an interest in playing the piano?" He had observed the enthusiasm of the crowd just moments ago. The pianist had quite the following. "Young master, you may not be aware." Lear revealed 2 delicate dimples. The fame of the pianist resonates throughout the entire Dian Empire, and she has even been invited to perform in the imperial palace. Countless dignitaries and nobility have spent lavishly just to hear her play a single piece. Is it truly that remarkable? Jiang Luo was perplexed. Was it merely playing a musical instrument? Was the world truly so fervent in its pursuit of stardom? This celestial musician undoubtedly possessed some extraordinary abilities. Honggu interjected, stating, "Her melodies are anything but ordinary. It is said that a martial artist once listened to her play and, in that moment, transcended into a realm of unparalleled mastery. Since then, the celestial musician's reputation has soared. It is understandable that her art possesses unique effects." Jiang Luo inquired, "Is the martial arts of the King Xianzi related to the Guqin?" After a moment of contemplation, Honggu replied that there was no concrete evidence to establish a connection between the King Xianzi's martial arts and the Guqin. She herself had not disclosed any information regarding this matter. However, according to the conjectures of some esteemed martial artists who had heard her play. It was highly probable that there was indeed a correlation. Jiang Luo took the newspaper from Li Er's hands and glanced at the performance schedule. There remained half a month. Tomorrow, Mingwei Tower would commence ticket sales, adopting an auction format, with a limited number of seats released each day. He instructed Li Er, afterward, "Go to my mother and collect 10,000 taels, secure a private box for the event." The industry provided by Jiang Luo has yielded a 10% profit share, temporarily entrusted to his mother, Li Rushuang, for safekeeping. The exact amount earned remains somewhat unclear to him, though it undoubtedly exceeds 10,000 taels. The young master need not complicate matters, as he can simply coordinate with the family's external affairs steward in Mingwei Tower. Honggu chuckled, remarking that as one of the 4 prominent families of Jiazhou, the Jiang family certainly enjoys such privileges. Jiang Luo's mind had not yet fully adjusted, and he momentarily forgot his identity as the young master of the Jiang family. He smiled faintly and said, "Let us proceed as Aunt Hong suggested." "Yes, young master." The Jiang family's residence is situated in the heart of the eastern district of the outer city, while the perfume workshop is rather secluded, approximately 10 kilometers from the family estate. As the carriage traverses the outer city, the population dwindles, and with a sharp command from the Black Kite Guard, the 2 horses gallop forth, raising a cloud of dust as they disappear into the distance. Chapter 12. Formulating the Growth Recipe. The Jiang family's perfumery workshop stands majestically by the water, sprawling across a vast expanse. Even from the periphery, one can witness the radiant glow piercing through the delicate mist, transforming the endless sea of flowers into a tapestry woven of golden crimson hues. The jasmine blooms, pure as fallen stars, and the roses, rich as the gathering clouds, mingle with violets and lemon blossoms that unfurl gracefully in the morning dew. The flower gatherers, with earthen jars tied at their waists, delicately pinch the petals with calloused fingers, dropping them into the jars, while beads of sweat trickling from their brows seem to paint a vivid oil painting upon the earth. A horse-drawn carriage rolls over the gravel path, traversing the floral expanse, until it abruptly encounters towering walls of blue bricks. 8 guards clad in black, wielding goose-feathered sabers, march in formation. Their keen eyes scan the carriage as they prepare to inquire. However, Honggu, lifting the carriage curtain, interjects, "Do not disturb the esteemed guest." The patrol team bows and departs. Honggu leads Jiang Luo through the grand entrance of the workshop, first passing the distillation chamber, where dozens of colossal earthen jars stand in regimented rows along the wall, their openings glistening with fresh dew. With admiration, Honggu remarks, "The method of distilling flower essence proposed by the young master has increased the fragrance yield by 30%. She is unaware of the boundless ingenuity that Jiang Luo possesses. In a previous life, Jiang inadvertently acquired knowledge of the art of perfume making, although the craftsmanship here pales in comparison to that of his former existence. The Jiang family's perfume production techniques undoubtedly surpass those of other merchants in this realm, establishing it as one of their most lucrative enterprises. Since the establishment of the perfume workshop, they have thwarted numerous waves of spies attempting to steal their fragrant secrets, which explains the stringent security measures surrounding their production facility." Jiang Luo observed the industrious workers and inquired, "Is it easy to recruit incense makers?" The Jiang family offered generous compensation to the incense workers, yet stipulated that they could never leave the perfume workshop. To accommodate this, the Jiang family constructed a village behind the workshop for the workers to reside in. Honggu comprehended Jiang Luo's intentions and remarked with a smile, "Is the eldest young master concerned about the difficulty of recruiting workers?" Jiang Luo contemplates the journey of others through his own experiences. In an extraordinary realm, if it were he would stake his very life in pursuit of the path to transcendence, giving no heed to the favorable conditions of the workshop. Before Jiang Luo could respond, Honggu interjected, "Not everyone aspires to rise above the masses. The workshop, while it may impose restrictions on freedom, has also afforded the workers a life of abundance, with meals replete with wine and meat, free from the perils of mortality." Initially, some harbored doubts, yet once the standard of living among the workshop workers became known, it has become nearly impossible to gain entry without some connection to the Jiang family. The newly recruited workers are all introduced by acquaintances. Jiang Luo was taken aback by the remark, realizing he had assumed too much. Upon reflection, it was indeed reasonable. Only a select few could embark on the path of cultivation. For the sake of an elusive future, it seemed more prudent to choose a stable and secure life. As they chatted, the trio passed by the fermentation cellar and arrived at the fragrance pavilion. A rich and intoxicating blend of floral scents enveloped them, while several researchers clad in white coats busily experimented with various plant essences to concoct new fragrances, oblivious to the arrival of Jiang Luo and his companions. Upon reaching the innermost room, Honggu knocked on the door. "Come in," came a languid voice from within. As the door swung open, they were greeted by a stunningly beautiful woman. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, and she wore a flowing crimson gown. Her brows, resembling distant mountains, arched elegantly from her forehead to her temples, imparting an air of icy grace. It was none other than Jiang Luo's third aunt, Jiang Wuyue. "Luo, you have arrived." Jiang Wuyue rose and greeted with a newfound softness in her expression, waving her hand towards Honggu. Upon witnessing this, Li'er softly remarked, "Young master, I shall await you outside." Once the two departed, Jiang Wuyue's composed demeanor instantly shattered, her face transforming with exuberance as she grasped Jiang Luo's arm, exclaiming with delight, "Your method is simply extraordinary. Who would have imagined that such a foul substance mixed into the perfume could sustain its fragrance for an entire day?" Recently, Jiang proposed the incorporation of ambergris into perfumes. In this world, it is referred to as gray amber, but henceforth it will be uniformly called ambergris. He even devised a set of theories that are easily digestible, suggesting that the transformation of yin and yang leads to an ultimate state where the most extreme of foulness becomes fragrance. Jiang Wuyue experimented and found the results exceeded her expectations. In this world, fragrances predominantly derive from sandalwood, agarwood, and other wooden materials, primarily utilized in the form of sachets or incense sticks. Ambergris, as a rare medicinal ingredient, is not particularly expensive. Jiangzhou, being adjacent to the sea, provides the Jiang family with a convenient means to procure ambergris through their apothecary, allowing them to operate discreetly. Jiang Wuyue muttered to herself, her expression one of distress. Why is it that using pig manure and cow dung fails to achieve the same effect? Is it perhaps not foul enough? Jiang Luo's lips curled in a slight grimace, prompting her to quickly interject. Is it conceivable that ambergris, having not fully digested within the belly of a whale, transforms into a new substance, markedly distinct from swine excrement and bovine manure? Jiang Wuyue, appearing bewildered, clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Luo, your words hold great wisdom." Jiang Luo, fearing that she might experiment with some chaotic substances, quickly suggested, "You might want to try musk, though in this world it is referred to as stink seed, for otherwise the logic would falter. I trust everyone will understand, and the subsequent references will remain consistent. It should also yield some results." Jiang Wuyue furrowed her brows and inquired, "Does musk pose a risk of miscarriage for pregnant women?" "There is no need to add a substantial amount. A mere touch will suffice. Both ambergris and musk, as medicinal substances, have implications for expectant mothers. However, the negligible quantity present in perfume is unlikely to cause harm, certainly less than the repercussions of consuming something unsuitable that leads to severe gastrointestinal distress." "Indeed, that holds true." Jiang Wuyue contemplated that a piece of ambergris could yield an enormous quantity of perfume. If musk were to be utilized in a similar manner, it would pose no significant threat to individuals. She was instantly filled with eager anticipation. "The musk family apothecary has it readily available. I shall experiment with it tomorrow." Jiang Luo did not linger in the perfume shop for long. After acquiring a few sample bottles, he departed, encountering neither surprises nor dangers along the way, and returned home safely. Upon entering his room, he retrieved a packet of powder and beckoned, "Li'er, come in for a moment." "Young master, you called for me." Li'er entered, and Jiang Luo handed her the packet of powder, saying, "Take this and consume it with water." Li'er accepted the paper packet and casually inquired, "Young master, what is this?" "You will know once you take it." Jiang Luo resolved to present the meticulously developed 2-star growth formula to the world. Li'er poured herself a cup of water from the table. Even if it were a packet of poison that the young master commanded her to ingest, she would not hesitate. She folded the oiled paper into a strip and poured the powder along the line into her mouth, a faint metallic taste pervading her palate, which she promptly washed down with water. "How does it feel?" Jiang Luo was configuring growth resources for the first time, uncertain of their efficacy. Li'er initially fell silent, but after a short while, a look of delight spread across her face. She embraced Jiang Luo's arm and exclaimed with excitement, "Young master, I feel that the speed of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth is nearly twice as fast as when consuming the growth liquid." "Twice, you say?" Jiang Luo contemplated that the consumption of a single-star growth liquid was twice as effective as not using it. while a 2-star variant was twice as effective as the 1-star. If this pattern of exponential growth continued, then the 5-star formula would equate to 32 times the rate of natural growth. This was merely his conjecture. The specifics would require further exploration. Chapter 13. A glimpse of the cornerly air, with her eyes closed, had delicate lashes that fluttered gently. After a moment, she added, "The rate of consumption of the medicinal powder is considerably slower than that of the growth liquid, making it more enduring." "That's just right." Zhang Luo gently stroked his chin, finally coming to a realization. Certain medicinal ingredients were exceedingly precious. He always felt that employing the 5-star growth plan to cultivate a first-tier spirit seed, while swift, was ultimately not cost-effective. Now, it all made sense. "Let us venture to the back mountain." Zhang Luo gently patted Li Er's fragrant shoulder, feeling the sudden tension in the young girl's delicate butterfly bones through the sheer fabric. The stone path of the back mountain wound like a serpent. As Zhang Luo ascended the steps with a sandalwood box containing finely prepared perfume samples, Li Er followed closely behind, the mountain breeze carrying the fragrant essence of flowers and grass, intoxicating the senses. At the summit's pavilion, Jiang Lu leaned against the vermilion-painted railing, a wine gourd in hand. Upon seeing Jiang Luo's arrival, he let out a tipsy belch, squinting his drowsy eyes, and mumbled indistinctly, "Little Luo has come." Jiang Luo glanced at the two elderly gentlemen engrossed in their game, then turned his gaze, raising the paper bag in his hand. "Great aunt, I have brought you some perfume." Jiang Lu extended her hand to receive the paper bag, retrieving a glass vial of perfume from the sandalwood box, the pale pink liquid flowing gracefully within. She flicked her finger, allowing a few drops of the fragrant essence to cascade onto her wrist, then leaned closer to inhale. It was more aromatic than her previous fragrances. The few drops she had just dispensed were sufficient to linger throughout the day. Jiang Luo's lips curled into a subtle smile as she cheerfully explained, "This gift is delightful. My dear aunt truly adores it." Jiang Lu placed the perfume into her bag, her gaze sweeping over Li Er's form as if it were a tangible force. After a moment, she remarked, "You possess a commendable talent for a maid. You are indeed a promising prospect." Li Er hastily lowered her head, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of her garment. Under her mistress's scrutinizing gaze, she felt as if no secret could remain concealed. At that moment, second uncle's defeat was evident. He pushed the chessboard aside and reclined against the chair, saying, "Luo has arrived. Let us not neglect our important matters." "This is utterly absurd." The river breeze ruffled his brows as he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Second brother, you cannot bear to lose like this. The game is not yet concluded, so how can you declare me the loser?" Jiang Lin cast a sidelong glance, visibly displeased. The integrity of his chess skills is in decline. The integrity of his chess skills is in decline. The river breeze trembles as it points toward the riverbank, filled with deep sorrow. Jiang Lu chuckled softly, for it was only during their chess matches that her two elder brothers would engage in such fierce rivalry. "Ahem. Luo, if there is something of importance, do hasten to share it." Jiang Lin swiftly shifted the topic, refusing to engage in a quarrel with Jiang Feng. "Alas, I have become a shield." Jiang Luo was taken aback by the unexpected sight of the two elderly gentlemen. For reasons unknown, during his 2 visits, he had not encountered his 3rd and 4th grandfathers. Suppressing his thoughts, he took the opportunity to speak. "I have developed a growth formula specifically for the jade sword orchid, which proves to be twice as effective as the existing methods employed by our family." Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. "You mentioned that you have developed a growth formula specifically for the jade sword orchid?" "Indeed." Jiang Luo nodded in affirmation. "Not long ago, I had pair invite from the kitchen." "Stop." Before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by the 3 elders. Jiang Luo wore an expression of bewilderment. Jiang Feng rose to his feet, gazing intently into Jiang Luo's eyes. "Do you understand why we never discuss matters of the formula at home? It is out of fear of revealing secrets." Jiang Luo furrowed her brow slightly, her expression one of confusion. "Is it really all right to speak here? After all, we are among our own. Who would dare to leak anything?" Li Er's face turned pale. She was the only outsider present. She shook her head helplessly, insisting, "I will not speak of it." Jiang Luo held her hand, signaling that all was well. "Do not be anxious, little girl. This does not concern you." The gentle Jiang Feng remarked, his gaze once again resting upon Jiang Luo. "Dear Luo, you underestimate this world. Your grandfathers and your great-aunt, we never discuss matters of the formula in private. Do you know why?" Jiang Lu circulated her vital energy to evaporate the alcohol within her body. Casting a glance at Jiang Feng and Jiang Lan, she spoke with a serious expression, Luo had not previously grasped the core secrets. Within the family, the teachings were subtle and implicit, lacking a clear articulation of the gravity of the situation. It is essential that I have a thorough discussion with Luo. Jiang Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, his aura exuding an imposing presence, akin to a lion awakening from slumber. Indeed, the trivial contraptions crafted by Luo in the past were mere child's play. What lies before us now is truly remarkable. Zhang Luo did not perceive the reaction of the three elders as excessive. There must be some rationale behind this matter. Jiang Feng took a moment to gather his thoughts before articulating. In this world, there exists an innumerable variety of spiritual seeds, each possessing unique and often peculiar abilities. No one can fully comprehend the extent of these spiritual seeds or the myriad effects they may have. He paused for a moment and provided an example. Consider the Bodhi spiritual seed of the Buddhist sect, which is endowed with divine powers such as the eye of heaven and the ear of heaven, enabling one to see for miles and hear from all directions. If one were to seek out information, how would you safeguard against such abilities? A chill ran down Zhang's spine, as if an unseen eye were descending from the heavens to scrutinize him. If someone were deliberately eavesdropping on the Jiang family, the words he had just uttered would effortlessly be divulged. Jiang Luo meticulously recalled his previous words. Fortunately, being of a cautious disposition, he had not divulged any significant secrets. Noticing Jiang Luo's tense demeanor, Jiang Feng sought to ease the atmosphere. There is no need for you to be overly anxious. Such extraordinary spiritual seeds are, after all, not commonplace. Moreover, the Jiang family is not currently under constant surveillance. Is there truly no method of defense? Upon learning of this matter, Jiang Luo felt an unsettling chill within. In the intricate balance of existence, no one dares to claim invincibility in their powers. Certain factions possess abilities that can obscure their presence, while others wield formations capable of thwarting eavesdropping. Jiang Feng sighed. However, the Jiang family currently lacks such profound heritage. Zhang's thoughts raced anxiously as she pondered extensively. Wasn't it exceedingly difficult to keep the family's recipes for glass and perfume confidential? The number of workers involved in these industries was vast, and the technology itself was not particularly complex. Should a powerful entity wish to eavesdrop, it would require no intricate knowledge of the entire process. Merely monitoring the workflow would suffice for replication, which was far from insurmountable. Currently, only ordinary factions sought to pilfer their technology, and the profits from perfumes and glass were not yet substantial enough to attract the attention of the top-tier powers. However, should these profits continue to rise and pique the interest of such formidable entities, the situation could become precarious. Sensing the gravity of the conversation, Jiang Feng exuded an air of pride. The Jiang family is not to be trifled with. Anyone daring to reach out must consider whether they possess the appetite for it. Jiang Luo's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. It appeared that the old gentleman was imbued with considerable confidence. Jiang Feng cleared his throat and promptly shifted the topic. I shall not inquire about how you developed the formula. Just remember, such remarks should remain unspoken. Simply document them with pen and paper for me. He then added with a significant tone, what the family ought not to know should remain buried within. Jiang Luo pondered. Has the old man sensed something? Yet, he seemingly had no intention of probing further. Perhaps this is for the best, as it spares me the trouble of explanations. The truth must remain unspoken, yet if subsequent formulas are revealed in abundance, no matter how meticulously I fabricate excuses, they will inevitably reveal flaws. I shall bear this in mind. Jiang Luo nodded solemnly and spoke. Grandfather, are there any more commonly encountered treasures of heaven and earth? I wish to conduct more experiments. He initially believed that consuming the most ordinary growth elixir would suffice to reach the pinnacle of the first tier in merely half a year, deeming there was no need for haste. However, upon hearing the elder's previous remarks, a sense of urgency suddenly welled up within him. It was imperative to grow swiftly and explore the myriad applications of the stone book. Chapter 14. Formulating a 3-star potion. The river breeze gently tapped Jiang Luo's forehead and said, Did I not bestow upon you my token? Should you require anything, simply compile a list and allow the steward to procure it for you. Should the steward be unable to locate it, seek assistance from your father. If your father too is unable to provide, then you may return to me. Jiang Lume smiled, her eyes resembling a crescent moon. How has Luo become so obedient? Your grandfather's token. She deliberately elongated her final syllable. It wouldn't matter if we emptied the treasury. Jiang Feng shot an exasperated glance at Jiang Lu, admonishing her not to lead Luo astray. Jiang Luo felt a deep sense of shame and introspection. My experience as a young master is still lacking. With the old gentleman's token in hand, it is sufficient to instruct others to carry out tasks. Moreover, it seems the old gentleman has no intention of reclaiming the token. He clasped the token against his body, assuring, "Rest assured, grandfather, I will not act recklessly." While it is commendable to have a passion for research, one must not neglect the fundamentals of cultivation. The old gentleman earnestly advised, casually inquiring, "How is your progress in cultivation?" Jiang Luo truthfully replied, "I have just entered the seedling stage, and my mastery of qi has reached a profound level of comprehension." Jiang Feng, Jiang Lin, and Jiang Luo exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a palpable unease. After a brief silence, Jiang Feng finally spoke, "You must take control yourself." Jiang Luo left behind the 2-star growth formula for the emerald sword orchid and departed with the air. "My grandson is quite remarkable." The river breeze carried a distant gaze, prompting a heartfelt exclamation. Jiang Luo is still somewhat inexperienced. In this world, how can there be so many coincidences? Jiang Lin, unperturbed, lifted his cup of tea and took a sip, chuckling as he remarked, "Who doesn't harbor a few secrets? My Jiang family has more than its fair share." Jiang Feng shook his head and chuckled softly, "Indeed, that is true." Jiang Lu gazed at Jiang Luo as he departed, taking another sip of wine. "Brother, when do you plan to advance?" The mountain breeze fluttered Jiang Feng's garments as he spoke in a somber tone. "Wuhan is on the verge of breaking into the 3rd tier. I shall relinquish the position of clan leader to him and retreat into the shadows to facilitate my own ascendance." The two exchanged a nod, and all conversation came to an abrupt halt. They returned to the small courtyard. Jiang Luo meticulously compiled an extensive list of rare treasures and resources, adding some unnecessary ingredients to the recipes. He then handed the token and the list to Lier, instructing her, "Please visit the treasury and retrieve the resources on this list. For those that are unavailable, ask the steward to gather them." "Yes, young master." Lier carefully accepted the token and the document, securing them close to her person. This token had the power to mobilize all the resources of the family, and carrying it felt akin to wielding immense strength. "By the way, regarding the matters of the Mingwei building's private room, please have the steward attend to that as well." The steward of the Jiang family is appointed from among the collateral relatives, serving a role akin to that of the master's assistant, wielding considerable authority. The external affairs steward of the Jiang family operates directly under the steward's supervision. With that, Lier hurriedly departed, clutching the token. Having arranged his affairs, Jiang Luo sought out his brother Dragonfly for a bout. He harbored no concerns regarding his cultivation. There exists a saying in this world, theoretically, with a complete evolutionary path and ample resources for growth, anyone can ascend to the pinnacle. However, the realm of martial arts is a true test of one's comprehension and innate talent. Swish, swish, swish. In the combat arena with Dragonfly, Jiang Luo's sword aura had progressed remarkably compared to a fortnight ago, having reached a state of profound understanding. This advancement was the result of over a decade of rigorous swordsmanship practice. He had merely struggled to integrate his true energy with his technique. Achieving this state of understanding meant that the culmination of 16 years of effort had been expended in a single moment. It is nearly impossible to attain mastery in such a short span, as past sparring sessions and life and death battles differ in nature, lacking a sense of crisis and urgency. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Jiang Luo returned to his courtyard. Lier had completed her tasks and returned, cautiously standing at the entrance of the small courtyard, with a sword in her right hand and a water cup in her left. Jiang Luo took the cup of water and gulped down a few mouthfuls. There was no need to be so anxious, nothing would be lost at home. With such an abundance of resources, even selling me wooden tea suffice if they were to disappear. Pear, with a playful flick of her tongue, relaxed her tense body and handed the token to Jiang Luo, saying, "I've placed the resources in your room." As Jiang Luo walked, he inquired, "How many resources have been gathered from the list?" Lier followed closely behind, responding, "The precious materials are all stored in the treasure trove, while the usual resources are being assembled by the steward and will be delivered before dusk. As for some peculiar items, they require time to collect." Jiang Luo compiled the list of rare resources based on the previous visit to the treasury. The butler primarily gathered resources under the 3-star growth formula, along with some peculiar auxiliary items from formulas above 3 stars. While collecting these was not overly challenging, some required acquisition at specific moments, while others demanded a bit of time. Upon returning to the room, Jiang Luo retrieved a substantial pouch of 2nd-tier medicinal powder from the drawer and handed it to Lier. "From now on, you shall use this," he declared. Lier waved her hand, hesitantly responding, "Young master, this is far too precious." Jiang Luo grasped Lier's hand and placed the medicinal pouch into her palm, saying, "You are mine now, Take this. The materials for the Jade Sword Orchid's 2-star growth plan were quite affordable, no more expensive than the remedies Li Air had previously employed, but the formulation was unexpectedly complex. A blush blossomed on Li Air's cheeks as she daringly rose on her toes, her delicate lips brushing against Jiang Luo's cheek for the briefest moment before she hurriedly withdrew. Exclaiming, "Young master, I shall go cultivate now." Jiang Luo chuckled softly and shook her head. Although the resources for the 2-star formula were temporarily incomplete, there happened to be a complete 3-star growth liquid in the treasury. The preparation was not complicated, and it was of the kind that could be used immediately upon creation. Jiang Luo's mind sank into the stone book, flipping to the page of the formula. Growth Plan 69, Mist Sea Lotus, 10. Yin-Yang Stone, 5. Beaming Cold Jade, 5. Fire Element Crystal, 5. Spiritual Liquid, 75. Immerse the roots of the Mist Sea Lotus in 5 times the weight of spiritual liquid. Then add the powdered fire element crystal. Once the Mist Sea Lotus turns a fiery red, swiftly introduce the powdered Beaming Cold Jade to cool it down. After it returns to its original state, reintegrate the powdered fire element crystal, repeating this process 9 times. When the Mist Sea Lotus is shattered, combine it with the remaining spiritual liquid and powdered yin-yang stone to neutralize, then consume once melted. Growth efficiency, 3 stars. Who could have imagined such an extraordinary method? Jiang Luo clicked his tongue, meticulously reviewing the process several times until it was firmly etched in his mind. He picked up a jade box from the table, which contained a lotus flower the size of a palm, pristine white, and with its roots preserved intact. Carefully, he extracted the lotus from the jade box and placed it upon the scale, which indicated a precise weight of 50 grams. Subsequently, he poured out a spiritual liquid from a large jade vial, dividing it into 2 portions, one of 125 grams and another of 250 grams. He then ground the yin-yang stone, the Northming Cold Jade, and the fire element crystal into a fine powder, taking 25 grams of each, and evenly partitioned the Northming Cold Jade and the fire element crystal into 9 equal parts. All preparations were now complete. Jiang Luo meticulously inspected everything once more. After confirming its accuracy, he poured a small portion of the spiritual liquid into the ceramic jar on the table, carefully submerging the roots of the Misty Sea Lotus into the liquid. Chapter 15. Remarkable effects. The Misty Sea Lotus gradually immersed itself in the spiritual liquid, its translucent petals gently swaying within the milky white substance. Jiang Luoping held his breath, his fingertips delicately pinching a handful of fire essence crystal powder. The minuscule crystalline grains glimmered with a crimson radiance, reminiscent of smoldering embers. With a flick of his wrist, he sprinkled the powder into the spiritual liquid, instantly provoking a flurry of tiny bubbles, the gurgling sound resonating eerily in the stillness of the room. The roots of the Misty Sea Lotus seemed to recoil as if scalded, curling tightly before rapidly unfurling, tracing delicate ripples across the surface of the spiritual liquid. Jiang Luo bent down closely, the tip of his nose brushing against the edge of the ceramic pot. As the subtly tinted crimson essence seeped along the roots into the body of the lotus adrift in the misty sea, the pristine white roots bore a faint hint of red, reminiscent of blood coursing through veins. The edges of the lotus petals began to shimmer softly, revealing a glint of fiery red amidst the snow-white hue. It was effective. Jiang Luo felt a sense of relief wash over him, his fingertips unconsciously tapping upon the ceramic jar. His gaze remained steadfast, firmly fixed upon the lotus of the misty sea, fearful of missing even the slightest change. The power of the fire element crystal gradually permeated, deepening the hue of the lotus until it radiated a brilliant crimson, resembling a blazing flame. The edges of the lotus petals began to curl, akin to paper scorched by intense heat, subtly exhibiting signs of withering. Jiang Luo, with swift reflexes, seized the meticulously prepared Northming Cold Jade powder. With a flick of her wrist, the crystalline powder cascaded like snowflakes, instantly lowering the temperature of the spiritual liquid, which formed a delicate layer of frost upon its surface. The lotus of the misty sea, as if quenched after a prolonged drought, fervently danced its roots, greedily absorbing the chilly essence, while its fiery hue gradually faded. The lotus flower regained its pristine whiteness, yet its petals bore a faint crimson vein, resembling a mark seared upon it. This process was repeated 9 times, transforming the surface of the lotus of the misty sea from pure white to a blend of red and white, as the contents of the earthen jar dwindled. At last, the final step. The roots of the lotus of the misty sea swiftly absorbed the last remnants of the spiritual liquid, and fine cracks began to emerge upon the surface of the lotus, akin to ice crystals fracturing under sunlight. With a crisp crack, The lotus started to disintegrate from its roots, collapsing like a fallen row of dominoes, its entire form reduced to fine powder that settled at the bottom of the jar. Jiang Luo swiftly poured the last vial of spiritual liquid into the container, followed closely by the addition of the yin-yang stone powder. The disparate powders melded within the spiritual liquid, emitting a faint hissing sound, as if undergoing a cycle of ice and fire, with the two opposing forces clashing fiercely within the vessel. At times, they crystallized into ice, and at others, they bubbled and boiled. After a full hour of tumultuous transformation, they gradually settled into tranquility under the influence of the yin-yang stone. How marvelous! Jiang Luo gazed upon the final product. An abundance of powder had vanished into the spirit liquid. Ultimately, the spirit liquid transformed into a pool of light red viscous fluid, emanating a subtle and delicate fragrance. Jiang Luo retrieved several jade vials containing first-tier growth liquid and meticulously divided the liquid among them. Each vial held approximately 50 milliliters, and he filled a total of 8 vials to the brim. Once the division was complete, he took a deep breath, eagerly opened one vial, and tilted his head back to consume its contents in one swift motion. The liquid was chilling upon entry, but it soon transformed into a warm current that surged into his dantian. The spiritual energy in the room seemed to be drawn towards him, swirling together to form a small vortex. Such a potent effect. Jiang Luo's eyes shimmered with the divine light. He immersed his mind into the ocean of qi, witnessing the roots of the elusive moonflower swiftly extending deeper. The second pair of cotyledons grew at a remarkable pace, their leaves gradually unfurling, hinting at an imminent blossoming. A rumble echoed. Jiang Luo swallowed hard, his heart shaken. Perhaps the 5-star growth plan was unnecessary for him. The results exceeded all expectations. As time passed, Jiang Luo sat cross-legged, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, akin to an old monk in deep meditation. After 3.5 hours, the growth liquid was nearly depleted. Within his dantian, mist swirled, and a new seedling fully unfurled. In just a few days, he would be able to catch up to Li Er's cultivation level. Jiang Luo opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy flashing within them. He made a rough estimate that the efficacy of the 3-star growth liquid was approximately 4 times that of the 1-star variant, with its durability similarly around 4-fold. Aligning closely with his initial conjectures, utilizing the power of the stone book, his absorption rate was an astonishing 48 times that of an ordinary person. Just 1 hour of his training equated to roughly half a month of others consuming the 1-star growth liquid. In less than 4 hours, his progress was akin to others continuously partaking of the 1-star growth liquid for 2 months. Such terrifying potential. At this pace, upon consuming the remaining 7 bottles, he would reach the pinnacle of the seedling stage in his cultivation. Jiang Luo murmured to himself, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. However, upon introspecting his dantian, he discovered that several drops of undigested growth liquid still lingered in the qi sea, as if the moon-blocking Yao had overindulged, ceasing to absorb the remaining energy. It seemed he would need to pause for a few days. Jiang Luo let out a sigh of relief, pondering whether the rapid progress might harbor unforeseen consequences. As the enchanting Yutin ceased indulging in her feast, he found solace in her restraint. He rose and pushed open the door. The night was deep, and the moonlight cascaded like a silver veil upon the Osmanthus tree in the courtyard, where the dewdrops glimmered softly in the lunar glow. The late spring night breeze carried a hint of chill, dispersing the lingering scent of medicine from the room. "Young master, you haven't dined yet. Shall I fetch you a late-night snack?" came Li Er's voice from behind. She was draped in a delicate gauze robe, her hair tips still imbued with the moisture of her recent bath, glistening faintly in the moonlight. "No need. It is merely a matter of fleeting appetite." Jiang Luo waved his hand, his gaze resting on Li Er's fair cheeks, which were tinged with a rosy hue. Once a martial artist ascends to a certain level, the nourishment of spiritual energy renders them impervious to the need for sustenance for 10 days or even half a month. Li Er nodded and added, "The steward has sent some supplies over, and they are in my room. I noticed the young master was in the midst of his training, so I refrained from disturbing him." "Well, let us discuss this tomorrow." Jiang Luo responded with a lackluster interest, noting that, given his current circumstances, the distinction between a 3-star potion and a 5-star potion was negligible. Furthermore, he could absorb no more than what he already had. Such a situation was unprecedented in the literature he had encountered. Typically, others pondered how to enhance the speed at which their spiritual seeds absorbed spiritual energy. It was likely only the most exceptional geniuses who, upon consuming high-star growth potions, would find themselves in a situation akin to his own. Jiang Luo mused internally. Perhaps only when he attained a higher level of cultivation and the evolution time of his spiritual seed markedly increased could the true value of the formulas be realized. By the way, my lady sent someone this evening to convey a message, requesting that you visit her tomorrow, Lier gently reminded. My mother? Jiang Luo inquired. Did they mention the purpose of seeking me? Lier shook her head. The visitor did not specify. Jiang Luo pondered for a moment, unable to discern the reason behind his mother's visit. As the night deepened, he gently tousled Lier's hair and spoke softly, It's late. You should rest early. Leah lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, resembling a piece of lustrous agate under the moonlight. Chapter 16. The family dividend arrives in the early hours of the following day. Before dawn had broken, Jiang Luo was already awake. Habitually, he immersed his spirit into the sea of energy within him. A few drops of pale red medicinal liquid floated serenely beneath his dantian, while the roots of the closed moon and ethereal flowers quivered slightly, as if still digesting the fruits of yesterday's efforts. Were it not for his body showing no signs of anomaly, Jiang Luo might have doubted the integrity of his spiritual seed. Young master, you are awake. Leah rubbed her sleepy eyes, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of her snow-white shoulder from beneath the covers, glistening with a pearlescent sheen in the morning light. If you are tired, rest a little longer. Jiang Luo gently rested his right hand on Lier's skin, as smooth as silk, his tone imbued with a hint of tenderness. Lier chuckled softly, her eyes curving like crescent moons, illuminating the room with her presence. She playfully cast a reproachful glance at Jiang Luo, her cheek lightly pressed against his chest, half closing her eyes, for what maid would rise later than her master. Her voice was sweet and melodious, laced with a touch of coquettishness. You are the best, young master. After a moment of intimacy, Jiang Luo rose from the bed. As he pushed open the door, the sky revealed a pale hue of dawn, the soft morning light dispersing the darkness of the night. Dewdrops hung like jewels on the branches in the courtyard, and the air was imbued with the refreshing scent of greenery. A few early birds flitted about the branches, their crisp chirps heralding the arrival of a new day. Remembering that he would soon visit his mother, Jiang Luo decided against seeking out his brother, Dragonfly, for a spar, opting instead to practice with his sword in the courtyard. As the blade glimmered, he suddenly paused, his actions halted by a realization. The moon-closing and quiet-dispersing technique was swiftly replenishing the vital energy he had just expended, achieving a perfect balance between absorption and consumption. Once his energy was restored, the spiritual seed quietly settled, and the medicinal liquid in his dantian diminished slightly. Such efficacy, indeed. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Jiang Luo's eyes as a sudden inspiration struck him. Henceforth, when venturing outside, he could perhaps take some medicinal elixirs in advance as a means to replenish his vital energy. According to the family scriptures, the vital energy feedback from the closed moon and the secluded flower at the same tier is significantly more robust than that of ordinary spiritual seeds. Otherwise, Jiang Luo would not have been able to sustain his cultivation for an entire afternoon upon merely stepping into the first tier. However, he did not possess a clear understanding of the extent of this enhancement. During his spar with Lier, neither of them dared to unleash their full potential. Moreover, as his second uncle shared the same spiritual seed, no discernible difference could be discerned. A powerful surge of impulse welled up within Jiang Luo, compelling an urgent desire to battle with outsiders and validate his own strength. As the sun gradually ascended over the eastern horizon, Jiang Luo exhaled a deep breath, his breath striking the courtyard wall like an arrow, producing a muffled thud. The remnants of medicinal liquid in his dantian had been nearly exhausted, and his true chi seemed to have gained a degree of agility compared to before. A flicker of enlightenment dawned upon him. While the medicinal liquid accumulated in the dantian could replenish his true chi, it also resembled a corpulent figure, hindering the fluidity of movement. This nascent thought was abruptly rendered void. Having finished washing the garments Jiang Luo had changed out of the previous night, was now hanging them one by one on the bamboo poles in the courtyard. Seeing this, Jiang Luo spoke with a hint of reproach. Lier, in the future, let the laundry room take care of your clothes. Your time should be devoted to cultivation. The servants of the Jiang family are hierarchically classified. A maid like Lier, blessed with exceptional beauty and nurtured from a young age, endowed with the rare jade orchid spirit, is destined to be distinct from the ordinary maids. Were it not for Jiang Luo's myriad secrets and his aversion to having too many subordinates around him, such trifles would not require her personal attention. Leo playfully stuck out her tongue and remarked, I noticed the young master's garments are few, so I took the liberty of washing them. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she continued, From now on, I shall only wash the young master's intimate apparel, the rest can be sent to the laundry. Jiang Luo returned the knife to its shelf and said, I shall seek the lady, accompany me, if you will. Certainly, Lier replied, rolling down her sleeves and hastening to follow. Jiang Luo, accompanied by Li Er, traversed several courtyards until they arrived at the abode of his parents. Just before stepping through the gate, he was enveloped by a sharp, formidable sword and tint permeating the air. Upon entering the courtyard, he beheld his mother, Li Rushuang. Her figure flowing like starlight, wielding her long sword with grace akin to drifting clouds and flowing water, exhibiting a level of mastery that surpassed Li Er's technique by a noticeable margin. "Young master has arrived. It is likely that madam will take a little longer," remarked a middle-aged woman clad in a flowing white dress, standing at the edge with a smile. "Aunt Lan," Jiang Luo affectionately called out and approached. His mother, Li Ruoshuang, was the legitimate eldest daughter of the Li family in Anzhou, a family whose influence in Anzhou rivaled that of the Jiang family in Jiangzhou. Aunt Lan, the devoted maid of his mother, had accompanied her since childhood and had joined her in her marriage to the Jiang family. "What does my mother seek me for?" Jiang Luo inquired. Aunt Lan chuckled softly, teasingly withholding the answer. "Young master will soon find out. It is certainly something delightful." Li Ruoshuang, having completed a sequence of sword techniques, stood poised with her sword sheathed. Jiang Luo immediately spoke, his words flowing like a melodious stream. "Mother's swordsmanship resembles a dragon diving into the sea. It is truly unparalleled." Li Rushuang chuckled softly. "It is not as extraordinary as you claim. We are still far from reaching the pinnacle." She casually handed the sword in her hand to Aunt Lan and turned to Jiang Luo, inquiring, "Do you have any idea why I sought you?" Jiang Luo shook her head, a look of bewilderment on her face. "Oh dear." Li Rushuang reached out and tapped Jiang Luo's forehead gently. "The profits you have accrued within the family have been meticulously safeguarded by me. Yesterday, I heard that Li Er instructed the steward to gather resources. It seems you have matured. Thus, I shall entrust this sum of money to you for your own discretion." Jiang Luo, in a moment of realization, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I thought it was of little consequence. Let mother keep the money. I possess the token bestowed by my grandfather, and I can take whatever I desire without hesitation." In this lifetime, Jiang Luo finally comprehended the profound essence of the phrase, "I have never touched money, I have no interest in it." Indeed, he had never laid hands on money. All his needs were catered to by his family. With restrictions on venturing outside, there were no opportunities to spend. After ascending to a new stage, he had anticipated the necessity of money, yet his grandfather had granted him the token. Upon reflection, the only moment he had ever interacted with money was when he touched the heart-soft gold in the family treasury. Li Ruoshuang looked at him with a warm smile, gently saying, "Luo has learned to cherish mother." Pausing for a moment, she added earnestly, "The token your grandfather gave you is his gift. If I were to withhold your money, your grandfather would surely blame me for my lack of understanding." Jiang Luo contemplated briefly and soon grasped the underlying reason. As the heir of his family, now that he had reached adulthood, it was unbecoming to behave like a child and entrust his finances to his mother for safekeeping. He said, "Then let us proceed according to mother's wishes." Li Rushuang turned and took a few steps forward, then glanced back and added, "Li Er should come as well." Leo cast a glance at Jiang Luo, saw him nod, and obediently followed suit. The trio arrived at the study, where Li Rushuang opened a concealed compartment and retrieved an exquisite sandalwood box, smiling as she handed it to Jiang Luo, eager to see its contents. Jiang Luo felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the wealth his family had amassed through the industries he had provided over the years. He took the wooden box, gently pried it open, and was met with a stack of exquisitely crafted silver notes, imbued with the rich aroma of ink. In the upper right corner, the bold characters of Huitong Money Exchange stood prominently. The notes exuded an elusive aesthetic, allowing one to discern their authenticity at a mere glance. So much. Jiang Luo casually picked up a note inscribed with the sum of 10,000 taels of gold. Within the box, there were a total of 8 such notes, amounting to a staggering 80,000 taels of gold. 1 tael of gold could be exchanged for 100 taels of silver, and the purchasing power of 1 tael of silver was roughly equivalent to 1,000 units in my previous life. My fortune has reached 8 billion. Chapter 17. The caravan is ambushed. Jiang Luoxin found himself momentarily lost in thought, his fingertips delicately tracing the exquisite patterns on the ticket. He silently calculated that these formulas had generated a staggering profit of 80 billion for the family. This figure lingered in his mind, refusing to fade away. The majority of the profits had been reinvested into expanding production and opening new storefronts, and the speed at which these enterprises generated income would only continue to accelerate. Li Rushuang's voice carried a hint of astonishment as she gazed at her son, her eyes brimming with pride. Those seemingly insignificant trinkets turned out to be veritable cash cows. Each year, when she collected her dividends, she felt a rush of awe as she observed the ever-increasing numbers in the ledger. Were there truly so many people willing to purchase such items? Jiang Luo nestled the silver notes into the box, his family's dividends surpassing all expectations. The demographic distribution of this world is far less dense than that of his past life, even in the capital of Jiangzhou, a provincial hub. The population barely reaches 3 million. In other prefectures and counties, the populace is even more sparse. Furthermore, the Jiang family's business remains confined within the boundaries of the Great Yin dynasty, yet to expand into neighboring realms. Li Ruoshuang gazed at him with a playful smile. Take, for instance, the perfume you developed. The most affordable porcelain bottle retails for 10 taels of silver, while the limited edition high-end glass bottles fetch hundreds of taels each. What do you think the profit margin is? Although porcelain has become commonplace in the Great Yin dynasty, the techniques for crafting glass remain relatively rudimentary. The Jiang family's method of glass fabrication is unparalleled, rendering their fully transparent glass bottles luxurious items that command high prices. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo was taken aback. He had never inquired about the intricacies of these enterprises. The Jiang family was, after all, a commercial dynasty with a history spanning centuries. And they undoubtedly possessed an array of marketing strategies. It was evident now that the family had mastered the art of luxury branding from his past life to perfection. Very well. Jiang Luo swiftly embraced the reality of his newfound affluence, tucking the wooden box into his bosom. Li Ruoshuang cautioned. These silver notes can be exchanged for cash and gold at any time at the Hutong Money Exchange. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with a hint of curiosity. What is the origin of the Huidong Bank? He pondered silently. For his family to exchange such a colossal amount of gold and silver for a mere piece of paper, they must possess considerable faith in the Huidong Bank. Li Ruoshuang shook her head. The Huidong Bank has existed for countless years. I am not well acquainted with its specific origins. Her tone carried an air of inexplicable mystery. Throughout the numerous dynastic changes that the Great Yin realm has undergone, the Huidong Bank has remained steadfast. Even during times of turmoil and conflict, it has remained untouched. Jiang Luoxin, with a resolute demeanor, harbored doubts that no one had ever coveted the Hutong Bank to remain unscathed amid the tumult of dynastic change. The foundation of Hutong Bank must be exceptionally profound, far beyond imagination. Li Ruoshuang continued, stating that not only in Dian but also in neighboring nations, branches of Hutong Bank could be found. Merchants, burdened with substantial quantities of gold and silver, often find it inconvenient to transport their wealth and typically opt to exchange it for the bank's promissory notes. Jiang Luo nodded, feeling a heightened curiosity towards the Huitong Bank. After acquiring the banknotes, Jiang Luo left with Lier, as her mother still had several matters regarding the accounting to discuss with her. As Jiang Luo seized the opportunity of the early hour, he prepared to engage in a conversation with Brother Dragonfly. Just as he passed through the entrance, he noticed several figures clad in the attire of merchant guards hastily storming in from outside. Their black robes were marred with conspicuous stains of blood, creating a jarring visual contrast. What had transpired? Jiang Luomei furrowed her brow and extended her hand to halt several individuals. Young master, the leader of the group. Upon seeing Jiang Luo, promptly bowed in respect. A gruesome scar on his right chest oozed with blood. Though his complexion was pale, he strained to maintain his composure. The merchant caravan, en route to Anji County, had been ambushed by the ferocious tiger's den while passing through the Wohu Mountain. And we were just about to seek out the steward to report to the master. Jiang Luo waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for such formality, and motioned for them to follow him. Without further inquiry, he led the group directly to the main hall. Inside, his brothers Jiang Wuhan and Jiang Wuji were engaged in serious discussion. Upon seeing Jiang Luo enter with several injured guards, Jiang Wuhan cast a brief glance at them, his tone devoid of discernible emotion as he inquired, "What brings you here?" The leader of the guards promptly reiterated the information they had just conveyed. Jiang Wuhan pondered carefully and realized he had little recollection of the Tiger's den, so he inquired, "Did the merchant convoy not offer any tributes during their passage?" The leading man quickly clasped his hands in salute, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation as he replied, "Indeed. The tributes from the merchant convoy have never been lacking." Jiang Wuhan inquired, "What is the reason behind this?" The man let out a bitter chuckle and replied softly, "Master of the house, the leader of the fierce tiger gang has unknowingly ascended to the second tier and finds the previous offerings inadequate. Not only does he demand an exorbitant price, but he also insists on compensation for the prior contributions based on new terms. Naturally, we could not acquiesce, which led to a confrontation. Upon finishing, he lowered his head in shame, expressing our inadequacy, and humbly requested punishment from the esteemed master." Jiang Wuhan waved his hand with a calm demeanor, saying, "You need not blame yourself for this matter. You may withdraw now." Jiang Luo remained silent by the side. And after the person departed, he could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Father, must we really attend to such a minor faction?" The leader of the fierce tiger gang was merely a lowly first-tier figure with the strength of the Jiang family. We could easily annihilate them with a mere flick of the wrist. Why then, must we bother with them? Is there a perplexity in your heart? Jiang Wuhan wore an expression of tranquility, seemingly unperturbed by the events that had just transpired. Jiang Luo nodded slightly, feeling a sense of confusion. Jiang Wuhan rose to his feet and proclaimed, "My Jiang family, as merchants of the Great Yin, shall extend our trade beyond our borders in the future. There are countless bandits and tyrants scattered throughout this land. Shall we aim to eradicate them all?" He paused for a moment, his tone laden with significance. "Not to mention whether the Jiang family possesses such strength, even if we were to eliminate them all. How could we ascertain whether there are forces lurking behind those mountain bandits? In doing so, how many powers would the Jiang family unwittingly offend?" Upon hearing these words, Jiang Luo felt a jolt within his heart. It is not uncommon for prominent families to harbor hidden hands. Perhaps some bandits lurking in the mountains are secretly supported by a certain noble clan, while the eradication of one or two such groups may go unnoticed. Should too many be eliminated, the Jiang family might find themselves the target of widespread animosity. Moreover, these mountain bandits are not without their own merits. Jiang Wuhan articulated the underlying truths. Mountain bandits have established their presence in various regions, effectively severing the livelihoods of numerous small traders and indirectly raising the barriers for itinerant merchants. Can you believe that if someone were to embark on a campaign to eradicate these mountain bandits from the world, the first to oppose such an endeavor would be the prominent commercial families? As for the tolls imposed, what significance do those sums hold? It is merely a form of gratuity for the gatekeepers. The burden ultimately falls upon the sheep, as the cost will not be borne by us. Alas, how dark it is. Jiang Luo inhaled sharply, his heart filled with astonishment. The intricate complexities behind this were beyond his imagination, akin to a different form of monopoly. It was then that he realized how naive he still was, with an abundance of knowledge yet to acquire. The people of this world may not match the technological prowess of his previous life. However, due to their extended lifespans, their capacity for intellectual pursuits has likely surpassed that of his former existence. Jiang Luo sighed. Realizing he had underestimated the heroes of the world, no wonder there were incessant tales of those who claimed mountains as their dominion and lakes as their lairs. The root of the issue lay here. If Jiang Luo were a victim, perhaps he would one day rely on his extraordinary abilities and boldly declare his aversion to beef. However, as a beneficiary, his principles appeared to have become considerably more malleable. Chapter 18. Journey to the Tiger's Denver. Upon witnessing Jiang Luo's reaction, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Jiang Wuhan's eyes as he gave a slight nod. The future head of the Jiang family does not require a hero, rather. What is needed is a cunning strategist, a masterful tactician, and a decisive leader. Jiang Luo's performance aligns perfectly with his expectations. The imperial court has its own principles. The noble families adhere to their own ways, the church follows its own doctrines, and the sects maintain their distinct paths. Jiang Wuhan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze profound as an abyss, his tone imbued with a hint of authority. When the dynasty grows strong, the aristocratic families weaken. When the church oversteps its bounds, it will inevitably affect the sect's ability to recruit disciples. Conversely, the same holds true. This world has always existed in a state of dynamic equilibrium, where all engage in a delicate game, each possessing their own territory that remains untouched by others. Jiang Luo understood in his heart that his father was imparting the wisdom of survival within the aristocratic clan. He humbly inquired, how would one typically resolve such matters? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuhan's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness as he spoke with a commanding tone. The Jiang family may not wish to target these ruffians of the Greenwoods, but that does not imply we are incapable of doing so. It appears that the leader of the Tiger's stronghold is merely a reckless youth, daring to act against the Jiang family without fully understanding the situation. He is deserving of his fate. Jiang Wuji stood by with his arms crossed, a gentle smile playing on his lips as he listened intently. At this moment, he interjected, "Allow me to take a trip." It would be just the opportunity for these youngsters to witness the reality of bloodshed. His tone was casual, as if he were discussing a matter of little consequence. Very well. Jiang Wuhan turned his gaze towards Jiang Luo and said, "You have also come of age. It is time for you to witness blood. I have awaited this day for a long time." Jiang Luo's expression remained serene. He had long been mentally prepared for the arrival of this day. In different realms, one must learn to adapt one's mindset at any moment. That is well. Jiang Wuhan nodded and instructed Jiang Wujian, Inquire with Wumi to determine whether this is the reckless act of a fool or if someone is deliberately targeting the Jiang family. Fourth uncle Jiang Wumi leads the Jiang family's Qianji Tong, overseeing the family's intelligence operations. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wujai succinctly replied, "Very well." Jiang Luo did not squander time. His second uncle was still gathering intelligence about the fierce Tiger Mountain, and it seemed unlikely they would set out today, as was his custom. He sought out Brother Dragonfly for a cordial exchange. By evening, upon returning to the courtyard, he found Pear had already arrived. "Has everything been taken care of with Mother?" Jiang Luo casually tossed his knife onto the rack. Pear nodded gently, replying, "Aunt Lan provided me with detailed instructions. The family distribution occurs once a year. We have already received last year's share, and the next will not be until next year. Well, just be mindful of it yourself." Jiang Luo casually responded, retrieving a gold note worth 10,000 taels from his pocket and handing it to her. "The steward will arrange the private room and cover the expenses for resource gathering. You shall give it to him. The remainder is for your personal expenditures." Having received funds from his mother, Jiang Luo did not wish to take undue advantage of the family. His grandfather's token was not intended for such purposes. Upon receiving such a considerable sum for safekeeping, Leah felt deeply moved. She carefully accepted the gold note. Her voice choked with emotion as she expressed, "Thank you for your trust, young master. I will manage it well." As if summoned by the very mention of his name, a composed middle-aged man appeared at the gate, a steward named Jiang Huayan. "Greetings, young master," he acknowledged respectfully. Jiang Huayan respectfully performed a bow. He is a descendant of the branch of his great-grandfather, Jiangqing Yuan. Although they share the surname Jiang, the bloodline has become quite distant, placing him among the collateral relatives. "Uncle Huayan, there is no need for such formality." Jiang Luo waved his hand casually, his tone laced with a hint of nonchalance. "Young master, the invitation for the Mingwei Pavilion has been prepared." Jiang Huayan retrieved a crimson invitation from his bosom and presented it with both hands. "Thank you for your trouble, Uncle Huayan." Jiang Luo received the invitation and, upon opening it, felt a subtle stir in the corner of his eye. "Box number 1. The invitation boldly inscribed the words "Box number 1" within. Jiang Luo possesses a clear understanding of the fundamental rules governing this world. For instance, establishments like the Mingwei Tower, a grand brothel, do not offer the prestigious Tianzi number 1 private room for public sale. It is typically reserved exclusively for the heads of prominent families or individuals of equivalent status. In succinct terms, even with wealth, one cannot access this private chamber without the requisite social standing. Jiang Luo pondered to himself that although he was the heir of the Jiang family, he still fell short in certain respects. Moreover, he had never visited the Mingwei Tower, and thus had no connection with it. He raised the invitation card in his hand. What was the reason for this? Jiang Huayan was somewhat perplexed. He initially intended to reserve a standard private room at Tianzi, only to be unexpectedly gifted the prestigious Tianzi number 1 suite by the establishment's manager. His subordinate wished to avoid any insinuation of indebtedness on the part of the Jiang family. Thus the charges for the room were calculated as if it were a regular Tianzi suite. When I inquired about the rationale behind this gesture, the manager merely stated it was an opportunity to befriend the Jiang family. "You have performed admirably." Jiang Luo was quite pleased with Jiang Huayan's handling of the matter. He did not wish to find himself inexplicably indebted to someone, so he inquired, "What is the origin of Mingwei Tower?" Jiang Huayan evidently possessed considerable knowledge of the Mingwei Tower, articulating its history with remarkable precision. The Mingwei Tower was established a century ago, and it is said to be managed by 2 enigmatic women who refer to themselves as the chief steward and the second steward. Both women conceal their true identities behind masks, presenting a facade that is anything but ordinary. Today, the Mingwei Tower has ascended to become one of the 4 prominent brothels of the Dayan Empire, with branches spread across various provinces. However, this information is merely superficial, lacking in substantive details. Jiang Luo, perceiving the lack of valuable information, nodded subtly at Li Er. Li Er then retrieved a silver note from her bosom and presented it to Jiang Huayan, who promptly waved his hand in refusal. "The eldest young master possesses the family head's token. All accounts are duly recorded. It is unnecessary. Please include the expenses for the resources previously gathered as well." "Very well." Then, Jiang Huayan did not press the matter. He always carried a substantial amount of silver notes. As he reached into his pocket to retrieve the notes for change, he remarked, "The cost of the private room is 1,000 taels of gold, while the total for the medicinal herbs amounts to 5,000 taels of silver." Jiang Luo pondered in silence, aware that the cost of the private room was 20 times that of the medicinal herbs, a sum that would equate to a staggering 100 million in his previous life. He was curious to see if this extravagant expenditure would prove worthwhile, hoping it would not lead to disappointment. The following morning, Jiang Luo practiced his swordsmanship in the courtyard when Jiang Yi came running over, exuberantly exclaiming, "Elder brother, father says we are departing." "Young master, I wish to join as well," Li Er chimed in, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Having conceived this desire after Jiang Luo mentioned the matter the previous night. "Splendid." Jiang nodded in agreement. Sooner or later, Li Er would have to assume significant responsibilities within the family. Without experiencing the trials of bloodshed, her mindset would ultimately remain unchanged. The three arrived at the entrance, where the second uncle and several younger siblings had already gathered. Jiang Luo initially believed that his second uncle would take Jiang Yi, Jiang Han, and a few others who were slightly older. To his surprise, even his 10-year-old cousin, Jiang Ming, had accompanied them. Jiang Luo inquired in astonishment, "Uncle, are they not a bit early?" Jiang Wuji glanced at a few individuals. They did not exhibit the same rapid progression as you. To achieve swift growth, one must resort to unconventional methods. The uncles expressed no dissent regarding the second uncle's decision, and naturally, Jiang Luo remained silent as well, merely nodding slightly. "Let us mount our steeds," Jiang Wuji commanded. Nearby, several tall steeds were halted. Riding was a fundamental skill for the family members, and even the youngest, Jiang Ming, effortlessly mounted his horse. "Giddy up." With a few light shouts, the swift steeds kicked up dust and sped away. Chapter 19. The incredibly weak tiger lord. The tiger's stronghold lies approximately 150 miles south of Jiangzhou, nestled within the cloud-kissed peaks of the Yunshao mountain range. The horses raised by the Jiang family possess a faint lineage of dragon blood, enabling them to travel 1,000 miles a day with extraordinary stamina. After about an hour, a majestic range of undulating mountains appeared before the group, steep and shrouded in mist, extending into the unknown. Jiang Luo reined in the reins, and the white steed beneath him turned in place, its hooves lightly tapping against the soft earth, producing a gentle sound. He lifted his gaze to the mountains before him, feeling a sense of bewilderment. He had assumed that upon arrival, locating the bandit stronghold would be a simple task. However, the verdant forest lay thick and tangled ahead, with chaotic trees scattered everywhere, leaving even a proper path elusive. "Second uncle, how are we to find it?" Jiang Luo turned to gaze at Jiang Wuji. At that moment, from a thicket approximately 50 meters ahead, a woodsman emerged, clad in a snug burlap garment and carrying a bundle of firewood on his back. His sun-kissed face bore the marks of wind and frost, and he walked with a staggering gait, humming a mountain song, following the wings of the lark, traversing mountains and valleys. As the woodsman passed by a few individuals, Jiang Wuji uttered an absurd remark, "The vines in the valley glow." Upon hearing this, the woodsman halted, tossed his firewood aside into the roadside thicket, and clasped his hands in greeting. "I have met the esteemed second master and all the young masters." He then promptly elaborated, "In the realm of the Jianghu, one must be wary of unforeseen tactics. I beg for your understanding, second master." Jiang Luo scrutinized the newcomer, surmising that this individual was likely a member of the Qianjitong from his family. "No matter." Jiang Wuji spoke with an air of nonchalance, inquiring, "How far is the tiger's den from here?" The woodcutter respectfully replied, "It is but 5 or 6 li along the mountain path. I kindly ask the gentlemen to tether their steeds to the side, and I appreciate your willingness to endure this arduous journey." As horses could not traverse the mountain, the group was obliged to secure their mounts in a grove beside the road. The woodcutter led the way, and soon a narrow, clandestine path, scarcely wide enough for a single traveler, came into view before them. Jiang Luo recalled the events of yesterday and inquired, "Uncle, is it that the tiger's den has truly lost its senses, or are they deliberately targeting my Jiang family?" Jiang Wuji let out a scoff, his tone tinged with a hint of disdain. "How boastful." Jiang Luo nodded slightly, not intentionally targeting anyone, as it was easy to deal with those who were accustomed to confrontations. Although the mountain path was arduous, it posed little challenge for those who had reached the martial arts threshold. Even the younger disciples, who had yet to attain such a level, exhibited physical prowess comparable to that of ordinary adults after years of training. After traversing the rugged terrain for about half an hour, a modest mountain stronghold finally came into view. At the entrance, 2 guards, wielding large sabers, lounged lazily against the gate, engaged in casual conversation. Surprisingly, there was not even a single lookout along the way. The stronghold's defenses were alarmingly lax. The group strode confidently into view, immediately capturing the attention of the 2 sentinels. One of them stood upright and shouted, "Halt! Who goes there?" The other swiftly blew a whistle that hung around his neck, sending a series of urgent sounds reverberating throughout the stronghold. Before long, the gate swung open, revealing a towering figure, bare-chested and standing at 9 feet tall. He bore a large broadsword on his shoulder, flanked by 2 guards, while a throng of over 30 individuals followed closely behind. "Who are you?" the leader inquired. His gaze fixed upon Jiang Wuji, a hint of wariness flickering in his eyes. Jiang Wuji cast his gaze over the man, and upon confirming his identity, remarked with a hint of amusement, "Have you forgotten so quickly that you intercepted my Jiang family's goods yesterday?" "Ha ha." The leader chuckled, realizing that a distinguished guest from the Jiang family had arrived, and surmised that the gentleman wished to engage in a discussion. Noticing Jiang Wuji accompanied by a group of young children, he assumed they were brought along to witness how the family negotiated with their adversaries. Negotiation? Jiang Wuji did not even cast a glance in his direction, disdainfully uttering, "Do you even think you are worthy?" Upon hearing this, the leader's expression turned frigid, and his tone became icily sharp. "You are merely at the 2nd tier of cultivation. Are you not being a tad presumptuous?" He possessed some knowledge of the Jiang family. Aware that the head of the Jiang family was at the 3rd tier of cultivation, the Jiang family's business continues to expand, making it impossible for the patriarch to personally manage every matter. If one cannot even dare to take on such minimal risks, then what is the point of honing one's martial skills? When others step in, there will be ample opportunity for negotiation. Jiang Wuji, disinterested in further discourse with this individual, shifted his gaze towards Jiang Luo. "The chieftain and the 2 martial artists beside him are entrusted to you." "Me?" Jiang Luo was momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself, while the 2 practitioners of the 1st tier are understandable, the chieftain clearly possesses 2nd tier prowess. Could it be that my uncle has perhaps overestimated my abilities? Jiang Wuji stood with arms crossed, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Otherwise, shall I take matters into my own hands? This is somewhat different from what I had envisioned." Jiang Luo presumed that his second uncle would personally deal with the master of the fierce tiger stronghold, while he would take on the remaining 2 martial artists, leaving the lesser minions to his other siblings. "Do you intend to humiliate me with a mere child?" The master of the fierce tiger stronghold retorted with a furious laugh, brandishing his large ring blade before him, the steel rings resonating with a metallic clang. "Let us engage." Jiang Wuji waved his hand, entirely disregarding Jiang Lu's opportunity for negotiation. Upon witnessing this, Lur gritted her teeth and stepped forward, declaring, "Young master, I shall accompany you." Yet before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Wuji interrupted, "You need not interfere. Simply ensure that no one else escapes." Lur cast a glance towards Jiang Lu, who nodded in affirmation, signaling her to comply with the arrangement. He was aware that his second uncle would not bring him harm. Yet facing an opponent of a higher realm in their initial confrontation suggested that a grueling battle lay ahead. Jiang Luo unsheathed his long blade, its surface glinting with a chilling radiance under the sunlight. He inhaled deeply, feeling as though every pore in his body had opened, his focus sharpening to an unprecedented intensity. The leader of the fierce tiger gang wore a grim expression, gripping his hefty sword, poised for action. Whoosh! Jiang Luo took action, exerting himself with unwavering determination. He invoked the ephemeral divine technique, traversing several dozen meters in the blink of an eye, arriving swiftly before the leader of the tiger Denver. In an instant, pure yang energy surged forth, and his long knife carved a fierce arc, aimed directly at the leader's neck. Jiang Luo exerted 7 parts of his strength, contemplating countless strategies for the impending confrontation. Yet, the leader of the fierce tiger gang remained utterly unmoved, seemingly regarding Jiang Luo with indifference. As the blade was poised to strike at the leader's neck, Jiang Luo's focus sharpened, envisioning the opponent's forthcoming maneuvers. Would he not take action? Just as the blade made contact with the adversary's throat, Jiang Luo discerned a flicker of panic in the leader's eyes. In an instant, the blade gleamed. The head was severed, and a fountain of crimson erupted forth as the leader's head thudded heavily to the ground. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Jiang Luo briefly lost his focus. However, his commendable combat training swiftly brought him back to his senses. Without waiting for the other 2 ascendant warriors to draw their blades, he reversed the position of his sword, unleashing a brilliant arc of light that mirrored his previous strike, resulting in 2 more heads soaring into the air. Silence. The scene was enveloped in an eerie stillness, until a voice, laced with terror, broke through. "The chieftain is dead. Everyone, run." Suddenly, over 30 figures, trailing behind the chieftain, began to jostle and flee desperately into the village. Unbeknownst to them, Li Er had already positioned herself at the village gate. A flash of sword light descended, and a gaping hole appeared in the chest of the foremost assailants, blood gushing forth. "You lot, advance." A voice, imbued with a hint of coldness, resonated from Jiang Wuji. Jiang Yi and others wielding long knives plunged into the throng. Chapter 20. the fierce resilience of the enigmatic moon. How does it feel to take a life for the first time? Jiang Wuji approached Jiang Luo, casting a glance at the three headless corpses, his expression unperturbed. As if this scene were merely an everyday occurrence. It seemed to hold no particular significance. Jiang Luo lowered his gaze to the long knife in his hand, its blade still bearing a few droplets of dried blood. He had anticipated feeling nauseated, perhaps even on the verge of vomiting, yet surprisingly, such sensations did not manifest. Instead, he found himself enveloped in an unexpected tranquility. Perhaps it was due to his years of martial training, which had fortified his vitality and blood. He experienced not a trace of discomfort. Rather, the recent skirmish felt surreal, as if he were ensnared in a dream, leaving his mind in a state of disarray. His voice, somewhat hoarse, questioned, "Why are they so feeble?" The leader of the fierce tiger clan, after all, was a formidable second-tier warrior. Jiang Luo initially believed that an intense battle awaited him. He envisioned leveraging his speed advantage and employing a kite-flying strategy to ultimately secure a narrow victory over his opponent. He regarded this as a test of his combat prowess set forth by his second uncle. However, the outcome revealed that his elaborate inner musings were merely flights of fancy. The stark contrast between reality and imagination was jarring. The weakness of the Tiger Stronghold's leader surpassed his expectations, leaving him with an almost surreal sensation. Jiang Wujing teased with a sly grin, "Is it possible that this truly reflects the capabilities of most martial artists in the Jianghu? Are the warriors of the Jianghu this feeble?" Jiang was incredulous. The adversary he had previously faced was his second uncle. Should his second uncle unleash his full strength, it was likely that he would be annihilated in an instant. After all, both possessed the same spiritual essence, yet Jiang Wujing's cultivation surpassed his by a level. And his comprehension of martial arts was vastly superior. Not everyone is so feeble. Jiang Wujing, wary of Jiang Luo's potential overconfidence, patiently elucidated, "The crux lies in the spirit seed. The disparity in strength among different spirit seeds can be astronomical. In the martial world, it is not uncommon to defeat opponents who are 2 ranks below one's own level. There is a profound saying that emphasizes the importance of not underestimating an adversary, even if their cultivation is significantly inferior, for one can never ascertain the divine abilities that their spirit seed may bestow upon them." Jiang Luo experienced for the first time the profound significance of spiritual seeds, a significance that surpassed even the disparity in cultivation levels. Just moments ago, as he executed the ephemeral divine art, striking the neck of the fierce tiger's leader, his opponent only reacted after the blow, despite being a level above him. What would the outcome be if he were to confront an even more formidable spiritual seed? Jiang Luoxin's heart shuddered slightly. Would the moon closing and profound orchid be crushed by other spiritual beings? It is exhilarating to overpower others, yet being overpowered is far from pleasant. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wujing displayed an air of pride. Although the family remained uncertain about the origins of the moon-closing phantom orchid, its strength and versatility were unparalleled, rivaling any spirit species known to the family. He murmured softly, "The world perceives the fleeting beauty of the Jiang family's orchid as one of the most exceptional techniques among its peers. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that this designation was a narrative crafted by the family itself." Jiang fell into a profound sense of relief, his gaze shifting towards the fray unfolding in the arena. After dispatching several fleeing individuals, Lier stood resolutely at the gate, wielding her long sword like a guardian deity. A few younger disciples, brandishing their blades, lunged forward like ravenous wolves, causing the bandits to crumble under the pressure. One of them bellowed, "Brothers, they leave us no path for survival. Slaying one merely breaks even, but taking down 2 is a profit." Judging by the movements of Jiang Yi and his companions, it was evident that they were yet unrefined martial artists, mere adolescents, and fear was a foreign concept to them. Kill. A burly bandit, his face marred by a prominent scar, charged towards the forefront, his eyes ablaze with fury as he aimed his weapon at Jiang Han. With a resounding clash, the 2 weapons met, but Jiang Han's momentum remained unbroken. He deftly transformed his slash into a thrust, allowing the blade's tip to pierce the scarred bandit's chest with an elegant precision. Jiang Han unsheathed his long blade without hesitation and immediately launched an attack on another individual beside him. Jiang Yi, undeterred, swiftly countered. After Jiang Han dispatched one adversary, he deftly deflected a massive blade with his own long knife, utilizing a mere flick of his wrist. With a decisive sweep, he severed a head from its shoulders and charged towards another foe, as if engaged in a competitive dance with Jiang Han. Jiang Yi and Jiang Ran, closely following behind, engaged in a fierce contest with their respective adversaries. Compared to the band of mountain bandits, Jiang Ming and Jiang Yu did not possess the advantage of strength. However, The two women wielded their blades with exquisite skill, far surpassing the crude and straightforward techniques of the bandits. After merely a dozen breaths, each had successfully dispatched one adversary. Jiang Xiang and Jiang Ming, the youngest among them, initially retreated repeatedly under the onslaught of the mountain bandits. However, it did not take long for them to find their rhythm in battle. Leveraging their agile physiques, they engaged the bandits in a dynamic exchange, each demonstrating commendable prowess. Jiang Luo observed the performance of several younger members of his family in the arena. Aside from Jiang Yu and Jiang Han, who were nearing adulthood and possessed strength surpassing that of the average mountain bandit, the others exhibited no physical advantages compared to fully grown bandits. Their only reliance lay in the swordsmanship and various combat techniques they had diligently practiced. At this moment, confronted by a formidable number of bandits far exceeding their own, they found themselves engaged in a challenging battle. With a sudden sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh, a member of the Jiang family had finally sustained an injury. Jiang Ming was fully engrossed in combat with the opponent before him when he was suddenly ambushed by another bandit from behind. A blade struck his back, but fortunately, he managed to dodge to the side at the crucial moment. Despite this, the flesh on his back was already laid bare, blood streaming down his white garment, staining half of his body crimson. Jiang Wujin's gaze was indifferent, remaining unmoved as if he had not witnessed the scene. Seeking death, upon witnessing her younger brother injured, Jiang Ming's heart raced with urgency, compelling her to break through and render aid. In her haste, she exposed a significant vulnerability, which the assailants seized upon, landing a fatal strike to her left arm. Not only did she fail to rescue him, but she also paid a grave price. Just then, in a moment of dire peril, a long blade soared through the air, piercing through the back of the mountain bandit who had attempted to ambush Jiang Ming, delivering a chilling blow. During the skirmish, Jiang Yi preserved some of his strength. As the eldest among his siblings, with his elder brother absent, he felt a profound obligation to care for his younger siblings, remaining ever vigilant amidst the chaos of battle. When Jiang Ming found himself in dire straits, with no time for rescue, Jiang Yi swiftly dispatched an enemy, seizing the long blade in the process. He transformed it into a flying dagger, piercing the foe's chest, thereby alleviating Jiang Ming's pressing predicament. The distance between Jiang Han and Jiang Ming is relatively short. A lazy donkey rolled over, departing from its own battleground, and intercepted a longsword aimed at Jiang Ming, exclaiming loudly, "The crisis for Jiang Ming has been averted. Focus your attention on the enemy." Jiang Mingxin felt a sense of relief wash over her as she regained her fighting rhythm, fully dedicating herself to confront the adversary before her. Jiang Wuji finally smiled and nodded gently. The Jiang family emphasizes the cultivation of their descendants, focusing not only on combat proficiency but also on the unity among siblings. While the lack of battle experience can be easily remedied, the bonds between brothers and sisters require enduring and subtle influences over time. The Jiang family has been established for 5 centuries, a relatively short span in a world where the lifespans of third-tier warriors easily extend to 500 years. The formidable strength of the moon-closing and ethereal bloom spirit species undoubtedly plays a pivotal role in the family's current achievements. However, the unwavering unity and familial values within the clan are equally indispensable. Chapter 21. One plays the role of the villain, the other the hero. As the number of individuals standing in the arena dwindles, the remaining bandits have become frenzied with bloodlust. The air is thick with the acrid scent of blood, and the ground is strewn with the lifeless bodies of the mountain bandits, their crimson blood staining the earth. If the bandits had harbored any lingering hopes of survival, those illusions have now been shattered. In their eyes, only madness remains, a desperate desire to drag someone down with them as they face their demise. The 8 young descendants of the Jiang family, confronted by foes vastly outnumbering them, each sustained injuries. Even the mightiest among them, Jiang Yi and Jiang Han, found themselves in tattered clothing, with wounds ceaselessly oozing blood. On Jiang Yi's left arm, a deep gash exposed the bone, blood dripping from his fingers onto the ground, yet he steadfastly clutched the long blade, his gaze piercing. Jiang Ming, Jiang Yu, Jiang Xiang. Jiang Ming, you 4 retreat for now. We shall handle the remainder. Jiang Yi, slightly out of breath, stood resolutely before the crowd. His condition was relatively better, while Jiang Ming and the other 3 appeared pale, their bodies swaying precariously, having nearly lost all combat capability, yet they stubbornly maintained their positions. The mountain bandits fared little better. Although they were numerous, they fought as individuals, showing no regard for one another's lives. At this moment, only 6 bandits remained, their state not significantly superior to that of Jiang Yi and his companions. Despair filled their eyes, and though the blades in their hands trembled, they clung to them fiercely, attempting one last stand. "Brother, Let us each take on two. How about Jiang Yi and Jiang Ren each facing one? Jiang Han gazed at Jiang Yi, having relinquished any thoughts of competing with him. At the onset of battle, it seemed as though the two were still in a contest. However, when Jiang Ming was the first to sustain an injury, Jiang Yi devoted the majority of his attention to the more vulnerable younger siblings, disregarding the tally of enemies slain. In this regard alone, Jiang Han found himself thoroughly convinced of his elder brother's merit. Jiang Yi's gaze swept over Jiang Yi and Jiang Ran. Upon seeing them nod, he broke into a hearty smile, exclaiming, "Excellent, it is settled then." Although the bodies of the few were frail, their spirits remained undiminished. After a series of slaughters, their souls felt as if they had been baptized, imbued with an unwavering momentum that propelled them forward. Zhang Luo could not help but feel a twinge of envy. The skirmish he had just engaged in had transpired with such swiftness that he scarcely had the opportunity to savor and reflect upon it. The clash resumed in a cacophony of sound. In no time, the battle reignited. Confronted by the formidable presence of Jiang Yi and his three companions, the morale of the remaining 6 bandits visibly plummeted. Moreover, a few local enforcers stood watch outside the arena, fully convinced that should Jiang Yi and his companions find themselves in peril, the middle-aged man, who had been observing with crossed arms, would not hesitate to intervene. The bandits were suddenly overcome by a sense of resignation, their minds consumed by a singular thought: exhaustion. Let it all be over. In less than a stick of incense, Jiang Yi and his companions swiftly dispatched their final adversaries. Once the combat concluded, they disregarded their appearances and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath like fish out of water, their chest heaving violently. At that moment, Jiang Wuji produced 4 jade vials from his person and tossed them to Jiang Luo. Jiang Luoxin understood the unspoken message and tossed 2 bottles to Lier. You tend to Jiang Ming and Jiang Yu. He then made his way towards Jiang Ming, who was on the verge of losing consciousness due to excessive blood loss. Bear with it. You will feel better soon. Jiang Luo softly comforted them. Apart from the excessive loss of blood, the others only sustained superficial injuries. He tore open the fabric on Jiang Ming's back, revealing the grotesque scar left by a knife. Jiang Luo sprinkled the medicinal powder from the jade vial onto the wound, and visibly, the bleeding from the scar ceased instantly, as if granulation tissue were writhing at the site of injury. Subsequently, he retrieved a dark pill from another jade vial and placed it into Jiang Ming's mouth. This pill, known as the Qi blood pill, is derived from the essence of magical beast's blood, harmonized with medicinal herbs, and possesses a gentle nature, proving remarkably effective for those who have suffered excessive blood loss. After Jiang Ming consumed the elixir, a semblance of color gradually returned to his face, and his breath became considerably steadier. Jiang Luo meticulously applied medicine to the remaining few and administered a Qi blood pill to one of them. Eldest brother, did we not perform admirably just now? Jiang Yi inquired with a sense of triumph, a hint of anticipation gracing her features. Remarkable. You have excelled in your role as the second elder brother. Jiang Luo gave a heartfelt thumbs up, sincerely praising Jiang Yi. Upon hearing the compliment, Jiang Yi bashfully scratched his head and chuckled. It's merely what I ought to do. Jiang Han also performed admirably. Jiang Luo once again raised his thumb. When Jiang Ming encountered peril, Jiang Han unhesitatingly broke through the encirclement to execute a rescue, swiftly merging with Jiang Ming, leaving no words to express their bond. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Han's somewhat icy countenance. Jiang Luo gazed at the remaining few and declared with a resonant voice, "You have all performed admirably, demonstrating poise and mutual support. Your elder brother feels immense pride in you." Upon hearing his words, the individuals involuntarily straightened their postures. Once Jiang Luo concluded his speech, Jiang Wuji approached, his face flushed, ready to take on the role of the stern counterpart. When Jiang Wuji handed the medicine bottle to Jiang Luo, she immediately discerned her uncle's intentions. Overall, her younger siblings performed commendably, yet there remained numerous shortcomings. Indeed, Jiang Wuji spoke with an impassive expression. Your elder brother is sparing you some face. Do you truly believe that your earlier performance was as commendable as you think? This group of bandits displayed a chaotic swordsmanship and lacked strength. Initially, Jiang Ming engaged in combat, yet instead of being vigilant and attentive, he fell victim to a surprise attack, causing the entire situation of the battle to take a dramatic turn for the worse. Jiang Wuji's gaze fell upon Jiang Ming, his tone stern and commanding. Jiang Ming lowered his head in shame, acknowledging that it was indeed his negligence that had rendered the situation perilous. Jiang Wuji's gaze then fell upon Jiang Ming. And you? When Jiang Ming was injured, you lost your composure. You were so far from Jiang Ming. How could you possibly come to his aid? Or is it that you do not trust our other brothers and sisters? No, I didn't. I have not. Jiang Ming waved her hands helplessly, her eyes slightly reddened, wearing an expression of deep grievance. Jiang Wujin showed no mercy. If it were not for Jiang Han's fortunate proximity, how long could you withstand it on your own? Jiang Ming lowered her head, tears swirling in her eyes, yet she resolutely refrained from letting them fall. Jiang Yi and Jiang Ran, you two possess no advantage in strength. Why do you choose to confront the mountain bandits head-on? If it were not for this folly, would your energy have been depleted so swiftly? What are the strategies I have imparted to you for overcoming adversaries? The two remained silent, their heads bowed, their faces etched with remorse. Jiang Wuji cast a final glance at Jiang Yu and Jiang Han, inquiring, do you truly believe you have performed admirably? The two were momentarily taken aback by his words. They had prided themselves on their unwavering readiness to rescue others in peril, convinced of their impeccable execution. Thus, they gazed at Jiang Wuji with a hint of indignation. Jiang Wuji offered no explanation, turning his gaze toward Jiang Luo. Luo, pray tell, where did they err? If you were in their position, how would you proceed? Jiang Yi and Jiang Han straightened their postures, eager to discern where the fault lay. Could it be that the rescue had been misguided? Jiang Luo had already composed his thoughts, pinpointing the issues concerning the two. Jiang Yi and Jiang Han's conduct on the battlefield was not erroneous. Yet both had made a misstep from the outset. Meeting the puzzled gazes of those around him, he continued, you two possess the greatest strength from the very beginning. You should have functioned as flanking supports, establishing yourselves on either side of the battlefield center. In doing so, one would attend to a specific direction of the battlefield, allowing the others to summon assistance promptly when needed, thus avoiding the exhaustion of unnecessary exertion. Jiang Wujie nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance at Jiang Han and Jiang Yi. Do you two have any objections? The pair appeared bewildered. Indeed, if what elder brother said were true, Jiang Ming would not have been so easily ambushed, and Jiang Ming would not have been injured, which triggered a chain reaction. Thus, it is evident that there was indeed a mistake. The tactics were sound, yet the strategy was flawed. The two clasped their fists, expressing their sincere understanding. Elder brother, we have learned from your teachings. Chapter 22, The Weak Chick's Spirit Seed. Jiang Luomei raised her brow slightly, having been focused on observing the battle without paying attention to her own transformation. Upon introspecting her dantian, she discovered that the closing moon and ethereal orchid, after replenishing a trace of true energy, did not cease their activity but continued to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. The third cotyledon was gradually developing. Soon, she would be able to resume her medication. Jiang Luo felt a surge of joy in her heart. The uncertainty regarding how long the enchanting Yu Tin would rest was finally alleviated, allowing her to release the tension she had been holding. The group rested in place while the woodcutter skillfully navigated among the corpses, methodically delivering finishing blows and searching for any remnants left behind on the bodies. His proficiency was both impressive and heart-wrenching. After an hour of respite, everyone had significantly restored their vitality, and the wounds on their bodies had formed a layer of dried blood, temporarily not hindering their movements. As Jiang Wujie observed that everyone had nearly finished their respite, he instructed, go and gather information about the mountain stronghold. Your great-grandfather, once an ordinary man, fortuitously acquired the methods of the elusive moonflower and evolution, which enabled him to establish the vast lineage of the Jiang family. Do not underestimate any location. This matter was not deemed confidential. Thus, he did not shy away from the woodcutter nearby who was tending to the bodies. Father, rest assured, we shall search every nook and cranny, leaving no stone unturned. Jiang Yi rubbed his fists together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Cleaning the battlefield is also one of the essential courses for the Jiang family. Come, let us go and take a look together. Jiang Luo waved his hand, leading the group through the village gate. The task of gathering the spoils of war was akin to a lottery, brimming with uncertainty and anticipation. Li Er took a team to search, while the others followed me. Jiang Luo remained vigilant, aware that hidden within the village could be martial artists of ascending rank, making it perilous to let one's guard down. Very well, young master, he replied. Leah nodded and led Jiang Ming, Jiang Yu, along with Jiang Yi and Jiang Han, who followed closely behind Jiang Luo. Elder brother, do you think there exists a treasure vault within this mountain stronghold? Jiang Yi approached with eyes aglow. Jiang Luo contemplated for a moment. There were only 3 entry-level warriors in the stronghold. It was likely that the valuable items were concealed within the chief's quarters. It would be prudent to search his residence first. What my elder brother stated makes sense. That should indeed be the abode of the fierce tiger stronghold's leader. Jiang Han cast his gaze around, pointing to a specific location in the center. The encampment was modest in size, featuring several rows of crooked and rudimentary houses, with a slightly more decent courtyard nestled in the middle. Let us proceed and take a look. Jiang Luo, taking the lead, entered the courtyard accompanied by several companions. This was a quaint little courtyard, enclosed and serene, with towering trees planted at each corner. The ground was laid with green stone, scattered with a myriad of chaotic footprints, likely a testament to the rigorous training sessions of the formidable Tiger Mountain's leader. Jiang Luo cast a cursory glance around several rooms, aside from the bedroom housing a wardrobe. The other rooms offered no concealed spaces for hiding. He declared, "Let each person search their own room thoroughly." Understood. The others complied with Jiang Luo's directive, each selecting a separate room while he proceeded towards the lair of the tiger leader. The bedroom was quite austere, containing only a bed and a wardrobe. A disheveled pile of bedding lay atop the bed, which Jiang Luo swiftly lifted, revealing the wooden planks beneath. With a few swift strokes, he severed the bed into several pieces, discovering no hidden items within the planks. He then opened the wardrobe, finding several sets of black attire hanging, akin to that worn by the tiger leader himself. Beyond this, no other possessions were in sight. Jiang Luo cast a glance around the remaining areas, apart from the walls, floor, and ceiling. There were no hiding places to be found. Thus, he grasped the hilt of his knife and began to tap against the inner walls, producing a series of dull thuds that echoed throughout the room. In the adjacent chamber, similar muffled knocks resonated as well. Jiang Luo could not help but chuckle. He tapped around, finding no hollow echoes in the walls, and then prepared to search the floor once more. Wait, there might be something in the cabinet as well. Jiang Luo tossed the garments from the wardrobe onto the floor, striking the wall with the hilt of the knife, producing a rhythmic clattering sound. Suddenly, as he struck the central position, a hollow thud resonated throughout the room. Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I found it." He struck the periphery of the hollow drum repeatedly, ascertaining its precise dimensions and location. With a swift motion, he drew forth his long blade, channeling his vital energy, and meticulously began to slice along the hollowed area. Before long, a concealed compartment revealed itself, containing a wooden box measuring a foot square and 3 fingers thick. Jiang Luo deftly extracted the wooden box with the blade of his knife. The box was unlocked, and he pried it open with the tip of his blade, revealing its contents before his eyes: a tome, a parchment of sheepskin, and a seed of spiritual essence. It seemed that the leader of the fierce tiger stronghold possessed no mother plant of spiritual seeds. Upon seeing the spiritual seed, Jiang Luo felt a twinge of disappointment, only to swiftly regain his composure. After all, the mother plant of the spiritual seed was not a mere trinket found at a street stall. He opened the tome, where the first page boldly displayed the 4 characters Tiger Blade technique, accompanied by vivid illustrations depicting the practice of the art. This was likely the blade technique that the chief of the tiger stronghold had yet to demonstrate. Jiang Luo cast a cursory glance, noting that the swordsmanship appeared somewhat rudimentary. The foundational swordsmanship of the Jiang family may sound rather ordinary, yet its origins are anything but simple. It was conceived by a master of the blade who amalgamated various sword techniques from across the realm, encompassing a myriad of styles such as slashing, chopping, flicking, stabbing, sweeping, and lifting, akin to a comprehensive manual of swordplay. Its profundity is far beyond what the current fierce tiger sword technique can aspire to. Upon turning to the final page, Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with revelation, for he encountered a method of spiritual seed evolution. Blood-sea spiritual seed, powerful flower. The first-tier feedback ability, Herculean strength. The second-tier feedback ability, graceful as a swallow. The growth and evolution pathways. The tome contained a detailed exposition of these abilities, and after perusing it, Jiang Luo was left utterly dumbfounded. The characteristic of the first-tier Herculean strength is that one's physical prowess surpasses that of the average person by a considerable margin, boasting a strength of 1,000 pounds at this stage. The second-tier feedback ability, as the name suggests, embodies the essence of being as light as a swallow, rendering the body remarkably nimble. This ability seems rather underwhelming, does it not? Jiang Luo wore a look of exasperation. Although one's supernatural powers would indeed grow in strength alongside their cultivation, the spiritual seed before him was undoubtedly one of the weakest of its kind within the same rank. His own moon-closing Yao orchid was a Qi spiritual seed, presently in its seedling stage, yet even in this nascent form, his physical strength was not less than 10,000 pounds, nourished by the vital energy. Consequently, absorbing the blood-sea spiritual seed before him would be utterly futile. No wonder the leader of the fierce tiger clan was so feeble. Jiang Luo has made a stark comparison regarding the disparity in spiritual seeds with his second uncle. Such a wretched second-tier ability, and yet even the first-tier warriors of the Jiang family caravan cannot contend with it? He is certain that, even without employing any divine powers, Li Er's current strength could effortlessly vanquish the leader of the fierce tiger gang. Jiang Luo picked up the spiritual seed from the box. Yet the stone book in his sea of consciousness remained unresponsive. When he had previously encountered the moon-closing Yutin, the stone book had activated instantaneously, with a mere thought. The seed of the moon-closing Yuan had entered his qi sea. Jiang Luo is not concerned that the spiritual seeds will enter the sea of blood. For the spiritual seeds of the sea of blood require immersion in fresh blood. Could it be that the stone tablet will choose the spiritual seeds on its own? Jiang Luo pondered deeply in her heart. The Jiang family lacked a formidable bloodline spirit seed, and he dared not recklessly experiment, should he inadvertently plant a feeble spirit seed. He would find no solace for his lamentations. Ultimately, Jiang Luo's gaze fell upon the parchment nestled within the box. Chapter 23. The Global Merchant Association. The parchment, yellowed with age, bore frayed edges, suggesting it had weathered the passage of time. Jiang Luo carefully unfurled the paper, revealing a depiction of a majestic mountain peak. Its steep slopes shrouded in swirling mists, the illustration strikingly vivid. At a certain point on the mountainside, a conspicuous red dot was marked. Beyond this, no further information was provided. The absence of any words left one in the dark about what lay at the location indicated by the red mark. Jiang Luo meticulously examined the parchment, endeavoring to uncover any concealed information. However, apart from the illustration of the mountain peaks, no further clues were discernible. Elder brother, I have discovered over 10,000 taels of silver notes and more than 5,000 taels in cash within the study. Jiang Yi entered with exuberance. And upon noticing the box in Jiang Luo's hands, his eyes sparkled with delight. Have you discovered a treasure? Jiang Luo extended the object in his hand, and Jiang Yu eagerly perused it, bursting into laughter. Brother, this ability is rather pathetic, isn't it? Well, it's better than nothing. Even the tiniest mosquito is still flesh. One by one, others arrived at Jiang Luo's chamber, their hands empty, clearly having garnered little. The leader of the fierce tiger stronghold is exceedingly impoverished. Not a single strand of fur could be found. Jiang Yi angrily exclaimed. Jiang Ran remarked with disdain, they do not even possess a medicinal field. Do they not engage in agriculture? If they were adept at farming, they would not resort to banditry. Upon observing that several individuals had arrived, Jiang Luo remarked. The ground has yet to be examined. Please search for any hidden items. The four of them, akin to seasoned soldiers, stood back to back at the center of the room, each assigned a specific task. They commenced their methodical tapping along the triangular perimeter leading to the walls, ensuring no area was overlooked. In a short span, they thoroughly searched the ground, and, as anticipated, found nothing of significance. Well, do not be disheartened, at the very least. We have uncovered a potential evolutionary pathway, which cannot be deemed entirely fruitless. Jiang Luo raised the box in his hand, and before departing, he slashed the ceiling a few times. He then continued his search of the other houses. Aside from discovering some silver coins, the only other items were foodstuffs that could not be transported and nothing of significant value. After completing their search, the group returned to the outskirts of the village, only to find that the multitude of corpses had vanished without a trace. Lier and the others had yet to emerge. Jiang Wuji observed several individuals holding various items and inquired with a smile, "How is the harvest?" Jiang Luo handed over the box, and Jiang Wuji glanced inside. Nodding slightly, "It is better than nothing." Jiang Luo could not help but inquire, "The leader of the fierce tiger stronghold is so weak. Yet the guards of the merchant convoy are unable to defeat him?" Jiang Wuji smiled and explained. The rapid expansion of the family business has created a pressing need for personnel training, and at present, one wishes they could split themselves in two to manage the demands. The caravan tasked with escorting goods to Anji County is equipped solely with the weakest tier of spiritual cultivators as guards, whose abilities are rather limited. Jiang Luo inquired with curiosity, "What kind of spiritual seed is it?" Jiang Wujie replied, "The bullhead flower possesses a first-tier feedback divine ability, granting immense strength akin to that of an ox." Jiang realized at once that despite possessing strength akin to that of a bull, brute force alone could not surpass the prowess of a well-built individual. When one combines brawn with the grace of a swallow, along with the advantage of superior rank, it becomes evident that such a combination surpasses mere physical strength. It is no wonder that the group of guards sustained only injuries yet managed to retreat unscathed. Jiang Luo inquired, "From whence do these spiritual seeds originate?" The bullhead flower and the potent flower are among the most prevalent spiritual seeds in the realm, both hailing from the esteemed Global Merchant Association. Jiang Wujie revealed the origins. The Tianxia Chamber of Commerce possesses the mother plants of the bullhead flower and the powerful flower. Although the divine powers derived from these two spiritual seeds are not particularly formidable, they possess the notable advantage of rapidly generating spiritual seeds. The precise speed of this process remains a closely guarded secret of the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce, inaccessible to outsiders. In addition to their own use, the chamber also sells a considerable portion of these spiritual seeds. They exclusively trade in spiritual seeds and medicinal concoctions, retaining the formulas for the potions in their own hands. Many factions nurturing their subordinates have a significant demand for such resources, and through these two spiritual seeds, the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce has amassed considerable wealth. Jiang, which spoke with a hint of envy, no matter how feeble the spiritual seed may be, once it reaches a certain scale, its profits are incomparable to ordinary enterprises. And what about the yield of the Buayuan? Jiang Luo has never encountered the ancestral stock of the elusive moonlit orchid, nor is she aware of its whereabouts, let alone the quantity produced by this exquisite bloom. Jiang would spread his hands and said, "You have inquired of the wrong person. Do you truly believe your grandfather would confide in me?" "Very well." Jiang Luo recalled the old man's cautious demeanor. The location of the secluded moon and the number of spiritual seeds generated were indeed confidential matters, and it was not surprising that his second uncle was unaware. He then inquired, "Is the quantity of spiritual seeds generated inversely proportional to the level of strength?" This is a complex question, as strength is subjective. For instance, certain auxiliary divine abilities may lack offensive power, yet for a faction, they can prove to be more crucial than aggressive abilities. Jiang Wuj let out a sigh, lamenting the fact that the forces within the Jianghu have shrouded the information regarding spiritual seeds in an impenetrable veil, with both truths and fabrications mingling indistinguishably. His family's heritage, though not ancient, still lacks the depth of knowledge concerning spiritual seeds. His gaze fell upon the map, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. This map appeared to be somewhat dated. He resolved to ask his fourth uncle to investigate its origins. One must see it in person to find solace in one's heart. The Jiang family is resolute in seizing every opportunity, leaving no chance unexploited. Upon encountering this enigmatic map, Jiang Wujin is determined to pursue it relentlessly, irrespective of its perceived value, even if it were akin to a mere lump of excrement. "I share the same sentiment," Jiang Luo mused. "Among the 3 items in the box, only this map holds the promise of revealing something valuable. With my fourth uncle in command of the Qianji Tong, it is only fitting that he embark on this quest." At that moment, Li Er and her companions emerged from the stronghold, accompanied by over 10 ragged women. Their faces were etched with terror and despair, as if they had endured ceaseless torment. "Young master, we discovered them in a secret chamber," Li Er stated, her expression one of indignation, her tone laced with anger. "These mountain bandits are nothing but beasts, abducting women from the villages, only to slay them once they grow weary of their captives. They are part of the latest group that has been taken." Jiang Luomei furrowed her brow slightly. When one possesses power, the temptation to indulge in various personal desires invariably arises. She was not surprised by the situation before her. This group could not return. Jiang Wuji gently shook her head. If they were to return to their original village, even a mere spittle could drown them. Jiang Luo, hailing from a harmonious society, inherently harbored a greater respect for human life than those of this world. He gazed at the group of women and spoke aloud. "I present you with 2 choices. Firstly, I can arrange for someone to escort you safely home." Upon hearing Jiang Luo's words, the women displayed expressions of confusion, their eyes reflecting a hint of fear. "Secondly, I can offer you employment at my family's factory, where no one knows you, nor your past. There, you need not worry about sustenance or safety. In the future, should a suitable partner arise, you may choose to marry and start a family. The path forward has been laid out before them. The choice now rests in their hands." Within the realm of his capabilities, Jiang Luo was willing to extend a helping hand. "Sir, I choose the second option." At last, a strikingly delicate young woman spoke, her voice soft yet resolute. As she voiced her decision, the others quickly echoed her sentiment, none opting for the first choice. Even their parents, it seemed, would not wish for them to return. Jiang Luo turned to the woodcutter and said, "I leave this matter in your capable hands. Please escort them to the perfume factory and deliver them to my Aunt San," mentioning that it was my arrangement. "Yes, young master," the woodcutter replied affirmatively. Jiang Wuji had no objections to Jiang Luo's arrangements. With a wave of his hand, he said, "The matter is settled. Let us return." Chapter 24. The creation of a 4-star potion. As evening descended, the group returned home, weary from their journey. Jiang Luo visited the family's main hall and presented the contents of the box to his father. Jiang Wuhan took the box, casually glanced through it, and his gaze settled upon the sheepskin scroll. He inquired nonchalantly, "Was this journey smooth?" Jiang nodded, remarking that the leader of the fierce tiger stronghold was considerably weaker than anticipated. Jiang Wuhan had long harbored suspicions regarding the prowess of the tiger stronghold's leader. So he was not taken aback. He glanced at the map and said, "I shall entrust this map to your fourth uncle. When there is news, I will inform you." Jiang Luo responded affirmatively, departing from the main hall and returning to his modest courtyard. Upon his return, the first thing Jiang Luo did was consume a vial of 3-star growth potion. As the potion entered his system, his closed moon and ethereal bloom began to accelerate the absorption of the spiritual energy from the surroundings, swiftly forming a small vortex of spiritual essence around him. In this state, moving outside became somewhat inconvenient. Jiang Luo furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. The rapid absorption of spiritual energy was excessive, and such commotion was not ideal. He endeavored to regulate the absorption rate of the Baiyu Yutan, communicating with the spiritual seed through his mind. It seemed that the Baiyu Yutan comprehended his intent, as the pace of absorption gradually decelerated. Eventually, when the absorption rate diminished to approximately 70 or 80 times that of an ordinary person, the fluctuations of spiritual energy returned to a state of equilibrium. Jiang Luo felt a surge of joy within. During his time at home, he could opt for maximum power, and when venturing outside, he could revert to a state of tranquil energy. In this manner, he would neither significantly diminish his cultivation speed nor attract the attention of others. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a week had elapsed. Jiang Luo turned his attention inward to his dantian, where 5 delicate cotyledons had fully unfurled, each emanating a subtle glow. After each cotyledon unfurls, it requires a day or two to assimilate its achievements. Jiang Luo estimated that in approximately half a month, the 12 cotyledons would fully unfurl, eagerly awaiting the blossoming of flower buds and the onset of maturity. Upon pushing open the door, he found Lier practicing her swordplay in the courtyard. Noticing Jiang Luo's emergence, Lier paused her movements and wiped the sweat from her brow, saying, "Young master, the steward has sent another batch of resources." Jiang Luo followed Lier to her room, where the table was adorned with an array of wooden boxes and bottles, each meticulously labeled with a note detailing its contents. Jiang Luo examined the items carefully and discovered that he had gathered a complete set of auxiliary materials for a 4-star elixir. He and Lier transported the resources back to their room and casually inquired, "How is your cultivation progressing? How long until maturity?" Lier set down the box she was holding, her face beaming with joy, and estimated, "It should be just a day or two. The progress is commendable." Jiang Luo had believed he would surpass Lier in achieving a breakthrough, yet unexpectedly, Lier had taken the lead. It was all thanks to the potion provided by the young master. With tender eyes, Lier inquired, "Are you going to conduct an experiment?" Jiang Luo replied, "Indeed. I have several ideas I wish to explore." Jiang Luo instructed, "If anyone seeks me in the coming days, simply inform them that I am in seclusion." "Understood." Lier replied obediently. Without lingering further, she turned and departed, closing the door behind her. As Jiang Luo's consciousness delved into the sea of knowledge, it settled upon the page inscribed with the medicinal formula: Growth Plan 99, Beast Type, 2nd Tier Mantis Inner Core, 30, 1st Tier Shadowless Cicada Mold, 10. Spiritual Herbs, Clear Chi Bamboo Petals, 5. Silverlight Flower, 5. Evening Primrose, 5. Spiritual Materials, Stalactite Agate, 5. Others, Rootless Water, 40. Method of Production, Click to expand. Growth Efficiency, 4 stars. In this realm, the mystical beasts have not been extinguished, rather, they have been driven by humankind to the recesses of colossal mountain ranges and the depths of the ocean, through the channels of the Jiang family. Acquiring a few beast inner cores poses no challenge. Jiang Luo clicked to view the method of preparation, which was considerably more intricate than the previous 3-star potion. Fortunately, the scheme provided by Shirshu was designed for simplicity. As long as he adhered strictly to the proportions and steps, he need not fear failure. He meticulously reviewed the preparation method several times and mentally rehearsed it before commencing his task. The first step involved grinding the inner elixir of the mantis and the cicada's exuvie into a fine powder. The inner elixir of the mantis was as hard as the rare earth metal, and Jiang Luo proceeded with utmost caution, taking a full half-hour to complete the task. Beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. After wiping away the sweat, he moved on to the next step. In a vast subterranean expanse belonging to the Jiang family, towering columns ascend from the ground to the ceiling, supporting this immense space. Embedded at equal intervals in the ceiling are luminous moonstone gems, illuminating the area as brightly as day. Shadows flit about in the underground realm, where all individuals wear masks, concealing their identities from one another. This place resembles a finely tuned machine, where the exchange, analysis, and decision-making of various pieces of intelligence occur incessantly. Within a certain chamber, A man clad in a black robe with gold-trimmed hem sits poised in the shadows, resembling a silhouette hovering at the boundary of light and dark, elusive and indistinct. His skin appears somewhat pallid, likely a consequence of prolonged seclusion from sunlight. A masked man in gray enters the chamber, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect towards the man in black. "My lord, the location you instructed us to search a few days ago has been thoroughly examined, but we found no trace. It can be concluded that either the area has undergone geological changes, the map is a forgery, or it lies beyond the borders of the Great Yin." The man in black's gaze flickers momentarily, considering the age of the parchment. It is unlikely that geological changes have occurred, while the possibility of a counterfeit map circulating cannot be dismissed. The most plausible explanation remains that the site does not belong to the Great Yin. His curiosity regarding the map deepens. From where could a mere mountain bandit have procured such a document? The man in black lets out a soft sigh. Luo acted too hastily. Otherwise, we could have extracted some useful information from the bandit leader. He then shakes his head. That brigand likely possesses little valuable knowledge. Otherwise, he would have already sought it out. After a brief contemplation, the man arrives at a decision. "Shadow, the 1,000 mechanisms, I must not halt its progress. You shall lead a team to establish a branch of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty." "Yes, my lord." The gray-clad man promptly turns and departs without further inquiry. 3 days have elapsed since Jiang Luo commenced the preparation of the potion. Certain medicinal herbs require not only repeated boiling but also meticulous control over both heat and duration. Moreover, they must be exposed to the external absorption of the violet aura at specific intervals, leaving no room for even the slightest error. It seems necessary to establish a dedicated laboratory for this endeavor. Jiang Luo pondered quietly within his heart. During this recent concoction of potions, he had distinctly sensed the limitations of the environment. As he progressed further, certain 5-star elixirs would require the search for unique locations for their creation, rendering the process even more intricate. As the preparation of the potion approached its conclusion, a sudden waft of fragrant herbs emerged from the ceramic vessel before him, signaling the formation of the medicinal liquid. A pool of amber-hued liquid resided within the jar, its texture exquisitely smooth and devoid of any crystallization, reminiscent of aged wine that had been savored over the years. As Jiang Luo awaited the medicinal liquid to return to room temperature, he swiftly filled the prepared jade vials with it. This time, the quantity of the elixir was notably greater, filling a total of 20 vials. In order to experiment with the latest potion, Jiang Luo had deliberately abstained from consuming the 3-star growth liquid in the past few days. He uncorked one of the vials and tilted his head back to swallow it. Boom! As the potion was ingested, it felt akin to swallowing a shard of molten lava. The spiritual energy, far more potent than before, surged forth as if it had found an outlet, infiltrating through his pores, coursing along his meridians, and flooding into his dantian. Jiang Luo first sensed a feeling of overwhelming burden in his meridians, accompanied by a slight sting. Chapter 25, The Old Man's Secret. I am utterly astounded. Jiang Luo was drenched in cold sweat, the sharp pain coursing through his meridians causing his heart to leap in alarm. He hastily regulated the flow of the moon-closing profound mist, ensuring that the absorption of spiritual energy remained at a level commensurate with consuming a 3-star elixir, which finally allowed him to exhale in relief. It was not that the moon-closing profound mist could not absorb more, rather, it was his body that could not endure the excess, unless he were to plant a top-tier blood-sea spirit seed. The ordinary blood-sea spirit seeds were plentiful in his family, yet they proved futile, offering less than the physical strength returned by the moon-closing profound mist. Alas, he resolved to take one step at a time. Jiang Luo temporarily set this issue aside, focusing instead on the consumption of the elixir within the Sea of Qi. Its durability was evidently a significant enhancement compared to At the moment of adjustment, Jiang's absorption rate was tested. Under conditions that ensured sustainability, his body could maintain a speed exceeding 200 times that of an ordinary person. After approximately 10 hours had elapsed, the medicinal liquid was finally depleted by the following evening. The plant, Biwei Yutan, unfurled 3 more leaves, having consumed to its fill. Biwei Yutan's resilience had significantly improved. Jiang Luo made a simple calculation. The efficacy of a 4-star potion is nearly doubled compared to that of a 3-star potion, in terms of both durability and effectiveness. The potency of a single bottle of 4-star potion is equivalent to that of an ordinary person continuously consuming a 1-star potion for approximately 7 to 8 months. Once I have used the remaining 3 or 4-star potions in my possession, I will be able to reach the pinnacle of the first tier. A smile graced Jiang Luo's face, for the sensation of constant progress was truly delightful. Outside the window, the night deepened, and after several days of relentless alchemy, coupled with the toll on his body, he felt a weariness enveloping his spirit. He collapsed onto the bed and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. On this day, Jiang Luo arrived at the training grounds. His second uncle was diligently instructing a few individuals, and since their involvement in the bandit extermination, Jiang Yi and the others had noticeably acquired a sharper and more lethal edge to their swordsmanship. Jiang Wujie cast a glance at Jiang Luo and inquired, "What brings you here today?" Jiang Luo understood the intention. Tonight, the King Xianzi would perform at Moonlight Tower, and he contemplated whether to take a few of them along to witness the event. The private room cost 1,000 taels of gold. His money was not merely found, after all, and it was essential to make the most of it. Jiang Yi cast a peculiar glance at Jiang Luo and said, "Elder brother, are you planning to take us to visit the pleasure quarters?" However, before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Wuji delivered a swift slap to his forehead, chiding him with a laugh. "You haven't even matured yet, and all you can think about are such frivolous things." Jiang Yi touched his head, a look of grievance on his face. "Elder brother is merely 2 months my senior." Jiang Wujing paid no heed to this boisterous individual and mused, "I have heard of the name of the King Xianzi. It would be beneficial for them to accompany me and listen." Jiang Yu and Jiang Ming exchanged glances. "Uncle, we too wish to go." "You all?" Jiang Wuji displayed a hesitant expression. After all, they were both women, and it seemed rather inappropriate to frequent a brothel. "Elder brother." Jiang Yu gently shook Jiang Luo's arm, presenting a pitiful demeanor. Jiang Luo gently patted her arm and suggested, "Why don't the two of them simply apply some makeup? My family does not concern itself with such trivial conventions." "Very well, then." Jiang Wujie ultimately acquiesced. "The elder brother is truly the best." Jiang Yu wore an expression of joyous exuberance. Jiang Wujing pondered for a moment and remarked, "Tonight, the Bright Moon Pavilion will likely be a chaotic assembly of both fish and dragons. I shall accompany you." "Very well." Jiang Luo instead let out a sigh of relief. The direct descendants of the Jiang family gathered together, which posed a significant problem. As dusk approached, the Mingwei Pavilion was adorned with vibrant lanterns and decorations. At the entrance, an array of lavish carriages in various styles bustled about, while elegantly attired young nobles strode in with their heads held high. Many, in an effort to leave a favorable impression on the enchanting musician, chose to forego the presence of their maidservants. The carriage of the Jiang family, under the protection of guards, made its way toward the Mingwei Tower, only to be halted by the throngs of vehicles before reaching the entrance. Jiang Wujing glanced at the crowd on the street through the window and softly remarked, "It is time to disembark. The carriage can no longer proceed." Jiang Luo and his companions disembarked from the carriage, while the guards positioned themselves both in front and behind, effectively separating the crowd from the group. In a charming attire reminiscent of a youthful boy, Jiang Yu pretended to wield a fan, gazing at the throngs of people surrounding him. He pondered in bewilderment, can the Mingwei Tower accommodate such a multitude? Jiang Luo, having attended a concert in a previous life, chuckled and remarked, "There must be quite a few who couldn't procure tickets," pondering the idea of listening from outside. Jiang Yu appeared somewhat bewildered as a group of individuals meandered through the bustling crowd towards the Mingwei Tower. Upon reaching the entrance, a woman clad in a cerulean dress, seemingly in her 30s, approached them gracefully, offering a courteous bow. "I am Hongxiu, the steward of Mingwei Tower in Jiangzhou, and it is my honor to welcome the esteemed guests from the Jiang family." Her enchanting peach blossom eye sparkled, and a solitary beauty mark beneath her eye enhanced her allure rather than detracted from her visage, infusing it with an intriguing charm. Her speech flowed with a measured elegance, and her demeanor was poised, exuding a captivating grace that never veered into frivolity. Jiang Wujing was perplexed by Hongxiu's demeanor, unaware of the prior arrangement for the private room. With a courteous gesture, Jiang Luo returned the greeting, expressing his gratitude for Hongxiu's personal reception. Hongxiu chuckled softly, her voice resonating like the delicate strings of a zither, captivating the hearts of those who heard. "Young Master Jiang, you are too kind. Please, allow me to escort you all." Leading the way, Hongxiu navigated ahead, while the guards awaited outside the Mingwei Pavilion, drawing numerous curious glances due to the presence of the Jiang family. Jiang Luo did not anticipate that his inaugural visit to a brothel would be accompanied by his younger siblings. The Mingwei building boasted an expansive interior, with a square stage measuring 3 zhang situated against the wall on the first floor. Below the stage, a neat row of tables and chairs was already filled with elegantly dressed young gentlemen, eagerly awaiting the performance. The second floor comprised a series of interconnected circular private rooms, with the prestigious Tianzi No. 1 suite facing the stage. As Hongxiu opened the door to the private room, Two tall and strikingly beautiful maidens awaited within. Gracefully curtsying as they acknowledged the guests, "We are honored to receive such esteemed visitors." Jiang Luo surmised that it was the arrangement of Hong Xiu, and politely declined her kind offer, stating that today was a family gathering, and therefore, there was no need to trouble the two young ladies. The two maids exchanged glances with Hong Xiu, who waved her hand, prompting them to withdraw immediately. "I shall not intrude upon your gathering. Should you have any requests, simply ring the bell upon the table." After ensuring the comfort of her guests, Hong Xiu chose not to linger, bidding farewell with a gracious smile. Once she departed, Jiang Wuji looked at Jiang Luo with a hint of curiosity, asking, "Are you well acquainted with Moonlight Tower?" Jiang Luo shrugged his shoulders, indicating that one was overthinking. He seldom ventured outside, and this was indeed his first visit. He felt a twinge of curiosity as to why Moonlight Tower displayed such warmth towards him, or rather, the Jiang family. Among the guests at Moonlight Tower today were also scions from other families in Jiangzhou, yet none received the same fervent hospitality as he did. Jiang Luo briefly recounted the matter of reserving a private room with the steward. Jiang Wujin rested his chin upon his hand, pondering, as he had never heard of any collaboration between the family and Moonlight Tower. Could it be an old acquaintance of the elder? Jiang jokingly remarked. "Are you not afraid of being found out by the old man for conspiring against him behind his back?" Jiang Wuji whispered mysteriously into Jiang Luo's ear. "Believe it or not, the old gentleman indeed has a penchant for visiting brothels." "How so?" Jiang Luo suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. Jiang Wuji did not regard Jiang Luo as a child. The two of them clandestinely exchanged whispers. "On one occasion, while I was attending to matters outside, I happened to pass by Moonlight Tower and noticed the old gentleman entering. He appeared quite familiar with the establishment, displaying an air that suggested he was no novice." "You haven't disclosed this to anyone, have you?" Jiang Luo stumbled upon a grand revelation, unexpectedly discovering this facet of the old gentleman's character. Jiang Wuji waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, how could I possibly divulge such matters? Your grandmother departed early, and it is only natural for the old man to indulge in a leisurely visit to the brothels. This secret I have resolved to keep buried within me. Had it not been for the enthusiastic hospitality of Moonlight Tower, I might have nearly forgotten it." The Jiang family was not as affluent as it is today. The wives of several esteemed elders had successively passed away. Jiang Luo had seldom encountered many grandmothers. He sighed. "I was planning to return and inquire with my father about the circumstances of Moonlight Tower, but never mind." Chapter 26. The Fairy of the Lute. The table in the private room was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines: 3-flower brocade chicken, striped sheep, luminous shells, ink jade mushrooms, crystal seaweed. All were composed of the flesh of mythical beasts and various spiritual plants. During festive occasions, the Jiang family does not indulge in such extravagant dishes as those laid out on the table today. What a delightful treat this is, Jiang Wujin thought to himself. One should not refuse a meal that is offered. Grasping his chopsticks, he sampled each dish on the table, then poured himself a glass of fine wine, which he consumed in one gulp. Savoring the taste, he turned his gaze towards a few eager young men and gestured, "Help yourselves." Jiang Luo savored a piece of tabby lamb, which melted effortlessly in his mouth, devoid of any gamey or pungent flavors. Once swallowed, a surge of vitality coursed through him, gradually nourishing his body. He set down his chopsticks, pondering that the expenses of this lavish feast likely amounted to a staggering sum of gold. The Moonlight Tower had refunded the money we had paid. The dishes on the table were sourced from all corners of the land, and without special channels. It would be a daunting task to assemble such a banquet. This singular meal could easily bankrupt a small family. Yet, one mustn't dwell on such matters, after all. It would be a disservice to waste the good intentions of Moonlight Tower. Jiang Wuji raised an eyebrow, his mind weaving an intricate tapestry of thoughts. Just as the group was indulging in their feast, the previously restless noises from the first floor subsided into silence. Jiang Luo gazed out the window, where a magnificent guqin had been placed upon the central stage unbeknownst to him. A figure clad in a flowing white dress, her face veiled, moved gracefully onto the stage like a willow swaying in the breeze. The veil obscured the woman's visage, yet the contours of her face and the glimpse of her forehead suggested she possessed an unparalleled beauty. "The guqin fairy has arrived," an excited voice called out, and immediately, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. "Thank you for your support, esteemed guests. I am honored." The guqin fairy bowed elegantly to the audience, her voice resonating like pearls cascading onto a jade platter, truly enchanting. It was rumored that listening to a piece played by the guqin fairy could significantly enhance one's martial prowess. One could only wonder if such claims held any truth. At that moment, a stern-faced middle-aged swordsman boldly inquired, drawing the attention of many who had come. Enamored by the fairy's renown, while others sought her music's reputed benefits for their martial breakthroughs, thus investing lavishly for this experience. Such sycophants exist everywhere. In the front row, a dandy with oiled hair fanned himself, considering it a tremendous fortune to hear a single melody from the Guqin fairy, daring not to wish for more. The stern swordsman, however, did not spare him a glance, his intense gaze fixed upon the stage, awaiting a response. The dandy, feeling somewhat disgruntled, let out a soft huff. The Guqin fairy then spoke, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Whether one can glean insights from my music depends upon your own affinity. I cannot guarantee such a gift. If I possess such ability, would I dare to flaunt it? Her words were impeccably crafted, yet the stern swordsman had already received the answer he sought. And with a respectful gesture, he said, "If I have been impolite, I ask for your forgiveness. There is no need for such formality. I shall not keep you waiting any longer. The piece I will perform today is titled Inquiring the Heart Amidst the Mundane. Please indulge in its beauty." The Guqin fairy approached the exquisitely arranged Guqin, her fingers, as delicate as jade, gliding over the strings. Instantly, a ripple emanated from the center of the Guqin, spreading outward in waves. The music penetrated the very soul, causing a slight stir in the stone tablet within Jiang Luo's mind before it fell still. He relinquished his instinctive resistance, allowing his spirit to immerse itself in the melody. Before him unfolded a scene, transporting Jiang Luo back to the day he stood at the Tiger Mountain stronghold. The figure of the stronghold's leader appeared, brandishing a long knife, and bellowed at Jiang Luo, "You and I are but thieves in our own right, differing only in our methods. What distinction is there?" Jiang Luo glanced around. The scene indistinguishable from reality, yet he could distinctly perceive that he was ensnared within an illusion. Is this it? Could this truly be the essence of introspection? It seems rather simplistic, does it not? Jiang Luo furrowed his brows slightly, feeling not a ripple of emotion within, even too apathetic to respond. With a swift slash, the figure of the Tiger Lord dissipated into nothingness. In the next moment, a new scene unfolded, one he had never witnessed before. A renowned celestial maiden, unparalleled in beauty throughout the martial world, was being pursued by a sinister figure from the demonic path, his eyes glinting with malice. Do not inquire how Jiang Luo was aware of the maiden's fame, he simply knew it in his heart. The maiden's face flushed crimson, and upon spotting Jiang Luo, she stumbled towards him, her expression one of poignant vulnerability. "Young master, save me." In a flash, a blade descended, and the head of the exquisite maiden soared into the sky, her visage lingering in a state of bewilderment. How could you do this?" The demon seemed momentarily stunned. This woman had used me as a shield, disregarding my safety, sealing her own fate. The blade of Jiang Luo did not falter. With a swift motion, it plunged once more into the chest of the demon. "Then why do you seek my demise? Is it due to my identity as a practitioner of the dark arts?" Blood trickled from the corners of the demon's mouth, seemingly indifferent to the ebbing of life, as it fixed its gaze upon Jiang Luo. "No, you're mistaken." Jiang Luo wiped the blood from his blade. "Yet what troubled me was your witnessing of my act of murder. The woman, renowned throughout the martial world, had countless admirers. Should this news spread, it would certainly bring me considerable trouble and tarnish my reputation." Boom. The scene dissipated. Subsequently, a series of diverse settings unfolded, and Jiang Luo remained oblivious to the number of times he had wielded his knife. Without exception, each strike was executed with unwavering resolve and utmost decisiveness. After eliminating one who deserved death, the scene shifted once more, revealing him on the streets of a city. The city was meticulously managed, and the faces of the citizens largely bore expressions of hope, with only a few scattered beggars visible. "Big brother, could you spare me some food?" A small beggar, around 7 or 8 years old, appeared before Jiang Luo, his face grimy and his eyes filled with longing. "Waiter, bring me 2 meat buns." Jiang Luo did not offer her money. Instead, he purchased 2 large meat buns from a nearby shop and handed them to the young girl. "Thank you, big brother," she exclaimed, taking a bite of the bun, her mouth glistening with juices, her eyes slightly squinting like crescent moons. The scene shifted, revealing Jiang Luo in a dim underground chamber, where a woman's lifeless body lay on the ground. It was none other than the little girl from years past, her heart viciously extracted. Beside her corpse stood the lord of the city. "I apologize. My granddaughter has a congenital heart condition, and yours is the only one suitable. You may rest in peace. My granddaughter will carry on living with a part of you," the lord said with a face full of remorse. Suddenly, he noticed someone nearby, stepping back in caution. "Who goes there? Have you completed your final words? If so, descend and accompany her." Jiang Luo gazed upon the lifeless form of the woman on the ground. Her eyes, reminiscent of crescent moons, seemed to linger vividly before him. Jiang Luo had resided in this city for many years, yet he remained oblivious to what it was truly testing. Upon encountering the young girl, he refrained from intervening in her fate, allowing events to unfold naturally. The girl was relatively fortunate. Upon reaching adulthood, she married the son of the dumpling shop owner, securing a life free from financial worries. Her character underwent little change as she matured. Her laughter still resembled the crescent moon. One day, as Jiang Luo passed by the dumpling shop, he noticed it was shuttered. After some inquiries, he discovered the reason behind it. The city lord seemed to recognize Jiang Luo and sighed in relief. "I know you. You often extend your charity to the impoverished families within the city. We share a common path. You should be aware of what I have brought to this city. A decade ago, it was ravaged by famine. After I assumed the role of city lord, within just a year, I began to alleviate the plight of hunger. In 5 years, I transformed this city into a vibrant place. Now, it stands as the second most prosperous locale after the capital. Should you take my life? Countless citizens will regress to their former days of poverty." Jiang Luo recognized the truth in the words of the person before him. The transformation of this city was indeed the result of his actions. A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. Could he truly disregard the fate of the entire populace for the sake of a mere acquaintance with a small beggar? The city lord stood upright, his gaze steady and unwavering as he met Jiang Luo's eyes. "Every individual harbors selfish motives, and I am no exception. I have devoted so much to this city, without a hint of regret, yet I cannot bear to watch my granddaughter slip away from me. In this matter, I am indeed guilty. Henceforth, I shall dedicate all my efforts to enhancing the lives of the citizens in order to atone for my shortcomings." The blade in Jiang Luo's hand plunged into the chest of the city lord. Chapter 27. The Pinnacle of Mastery. For what reason? Jiang Luo's sudden action took the city lord by surprise. He had clearly perceived Jiang Luo's hesitation. Could it be that the fate and future of an entire city were deemed less significant than that of a mere beggar with whom he had exchanged only a few fleeting encounters? This matter was irrelevant. Jiang Luo's gaze once again regained its tranquility, devoid of any ripples. What could be the reason behind this? It seemed that the city lord, on the brink of death, yearned to uncover the truth. Jiang Luo sighed softly, because her smile is incredibly healing. "I truly adore it." "Is that all?" The city lord found it utterly absurd. He had expected Jiang Luo to impart some profound wisdom, whether it was to uphold justice on behalf of heaven, to treat all lives equally, or even to express compassion for the plight of a young beggar. He would have accepted any of those sentiments. Yet, the reasoning presented before him was simply too ludicrous. "Did you not say that everyone harbors selfish desires, and I am no exception?" Jiang Luo sheathed the blade, remarking that he was not a judge and required no further justification. "Demon, great demon, you are the true embodiment of malevolence." The lord of the city spoke with a trembling voice as the scene gradually faded away, resembling smoke dissipating in the wind. Jiang Luoxin felt a profound emptiness, as no new imagery graced her mind. Outside the private room, the sound of the continued to resonate. The experiences swirling within Jiang Luo's mind seemed to transpire in reality, unfolding like a series of vivid slides. In a fleeting moment, he encountered countless battles and choices. His swordsmanship, unbeknownst to him, approached the pinnacle of perfection. Yet, it felt as though a veil separated him from truly stepping into that realm. Every ounce of power manifested at will, directed by his heart, and each strike, unregretted, would signify his attainment of the highest level of mastery. Jiang Luo recalled his second uncle's profound understanding of mastery. When each individual steps into a new realm of martial arts, there exists no singular interpretation. Everyone harbors their own distinct comprehension, acting upon one's heart, following one's inclinations, wielding the blade without regret, and striking with unwavering resolve. Jiang Luo murmured softly, his eyes growing increasingly bright. From the very first scene, whether engaged in combat or making decisions, he wielded his blade without hesitation. Only in the final scene did he pause momentarily. In truth, he was uncertain whether his ultimate choice was right or wrong. Yet, he acted regardless. Memories of past training with the blade flooded Jiang Luo's mind. He finally comprehended the reasons behind his repeated defeats while sparring with his second uncle. It was due to hesitation, uncertainty, and excessive caution that he often missed various opportunities. Sometimes, overthinking is less effective than taking action. Even if one errs, so be it. What is done is done. Mastery does not imply the absence of mistakes. Rather, it is an integral part of the journey towards excellence. The faint aura of the blade flickered within the private room, seemingly dancing with joy. Is this what true mastery feels like? Jiang Luo opened his eyes, and several individuals stared at him with wide eyes. Jiang Wujin's eyelids quivered slightly. Have you ascended to the realm of consummate mastery? Merely a stroke of luck. I have only just begun my journey. Jiang Luo felt elated. The expenditure of 1,000 taels of gold was not in vain. The realm of mastery appears deceptively simple, easily articulated in a few phrases. However, certain experiences cannot be fully comprehended without personal involvement. The more one attempts to advise, the more contrived it becomes, making it increasingly challenging to transcend into this state of being. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Jiang Wujin clapped his hands and laughed, believing that no matter how exceptional Jiang Luo's talent might be, he would still need to undergo considerable trials in the martial world to gain a deeper understanding of human nature and worldly affairs before taking this significant step. To his astonishment, Jiang Luo once again surprised him. What are your reflections on this? Jiang Luo inquired of others. Listening to this melody could compensate for a year of arduous training. Jiang Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly having achieved significant gains. The others nodded in agreement, each having reaped their rewards. I sensed a barrier preventing me from reaching mastery, unable to step beyond. Young master, am I too foolish? Lear expressed her frustration. Half a month ago, the young master was far inferior to her, yet now he had left her far behind. With such clumsiness, how could she ever assist the young master in the future? Jiang Luo gently tousled her hair and said, do not take it to heart. Stay true to your essence, and you will surely overcome. Each person's circumstances differ, he remarked succinctly. I understand, young master, Lear quietly encouraged herself. Lear, keep going. You can do it. Suddenly, the music ceased, and the enchanting musician cast a fleeting glance toward the private box where Jiang Luo resided. The audience gradually regained their composure. Exquisite, simply ineffable, some praised, evidently reaping considerable rewards. The aloof swordsman revealed a slight smile, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, enchanting musician. The martial artist present echoed his sentiments with respectful bows. Except for a few, nearly all who had heard the melody experienced some degree of enrichment. Jiang Luo also cupped his hands in a gesture of respect on the stage. Acknowledging the kindness bestowed upon him in aiding his path, such a gesture merits a bow. This performance has saved him several years of effort. His previous concern was that his martial realm would not keep pace with his cultivation. At least for the time being, he need not worry. The young lady has embarrassed herself. The Chinsa Zither Fairy smiled gently. Is there anyone present who has comprehended the pinnacle of this art? A middle-aged martial artist, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, cupped his hands and inquired of the assembly. No one responded. The middle-aged martial artist, feeling a tinge of disappointment, let out a soft sigh. What a pity. Jiang Luo paid no heed to the clamor outside and remarked to Jiang Wujin. The melodies of this enchanting musician must embody extraordinary powers. The sound of her zither can transport all present into a shared illusion. And there are certainly more than 100 individuals in attendance. This alone is enough to demonstrate that this woman is no ordinary figure. Jiang Wujin lifted the wine cup from the table, taking a sip. The sound of the zither possessed a quality conducive to enlightenment, however. The zither fairy's cultivation was still limited, at best aiding one to reach the realm of consummate mastery, which held no utility for me. A flicker of thought stirred within Jiang Luo's heart. Could it be possible that when her own realm ascends to a higher level, she would be able to assist others in comprehending the pinnacle of mastery, or perhaps even transcend to realms beyond? Jiang Wuji pondered slightly. This is difficult to articulate. As one progresses further in martial arts, the path becomes increasingly arduous. It is likely that mere melodies will not suffice. But assisting others and achieving some understanding should pose no challenge. That is indeed the case. Jiang pondered. The role of the Qinxian is immensely beneficial to a faction. After listening to this piece, the melody loses its utility. It is unlikely that the progress of the Qinxian's cultivation can surpass his own. However, for the younger generation of the Jiang family, it holds considerable value. With a light-hearted chuckle, Jiang Wuji picked up a piece of lamb and savored it with great delight. It was evident to us, as well as to other forces, that her exceptional musical talent was renowned throughout the realm, and her lively demeanor hinted at an intriguing background. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, causing the two to cease their conversation. Jiang Luo spoke up, "Please, come in." As the door swung open, Hongxiu stepped inside, offering a subtle nod and a smile to the group. She promptly got to the point, stating, "I apologize for the interruption. The King Xianzi wishes to pay a visit to you all. May I inquire if it is convenient?" Jiang Luo and Jiang Wuji exchanged a glance. seemingly aware that the King Xianzi had sensed the fluctuations of the sword aura, prompting this action. Coincidentally, Jiang Luo also wished to meet her, thus he nodded and said, "Of course, it is convenient. Then I shall bring King Xianzi over at once." Chapter 28. The unique spirit of the King Xianzi. Before long, Hongxiu entered the private room with the King Xianzi in tow. "Greetings to all." The King Xianzi offered a graceful bow, her eyes clear as water, scanning the assembly before settling on Jiang Luo. After leading the guests in, Hongxiu turned and closed the door behind her. Everyone understood the purpose of the King Xianzi's visit. Jiang Luo rose and returned the bow, acknowledging the King Xianzi. "I am Xiao Yuni. You may call me by my name or simply Yuni," the King Xianzi stated with poise. Revealing her name, Jiang nodded slightly, inviting the other party to take a seat. "Miss Xiao, have you sensed that I have stepped into the realm of mastery? My spiritual essence is somewhat unique, and I did indeed have a slight perception just now." The candidly acknowledged, then smiled. "Yun Yi has performed externally for many years. Hearing a single melody can enable a breakthrough for but a handful of individuals. Thus, I could not help but feel a trace of curiosity. If I have caused any disturbance, I kindly ask for your forgiveness." My words were too heavy. Jiang Luo had never underestimated the heroes of the world. The number mentioned by the Xianzi was, in fact, fewer than he had anticipated. He poured a cup of tea for his companion, raising it in gratitude for Miss Zhao's melodious performance, for without it, he might have squandered several years of his life. "I raised this cup of tea in place of wine, to toast the young lady." The Xianzi lifted her teacup, slightly lifting the veil that adorned her face, and drank it in one go. "There's no need for thanks. Ultimately, this matter serves my interests as well." Jiang Luo did not gaze at her directly. After finishing the tea in his cup, he set it down and said, "I would like to hear more." The King Xianzi spoke slowly. "My spiritual seed requires wandering through the mortal realm. The more insights those who listen to might gain, the greater the benefits for me. Therefore, if young Master Jiang wishes to express his gratitude, I must also extend my thanks to you." Her candid revelation of this matter inevitably endeared her to him. "So this is how it is. Such a unique spiritual seed is indeed something I have never encountered before." Jiang Luo harbored a curiosity regarding her spiritual essence, yet refrained from delving further into the matter. Their acquaintance was merely superficial, and given the depth of her revelations, any subsequent inquiries might seem rather presumptuous. The nature of the King Xianzi's spiritual essence destined her to dwell perpetually in the limelight. Jiang Luo remarked with a smile, "No wonder you venture forth on tours, heedless of danger." A hint of resignation appeared on the King Xianzi's face as she explained that her spiritual essence required nurturing, leaving her with no choice but to act as she did. Why does one not seek collaboration with a formidable power? Jiang Luo has gained a certain understanding of the situation regarding the King Xianzi. Her performance venues and schedules are rather unpredictable, exhibiting a considerable degree of randomness. Previously, she preferred to remain unrestrained. However, it seems that King Xianzi has altered her prior stance. To be candid with young Master Jiang, my visit to Jiangzhou Prefecture is precisely to negotiate a collaboration with Moonlight Tower. Jiang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Moonlight Tower, with its numerous branches across Dian, had a commendable reputation and was indeed an excellent choice. Moonlight Tower exclusively hosted high-end performances, refraining from engaging in any illicit activities. Should a patron and one of the young ladies within make private arrangements and provide a sufficient sum for release, that would be an entirely different matter, one in which Moonlight Tower would not intervene. The two proprietors behind Moonlight Tower were not to be trifled with, ensuring that coercive practices would not occur. Indeed, it seemed that the Qinskin had reached a decision. Collaborating with Moonlight Tower would undoubtedly simplify matters. As their conversation grew animated, a commotion erupted outside the private room. "I wish to invite the Qinskin for a drink. Why do you obstruct me?" Jiang Luomei furrowed her brow slightly, recognizing that the raucous commotion outside was caused by none other than the young man with a painted face. Hongxiu's voice rang out, resolute in tone. "The King Xianzi has not extended an invitation. You may not enter." The painted-faced young man persisted, insisting that she should come out and speak for herself. Hongxiu remained steadfast, urging, "Young Master He, do not linger. Let us not create an uncomfortable scene for everyone. Does my He family possess so little dignity?" The painted-faced young man scoffed, his words laced with menace. "Is the Moonlight Tower to maintain its standing in Jiangzhou at the expense of offending my He family?" Upon hearing this, Hongxiu's demeanor turned icy. Such words would carry weight if uttered by your family's ancestor. Furthermore, has my Moonlight Tower ever required your He family's approval to thrive in Jiangzhou? The King Xianzi glanced apologetically at the others present. "I am sorry for the disturbance caused to you all. Jiang Luo has truly witnessed the troubles that accompany the presence of a top-tier beauty. The enchanting musician merely entered to engage him in conversation, yet was swiftly cornered at the door of the private room by a throng of admirers drawn by her allure. Jiang Luo speculated that this might be one of the reasons for the collaboration between the King Xianzi and the Mingyula, and inquired, "Miss Xiao, is it common for you to encounter such situations?" The King Xianzi's face displayed a hint of disdain as she replied, "Indeed. Such nuisances are ubiquitous across various regions." A glimmer of cunning sparkled in her eyes, for she was eager to observe how the Mingyula would handle this matter. This young man with a painted face was likely not a core member of the He family. If the core descendants of the He family were all of such caliber, their decline would be imminent. After all, this young man, despite his superficial connection to the He family, would indeed be a slap in the face to them if he were to be dealt with harshly. Jiang Luo had no intention of flaunting his superiority in front of the beautiful people. He refrained from venturing out to join the commotion, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. This matter belonged to the Moonlit Tower and was better left for them to resolve. Red Sleeve, overwhelmed by the situation, instructed her subordinates to escort young Master He away, ensuring he remained unharmed. "How dare you? Let go of me." Young Master He struggled, his voice fading as he was carried away by the guards of Moonlit Tower. Red Sleeve knocked on the door and entered, her expression apologetic. "I apologize for disturbing you all. It's quite all right. We merely consider it an opportunity to witness the spectacle." Jiang Luo rose and respectfully clasped his hands towards the King Xianzi, saying, "If Miss Xiao has the leisure, I warmly invite you to visit the Jiang family at any time. We would be honored to receive you." The King Xianzi smiled in response, holding a favorable impression of Jiang Luo. At such a tender age, he had already achieved a remarkable level of mastery. Furthermore, his manner of speaking and acting was exceedingly measured, maintaining a balance that was neither overly distant nor excessively fervent. "We shall not linger any longer," he continued. "Thank you, Manager Hongxiu, for your gracious hospitality. We shall trouble you again on our next visit." Jiang Luo, adorned in a crimson sleeve, nodded slightly as the group made their way outside. At the entrance, young Master He had not yet departed, flanked by 2 guards, and was obstructed by the staff of Moonlit Tower. A standoff ensued between the 2 parties. Surrounding them was a throng of onlookers, whispering and pointing. Young Master He's face flushed with indignation. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he was forcibly led away, utterly humiliated. The He family, one of the 4 prominent families of Jiazhou, was accustomed to being held in high regard. It was a rare occurrence for them to suffer such disgrace. Frustrated by the lack of favorable outcomes, he venomously declared, "Moonlit Tower, await my reckoning. I shall not let this matter rest." As the spectators realized there was no longer any spectacle to behold, they dispersed in droves. One could observe that the more exquisite the woman, the greater the troubles that surrounded her. Henceforth, one must exercise caution while traversing the martial world. Jiang Wujie appeared to impart his wisdom, while Jiang Yi instinctively recoiled. Realizing the truth behind the adage that beauty can indeed bring misfortune, Jiang Han wore an expression of disdain, reflecting on the disgraceful nature of the He family. How could they bring such shame upon themselves? To think they share a name with the Jiang family is utterly humiliating. They are nothing more than a decayed lineage. Jiang Wujing cast a fleeting glance at the figure of young Master He. Some families, constrained by limited resources, focus their efforts on nurturing a single core member to maintain familial stability. The other members fare only slightly better than those on the periphery. Not all families are as fortunate as the Jiang family. In contrast to the He family, every member of the Jiang clan is truly exceptional. Jiang Wuji cast a satisfied glance at several direct descendants of the Jiang family, his spirit soaring as he let out a hearty laugh. "Let us depart. It is time to return." Chapter 29. The Sole Method of Evolution for the Second Tier of the Closing Moon and the Enigmatic Orchid. In the realm of martial arts, it appears that remaining inconspicuous brings with it fewer tempests and trials. The Jiang family returned home safely and soundly. In the days that followed, Jiang Luo diligently consumed potions for cultivation while honing his swordsmanship. Ever since he reached the pinnacle of mastery, Brother Dragonfly appeared somewhat inadequate. Jiang Luo occasionally took the time to engage in sparring sessions with his second uncle. Both wielded equal strength, and in their clashes, where life and death were not at stake, it was exceedingly difficult to determine a victor. After all, they practiced the same technique, and their comprehension of it was nearly on par. Jiang Luo had completely exhausted his second uncle's skills. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a month had elapsed. In the confines of his chamber, Jiang Luo sat cross-legged, with spiritual energy surging around him like a tidal wave, flowing into his body. Within his dantian, under the embrace of 12 leaves of the closed moonflower, a moon-white blossom manifested in a conical shape. Countless strands of spiritual energy poured in from its roots, traveling up the stem, where they were absorbed by the flower, and then emanated pure true chi from its apex. It appeared that the closed moon flower had reached the zenith of its absorption as the petals gradually unfurled from the top, evolving into a circular formation approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, reminiscent of a jade disc formed from condensed moonlight. The inner sides of the petals were adorned with silvery specks and intricate veins, with the essence of moonlight flowing gently, shimmering with a soft glow. The 4 principal petals elegantly curled outward, creating a refined lotus-like shape, while the central golden stamen blossomed like a golden flame. Once the petals fully opened, the closed moon flower ceased to absorb external spiritual energy, and the true chi within the dantian no longer increased. It had reached the pinnacle of the first stage. A moment of enlightenment flickered through Jiang Luo's mind. The path of the moonlit and ethereal bloom had reached its conclusion, with no further avenues to pursue. Just then, the long-dormant stone tome unexpectedly emitted a radiant glow and turned a page. As Jiang fell into a deep reverie, new content emerged upon the stone tablet: the moon-closing mystic flower, first-order spirit seed, with its sole evolutionary direction, the 5 elements of life and death flower, second order. Evolutionary materials required include the innate 5-element spirit pearl, the essence of life, 1 strand, and the essence of annihilation, 1 strand. The method of evolution entails placing the innate 5-element spirit pearl within the essence of life until 1 strand is fully absorbed, followed by immersion in the essence of annihilation to absorb 1 strand of that essence. Subsequently, the innate 5-element spirit pearl is to be consumed for advancement. The resultant divine ability is the grand art of 5 elements life and death. The auxiliary evolutionary direction is the moon-closing mystic flower, second order, requiring materials such as the sun essence stone and the 9 netherstone. The evolution method involves the moon-closing mystic flower absorbing the solar essence from the sun essence stone and the nether essence from the 9 netherstone until saturation is achieved, at which point it can evolve. The resultant divine ability is the yin-yang rebirth blade. The second evolutionary scheme is presumably what is currently possessed at home. Jiang Luo has witnessed Jiang Wuji wielding his extraordinary sword techniques. With a single stroke, the forces of yin and yang swirl, exuding an unfathomable power. The sun essence stone is a fragment that descends to the earth during the cyclical activities of the sun. The 9 netherstone originates from regions saturated with the dense aura of the netherworld. These stones, over the course of countless years, have been imbued with the essence of the netherworld, resulting in the creation of these remarkable treasures of nature. The evolution method of the Jiang family, in its second stage, remains the same as the first, akin to the enchanting beauty of the moonlit night, reminiscent of the mythical beasts transcending their bloodline limitations. The first evolution scheme detailed in the stone scriptures resembles the carp leaping over the dragon gate, a direct transformation of species. Gulong. Jiang Luo gazed at the treasures required for the first scheme and swallowed hard. He was familiar with the innate 5-element spirit pearl, a rare gem born from the essence of nature, imbued with a rich aura of the 5 elements. However, he had never even heard of the subsequent concepts of life force and the essence of annihilation, let alone sought them out. The stone tablet recorded that the first scheme was marked as unique, and the feedback spell was the grand spell of 5 elements creation and destruction, just from its name. It seemed far superior to the spell associated with the second scheme. Yet, the treasures required for it were exceptionally elusive. Had the first scheme not existed, Jiang Luo would not have hesitated. Faced with the clear emergence of a seemingly stronger option, he felt an undeniable urge to explore it. Despite his rapid cultivation speed, he found himself stymied on the path of advancement. Jiang Luo has a premonition that what will constrain his progress in the future are the advancement thresholds at each level. Transitioning from the first tier to the second tier requires such precious treasures. The subsequent challenges will likely become increasingly formidable. In a fleeting moment, Jiang fell prey to thoughts of retreat, his heart besieged by uncertainty. At that instant, the stone book turned another page, Clan, Emerald Sword Orchid. Evolution Direction, Emerald Sword Orchid, second tier. Evolution Materials, Sword Spirit Grass, Heart of Emerald. Evolution Method, plant the sword spirit grass atop the Heart of Emerald, allowing it to absorb its essence before consuming it for advancement. Feedback Ability, Clarity of the Sword Heart. This seemed to align closely with the evolution scheme recorded within the family archives for the Emerald Sword Orchid. Jiang recalled his grandfather's words, stating that Grandfather Zhang was the foremost expert in the Jiang family swordsmanship, possessing profound insights into the art of the sword. Among his peers, he had few rivals. Had it not been for the pursuit by enemies just after he had sown the seeds of his spiritual growth, those assailants would have stood no chance against him once he had matured. It seems that Grandfather Zhang's exceptional swordsmanship stemmed from the clarity of his sword heart. A stir of emotion swept through Jiang Luo's heart. Once I attain the perfection of the second tier, the stone tome should unveil the third-tier evolution scheme for the Emerald Sword Orchid, thereby allowing Grandfather Zhang to continue on his path. However, I am uncertain about the treasures required for the first evolution pathway and how long it will take to gather them. His gaze returned to the stone tome. What could its singular representation signify? Is it possible that even if others possess the items for evolution, they too cannot ascend? Jiang Luo took the initiative to experiment, inscribing his first evolutionary pathway with pen and paper. It was manageable when he pinned the characters for life and death in 5 strokes. Yet as he began to write the character for ephemeral, the paper on the desk spontaneously ignited, vanishing in an instant, leaving no ashes behind. It was as if a great terror existed, rendering this method intolerable in the world. Hiss. Jiang Luoxin was filled with trepidation, attempting to utter the name of the 5 elements' birth and demise. No matter how he opened his mouth, the character Tan remained lodged in his throat, refusing to be spoken. Its power rivaled that of the river crab deity's silence, a terror indeed. Jiang Luo endeavored to document the second evolutionary scheme of the Moonlit Orchid, incorporating the evolutionary plan of the Emerald Sword Lily. This time, there were no signs of spontaneous combustion without fire. Is this the sole implication? Jiang Luo comprehended the terror of the singular evolutionary path, one that could neither be spoken of nor inscribed upon paper. This path of evolution was solely for his own utilization. He sensed, in the depths of his intuition, that even if others attempted to pursue the first evolutionary scheme, unforeseen accidents would inevitably arise. Was it due to the stone inscriptions? Jiang Luo cast a fleeting glance at the stony tome within the sea of consciousness, which had reverted to its former, motionless state. The evolved beings must still rely on their lineage for discovery. Jiang Luo felt utterly uncertain, unsure whether the family could locate these treasures. The innate 5-element spiritual orbs were indeed documented in the family's ancient texts. However, the essence of life and the notion of destruction were not mentioned in those records. Has Grandfather ever heard of these 2 types of treasures? Jiang Luo decided against sending the butler to search, for these treasures were exceedingly rare, surpassing the butler's capabilities. He rose to his feet and made his way toward the back mountain. Chapter 30. The Hidden Heritage of the Jiang Family at the Back Mountain. Jiang Feng reclined on a deck chair beneath the great locust tree, engrossed in a book that captivated his attention. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon his face, creating a portrait of serene leisure. As Jiang Luo approached, Jiang Feng raised his head, smiling warmly at him. "Old man, are you all alone?" Jiang Luo cast a glance around, noticing that both his second grandfather and aunt were absent. They could not always be idle. They had their own affairs to attend to. Jiang Feng chuckled cheerfully and suddenly fixed his piercing gaze upon Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo had just attained the pinnacle of the first stage, and the aura surrounding him was still somewhat turbulent, a fact that Jiang Feng, who was intimately acquainted with the ethereal beauty of the moonlit night, discerned at a glance. Jiang Luo presented 3 meticulously crafted growth plans to the elder. In addition to the potions he had concocted himself, there was also a comparatively easier, yet untested potion, this time seeking treasures from his grandfather. Jiang Luo was confident that upon revealing these plans, his grandfather would surmise the situation and wholeheartedly assist him in the search. Is the information documented herein truly authentic? The river breeze breathed with a slight urgency. He did not inquire how Jiang Luo had come by it. Jiang Luo stated with unwavering certainty, "I have tested it, and the results are as described above." He had not experimented with the untried 5-star scheme but had roughly deduced its efficacy, offering no further elaboration. Subsequently, he retrieved 2 remaining vials from his pocket, one containing a 3-star potion and the other a 4-star potion. "Here are 2 vials I have not yet utilized. They can be preserved for others in the family to experiment with." "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Jiang Feng repeatedly uttered 3 words of praise. Perceiving Jiang Luo's current cultivation level and recognizing the authenticity of the elixir, he accepted the potion, his face flushed with excitement, yet his mind was consumed by deeper thoughts. The object in his hand held no utility for him, but if Jiang Luo were to produce such growth elixirs even after reaching the second tier, or perhaps even concoct evolution potions, what then? He gazed at Jiang Luo as if he were beholding a treasure, contemplating the necessity for greater support from his family. Jiang Luoxian immediately interjected, stating that she had come in search of her grandfather, precisely for the purpose of seeking assistance. Jiang Feng inquired with astonishment, "Is it that even your father cannot resolve this matter?" Jiang Luo shook his head, stating that he hadn't sought him out, as he presumed he would be incapable of resolving the issue. Do not let your father hear such words. Jiang Feng chuckled softly, his curiosity piqued as he inquired. I am quite intrigued to know what it is you desire. Jiang Luo gazed at Jiang Feng with an expression filled with anticipation. Grandfather, do you possess the innate 5-element spirit pearl? The innate 5-element spirit pearl? What purpose do you have for such an object? Jiang Feng, filled with curiosity, inquired momentarily, then swiftly dismissed the thought, saying to himself, Never mind, I shall refrain from asking you the reason. A wave of joy surged within Jiang as he perceived the old man's attitude, seemingly indicating the existence of something significant. He had never encountered it in the treasure vault. Could it be that the old man had kept it hidden? Indeed, Jiang Feng spoke with a casual tone, revealing. There truly exists a primordial 5-element spirit pearl in our household. His gaze wandered into the distance as he reminisced, this was fortuitously acquired by your great-grandfather long ago. The Jiang family's concealed treasures do not require such an object. The primordial 5-element spirit pearl is exceedingly precious, and I could never bring myself to exchange it for other treasures, hence it has been preserved. You, my boy, are quite fortunate. Great-grandfather Jiangqing Yuan was the founder of the Jiang clan and passed away after reaching the end of his lifespan. Jiang Luo secretly lamented, had his family expanded earlier, and had he arrived in this world sooner, perhaps his great-grandfather would not have departed from this realm. On Jiang Feng's face, there was scarcely any semblance of sorrow as he inquired, Is there anything else? Indeed, there is. Jiang Luo, realizing he had underestimated the profound heritage of his family, spoke without any further pretense. Grandfather, are you aware of the essence of vitality and the intent of destruction? Jiang Feng grasped his beard tightly, eyes wide with astonishment. Pray, do not tell me that you desire these two items. Jiang Luo smiled awkwardly and replied, Indeed. The river breeze carried an expression of exasperation. The vital essence of life is a unique aura that emerges at the birth of a world, while the essence of annihilation is a rare treasure born at its destruction. Hiss. Jiang was taken aback. He speculated that these two items were exceedingly rare, yet he never anticipated their scarcity to such an extent. This realm had existed for countless years. Where could one possibly seek the essence of life? The notion of its obliteration was even more absurd. By the time this realm met its demise, he surmised that not even ashes would remain. Jiang Luo felt a twinge of disappointment. The first evolutionary path seemed to hold no promise. There lingered a sense of shattered hope at home, yet the vitality of life was absent. Jiang Feng's words somewhat restored Jiang Luo's despondent spirits. Jiang Luo wore a look of astonishment. How could there be a sense of destruction within his home? If it were merely a matter of vitality, he could comprehend it. There are certain matters of which you remain unaware. The subsequent words of Jiang Feng dispelled Jiang Luo's doubts. This world is vast, even capable of independently generating certain secret realms. Some secret realms are abundant in treasures, while others are comparable in size to small worlds. Each secret realm is bound by a lifespan, enduring only until the day of its demise. As the world undergoes cycles of creation and destruction, certain treasures emerge, with the essence of life and the notion of obliteration being two among them. The family has been fortunate, having chanced upon one such treasure. Jiang Luo had never heard of the existence of secret realms, leading him to suspect that his family had concealed such information. A sense of unease stirred within him as he pondered. The old man speaks so lightly of fortuitous encounters and fortunate circumstances. No matter how diminutive a world may be, it is still a world. Can a third-tier family like the Jiang clan truly stake a claim in it? Doubt not at him. And he murmured to himself, Is it possible that the old man believes our Jiang family to be an esoteric lineage? Jiang Feng chuckled as he gently patted Jiang Luo's head, remarking that the Jiang family's lineage, having only been established for 5 centuries, indeed possesses a somewhat shallow foundation. Jiang Luo harbored deep skepticism towards the old man's words, yet lacked any evidence to refute them. Could a third-tier family truly possess the ability to casually produce a primordial 5-element spirit pearl in the essence of annihilation? The old man's inquiry disrupted his train of thought. Is this something you desire at this moment? Jiang Liao shook his head, suggesting to set it aside for now and discuss it further when the vital energy was restored. These items were exceedingly precious should they be lost. He could not guarantee the possibility of retrieving a second set. The old man nodded, his expression becoming more solemn. I will arrange for the search for the vital energy. Once there is news, I shall inform you. After receiving a satisfactory response, Jiang Luo departed with lingering doubts. As Jiang Feng gazed at the retreating figure of Jiang Luo, he murmured in a voice audible only to himself, Where could Luo have acquired knowledge of these treasures? Surely, the library lacks any information regarding them? Suddenly, A terrifying glimmer ignited in his eyes. Could it be that Luo possesses a miraculous artifact capable of deducing various formulas? Indeed, she began with mere glass soap. And now she has unveiled a growth potion for spiritual seeds. Her abilities are becoming increasingly extraordinary. Might it be that these treasures are incomplete, requiring a divine object to complete them? If Jiang Luo were to fathom the old man's thoughts, he would likely exclaim, such terror, despite his efforts to conceal his secrets. The old man, through Jiang Luo's usual demeanor, has discerned some truths. Jiang Feng rose to his feet, pacing restlessly, his mind turbulent with emotions. His eyes gleaming with fervor, the future of the Jiang family may rest upon Luo. He exhaled deeply, attempting to quell his excitement. Swiftly, he retrieved paper and pen, inscribing a lengthy passage of incomprehensible script. Subsequently, he summoned the iron-beaked eagle, reverently securing the secret missive to its talon, and gently patted the eagle's head. Whispering, "Off you go." With a soft cry, the iron-beaked eagle soared swiftly into the distance. Chapter 31. Observations at the tavern on his way back. Jiang Luo pondered how his home could possess such an abundance of rare treasures. He was now certain that the family's strength must be cloaked in secrecy. To what extent this was concealed, he could not ascertain. Jiang Luo refrained from questioning the elder, likely realizing he would not uncover the true circumstances. It was akin to possessing a treasure. The elder would undoubtedly deduce a few truths, yet Jiang Luo felt compelled to act thus. Firstly, throughout the years within the family, he harbored considerable confidence in the Jiang family's principles. Secondly, unless he opted for an alternative evolutionary path, he would inevitably require the family's assistance. Given his current capabilities, gathering the resources for the primary evolutionary route seemed an insurmountable task, one that might linger until the end of his days. Thus, Jiang Luo found himself with little choice. This situation, however, offered a silver lining. In the future, he could directly approach the elder for any precious artifacts he sought. In moments of idleness, Jiang Luo felt a sense of bewilderment. His cultivation had stagnated. Without the requisite evolutionary resources, progress was unattainable. He had yet to even touch the threshold of the pinnacle of martial arts, making immediate advancement exceedingly difficult. Since his initiation into the ranks, Jiang Luo had devoted himself solely to martial training and alchemy. Now, with no pressing tasks at hand, he found himself at a loss. In the courtyard, Li'er practiced her swordplay. During this period, he had refrained from seeking out Brother Dragonfly for sparring, and Li'er had also relocated her training to the small courtyard. Jiang Luo pondered for a moment and said, "Li'er, accompany me for a stroll." Having arrived in this world, he had yet to truly grasp its essence. The outside realm was perilous, and his cautious nature led him to tread carefully. Previously, he lacked sufficient means to protect himself, and the guards around him failed to instill a sense of security. Now, having attained a rudimentary level of self-defense, he was no longer merely invincible among the typical second-tier opponents, for they were indeed no match for him. The third tier, known as the Master, as the name suggests, possessed the capability to establish their own sect. The ancestral figures of the four prominent families of Jiangzhou are predominantly of the third-tier cultivation level. The second tier is reserved for the core members of the influential factions within these four families, with both Jiang Wuhan and Jiang Wuji possessing only second-tier cultivation. Jiang Luo chuckled softly to himself, realizing that he had indeed been overly cautious. "Young master, have you been feeling bored at home?" Li'er inquired as she set down her sword. Recently, her spiritual seed had also reached maturity, significantly enhancing her strength. However, she was still some time away from achieving the pinnacle of the first tier. "Well, let's tidy ourselves up and be on our way." Li'er organized 2 guards, and the 4 of them stepped outside. The 2 guards were elite members of the Black Kite Guard, possessing peak first-tier prowess. The spiritual seeds they had cultivated were incomparable to those who had escorted the merchant convoy previously, yet when faced with true masters, they still seemed somewhat lacking. Jiang Luo contemplated, in the face of true peril, it remains uncertain who will be the protector and who will be protected. At a loss for his next destination, he turned to his companions and inquired, "Which taverns in Jiangzhou are renowned?" After a brief moment of reflection, one of the guards replied, "The Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the Four Seas Pavilion, the 100 Flavors Bistro, and the Misty Rain Pavilion are all esteemed establishments in Jiangzhou. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion is celebrated for its exquisite wines, while the Four Seas Pavilion attracts numerous wanderers of the martial world and is the most well-informed. The 100 Flavors Bistro offers the most exquisite dishes, and the Misty Rain Pavilion boasts an elegantly serene ambience. Let us proceed to the Four Seas Pavilion." Jiang Luo pondered for a moment and then made a decision. After advancing to the second tier, he resolved to venture into the martial world, seeking to gain an early understanding of its affairs. The Four Seas Pavilion was constructed along the lakeside. The dark red signboard, emblazoned with the three characters for Four Seas Pavilion, appeared as though carved by a sword, flowing with an effortless elegance. The tavern, adorned with green tiles and white walls, was mirrored in the azure waters of the lake. From time to time, figures wielding swords and blades emerged from the tavern, creating a vibrant scene. As several patrons entered, they were greeted by a bowing waiter who inquired whether they desired a private room, a refined seat, or to dine in the main hall. Jiang Luo glanced around the hall, observing the various wanderers of the martial world seated together, enjoying their drinks and engaging in leisurely conversation, creating a rather harmonious atmosphere. He chuckled. A private room will suffice. The innkeeper led the group to a secluded corner, where individual booths offered a slightly quieter ambience, allowing them to listen in on the discussions of others without disturbance. Jiang Luo casually selected a few dishes and instructed two guards to sit down and dine together, as their standing presence was rather conspicuous. Before long, the table was adorned with an array of delicacies: 8 treasure chicken, crab meat lion's head, dragon boat mandarin fish, 100 birds facing the phoenix, almond tofu. The offerings were incomparable to those of Moonlit Tower, which, after all, was one of the grandest establishments in Jiazhou, renowned for its opulence. Let us feast. Jiang Luo was the first to pick up his chopsticks, savoring the delectable dishes while eavesdropping on the various topics discussed by the guests in the hall. It was rumored that the Xuanjia gang had recently expanded into Jiangzhou. The speaker, marked by a deep scar running across his left brow, exuded a menacing aura, clearly a seasoned individual accustomed to the edge of a blade. He took a swig of wine and engaged in conversation with a gentleman clad in a blue robe. Wasn't the Xuanjia gang thriving in Anzhou? Why had they ventured into Jiangzhou? The blue-robed man seemed quite familiar with the Xuanjia gang. Anzhou was the ancestral home of Jiang Luo's mother, Li Rushuang, which piqued his interest, prompting him to listen intently to their exchange. The scarred man spoke with a hint of admiration, noting that the leader of the Xuanjia gang possessed an imposing presence, and their influence was rapidly expanding. An incursion into neighboring territories was only a matter of time. The blue-robed gentleman, gripping a sturdy iron saber, analyzed the situation. He remarked that, disregarding the opinions of the 4 great families in Jiazhou, certain local factions would likely resist the Xuanjia gang's encroachment, anticipating some lively confrontations. It was rumored that the leader of the Xuanjia gang had acquired a formidable spiritual seed and inheritance, rendering him impervious to blades and spears. How much of this was true? An elderly man with white hair interjected, "I happen to know a thing or two about that." The blue-robed gentleman clasped his hands respectfully, eager to hear more. The old man took a sip of his drink, smacking his lips. "Last year, I witnessed a fierce battle between the Xuanjia gang and the Feiying gang in the capital of Anzhou. The Feiying gang, an established faction in Anzhou, was led by the formidable Tai Feiying, whose eagle claw technique could slice through gold and jade, making him a prominent figure in Anzhou. At that moment, the leaders of the Xuanjia gang and the Feiying gang were at a standoff, and I assumed it would be a closely matched contest. Can you guess the outcome?" The elderly man paused for effect, capturing the attention of those around him. A loud voice from the same table interrupted, "Old Sue, spare us the suspense." The old man shot a glare at his companion and cleared his throat. The Feiying gang leader struck first, only to find that the leader of the Xuanjia gang did not flinch. Suddenly, he was enveloped in an aura of armor, and the powerful eagle claw technique merely bounced off him. The blue-robed gentleman looked astonished. The Feiying gang leader was a seasoned second-tier expert. Could it be that the leader of the Xuanjia gang was a third-tier master? The old man shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. I have only witnessed him in action once, and the Feiying gang leader was no match for him. That armor technique was terrifying indeed. No wonder the Xuanjia gang had the audacity to expand into other states," the scarred man murmured, his eyes gleaming. "A true man should be like this." Someone else chimed in, "The local factions in Jiaozhou might be in for a rough time." Chapter 32, Prelude to Moonlit Tower. After absorbing the news, the blue-robed gentleman spoke again. The last time the Qin fairy made her debut at Moonlit Tower, it seemed that a certain young master from the He family had taken a liking to her. Do you all know how that turned out? This individual had likely been present at Moonlit Tower that day. Jiang Luo, having not paid attention to the matter since returning, turned to look at the others. A young gentleman adorned in exquisite garments could not suppress a chuckle upon hearing this, gently fanning himself with a folded fan, adorned with a teasing smirk. "Ah, I happen to be in the know about this. It turned out to involve the young master of the Lin family. Long time no see." The blue-robed gentleman recognized the speaker and quickly rose to greet him with a respectful bow. The others, realizing the young man's identity, also stood to pay their respects, bestowing due honor upon the well-dressed gentleman. In Jiazhou, the Lin family was one of the prestigious four great families alongside the Jiang family. Wielding deep-rooted influence that none in attendance dared to underestimate, Jiang Luo cast a glance at the somewhat conspicuous young Master Lin. The four prominent families in Jiazhou engage in a competitive business landscape, particularly following the rise of the Jiang family, which has exerted a significant impact on the enterprises of the other three families. Consequently, the relationship between the Jiang family and the other three clans remains rather mediocre. From a young age, Jiang Luo had little interaction with the young masters of the other three prominent families. As Mr. Lin observed the flattery directed at him, he took a moment to savor it, folding his fan with a hint of disdain. That young master he will have a rough time upon his return. Having been punished by his father and placed under house arrest, the four great families stood as rivals, and Mr. Lin did not hesitate to expose the misdeeds of others when the opportunity arose. Upon hearing his words, the crowd's expression subtly shifted. The elder with white hair narrowed his eyes, his tone grave. It is said that the Mingwei Tower possesses an unfathomable background. It seems the rumors hold true. The He family had reprimanded their own offspring over this incident, as if to provide an explanation to the Mingwei Tower. A fleeting glimmer of apprehension crossed Mr. Lin's eyes. Indeed, the Mingwei Tower was formidable, and even the four great families of Jiangzhou would not dare to offend it lightly. Sensing that his words might undermine the Lin family's prestige, he added, "We harbor no fear. It is merely unnecessary to create an enemy." The Lin family had stood in Jiangzhou for centuries, and their profound heritage spoke for itself. The white-haired elder eagerly echoed flattering sentiments, his words flowing effortlessly. The world of martial arts is not merely a realm of violence and bloodshed. It is a tapestry woven with the threads of human relationships and social intricacies. Perhaps a benevolent connection forged today may blossom into fruitful rewards in the future. He has navigated this realm with steadfast composure for many years, relying not on bravado and aggression. Jiang Luo's thoughts began to unfurl, recalling the words spoken by his second uncle that day, as well as the demeanor of the Mingwei Tower. What, after all, is the connection between the old man and the Mingwei Tower? If the old man has a long-standing acquaintance there, his standing must be considerable. During a feast at the Sihai Tower, Jiang Luo gleaned a wealth of information and rumors from the martial world. In the days that followed, he frequented the various tea-houses and taverns in Jiazhou, carrying with him a fortune of 80,000 taels of gold. Simply indulging in food and drink would suffice for a life of carefree luxury. A month swiftly passed. Mingwei Tower. Young master, is this intensity satisfactory? Jiang Luo reclined upon the lap of a stunningly beautiful woman, his eyes slightly closed, bearing an air of languor. The pressure was just right. Jiang Luo responded lazily. After toiling for over a decade, what is the harm in indulging a little? Half a month prior, he had visited the Mingwei Tower to listen to music and had requested the star courtesan, Yunshang. Although the Mingwei Tower did not typically offer personal service, the mere mention of Yunshang's name stirred memories of a past life within Jiang Luo, compelling him to recite a poem. Clouds long for garments, flowers yearn for beauty. As spring breezes caress the railing, dew blossoms heavily. Had I not glimpsed you atop the Jade Mountain, I would have met you under the moonlight of the celestial pavilion. Upon hearing this verse, Yunshang was utterly taken aback. In this realm, martial prowess was revered, yet tales of talented scholars and enchanting beauties were equally renowned. The poem, once disseminated by the Mingwei Tower, catapulted Yunshang to fame, echoing throughout Jiangzhou city, where admirers flocked in droves, nearly trampling the threshold. It is often the case that the courtesans of the finest establishments possess their own unique allure, each a flower of diverse beauty. However, when one is graced by a masterful poem, the effect is transformed, cloaked in an ethereal filter. Yet, the relationship between them remained strictly platonic. A courtesan could not yield her virtue unless she consented, and the patron was willing to pay a substantial price for her release. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door of the private room. Come in. Jiang Luo squinted slightly and spoke. Hong Shou entered from outside, observing the actions of the two with indifference. She was accompanied by another individual. Uncle Huan, what brings you here? Jiang Luo noticed the newcomer, gently patted Yunshang's arm, and sat up. Jiang Huan smiled as he conveyed his purpose. Young master, the head of the family has instructed me to seek you out. Jiang's pupils constricted, a surge of joy overwhelming him, as his hedonistic emotions were cast aside, transforming him in an instant. Let us depart, he declared, eager to seek out the old master. No beauty could ever rival the significance of strength. Young master, will you return? Yunshang felt an ominous premonition. She sensed that this farewell might mean a prolonged absence for young Master Jiang. Jiang hesitated for a moment and assured, "Rest assured, I shall visit when time permits." He had no intention of redeeming Yunshang for the time being, as their acquaintance was still brief, leaving them unaware of each other's true natures. If beauty were the sole criterion, a short-term lease would suffice rather than a purchase. "Jiang Gongzi, I await your presence," Yunshang expressed with a lingering sense of reluctance on her face. Jiang Luo hurriedly departed with Jiang Huayan. After the two had left, Hong Shou smiled faintly and remarked, "Since young Master Jiang holds you in good regard, refrain from performing for others in the future. Mingwei Tower will not compel the young lady to sell herself. Yet it does not sustain idlers. Playing the qin is essential. It is the source of income for Mingwei Tower." Upon hearing this, Yunshang not only felt no displeasure but expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Manager Hong." As the courtesan of the provincial capital at Mingwei Tower, Yunshang's status was slightly inferior, yet her beauty was beyond reproach, rivaling even that of the Qin fairy. Over the years, she had amassed considerable wealth and was not overly concerned with money. Had it not been for her aspirations regarding Mingwei Tower, the funds she had gathered would have sufficed to redeem herself. Ever since Jiang Luo recited that poem, she had cherished it, as if she had found a kindred spirit, and had no desire to perform for the mundane. Hong Shou pondered for a moment, seemingly resolute. "I shall recommend you to the head of the tower." Striving for a position as a seed in the hierarchy, Yunshang was struck by the unexpected delight, her voice trembling. Can I truly become a seed in the hierarchy?" The courtesans of Mingwei Tower, including others, could only be considered peripheral members. Only a select few, like Manager Hong, were part of the core, capable of receiving the utmost nurturing from Mingwei Tower. This was not merely an elevation of status, but, more crucially, access to spiritual seeds. With Yunshang's wealth, acquiring an ordinary spiritual seed would be effortless. However, she was a proud individual. Upon learning of the hierarchical competition within Mingwei Tower, she had dismissed the thought of planting an ordinary seed. Even as a courtesan of a provincial capital, she felt a twinge of insecurity. "Rest assured, while it was previously uncertain, I am now fully confident," Hong Shou said, casting a profound glance at Jiang Luo's departing figure, earnestly advising, "Remember to serve young Master Jiang well." Yunshang seemed to sense something, murmuring, "Is it because of young Master Jiang?" Her face radiated tenderness and with unwavering resolve. She declared, "Even if you do not say so, I would do just that." Jiang Luo was unaware that after his departure, such an event unfolded at Mingwei Tower. Chapter 33. The Treasure Vault of the Back Mountain, the mother plant of the enigmatic moonflower. Upon reaching the back mountain, Jiang Feng stood beneath the great locust tree, awaiting. Jiang Luo, shedding her usual composure, eagerly inquired, "Grandfather, have you found the essence of life?" The river breeze showed no inclination to tease his appetite with a smile. He turned and said, "Follow me." Jiang Luo exhaled deeply, secretly contemplating that with the advancement item in hand, he could swiftly elevate his capabilities before reaching the pinnacle of the second tier. He quickened his pace, closely trailing behind Jiang Feng. In the past, their excursions to the back mountain were often spent in familiar spots such as the pavilion or beneath the large locust tree. However, this time, Jiang Feng guided him deeper into the seldom visited recesses of the back mountain. Before long, the two arrived at a secluded hollow in the mountains. Jiang Luo's gaze wandered restlessly, surveying the disordered trees that stood tall around him. They appeared unremarkable, merely a commonplace forest. The river breeze caressed the gnarled trunk of a crooked tree as he came to a halt before it. Channeling his inner energy, he clasped the tree's bark with both hands and gently twisted. In an instant, the mighty tree changed its course. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, and a deep chasm materialized in the ground before the tree, revealing a passageway. How astonishing! Jiang Luo, astonished, remarked that without the old man's intervention, one could hardly discern any extraordinary features of this place. It was neither an array nor merely a simple mechanism. It was a contraption invisible to the naked eye. "Stay close to my lead and do not stray a single step," the old man cautioned. Jiang Luo speculated that there must be a mechanism below and nodded in agreement. The old man was the first to step into the passage. Once Jiang Luo followed him inside, he pressed a spot on the adjacent wall. With a resounding rumble, the passage began to close, sealing tightly as if it had never been opened. The destination of the passage remained a mystery, while moonstone embedded in the walls illuminated the corridor. As Jiang Luo followed in the footsteps of the elder, he traversed the corridor, and suddenly, a vast expanse unfolded before him. A colossal hall emerged, seemingly hollowed out from the mountain itself, its size surpassing that of the Jiang family's treasury by more than tenfold. Surely, this must be the true repository of the Jiang family's treasures. Before Jiang Luo entered the family treasury, he felt a hint of perplexity. Over the years, the Jiang family has undoubtedly amassed a considerable fortune. However, the treasures within their vault seem neither abundant nor scarce. They appear to reflect the depth befitting a family of their stature, yet one cannot shake the feeling that, given the economic prowess of the Jiang family, there ought to be even more. The river breeze has brought treasures from the depths of the river, and at this moment, there is no concealment. Those things outside are for daily use. This place can be regarded as a storeroom. Jiang Luo cast a glance across the vast expanse, his eyes filled with astonishment. Precious materials such as soft gold from the earth's core, blue jade ice essence, and starry mysterious iron were scattered about in abundance. This was merely the periphery. Yet the quantity surpassed that of the treasure troves outside by a considerable margin. Numerous other artifacts, the names of which eluded him, dazzled the senses. The river breeze did not linger, continuing its journey inward. Suddenly, Jiang Luo beheld a colossal moonlit flower, its size comparable to that of a large water vat. This moonlit bloom was not rooted in the earth but instead anchored in the void, its tendrils delving deep into the unknown abyss. An ethereal aura enveloped it. Swirling like a dense mist, the petals were fully unfurled, and at the center, on the golden stamen, a seed appeared to be gradually taking shape. Could this be the mother plant of the moonlit flower? Jiang Luo's eyes were filled with disbelief. The old man paused in his steps, turned around, and said with a smile, "Isn't it marvelous?" "Indeed, it is truly marvelous." Jiang Luo initially assumed that the mother plant of the moon closing and the enigmatic orchid would be rooted in the ground like ordinary flora, completely unaware that it took root in the void, revealing its extraordinary nature at a glance. Nearby, he encountered the mother plant of the emerald sword orchid. Unlike the former, the emerald sword orchid was not rooted in the void but rather planted in a pool of water, surrounded by an aura of sword energy that caused the surrounding space to emit a hissing sound as it was sliced through. What, then, is the origin of these spiritual seed mother plants? Jiang Luo felt somewhat perplexed. He had assumed that spirit seeds were botanical treasures. However, the moonlit ghost orchid and the emerald sword lily before him bore a striking resemblance to none of the earthly wonders he had previously encountered. Jiang Feng's gaze fell upon the enchanting beauty of the moonlit flowers, his tone imbued with a sense of wonder. Since the inception of written records among humankind, the existence of spiritual seeds has been acknowledged, a phenomenon as ancient as time itself. These spiritual seeds, known as innate spiritual seeds, are creations born from the very essence of heaven and earth, embodying profound mysteries. The designation of spiritual seeds is merely a matter of convenience. Upon hearing the elder's words, Jiang fell wide-eyed in astonishment, realizing that these spiritual seeds were indeed born of primordial origins. As he contemplated further, it became clear to him. If not for the nurturing of heaven and earth, how could one tear yield a divine ability, surpassing the capabilities of even the rarest treasures? Jiang Luo, having calmed the tumultuous emotions within, inquired, "Is it possible to cultivate the mother plant of the spiritual seed?" The river breeze shook its head. Spiritual seeds cannot mature into a mother plant. Throughout history, numerous factions have endeavored to cultivate mother plants from spiritual seeds in hopes of obtaining more spiritual seeds, yet none have succeeded. Such marvelous creations cannot be nurtured by human effort. Jiang Luo sighed, realizing the scarcity of top-tier spiritual seeds in the martial world. Their limited quantity was indeed the reason. Just like the exquisite Bai Wei Yuan of the Jiang family, even if there were a few remaining, as the family continued to prosper and the population grew, it would be utterly inconceivable to trade them in the marketplace. The river breeze hesitated for a moment. However, the spiritual seed mother plants are not singular in existence. There exist several common mother plants within various factions of the Jianghu. As for my family's charm of the moonlit orchid, we have yet to discover any other faction possessing it, though we cannot guarantee it is the sole specimen. Jiang Luo absorbed the old man's words, his brow slightly furrowed. Instead of inquiring about the quantity of spirit seeds produced, he asked, what should be done if the lifespan of the spirit seed mother plant is exhausted or if it becomes damaged? The river breeze shook its head in amused disbelief. The spiritual seed mother tree appears to be a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. It has never been heard of any family's spiritual seed mother tree exhausting its lifespan. There is no need for concern regarding damage. Even if one were to launch an attack upon it, they would be unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon the mother tree. However, it is indeed prudent to take precautions against theft. Jiang Luo was astonished by the extraordinary nature of the spirit seed mother tree and inquired, "Where can one locate the spirit seed mother tree?" The gentle river breeze murmured, "It may manifest in the secluded depths of mountains and vast marshes, within forbidden realms. Or it may boldly appear in bustling alleys, perhaps even taking root within one's own abode. The celestial principles are inherently just, bestowing upon all beings an equal opportunity. Whether they be noble lords or humble commoners, all may have the chance to attain it. The emergence of the primordial spirit seed remains elusive and untraceable. Yet the number of factions that have fortuitously acquired the mother plant and risen from obscurity is exceedingly rare. After all, it does not inherently possess the method of evolution. Without the discovery of such a method, even the mightiest spirit seed is rendered powerless. Jiang Luoxi mused likewise. The method of evolution for the ethereal beauty of the moon and the delicate bloom of the night is one that, through solitary exploration, may take hundreds or even thousands of years to uncover. In the vast realm of martial arts, the myriad methods of evolution are the fruits of exploration that began with the earliest practitioners of humanity. The years that have passed are not merely in the thousands, but in the countless eons. The Jiang family has indeed been fortunate. Jiang Luo lamented that not only did the ancestor acquire the formidable spirit seed known as Bueyudan, but he also obtained the method for third-tier evolution, placing him far ahead of countless others. Your great-grandfather was indeed a man of great fortune. The current standing of the Jiang family is attributed not only to such serendipity but also to the relentless efforts of several generations. The river breeze carried profound implications as Jiang Feng cast a glance at Jiang Luo, indicating that the burden would soon rest upon your shoulders. Chapter 34. The Assembling of Advanced Entities. Very well, follow me. Jiang Feng approached a row of wooden shelves adjacent to the wall, reached out to take a jade box, and handed it to Jiang Luo, urging her to open it and take a look. Jiang Luo took the jade box and gently opened it, revealing a small, ordinary glass bead-sized orb of 5 colors, quietly resting within. The radiant hues flowed and circulated, casting a soft and mysterious glow, as if it held the profound truths of the universe. Is this the primordial 5-element spirit pearl? Jiang Luo murmured softly, his fingers grazing the surface of the orb. It felt no different from an ordinary glass sphere, yet the subtle energy fluctuations emanating from it sent a shiver of apprehension coursing through him. Jiang Feng solemnly reminded. The energy contained within this orb is immensely powerful. It is only the harmony of the 5 elements that maintains its balance. Should any one type of energy be extracted, the equilibrium will be shattered in an instant, unleashing a force capable of effortlessly obliterating this mountain. Jiang Luo felt a tightening in her heart, as if she were holding a high-explosive bomb, and her gaze grew increasingly cautious. Jiang Feng then produced 2 bottles. One was a semi-transparent jade bottle, within which a wisp of milky white essence floated, pulsating with boundless vitality that seemed capable of nurturing all things. The other bottle, crafted from an unknown material, was entirely opaque, concealing its contents from view. Yet, one could faintly perceive an ominous aura of destruction emanating from it. The river breeze pointed emphatically at the enigmatic bottle, embodying a vestige of destruction that lingered from the cataclysm of the heavens and earth, inflicting wounds akin to those of the Tao. One must never allow it to touch their person. This vessel, containing the essence of annihilation, is forged from the core of the earth and once employed, should not be discarded. Jiang Luo carefully accepted it, placing it tenderly within his bosom. He glanced around the treasure vault, pondering regretfully, alas, the materials required for the second-tier growth elixir will only be revealed once his cultivation reaches a breakthrough, and the stone book will then disclose them. The river breeze seemed to perceive Jiang Luo's thoughts, sensing what he needed, promising to return when the time was right, or perhaps providing him with a list would suffice. Excellent. Having received the elder's approval, Jiang Luo nodded. You must be on the verge of a breakthrough in your cultivation. I have noticed you idling about outside every day lately. The river breeze is well acquainted with Jiang Luo's movements. He retrieved a jade vial, merely a few inches in height, from the shelf and extended it forward. This is a second-tier advancement item, which can be absorbed into the body effortlessly. Jiang Luo uncorked the bottle, and 2 swirling streams of black and white essence intertwined within, resembling chains tightly entwined. The family had successfully extracted the essence of the sunstone and the 9 netherstone. Jiang Luo felt a tinge of confusion. Had the old man not deduced that there were other evolutionary pathways available to him? He meticulously reflected on the information he had inadvertently revealed and formed a conjecture. The old man must have surmised that he possessed treasures capable of uncovering some unknown formulas. Yet he had not anticipated that Jiang Luo had independently discerned a unique path to evolution. With this thought in mind, Jiang Luo discreetly stowed away the jade vial, his expression betraying not the slightest hint of change. The second-tier growth elixir would be sought from old Zhang. As the 2 exited the secret chamber, Jiang Luo was preparing to return when the old man suddenly recalled an important matter. Next month marks the decade-long grand auction of the World Commerce Association, which will take place in Jiangzhou. At that time, Accompany me to see if there are any items of interest. Jiang Luo halted his steps, pondering the origins of the Tianxia Merchants Association. Jiang Feng smiled and reminded, "What is the origin of naming with the two characters Tianxia?" Jiang Feng exclaimed, "The Great Yin Dynasty?" The river breeze gazes towards the imperial city, or more precisely, the Ji family of the De Yin royal lineage. Jiang Luo was perplexed. Is there a significant difference between the two? Jiang Feng offered a metaphor, likening it to the relationship between the Jiang family and its affiliated commerce association. With this analogy, Jiang Luo gained clarity. The Ji family may embody the will of the Great Yin imperial court, yet the imperial court does not necessarily represent the Ji family. There exists a distinction of hierarchy between the two. Thus, it appears that the boundaries between the royal family and noble clans are not as clearly defined as one might presume. Jiang Luo pondered. The relationship between the royal family and the imperial family in this realm differs significantly from that of the previous life. It is likely that the royal family wields far greater control over the dynasty than before. The Ji family stands as a clan that surpasses the imperial authority. What a terrifying depth of heritage does such a family possess? Jiang Luo felt a burgeoning anticipation for the upcoming auction. Jiang Luo, cradling the precious item in his bosom, cautiously made his way back to the courtyard. Upon pushing open the gate, he beheld Liu practicing her swordsmanship in the courtyard. Jiang Luo hurriedly entered the room, imparting a solemn instruction, "Do not disturb me until I have completed my seclusion." "Yes, young master." Liu had never witnessed Jiang Luo's seriousness before, so she decided to forego her sword practice and took her position at the door, waiting attentively. Jiang Luo closed the door behind him, washed his hands, and took a moment to compose himself. He then retrieved the primordial 5-element spirit pearl from the jade box and uncorked the jade vial containing the vital essence of life. The primordial 5-element spirit pearl slid down the inner wall of the vial and fell into the container, prompting him to swiftly seal the bottle once more. Through the translucent jade vial, one could observe that the primordial 5-element spirit pearl resembled a magnet, as the life essence gradually penetrated into its core. Jiang Luo patiently awaited by the side. After approximately 2 hours, the vital essence was entirely absorbed by the innate 5-element spirit pearl, leaving a layer of milky mist enveloping its surface. To ensure that every last trace of vital essence was consumed, Jiang Luo lingered for an additional hour. Observing that the pearl exhibited no further changes, he finally uncorked the vial and retrieved the pearl. Jiang Luo's fingers gently caressed the bead, and an extraordinary sensation emerged. The innate 5-element spirit pearl seemed to possess a life of its own, imbued with a newfound essence. He did not linger, promptly opening the vial crafted from the core of the earth's heart, peering curiously inside. A pure, obsidian aura wafted within the vial, impervious to the penetration of light. This aura was profoundly concentrated, with its energy restrained, and a mere glance revealed nothing discomforting. Jiang Luo cautiously slid the pearl into the bottle's opening. At the moment of contact, a sense of impending destruction seemed to be awakened. Jiang Luoxin mentioned the constriction in her throat, her fingers trembling slightly, fearful of making any mistakes. At that moment, the milky essence within the pearl seemed to be awakened, swiftly soothing the restless intent of destruction. Jiang Luo felt a sense of relief wash over him. Had he misordered the sequence, this place would have likely been obliterated by the intent of destruction. Fortunately, he had meticulously followed the instructions inscribed by the stone. Sealing the bottle, Jiang Luo calmed his mind and awaited in silence, the room resonating only with the sound of breaths. After 3 hours had elapsed, he surmised it was time, and he uncorked the bottle. The essence of pure black within had completely dissipated. The surface of the innate 5-element spirit pearl was now entwined with black and white energies, transforming into a bead adorned with zebra-like stripes. It was embellished with 5 distinct colors, resembling a miniature planet on the verge of birthing life. Jiang Luo poured the beads from the bottle. Their texture was somewhat warm and smooth. The energy within seemed entirely neutralized by the forces of mutual generation and restraint, revealing not the slightest hint of its essence. He cast one final glance at the advancement method inscribed on the stone tablet before swallowing the innate spiritual pearl with a resonant gulp. Jiang Luo's spirit descended into the sea of qi and the dantian, intently observing the transformations within. Chapter 35, The Awakening of the Spiritual Seed. The pearl was swallowed into the abdomen, and the closed moonlight flower seemed to have stumbled upon a treasure. The plant trembled gently within the sea of qi, its roots gradually unfurling, emanating an overwhelming force of attraction. The innate 5-element spiritual pearl, drawn by this magnetic pull, traversed like a streak of light into the sea of qi. The spiritual pearl was ensconced tightly by the roots, resembling a resplendent star, sealed within the depths of the Sea of Qi. Jiang Luo could distinctly perceive that Bai Yutan was absorbing the energies contained within the five-element spirit pearl. He observed quietly, for the power harbored within the innate five-element spirit pearl was overwhelmingly vast. After several hours had elapsed, there was hardly any noticeable change in the size of the pearl. However, a delicate layer of iridescent hues had begun to adorn the roots of Bai Yutan, rendering it extraordinarily resplendent. It seemed evident that such a transformation could not be achieved in merely a day or two. Jiang Luo understood that this process required time and could not be rushed. He gradually withdrew his thoughts and rose from his seclusion. Young master, so soon? As he gently pushed open the door, Li Er stood up in surprise. She had anticipated that the young master would remain in seclusion for at least 10 days to half a month, yet he emerged in less than 2 days. Has he already recovered? Jiang Luo sensed that Leo had been waiting patiently outside the door, and a flicker of compassion arose within him. He gently stroked her head and spoke in a tender tone. You have worked hard. It is no trouble at all. I am more than willing to serve the young master, Leah replied, her eyes narrowing in delight, resembling a playful kitten. Jiang fell into contemplation. Pondering that the 2-star growth potion utilized by Li Er was rather sluggish, he needed to find time to concoct a superior elixir for her. Glancing at the sky, he recalled that today marked Jiang Ye's day of activating the spiritual seed. It is Jiang Ye's birthday. He must be in the midst of the activation process. Come. Let us go and observe. Jiang Luo arrived at Changlong Hall with Li Er, where the atmosphere was solemn. Her father, second uncle, and second aunt were present, but her grandfather was notably absent. Jiang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground. Before him lay a box containing a verdant and ethereal spirit seed, reminiscent of the moon hidden behind clouds. Jiang Luo Zhao nodded to a few individuals and chose a spot to sit down. The group remained silent, waiting patiently. Uncle Jiang Wuji maintained a calm demeanor, while Annie exhibited signs of anxiety, restlessly shifting in her chair and incessantly twisting the hem of her garment. Jiang Yi seemed to have communicated with the spiritual seed for a considerable duration. The seed remained still within the jade box until, after an hour, it quivered slightly. A subtle expression of joy flickered across the face of the second uncle, prompting the onlookers to hold their breath, their very breathing becoming more subdued. Suddenly, the spiritual seed began to rise gently from the box, gradually making its way towards Jiang Yu's body. Its movement was languid, oscillating in the air for a full quarter of an hour. A thin sheen of sweat emerged on Jiang Ye's forehead as the spirit seed floated before him, suspended in midair for the duration of an incense stick's burning. Suddenly, it transformed into a streak of light and plunged into his vital energy sea. With a sigh of relief, his second uncle finally exhaled deeply, a smile of alleviation gracing his face. Meanwhile, his second aunt's pallid complexion flushed to deep crimson. 2 full hours had passed, and Ye's innate talent was commendable. After centuries of exploration, the Jiang family had discerned certain patterns. The shorter the time taken to communicate with the spirit seed, the greater the talent displayed, and the swifter the cultivation progress. Indeed, this was quite impressive, reminiscent of the second uncle's own early days. Jiang Wuhan was quite pleased with Jiang Ye's talent. It was sufficient to merely sow the seeds. As a direct descendant of the Jiang family, it was enough to plant the elusive Bua Yudan. Whether time moved swiftly or slowly, Jiang Wuhan found himself less concerned. At that moment, Jiang Yu opened his eyes, a radiant expression of joy adorning his face. I have succeeded. Jiang Yi, congratulations. Jiang Luo spoke with a smile, expressing his congratulations. It was also his first time witnessing the process of a normal person cultivating their spirit seed, and he was taken aback by the arduousness of it all. Jiang Yi clenched his fist, as if sensing a difference from before. Jiang Wujin chuckled. Your internal energy is insufficient. Thus, you are unable to manifest your divine powers at the moment. A hint of confusion flickered in Jiang Ye's eyes. Why was it that his elder brother was so formidable right after planting? Jiang Wujie chuckled mockingly. You dare to compare yourself with your elder brother? If you can reach the level of strength he exhibited during his first attempt within a month, I shall be eternally grateful to the heavens. Jiang Luo, having absorbed the essence into his body, seems to surpass even the esteemed ancestor of old. Recently, during a sparring session, Jiang Luo showcased his peak prowess at the first tier, rendering him nothing short of a prodigy. Jiang Ye's expression was one of disappointment, clearly feeling somewhat disheartened. Jiang Luo smiled reassuringly, saying, Do not heed your father's words. It won't take that long. Seek out your uncle and have him procure some fine items for you. At most, it will take 10 days to half a month. Really? Jiang Ye's eyes sparkled. His elder brother had never deceived him. Jiang Wujin wore a puzzled expression. Yi Er's talent is no different from mine. To reach Luo Er's level, With ample resources, it would take at least a month. Could it be that the family has acquired superior potions? Jiang Wuhan chuckled and shook his head. You rascal, I was planning to surprise Yi. And you've gone and spoiled it. Jiang Wujin's eyes narrowed. Does the family possess a superior object for growth? Jiang Wuhan, embodying the demeanor of the Jiafeng faction, shook his head, choosing neither to inquire nor to speak. Jiang Wuji, discerning the gravity of the situation, gracefully halted the conversation. When Jiang Luo presented the formula to his grandfather, the old man remarked that henceforth, the family should intensify the allocation of resources for its descendants. Jiang Yi is the primary beneficiary, which is why he casually mentioned it. Jiang Wuhan deftly shifted the conversation. Yi will visit your grandfather Zhang at the resource hall later. I have already instructed her. Thank you, uncle. Jiang Yi felt invigorated, as if infused with vitality. He turned and said, Uncle, father, mother, elder brother, please take your time to converse. I shall take my leave first. However, he added, wait, I shall accompany you to see what you have brought. Intrigued by the family's discreet acquisition of something valuable, Jiang Wujia felt a stirring in his heart, prompting the trio to depart from Changlong Hall together. Once the group had left, Jiang Wuhan beckoned, Luo, come with me. Jiang Luo followed his father into the side room, where Jiang Wuhan inquired. Your grandfather mentioned that you were on the verge of breaking through to the second tier? The old man had casually mentioned Jiang Luo's progress in cultivation. Jiang Luo, not wishing to conceal anything, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it will be soon, within these recent days. By the way, Jiang Luo produced a well-noted booklet and handed it to Jiang Wuhan. Father, please take a look and make the necessary arrangements. The booklet contained various growth formulas for Bua and Infeitsue Jialan. Since grandfather has roughly deduced certain circumstances, it is no longer essential for us to retain these formulas. Entrusting them to the family will allow them to reach their fullest potential. Jiang Wuhan took the booklet in his hand and flipped through it, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is this what you brought forth? Did grandfather not mention it to you? It was now Jiang Luo's turn to be surprised. He had assumed that the old man had shared this with his father. Jiang Wuhan's lips twitched. Little did you know. His grandfather's mouth was as tightly sealed as a lock. As he perused the hundreds of formulas documented within, his astonishment grew with each glance. The crux of the matter was that many of the materials required for the second-tier formulas, and even some of the third-tier ones, were not particularly rare. In fact, numerous ingredients for the second-tier formulas were even more affordable than those for the first-tier formulas that resided in his home. Jiang Wuhan held the booklet as if it were a treasure beyond compare, far more precious than a mountain of gold. Chapter 36. The Act of Taking a Concubine. Jiang Wuhan took a deep breath, his tone somber. Given the old gentleman's disposition, he has undoubtedly imparted all necessary advice, so I shall refrain from being overly verbose. As for this matter, it must remain confidential. Do not even mention it to your mother. The more individuals who are aware, the greater the risk involved. Jiang Luo had not anticipated that his grandfather's lips seemed sealed, which is why he did not conceal anything from his father. He acquiesced to his father's words and then inquired, Father, you are on the verge of breaking through to the third tier, aren't you? Jiang Wuhan carefully tucked the booklet away, a radiant smile gracing his face. The spirit seed is undergoing transformation. It should take about 10 days to half a month. A celebration will be held then, will it not? The first and second tiers are the mainstay of the martial world, while the third tier represents the leaders of numerous prominent families. A third-tier master, with a lifespan of 500 years, has truly entered the realm of longevity. Typically, upon such a breakthrough, a celebration is organized to invite allied forces to join in the festivities. Jiang Wuhan, brimming with ambition, eagerly anticipated the moment he would ascend to the third tier and partake in the grand ceremony of succession alongside the family patriarch. Although he had already assumed the responsibilities of the family head, his cultivation had yet to reach the third tier, preventing him from bearing the title of patriarch. He extended his heartfelt congratulations to his father in advance. Jiang Luo smiled as he spoke. Yet inwardly he pondered. The current offerings would be of no assistance to his father. It seemed they would have to wait until a breakthrough to the third tier. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What of the map from last time? Had there been any news from his fourth uncle? Jiang Wuhan shook his head, a slight furrow forming on his brow. No, your fourth uncle speculates that the peaks marked on the map are not located within the Great Yin realm. And he continues to investigate. Jiang Luo was lost in a flurry of thoughts, quietly committing this matter to memory. There is no need for haste when there is news. I shall inform you. Jiang Wuhan shifted the topic and advised, make sure to visit your mother more often. She was lamenting to me about her troubles last night. Jiang Luogan let out a chuckle. I shall go at once. Be off then. Jiang Wuhan waved his hand. Jiang Luo departed from Changlong Holland, accompanied by Li Er, arrived at the courtyard where their mother resided. The air in the courtyard was imbued with the fragrance of blooming flowers, and Li Ruoshuang sat beside a stone table, perusing a ledger. Their father had taken charge of the family affairs, while their mother managed the domestic matters, overseeing the affairs of the inner residence as well. Mother, Jiang Luo softly called out, a hint of a smile gracing her face. Li Ruoshuang lifted her head, her expression stern, feigning anger. Pray tell. How long has it been since your last visit? Jiang Luo cast a glance at Aunt Lan, who stood by with a smile, clearly unwilling to intervene on his behalf. Jiang Luoxin remarked that he was unreliable and quickly clarified, I just came out and rushed here immediately. Li Ruoshuang set down her ledger and scrutinized Jiang Luoxin closely, saying, I have heard that you have been frequenting the brothels lately. Nonsense. Who is slandering me? He retorted. Jiang Luo wore a stern expression, resolutely refuting the claims made. Enough of your cunning antics. I wonder who you learned them from. Li Ruoshuang replied, somewhat irritably. She seemed to be contemplating something, nodding to herself. Luo has grown up. It is indeed time for him to find a wife. Jiang Luo was taken aback. He had not anticipated the prospect of seeking a wife at such an early age. He quickly responded, Mother, I am still young. There is no rush in finding a bride. Moreover, where could one possibly find a suitable match in such a short time? Li Ruoshuang nodded in agreement, stating with an air of certainty, Indeed, it is quite difficult to find someone. Even marrying a royal princess feels somewhat like settling. Her tone bore a hint of pride, for in her eyes, few could truly be deemed worthy of her son. Hearing this, Jiang Luo felt a slight flush of embarrassment. He had initially thought that his mother would dismiss the idea of arranging a marriage for him. To his surprise, Li Ruoshuang turned to him and said, While marrying a wife may be out of the question, taking concubines is certainly acceptable. Let us first procure a few concubines for you, so that you need not frequent the brothels day in and day out, which is quite unbecoming. Jiang Luo quietly murmured to herself, The treatment of my husband and son is indeed disparate. While she does not oppose the idea of him taking a concubine, she has one stipulation. I must first approve of her. Li Ruoshuang chuckled softly, saying, What kind of ugly hag do you think I would find for you? Rest assured, when the time comes, I shall have an artist depict her, and you will have the final say. My son's concubine shall not be just anyone who can enter our home. Jiang Luo secretly sighed in relief, estimating that with her mother's temperament, it would be difficult for ordinary people to catch her eye. On the way back, Li Er appeared somewhat distracted, her gaze wandering aimlessly. Jiang Luo gently patted her head, assuring her that even if the young master were to take a concubine, it would not diminish her standing. Li Er hurriedly explained in a flustered manner, I am not jealous. Rather, I am contemplating how to serve the young mistress after the young master takes a concubine. You need not concern yourself with anyone else, he replied. For you are my maidservant, and your sole duty is to attend to me. Jiang Luo did not believe that Na's concubine could supplant Li Er's position. Li Er had grown up alongside him, and such trust could not be replaced by a mere title. It was even more inconceivable to have Li Er serve another. Young master, I shall heed your words, Li Er said, her eyes glistening, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. Why not simply make you my wife, so that you need not worry about being beneath anyone else? Jiang Luo's tone carried a hint of jest as he thought to himself that bestowing a title upon Li Er would not be a bad idea. Li Er, with a face full of emotion, nevertheless shook her head, insisting that she wished to be the young master's maid. Why? Jiang Luo felt a sense of confusion. He could discern that Li Er was speaking the truth. No matter how elevated the status of a maid, she remained a servant, while a concubine could certainly be regarded as half a mistress. With her head bowed, Li Er spoke softly yet resolutely, in the future. The young master may have many concubines, but there will always be only one personal maid. I wish to be the young master's devoted personal maid for a lifetime. Jiang Luo was momentarily taken aback, only to burst into laughter shortly thereafter. You truly are quite the clever little sprite. Has the young master given me his word? Li Er lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. He has indeed promised, of course. Jiang Luoxin mused, a close maidservant like Li Er, who has grown up alongside me since childhood, is truly irreplaceable. This unique position is not at all inferior to that of a concubine. Jiang Luo visited the treasure pavilion and acquired a 5-star growth formula for the emerald sword orchid. After dedicating 2 days to concoct a growth elixir for Li Er, he anticipated a significant acceleration in her future cultivation pace, although her progress still lagged behind. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, within her dantian. The closed moon and ethereal bloom were suffused with a spectrum of colors. At the center, a vibrant seed of myriad hues was cradled, resembling a luminescent pearl. The innate five-element spirit pearl had dwindled to the size of a sesame seed, as tendrils of essence were absorbed by the roots of the closed moon and ethereal bloom, all converging upon the seed at its apex. Zhang Luo was intensely focused, as the spiritual seed was on the verge of transformation. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the last essence of the innate five-element spirit pearl was completely absorbed. Subsequently, the remaining colorful essence of the buau and plant surged towards the seed at its apex. Gradually, signs of desiccation began to manifest in the buau and minute cracks appeared on its roots, trunk, leaves, and petals, until a certain moment. When the essence was entirely consumed, a sharp crack echoed. The buau shattered into fragments, collapsing within the dantian, with the remnants circulating with the true qi and expelled from the body. The colorful seed descended into the qi sea. Suddenly, new roots emerged from the base of the seed, re-establishing themselves within the qi sea as external spiritual energy flowed into Zhang Luo's body. A transformation occurred within the stone book of the Sea of Consciousness, as new characters emerged upon the pages. Chapter 37. The terrifying divine power of the five elements birth and destruction. Five elements birth and destruction blossom. Second-tier spiritual seed. Growth plan 1. A balanced mixture of second-tier red-tailed scorpion, golden-scaled snake, with centipede, earth gecko, and toad venom. Growth efficiency, half a star. Growth plan 2. A concoction made from second-tier golden-scaled snake scales, a century-old willowwood heart. Spiritual liquid, fire element crystal, and fertile soil essence, crafted into a pill. Growth efficiency, 1 star. Growth plan 3. The inner elixir of a second-tier red-tailed scorpion soaked in purple extreme spiritual essence, melted and ingested. Growth efficiency, 2 stars. Zhang Luo's gaze swept across the newly generated pages of the book. The growth plan for the second tier of the five elements birth and extinction contained merely over 50 variations, a reduction by half compared to the first tier. As customary, the spectrum ranged from half a star to 5 stars, with the least efficient half-star elixirs requiring only ethereal materials, devoid of any mundane substances. The efficiency of autonomously absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth had indeed diminished significantly. Just as Zhang Luo meticulously examined the records on the pages, a line of text appeared at the bottom. Feedback, divine ability, great divine ability of five elements birth and extinction. At that moment, a torrent of profound information surged through the spiritual seed, flooding Zhang Luo's mind. After a quarter of an hour, he opened his eyes, his expression one of ecstatic joy. He had finally grasped the true value of what was deemed a great divine ability. Zhang Luo forcibly suppressed his desire to experiment with the power of his divine abilities and continued to focus his mind on the stone book. As the pages of the stone book turned, new content emerged. The newly revealed sections first presented the second-tier growth plans for the moon closing and ghostly blossom, with only a little over 50 varieties remaining. The growth elixirs required for the second-tier moon closing and the five elements life and death blossoms were entirely distinct. Zhang Luo conducted a comparison. The growth plan of the closing moon and ethereal bloom evidently requires spirit materials that are significantly more accessible than those needed for the five elements of life and death bloom. Furthermore, the growth plan for the emerald sword orchid has also emerged, with quantities comparable to the aforementioned two. New information shall await the attainment of the second-tier perfection. Zhang Luo has essentially discerned the timing of updates to the stone book. Upon achieving perfection in a certain realm of cultivation, the stone book offers an evolution plan. Following a breakthrough, it subsequently provides a growth plan for the new realm. Zhang Luo turned inward to perceive the qi sea, where the seeds of the ephemeral essence of the five elements took root, akin to the moment when the ethereal spirit of the moonlit flower is first sown. The roots delved into the qi sea, autonomously absorbing the celestial energies of heaven and earth, subsequently channeling the refined qi back to the dantian. However, the essence of the qi at this juncture was markedly distinct from that of the initial stage. In the latter part of the first stage, the moonlit flower imparted yin-yang attributed qi. Upon reaching the second stage, the composition of the qi became increasingly intricate, encompassing the dualities of yin and yang, the five elements, and even the essence of life and death. The newly birthed qi gradually began to assimilate the first stage qi, each essence intermingling, allowing for the potential to separate each attribute distinctly. The evolutionary blueprint of my lineage favored the path of enhancing yin and yang. while my own evolutionary plan embraced a more inclusive approach, harmonizing all things. A flicker of enlightenment blossomed within Zhang Luo's heart. He felt an urgent need to test the potency of a new divine ability, and thus, he rose and emerged from his seclusion. Zhang Luo cast a glance towards the adjacent room, noticing that Li Er had mysteriously vanished. He surveyed the small courtyard, finding it rather confined. Before proceeding to the designated meeting place with Brother Dragonfly, the little hillock stood alone and desolate as ever, and after more than 2 months of diligent effort, Brother Dragonfly appeared significantly diminished. The great art of the 5 elements birth and death, unlike the family's yin-yang rebirth sword technique, transcended mere swordsmanship. It could be wielded barehanded or infused into any weapon. With a swift motion, Zhang Luo unsheathed his long knife. His gaze sharpening as a wave of blade energy surged forth, cleaving the ground with precision. Boom! Like a dragon rising from the depths. A trench over 10 zhang in length and a zhang in width materialized in an instant. Zhang Luo deliberately regulated the output of his vital energy. Yet he still underestimated the formidable power of the great technique of 5 elements life and death. He gazed at the ground, his pupils constricting in disbelief. How could this be? The earth that had been turned over by the trench had completely vanished, evaporated into nothingness by the great technique, transformed into gas and dissipated into the air. Hiss! As Zhang fell into a whirlwind of emotions, a sudden hissing sound erupted from the long knife in his hand, reminiscent of boiling water. To his astonishment, the transformation began at the hilt and swiftly spread along the blade, as the long knife dissipated into a waft of ethereal energy, vanishing into thin air. A deep rumble ensued. Zhang Luo swallowed hard. When he struck, he enveloped the blade with his vital energy. Yet the overwhelming force of the 5 elements creation and destruction was simply too tyrannical for mere iron to withstand. As soon as his vital energy withdrew, the entire blade evaporated instantaneously. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Fortunately, the power emanated from within my own body, leaving no adverse effects on me. Zhang Luo gazed at his palm, standing in place for a considerable time before regaining his composure. With a single stroke, even the blade had vanished. Subsequently, he forwent the use of a knife entirely. Instead, he wielded his fingers as a blade, unleashing a golden arc of energy that cleaved the ground, resulting in yet another ravine. This time, the earth remained intact, with the sharp essence lingering along the edges of the trench. Zhang Luo unleashed yet another fiery blade of energy, causing the ground to darken and revealing scorch marks left in its wake. He meticulously experimented with the potency of various elemental enhancements. A soft, milky aura emanated from his fingertips, landing upon a 3-foot-tall blade of grass. Rather than suffering any harm, the grass exhibited a remarkable and visible growth, soaring to an impressive height of 7 feet and thick as a bowl in mere moments. Is this the manifestation of the power of life? Zhang Luo marveled inwardly. From this moment forth, even if he possessed no medical knowledge, he could undoubtedly be regarded as a reincarnation of a divine healer. Zhang Luo experimented for an hour through various methods, gaining a fundamental understanding of the terrifying power of the great divine ability of the 5 elements creation and destruction. This divine ability is all-encompassing. It is not merely a simplistic offensive technique. In terms of offensive capabilities, it can utilize all 5 elements simultaneously or apply the elements and the concepts of creation and destruction separately. Moreover, both the elements and the concepts of creation and destruction can also be employed individually. Ultimately, combinations of pairs can be utilized according to their unique characteristics. The sheer variety of offensive methods amounts to dozens. The combination of creation and destruction of the 5 elements undoubtedly possesses the greatest power, capable of annihilating all things. Furthermore, the elements and the concepts of creation and destruction appear to be forces of equal caliber, each wielding formidable strength when combined, with distinct advantages. When the 7 attributes are employed individually, the force of destruction reigns supreme, vastly surpassing the potency of the other attributes used alone. The metal and fire attributes each have their own strengths in offensive maneuvers. The sharpness of metal is adept at breaching defenses, while the ferocity of fire excels in endurance and area of effect. When these two are combined with the destructive force, the offensive power ascends to an entirely new level, far surpassing the impact of employing the destructive force alone. The force of life, while the weakest in offensive capability, possesses unparalleled healing efficacy. He conducted an experiment using Brother Dragonfly. After decapitating it, A mere thread of life force was sufficient to reconnect the head, restoring it instantaneously. The healing properties of the wood element are also commendable, second only to the force of life, and the two can be combined for enhanced effect. Zhang Luo felt a slight regret that the yin-yang attribute does not exist within the scope of the 5 elements creation and destruction divine ability, rendering its enhancement somewhat unimpressive. Fortunately, the various attributes of true energy within him can be freely converted without impacting his strength. Can my second uncle withstand another strike from me? Zhang Luo stood atop a gentle hill, suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of desolation and solitude. Chapter 38. Jiang Wuhan's Breakthrough. As he made his way back to the courtyard, Jiang Luo's spirit soared, filled with a grandiose feeling of invincibility. Abruptly, he caught sight of Lear, gracefully carrying a bamboo basket, her steps light as a fluttering butterfly. Upon noticing Jiang Luo, Leo approached him with small, quick steps, exclaiming, "Young master, you have emerged from seclusion, and there is joyous news." Typically, Lear would be present to greet Jiang Luo upon his emergence, but today she seemed preoccupied. In his elevated mood, he chuckled and inquired, "What joyous news?" Lear's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her eyelashes fluttering with excitement. "While you were in seclusion yesterday, the master achieved a breakthrough to the 3rd tier." As she spoke, she retrieved a piece of candy from her basket and offered it to Jiang Luo, saying, "The madam distributed celebratory sweets to each household, and I thought to partake in the festive spirit. Young master, would you like to try?" Jiang Luo smiled as he accepted the candy, placing it in his mouth and nodding, "It is quite sweet. This confectionery is crafted from a unique, sweet-flavored spiritual herb, which, although possessing a subtle nourishing effect on the body, is of considerable value. Naturally, this effect is of no consequence to him." Yet he still appreciated the heartfelt intention behind Lear's gesture. Jiang Luo dismissed the thought of returning, waving his hand. "You may go back first. I shall pay a visit to my father." Lear nodded in acknowledgement and promptly reminded him, "I have just come from the inner chamber. The master is currently there." Jiang Luo nodded in acknowledgement and turned to walk towards the inner courtyard. Along the way, the maids and servants of the Jiang family wore smiles, clearly indicating that the news of Jiang Wuhan's breakthrough to the 3rd tier had spread throughout the entire household. A festive atmosphere permeated the air. Even the wind seemed to carry a hint of joy. Aunt Lon stood at the entrance of the inner courtyard, personally distributing packets of sweets. Upon seeing Jiang Luo, she gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Jiang Luo nodded slightly to Aunt Lon and entered the courtyard. His father, Jiang Wuhan, was enjoying tea under the gazebo with his mother, Li Ruoshuang. Jiang Wuhan's face radiated brilliance, while Li Ruoshuang wore a subtle smile. "Congratulations, father, on achieving the esteemed position of master." From a distance, Jiang Luo joyfully proclaimed his felicitations. "Haha, my son, I share in your joy." The smile on Jiang Wuhan's face could not conceal his emotions. He waved his hand, gesturing for Jiang Luo to take a seat. Jiang Luo found a chair to sit down, poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and inquired, "Has the date for the celebration been set?" Jiang Wuhan smiled and nodded. "I have just conferred with your mother, and it has been decided that she will take charge of the arrangements 1 month from now." Jiang Luoyu spoke with a hint of sarcasm, as if to suggest that he was allowing other factions time to prepare their gifts. "You rascal." Jiang Wuhan spoke with great enthusiasm, expressing, "The business of the Jiang family has now spread across numerous states in the Great Yin, and our alliances are growing ever stronger. With the upcoming succession ceremony of the family head, we can surely expect a considerable turnout. A month in advance should be just about right." At that moment, Li Ruoshuang interjected, her gaze fixed upon Jiang Luo, tinged with a hint of curiosity. "Luo, I can't shake the feeling that you seem somewhat different." She had not discerned the breakthrough in Jiang Luo's cultivation, but sensed a subtle shift in her son's demeanor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuhan fixed his gaze upon Jiang Luo, scrutinizing him closely, with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. "Could it be that you, young lad, have managed to advance to the 2nd tier? It seems I have fallen behind. It is only today that I have achieved my own breakthrough." Jiang Luo felt a profound sense of satisfaction initially. He had merely transcended a minor realm, yet the old man had discerned it at a glance. Now, having ascended to a greater realm, even his father, a formidable 3rd-stage powerhouse, remained oblivious. Were it not for his parents' intimate familiarity with him, they likely would not have sensed a thing. Jiang Wuhan had long anticipated Jiang Luo's imminent breakthrough, so he was not particularly astonished. He merely remarked, "Yesterday, when you were absent, I inquired with that girl Lear. She mentioned that you were in seclusion. It turns out you were undergoing a breakthrough." At that moment, Li Rushuang's heart was tumultuous with shock, and she cast a doubtful glance at the father and son duo. How long has Luo been cultivating his spirit? Don't you have anything to share with me? Jiang Wuhan's expression turned serious as he lowered his voice, leaning close to Li Rushuang's ear, advising her not to inquire further, for she should be aware of the situation. Li Rushuang furrowed her brow momentarily before a radiant smile broke forth. Then I shall refrain from asking. My son has truly given me an immense surprise. She understood that certain individuals possessed methods beyond the comprehension of ordinary people and chose not to press further. However, she mentally eliminated several candidates from the list for Jiang's potential concubines, recognizing that her son's extraordinary talent necessitated a partner of impeccable lineage, exceptional aptitude, and admirable character. In the following days, the Jiang family busied themselves with preparations for the heir's succession ceremony. The event was to be held within the confines of the family estate, as previous generations had celebrated such occasions at home, utilizing the same venue. Given the Jiang family's influence had since eclipsed that of bygone days, the space now seemed somewhat inadequate. The Jiang family commenced construction late into the night, expanding their premises. These trifling matters did not fall upon Jiang Luo, who merely joined in the excitement, occasionally offering suggestions, finding solace in his leisure. On this day, Jiang Luo took a moment to visit the Moonlit Tower. The establishment remained as lively as ever, with dancers gracefully displaying their talents on stage, while patrons below savored exquisite food and wine, occasionally whispering critiques to one another. It has been some time since the young master last graced us with his presence, Yun Shang remarked, her voice a blend of surprise and a hint of melancholy. As if playfully pouting, I just found a moment to come by. Jiang Luo let out a light chuckle, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Yun Shang. The last time he saw her, she was merely an ordinary person without the seed of spirit sown within her. Now, she had ascended to the rank of a martial artist. Moreover, he could faintly sense that this spirit seed was not the commonplace variety, suggesting that she must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Allow me to prepare tea for you, my lord. Yun Shang knelt gracefully before the table, a subtle smile gracing her lips akin to the delicate ink of soot. Her slender fingers gently caressed the rim of the jade porcelain cup, her movements flowing like water, transforming the tea set in her hands into a dance at her fingertips. Jiang Luo gazed appreciatively, his eyes sweeping over the first-floor hall through the window, noticing an influx of unfamiliar formidable figures. Since his breakthrough to the second tier, his perceptive abilities had markedly enhanced. Truly, the young master possesses a discerning eye. Yun Shang prepared a cup of tea for Jiang Luo, gently brushing aside the strands of hair that fell across her forehead, and softly remarked, in just 2 days, the grand auction of the 10-year Global Merchants Association will commence, and in recent days, Jiangzhou City has seen an increase in numerous unfamiliar faces. In the realm of the martial world, there exists no place more well-informed than the brothels and taverns. Yun Shang has acquired first-hand information at the Mingwei Tower. It appears she intends to convey that the decennial auction presents a rare opportunity, prompting many formidable individuals from other provinces to hasten their arrival upon hearing the news. Jiang Luo nodded gently, withdrawing her gaze and resting her head upon Yun Chang's lap. Have there been any intriguing events in Jiazhou recently? Yun Chang adjusted her legs to create a more comfortable position for Jiang Luo, reflecting on the recent occurrences in Jiazhou. After a moment of contemplation, she mused, I wonder if the conflict between the Xuanjia gang from Anzhou and the local Blood Knife gang qualifies as noteworthy? Jiang Luo squinted and said, do tell me. Last time, I heard at the Four Seas Pavilion that the Xuanjia gang had entered Jiangzhou. The Jiang family has neither supported any gang forces in Jiangzhou nor has any short-sighted gang dared to demand protection fees from the Jiang Family-esh Trading Association. Thus, when the Xuanjia gang invaded Jiangzhou, the Jiang family remained indifferent. Yun Shang, with her graceful head bowed, gently pressed her fingers together as she spoke. The Xuanjia gang's large-scale incursion commenced with an assault on the Blood Knife gang. In the inaugural battle, the leader of the Xuanjia gang refrained from direct involvement, instead dispatching a formidable subordinate skilled in swordsmanship to engage. With merely 3 strokes of the sword, the leader of the Blood Knife gang was vanquished. Jiang Luo opened his eyes. The Bloodblade gang is one of the most formidable factions in Jiazhou, with its leader possessing a mastery at the 2nd level of perfection, showcasing remarkable strength. The assailant was merely a subordinate of the Xuanjia gang's leader and had only employed 3 strikes. The disparity in strength between these 2 gangs is quite significant. Chapter 39, Zhao Guanlan, leader of the Xuanjia gang. Jiang Luo once again closed his eyes. What transpired thereafter? Yun Shang's hands continued their movements. After the Bloodblade gang leader's retreat, he sought to invite the Chao gang, the Tianling gang, and the Fian gang to unite against the Xuanjia gang. Naturally, the Chao gang paid no heed to this. The influence of the Chao gang extended throughout the entire Yin, with the entirety of its shipping under their control. And Jiangzhou was merely a branch, to speak without exaggeration, in matters of water transport. The words of the Chao gang's leader hold more weight than those of the emperor himself. Jiang Luo smiled and remarked, "It is only natural that the Chao gang remains indifferent. The Xuanjia gang, if not foolish, would refrain from provoking the Chao gang." Indeed, Yun Shang continued in a gentle tone, "The Tianlang gang and the Fian gang may harbor reservations towards the leader of the Xuanjia gang, or perhaps they have other considerations, which is why they have chosen not to ally with the Xuedao gang, instead opting to observe from the sidelines for the time being. The Tianlang gang and the Fian gang, along with the Xuedao gang, are collectively known as the three major factions of Jiangzhou Prefecture, each possessing formidable strength, with their territories divided among the northern, western, and southern regions of the outer city. In the eastern district where the Jiang family resides, there is no dominant gang. Instead, numerous small factions strive to make a living." Yun Shang playfully teased, "Young master, can you guess the final outcome?" Jiang Luo pondered briefly, contemplating whether the Blood Knife gang had indeed distanced itself from its hidden master. The young master is truly a mastermind of extraordinary insight. Yun Shang raised her thumb in admiration. Jiang Luo chuckled nonchalantly, for Jiangzhou was the capital of a province, its power intricate and multifaceted. The three major factions each commanded a territory, and it was inconceivable that any of them operated without backing. The absence of a unified gang in the eastern district was due to the constraints imposed by the Jiang family. Behind the Bloodblade gang stood the He family. Yun Shang, with a hint of surprise in her eyes, remarked to herself, just as the Xuanjia gang was poised to dominate the southern district. The head of the He family intervened. Zhao Guanlan, the leader of the Xuanjia gang, also made an appearance, and a fierce battle ensued between the two. The outcome, however, remained shrouded in uncertainty. Ultimately, both the Xuanjia gang and the Bloodblade gang each claimed half of the southern district, after which the Xuanjia gang fell silent, refraining from further incursions into other territories. Jiang Luo revealed a hint of surprise. The head of the He family had not suppressed the Xuanjia gang. It seemed the gang possessed some remarkable qualities. At that moment, a commotion arose on the first floor. There, at the entrance, a man towering over 7 feet, with a robust physique, entered Mingyue Tower, flanked by 2 attendants. Clad in a brocade python robe, his eyes were sharp as those of a hawk, and he moved with the stature of a straight pine tree, exuding an extraordinary presence. "I am Chao Duran from the Embroidered Pavilion. Honored to meet you." "Gang leader Zhao, I am Lin Naji from the Tongwei Escort Agency. Honored to meet you." Gang leader Zhao. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Guanlan, the illustrious leader of the Xuanjia gang, who had recently risen to prominence in Jiazhou. As he stepped into Mingyue Tower, many patrons who were enjoying the music stood up to greet him. Zhao Guanlan, unpretentious, graciously returned the gestures. "I, Zhao, have just arrived in this esteemed establishment. Greetings to all fellow wanderers of the Jianghu." A formidable figure capable of contending with the head of the He family, who had even caused the He family to suffer a covert setback, humbly acknowledging them, filled the onlookers with pride and ignited lively conversation. Zhao Guanlan, not lingering with pleasantries, smiled and declared, "Today, I shall cover the expenses for all present. Enjoy your meals and drinks. I shall not intrude further." With that, he followed a maid toward the second floor. Hearing the commotion outside, Jiang Luo stood and glanced out the window, just as Zhao Guanlan's gaze fell toward the private booth. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Zhao Guanlan's pupils slightly contracted. Then, with a beaming smile, he nodded at Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo responded with a smile, remarking that Chief Zhao appeared to be quite a character. Yun Shang, leaning against Jiang Luo's embrace, noticed his interest in Zhao Guanlan and began to recount the recent endeavors of the Xuanjia gang. After establishing a foothold in the southern city and taking control of parts of the Blood Knife gang's territory, Chief Zhao had garnered a relatively good reputation. Aside from the agreed-upon fees with merchants, he strictly prohibited gang members from extorting or taking advantage of them, which has led many merchants to accept this newly arrived gang. Raising her head, Yun Shang inquired, "My lord, do you think the Xuanjia gang can maintain its presence in Jiangzhou Prefecture?" "It is hard to say." Jiang Luo embraced the soft waist of the maiden, contemplating. The family's concession this time is likely due to the imminent auction of the Merchant Association, where chaos reigns, and they wish to avoid further strife. "I suspect that after the auction, the family will take action." He understood the boundaries of great powers all too well. If the He family easily yielded, It would be a minor loss of interest but a significant tarnishing of their reputation, leading other factions to underestimate them, resulting in incessant probing in the future. If the Xuanjia gang only had Zhao Guanlan as a third-tier powerhouse, Jiang Luo doubted their ability to establish a stable foothold in Jiazhou, especially while relying on the He family's reputation. After all, the He family is one of the 4 prominent families in Jiazhou, having stood for centuries. And they had encountered more than just a couple of challenges. Yun Shang, seemingly grasping a part of the conversation, nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting contemplation. In another private room, as Zhao Guanlan settled in and the maid departed, he turned to a middle-aged man beside him, adorned in scholarly attire and holding a white fan, asking, "Do you know the identity of that young gentleman who exchanged glances with me earlier?" The man, known as Wang Ji, appeared to possess considerable intelligence about Jiangzhou. He lowered his fan and spoke eloquently. "That young man is Jiang Luo, the eldest grandson of the Jiang family and the only son of the newly appointed head, Jiang Wuhan. He has just turned 16. Why do you inquire, Chief? Just turned 16? Zhao Guanlan frowned slightly, his eyes flickering, remaining silent. After a moment of contemplation, he shifted the topic. "Are you aware of why I chose to target the Blood Knife gang rather than the leaderless East City?" Wang Ji pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, "Is it because you fear the Jiang family?" Zhao Guanlan nodded gravely, affirming that the information regarding the 4 prominent families and the factions in Jiangzhou was meticulously gathered within the gang. While the apparent strengths of the 4 families seemed comparable, with the He, Lin, and Yu families each controlling a local gang, the Jiang family held no such power. Wang Ji looked puzzled, questioning how this could indicate the Jiang family's superiority over the others. "Indeed, it does not," Zhao Guanlan speculated. "The Jiang family's abstention from gang affiliations suggests either insufficient strength or a desire to maintain their local reputation, unwilling to engage in such matters. Their rapid and stable development in recent years has led to whispers of them being the foremost among the 4 families. It is unlikely they cannot manage a gang, rather. They must be mindful of their reputation with much at stake." "Your reasoning is sound," Wang Ji nodded, aware that while outsiders regarded him as Zhao Guanlan's strategist, he knew the chief's cunning was unmatched. Zhao Guanlan continued, "Thus, I would prefer to strike at the He family, whose strength is relatively transparent." Wang Ji's expression turned slightly anxious, fearing that post-auction, it would be the moment the He family revealed their true intentions. And what if that occurs? Zhao Guanlan waved his hand dismissively, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. "Success is in the hands of man, while the outcome lies with the heavens. Progressing and striving forward is seldom smooth. My achievements today are not founded on caution." He regarded Wang Ji, asking, "Do you know what distinguishes you from me the most?" Wang Ji smiled wryly, fully aware that the decisive resolve of the chief was something he lacked. "You." Zhao Guanlan sipped his tea, shaking his head with a smile. "Your temperament may not be a flaw. If everyone were like me, the gang would have no breaks." His eyes narrowed slightly. "You need not worry excessively. The worst outcome is merely retreating from Jiangzhou. I am confident that those old men of the He family cannot hold me back." Upon hearing Zhao Guanlan's words, Wang Ji's anxiety eased somewhat. Zhao Guanlan suddenly inquired, "Do you think there is a possibility of collaborating with the Jiang family?" Wang Ji hesitated, skeptical, noting that if the Jiang family intended to support a gang, they would not have waited until now. However, he added, with Jiang Wuhan's upcoming succession ceremony, it would be prudent to prepare a generous gift. Even if collaboration does not materialize, we need not become enemies, especially since we have no conflicting interests with the Jiang family. Zhao Guanlan nodded, his tone laced with approval. "Let us proceed as you suggested." Chapter 40. The auction commences. Shielding against espionage in the summer, the afternoon sun beamed down, filtering through the leaves of the flowering trees, casting shadows the size of copper coins upon the ground. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soothing sound. Jiang Luo reclined on a chaise longue beneath the Osmanthus tree, eyes closed in tranquil repose. "Young master, the head of the family has sent someone to seek you. He awaits you at the entrance," Li's delicate voice whispered softly in Jiang Luo's ear. Jiang Luo opened his eyes. Today marked the day of the grand auction held by the Merchants Association. He lifted a cup of sour plum soup from the ground and took a sip, then stood up. "Come, let us venture forth and behold the world." "Certainly, young master," Li exclaimed with delight, hastily tidying up before trailing behind Jiang Luo. The two arrived at the entrance, where a carriage awaited in serene stillness, flanked by several guards standing resolutely on either side. Jiang Luo, accompanied by Li, ascended into the carriage, where a refreshing chill enveloped them. The interior of the carriage was adorned with glistening ice crystals, ensuring that even in the sweltering summer heat, there was no trace of discomfort. Inside, the old master and the steward, Jiang Huan, sat leisurely, savoring their tea. Jiang Luo cast a glance around the carriage. Is it just us? The old man nodded and instructed Jiang Huan, let us be on our way. Jiang Huai waved his hand outside the carriage, and under the guidance of the guards. The vehicle began to move slowly, its rumbling sound gradually fading into the distance. On the road, Jiang Luo observed their ostentatious approach to the auction and couldn't help but inquire, isn't there a need for some form of disguise? The river breeze gently chuckled, my family, the Jiang clan, is not a humble household. Why would we resort to pretense? Such pettiness is laughable. Jiang Luoguan let out a chuckle, secretly acknowledging the thought. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage came to a halt. Jiang Luo was not a newcomer to the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce. He had previously visited with the hope of discovering rare spiritual seeds, only to be met with disappointment. Common spiritual seeds, such as the power flower and the bullhead flower, were indeed available for purchase. Yet the truly scarce varieties were either non-existent or not displayed on the counters. Any treasures that the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce itself could not confidently appraise would not be presented. Jiang Luo's aspirations of fortune crumbled in an instant. A few individuals disembarked from the carriage, revealing before them a magnificent palace. At the entrance, 2 bronze lions stood sentinel, while a gilded plaque boldly proclaimed the words Merchant Association of the World. The grandeur was overwhelming. Figures from the martial world, some masked and others donning wide-brimmed hats, wielding weapons, began to step into the palace. Jiang family head, are you truly alone? Are you not afraid of acquiring goods you cannot carry back? As soon as they alighted from the carriage, Jiang Luo heard a mocking voice. He grimaced slightly and turned in the direction of the sound, spotting 2 elderly gentlemen. Around 60 years of age, adorned in resplendent robes, exuding an air of authority, standing not far off, their gazes directed towards him with evident hostility. Jiang Feng cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, who might I be, I wonder? I heard that you, old he, recently received a slap, and your face has finally begun to swell down. Jiang Luo wore a look of bewilderment, realizing that it was the head of the He family. No wonder there was such a heavy air of resentment. The rise of the Jiang family has exerted a profound influence on the He family. Previously, the He family was the largest producer of fragrant sachets in Jiangzhou, but with the launch of Jiang family's perfume, they faced an overwhelming blow that obliterated the He family's sachet business. Before the head of the He family could respond, Jiang Feng, feigning understanding, nodded knowingly. His tone tinged with a hint of mockery. Are you 2 brothers here out of concern for your own inadequacy? Humph. The head of the He family snorted coldly, flicked his robes, and without further ado, strode directly into the inner chamber. The Jiang family's mocking skills reached their zenith as he sighed. Alas, the He family is being humiliated, and as one of the 4 prominent families alongside them, our Jiang family is undeniably tarnished. The head of the He family regretted having spoken out, prompting the 2 brothers to instinctively quicken their pace. Let us proceed inside as well. Jiang Feng wore a relaxed expression, his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely trailing behind the 2 brothers of the He family. Jiang, observing the lively scene beside him, could not help but chuckle. Old man, your interactions are no different from those of ordinary people. What difference is there, indeed? Jiang Feng shook his head with a smile, his tone tinged with a hint of nostalgia, as he maintained his usual demeanor in the presence of his peers. Led by the attendants, the group entered a vast hall capable of accommodating over 1,000 individuals. The hall was divided into 2 levels, with the ground floor featuring scattered seating primarily occupied by minor factions and independent cultivators. The Jiang family arrived at the elegantly prepared private room on the 2nd floor. Jiang Luo gazed out through the window of the private room on the 2nd floor, observing a steady stream of newcomers. At this moment, the 1st floor was nearly filled to capacity, with nearly everyone adorned in some form of disguise, whether shrouded in masks, donning wide-brimmed hats, or employing sophisticated techniques of facial alteration. The methods varied widely. Jiang Luo seemed to have rediscovered a sense of familiarity. This was precisely how an auction should unfold. Jiang Feng sat by the window, a hint of nostalgia gracing his face, as if he were recalling the arduous days that the Jiang family had once endured. We, too, have traversed such times. Jiang Luo discerned the underlying meaning in the old man's words. His lack of strength necessitated a cautious demeanor, always wary of losing valuable treasures to others. The Merchants Association convened an auction in Jiangzhou, where, regardless of the opulence of the items, they were unlikely to surpass the financial limits of the prominent families. Before long, a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, appeared on the central auction platform. Clad in a white robe, he bore a smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. He clasped his hands in greeting to all directions and spoke in a resonant voice. "I am Lu Jiozhong, honored to serve as the auctioneer for this event. I extend a warm welcome to all the esteemed guests who have traveled from afar." Lu Jiozhong briefly exchanged pleasantries with the audience before getting straight to the point. "Without further ado, let us commence with the first item for auction." His words were succinct and precise, prompting nods of approval from those present. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman in a short skirt approached, carrying a tray covered with a red cloth, obscuring its contents. She placed the tray on the auction platform before Lu Jiozhong and then stood to the side. With a swift motion, Lu Jiozhong unveiled the red cloth, revealing 4 azure flags and a black iron plate resting on the tray. In a clear voice, he proclaimed, "This is a set of formations, meticulously crafted by a third-tier master who specializes in formation-type spiritual seeds. Its function is straightforward. It can prevent prying eyes and eavesdropping from those with extraordinary abilities. Even if the observer's strength exceeds the formation's limits, they can still be detected. This is an indispensable item for discussing confidential matters. The starting bid is 3,000 taels of gold, with increments no less than 100 taels." As soon as he concluded, a private box on the second floor immediately placed a bid, 3,500 taels. 3,800 taels. "Old man, shall we place a bid?" The Jiang family possesses none of this. Jiang Luo assumed that the old master would make a bid. To her surprise, Jiang Feng had no intention of purchasing at all. "Our family lacks understanding of formations. Who knows if there are hidden loopholes within this one? Rather than employing something we are uncertain about, it is wiser to forego its use entirely." Jiang Luo was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. "Very well. This is indeed the old man's usual style of conduct. However, he speaks wisely, rather than harboring distrust towards the unknown. It is far more prudent to simply keep one's distance." Chapter 41. The Falling Star Blade and the Method of Spirit Seed Evolution. Jiang Luo quietly observed the bidding competition unfolding before her. The atmosphere within the auction hall gradually intensified, with bids rising and falling in a cacophony of voices. Before long, the set of array flags had reached a bid of 5,000 taels. 10,000 taels. The voice of the He family patriarch resonated from a private box, doubling the previous offer as if he were determined to claim the prize. The bidding abruptly ceased, perhaps due to others deeming the price exorbitant, or perhaps out of respect for the He family. Ultimately, the array flags were secured by the He family at the price of 10,000 taels. Jiang Luo felt a twinge of envy. Spirit seeds of the formation type are indeed a lucrative venture. Quite impressive. Jiang Feng cast a fleeting glance at the He family's private room and remarked, "The practitioners who plant the array spirit seeds engage in endeavors far beyond mere profit. The array spirit seeds can manifest into formations, with the practitioners themselves serving as the very core of the grand array. Inscribing the formations is merely a superficial task." Jiang's heart stirred with emotion, and it was evident that Jiang Feng held a favorable view of such spiritual seeds. The crux lay in the feedback from the formation's divine powers. Should the feedback pertain to defensive formations against prying eyes, individual combat prowess may not be formidable, yet it would hold greater significance for a faction. Conversely, if the feedback involved a killing formation, it would be a different matter altogether. With a mere gesture, a lethal array could be established, wielding terrifying destructive power. Typically, those adept in formation techniques are exceptionally challenging adversaries at the same level. Jiang Luo contemplated silently, recognizing that combat among warriors does not always require real weapons or physical blows. Sometimes, a mere gesture invoking a mystical power can ensnare an opponent. Regardless of one's strength, if one cannot strike the adversary, all prowess is rendered futile. This realm boasts a plethora of formidable spiritual entities, with an individual permitted to cultivate a maximum of 3. Jiang Luo remained uncertain about the forthcoming directions of the Divine Sea and Blood Sea spiritual entities. Following the auction of the first item, the subsequent offerings were rather mundane, consisting of various auxiliary treasures, which were swiftly claimed by several warriors on the first floor. The atmosphere in the hall lightened as attendees began to whisper among themselves, discussing the upcoming lots. As one item was successfully bid upon, 2 maidens gracefully approached the stage, bearing a long, slender tray draped in crimson cloth. Behind them followed 2 burly men, their faces flushed as they hoisted a life-sized iron figure. its footsteps resonating heavily upon the stage. With a resounding thud, the two men placed the iron figure at the center of the stage, causing the platform to tremble slightly. The audience gazed curiously at the elongated tray resting upon the auction platform, suspecting it to be a weapon. Lu Jiuzhang lifted the red cloth, and indeed, as anticipated, a long blade lay prominently at the center of the tray. He seized the blade and drew it forth with a sharp sound. The blade shimmered with a frosty gleam, its surface polished to a sheen, adorned with countless specks resembling a starry sky reflected upon its surface. This blade, known as Starfall, was forged primarily from celestial black iron. Renowned for its unparalleled sharpness, capable of significantly enhancing the combat prowess of a third-tier master. Lu Jiuzhang performed a demonstration, wielding the blade as an ordinary man would. Without channeling any energy, he struck the iron figure at its neck. With a resounding clang, the blade flashed, and the head of the iron figure tumbled to the stage floor with a heavy thud. What a remarkable blade! The atmosphere below ignited with fervor, as the attendees had not anticipated that the Celestial Merchant Association would unveil such a splendid artifact so swiftly. In the realm of martial arts, the majority of warriors wield blades and swords, which together comprise over 80% of the populace. This exquisite blade, with its elongated form, is adept for both slashing and thrusting, making it equally suitable for swordsmen. Lu Jiuzhang sheathed the sword and continued his introduction. During the forging of the Starfall, 1 gram of coarse soft gold was infused, ensuring its durability. The starting bid was set at 20,000 taels of gold, with each subsequent bid not permitted to be less than 1,000 taels. Upon hearing this, some were elated while others contemplated withdrawing. The value of a mere gram of coarse soft gold equates to 10,000 taels of gold, thus this blade exceeded the budgetary constraints of many. 21,000 taels. Immediately, someone placed a bid. A flicker of intrigue passed through Jiang Luo's eyes. Ordinary blades could not withstand the impact of his vital energy, but this knife, infused with a gram of coarse soft gold, was momentarily suitable for use. The Jiang family lacks renowned master blacksmiths, and even if superior materials were procured, it would be challenging to forge a blade surpassing the Starfall in a short span of time. Do you desire it? Jiang Feng discerned Jiang Luo's thoughts. Jiang nodded slightly. I happen to be in need of a fine blade. With a casual tone, Jiang Feng remarked, then just take a picture. Consequently, Jiang Huayan placed his bid, 30,000 taels. This price, however, did not extinguish the competitive spirit of others. For something that could be deemed superfluous, it was likely that others would extend a courtesy to the Jiang family. Clearly, this blade had attracted more than just Jiang Luo's interest. From an adjacent private room, the sound of bidding ensued, raising the price by an additional 10,000 taels, 40,000 taels. This figure also indicated that the opposing bidder was not intentionally seeking to rival the Jiang family. 40,200 taels, yet another private room entered the fray, leaving those on the first floor as mere spectators. 50,000 taels. Jiang Huayan placed another bid, estimating that the material cost for the Starfall blade would not be less than 20,000 taels. Coupled with the effort expended by master craftsmen, a sum of 50,000 taels seemed more appropriate. 55,000 taels. The opposite box bid again, but this time increased by only 5,000 taels. Any further increase would surpass the value of the blade itself. 60,000 taels. At Jiang Feng's gesture, Jiang Huayan continued to place his bid. The price of 60,000 taels represented an approximate premium of 10,000 taels, and it appeared that the opposing box had opted to withdraw. 60,000 taels, first call. 60,000 taels, second call. Lu Jiuzhang surveyed the room, and, seeing no further bids, swiftly brought down the auction hammer. Shortly thereafter, 2 maidservants delivered the blade to the box, and Jiang Huayan settled his payment of 66,000 taels in gold notes. The Tianxiao Chamber of Commerce charged a 10% handling fee based on the auction price. This single blade consumed nearly all my savings. Such funds are fleeting. Jiang Luo held the dagger in his hand, letting out a faint sigh. In a previous life, it would have cost an astounding 6 billion to acquire such a blade. The path of a warrior is exceedingly costly. The ability to procure what one desires signifies that wealth still holds value, rendering the expenditure worthwhile. Jiang Feng wore a cheerful smile on his face, his tone imbued with a hint of magnanimity. Jiang Luo contemplated. The industries he offered appeared to be quite lucrative, yet the earnings accumulated over these years barely amounted to enough for a mere dozen starfalls, which hardly seemed substantial. The truly profitable ventures, it seemed, were intrinsically linked to martial practitioners. in the grand auction of the World Chamber of Commerce. Both parties involved in the transaction of this blade would be required to pay a commission, and with just a few persuasive words, profits soaring into the tens of thousands of gold taels could be realized. This pace of earning far surpassed that of the Jiang family's dealings in ordinary commodities. As the auction reached its climax, a maid approached the stage with a tray. Lu Jiuzhang lifted the tray to reveal a tome nestled within. Rather than disappointment, the crowd's breaths quickened in anticipation. Lu Jiuzhang, smiling, nodded in response to the eager gazes of the onlookers, who surely harbored their own speculations. They were indeed correct. The next item up for bid was the method for the growth and evolution of spiritual seeds. Chapter 42. The shadow war between two major guilds boom. The atmosphere surged as though a colossal stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, threatening to shatter the very roof with its fervor. While starfall could still be deemed an external object, the pathway to the evolution of spiritual seeds constituted something foundational. This knowledge was a closely guarded secret among the various factions, meant to be passed down through generations. The audience held their breath, awaiting Lu Jiuzhang to unveil this momentous occasion. What I possess is the complete method for the second-tier growth and evolution of the bone-strengthening flower. With 10 copies available for auction, guaranteed by the reputation of the World Chamber of Commerce, there is no need for concern regarding the authenticity of this evolution method. Lu Jiuzhang raised the tome, and a glimmer of intrigue flickered in the eyes of many faction leaders, leaving them pondering their thoughts. The bone-strengthening flower was well known to all, being one of the most common spiritual seeds within the martial world. The first tier provided a formidable enhancement to one's spiritual prowess, while the second tier conferred bones as strong as steel, making it the best-selling spiritual seed of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. It was a mystery how the World Chamber of Commerce had acquired this evolution method, and no wonder they chose to auction it off. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone imbued with a hint of contemplation. Jiang Luo observed the peculiar reactions of many individuals around him. His understanding of the matters concerning the Jianghu was not particularly profound, hence he inquired, "Is there something strange about this method of evolution?" The old man chuckled, embodying the demeanor of a jester, and replied, "The Zhuanggu flower is the exclusive spiritual seed of the Wanbao Trading Association, which stands as the greatest rival to the Tianxia Trading Association in the vast realm of Dian. The divine abilities conferred by the Zhuanggu flower surpass those of the powerful flowers in the bullhead flower from the Tianxia Trading Association, consistently keeping them at a disadvantage. With this move, the Tianxia Trading Association aims to force the Wanbao Trading Association to either solely sell the Zhuanggu flower's spiritual seeds or completely withdraw the Zhuanggu flower from their offerings. It is impossible for them to continue profiting from growth and evolution potions. The Tianxia Trading Association is indeed undermining the very foundation of the Wanbao Trading Association." Jiang Luo pondered over the intricacies of the situation, his tone tinged with perplexity. If the method of cultivating the Zhuanggu flower were to spread, the robust sales of the powerful flower and the bullhead flower across the commercial guilds would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Would this not be a case of striking 1,000 enemies while inflicting 800 wounds upon oneself? Jiang Feng shook his head, asserting that even the rapid production of spiritual seeds has its limits. Let us not forget that the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce is backed by the Grand Yin Empire. No matter how many potent flowers and ox-headed flowers are available, the station troops and law enforcement agencies across the Yin can easily deplete them. The reason for their sale is not due to an inability to consume them, but rather to bolster the market influence of the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce and stimulate the sales of other goods. If the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce ceases to sell the bone-strengthening flower, it would incur significant losses in revenue and experience a decline in customer traffic. Even if they continue to sell, the absence of growth and evolution resources would diminish their income, and customer flow would still decrease. Should they raise the prices of spiritual seeds, they would find themselves outmatched by those two varieties from the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce, regardless of the circumstances. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is bound to suffer this hidden loss. Jiang Luo pondered deeply over the words of the elder. This was a blatant scheme. Regardless of how the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce responded, it would inevitably incur considerable losses. He inquired with confusion, "What is the origin of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce that it provokes such animosity from the myriad of commercial associations?" The elder replied, "The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has its operations spread across various nations. It is not a native commercial entity of Dian. Although it may be slightly weaker than the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce within Dian, its influence in other countries far surpasses that of Tianxia. It is no secret that the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce is backed by the imperial Ji family of Dian. In foreign lands, it will undoubtedly be met with caution by the local authorities. This is one of the disadvantages of imperial powers engaging in trade. Conversely, a purely commercial entity like the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is typically not targeted by foreign governments. Rather, they are welcomed, as they introduce goods that are otherwise unavailable in their own nations. Jiang Luolaran remarked that the primary objective of ordinary merchant guilds is profit. Yet the guilds under the dynasty's aegis that venture into foreign lands might harbor ulterior motives. Indeed, the elder sighed, noting that the influence of merchant guilds beneath various dynasties is largely confined to their own nations, making it challenging to expand abroad. The leaders of the prominent factions present soon grasped this notion, and Lu Jiozhang did not believe that the actions of the global merchant guild could evade scrutiny. Once the murmurs subsided, he continued, "Let me clarify in advance. Any faction that secures the method for evolving the bone-strengthening flower must vow under the heart demon stones refined by a fourth-tier powerhouse, pledging its use solely for their own faction and prohibiting any external sale." His gaze sharpened. Should any faction carelessly allow an individual to swear an oath and subsequently sell it in secret, they must then ponder whether they can withstand the repercussions from the global merchant guild. A flurry of whispers ensued. In this world exists a unique spiritual seed of the divine sea. Warriors who plant this seed will give rise to an invisible and intangible heart demon. Warriors can overlay this heart demon onto other objects, such as heart demon stones. When others swear oaths in front of these stones, any breach of such vows will result in an assault from the heart demon. The consequences can range from minor spiritual injuries to complete obliteration of the soul. An exceedingly bizarre phenomenon. This is only fitting. A voice from within one of the private rooms echoed. Jiang laughed teasingly. Is this a ploy to ensure that various factions place their bids? The primary aim of the Global Chamber of Commerce is to undermine the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. But any profit gained is still welcome. Whether there are too many or too few auction lots, it would hinder the maximization of benefits. 10 lots are just right. Shall we place a bid? The river breeze bestowed upon Jiang Luo the power of choice. This object holds no value for the Jiang family. Jiang Luo harbored little interest. The methods of evolution held no value for him, rendering any expenditure on them utterly superfluous. The river breeze fell silent, merely nodding in agreement, then let it be. The first auction commenced, with the starting price set at 5,000 taels of gold. Lu Jiozhang declared the auction open. The initial bid was surprisingly modest, almost low. From the first floor, a cloaked figure placed a bid, their raspy voice masking the true timbre. I bid 6,000 taels. Jiang Luo's disdain does not imply that others share the same sentiment. 8,000 taels. 10,000 taels. 15,000 taels. In a private room on the second floor, Zhao Guanlan, the leader of the Xuanjia gang, made his bid. Jiang Luo cast his gaze over, pondering whether the Xuanjia gang intended to bolster its core strength. After Zhao Guanlan made his bid, no one else raised their offer, and thus the first evolution technique was sold at a rather modest price. The gentle breeze of the river carried the light-hearted laughter of Jiang. None of us are fools. The Heavenly Commerce Association has evidently played a trick on the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Should the Wanbao Chamber cease the external sale of the bone-strengthening flower spirit seeds, this method of evolution would be rendered utterly worthless. The leakage of the method, coupled with the fact that the mother plant of the spirit seeds remains firmly in the hands of the Wanbao Chamber, means that the decision to sell or not hinges on a mere thought. Unless the Heavenly Commerce Association can continuously supply the spirit seeds of the bone-strengthening flower, which is clearly impossible, they would not sell the method if they possessed the mother plant. The next 9 spirit seeds were swiftly auctioned off by various powerful factions, each fetching prices around 15,000 taels. Those factions that acquired the method of evolution possessed, to varying extents, some stock of the bone-strengthening flower spirit seeds. Even if the Wanbao Chamber were to halt the sale of spirit seeds, their losses would be minimal. Chapter 43. The arrival of 1 yuan heavy water. Subsequent auctions featured several different spirit seeds, slightly superior to the common wares available on the market, albeit without the accompanying method of evolution. The bidding on the first floor was lively, while the guests in the second floor boxes appeared somewhat disinterested. As the auction approached its climax, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Lu Jiozhang struck the auction hammer with a beaming smile, announcing, "Next, we present the final 3 captivating items." The audience held their breath in anticipation. A maid gracefully ascended the stage, balancing a tray with a steady flow of true energy, as if the item it held weighed 1,000 pounds. The tray was devoid of any covering cloth, revealing a thumb-sized vial crafted from an unknown material. Positioned centrally upon it, Lu Jiozhang lifted the vial, deliberately refraining from using true energy, as if it required an effort to handle. He uncorked the vial and aimed its opening towards the audience below, then displayed it towards the boxes on the second floor. Within the vial, a droplet of azure liquid, reminiscent of mercury, rolled along the bottom wall. Lu Jiuzhang returned the vial to the table, revealing that it contained 1 yuan heavy water, with a single drop weighing a staggering 1,000 pounds. Its extraordinary properties were immediately apparent. Someone could not help but inquire, what is the purpose of 1 yuan heavy water? This question echoed the sentiments of the crowd, as 1 yuan heavy water was not a commonly known treasure, and many were hearing of it for the first time. Lu Jiuzhang smiled slightly, addressing the curiosity of the audience. 1 yuan heavy water is the finest substance for refining weapons, capable of effortlessly removing the impurities that are often difficult to eliminate from divine materials. Perhaps it may also be required for certain unique spirit seeds. Although those are merely my speculations. He paused before continuing. 1 yuan heavy water typically emerges from the depths of the ocean, places where humans seldom tread. Not to mention the terror of the sea monsters lurking there. Even the immense water pressure is beyond what ordinary individuals can withstand. Upon concluding his introduction, Lu Jiuzhang commenced the auction. The starting bid is 100,000 taels of gold, with increments of no less than 5,000 taels. A profound silence enveloped the room, as no one dared to be the first to speak. The majority on the first floor found the price prohibitive, while those on the second floor awaited the initiative of others. Huan, he urged, if no one else bids, you should make the first move. Jiang Feng smiled gently as he instructed Jiang Huan beside him. Yes, master. Jiang Huan nodded and added 5,000 taels to test the waters, totaling 105,000 taels. Jiang Luo, finding no immediate use for the item, inquired, Old man, do you have any use for this? Jiang Feng shook his head, indicating futility. Noticing Jiang Luo's look of confusion, he gazed at the heavy water on the stage and remarked, it is prudent to be prepared. The money earned at home must have a source. These natural treasures will not spoil, and who knows when they may come in handy. It is far better than scrambling for solutions at the last moment. Jiang Luoxi mused likewise. The river breeze gently stirred the tea leaves in the cup. Much like the resources in the family treasury, which have been accumulated over centuries, not achieved in a mere moment. After the Jiang family made their bid, others immediately began to follow suit. 111,000 taels. 115,000 taels. The subsequent bidders appeared rather cautious, perhaps sharing the same sentiment as the old master. Then, a sudden, significant increase in the price arose. A voice resonated from the bidding box. I am Mo Balian, and I kindly ask my fellow practitioners of the martial world to grant me this favor. Thank you. It was Master Mo Balian, clearly intent on securing this prize. A single yuan of heavy water is an exceedingly rare treasure for a craftsman of weapons. Should one miss this opportunity, who knows when it might arise again. The crowd was not at all surprised by Mo Balian's bid. He is a renowned master craftsman in the martial world, and his forged weapons are exceptionally sought after. Jiang Luo glanced at the starfall in his hand, pondering whether it was crafted by him. The head of the He family chuckled heartily, stating, since Master Mo has spoken, our He family shall graciously withdraw from the bidding. Subsequently, several factions voiced their decision to forego the auction. Jiang Luo's expression turned perplexed. How could Master Mo act in such a manner without the Global Merchant Association intervening? Typically, as long as there were no threats uttered, they would not interfere. Jiang Feng shook his head, remarking that something not earnestly sought after might still be considered for the sake of face. If this item happened to be desired by others as well, surely it would not be relinquished due to a mere utterance. Indeed. No sooner had Jiang Feng spoken than another bidder entered the fray, 160,000 taels. Master Mo, I apologize. This item is also of use to my Tiangong Pavilion. Should you have any interest, feel free to visit our Tiangong Pavilion for future exchanges. Tiangong Pavilion is a renowned sect in Dian, famed for its craftsmanship, with formidable third-tier experts residing within, showcasing considerable strength. Mo Balian furrowed his brow and continued to bid. 17,000 taels. 18,000 taels. The representatives of Tiangong Pavilion showed no signs of retreating. Alas, Mo Balian sighed. He possessed considerable wealth, yet on one hand, collecting rare materials necessitated significant funds. On the other hand, forging a treasured weapon could take anywhere from several years to over a decade, with a rather meager output. In terms of net worth, it was challenging to compete with a powerful faction. 17,000 taels was nearly all the liquid assets he could muster. 20,000 taels. Jiang Huan added an additional 20,000 taels to the foundation of Tiangong Pavilion. The head of the family did not intervene, prompting him to contemplate acquiring the item at the most advantageous price. Should the bidding reach 190,000 taels, Tiangong Pavilion might counter with an even 200,000 taels. Thus, he boldly placed a bid of 200,000 taels. There was a prolonged silence within the private room of Tiangong Pavilion. 200,000 taels, the first call. 200,000 taels, the second call. Lu Jiozhang's gaze rested upon the representatives of Tiangong Pavilion. Then he surveyed the other private rooms, noting that no further bids were forthcoming. He struck the auction hammer. 200,000 taels, the third call, sold. The first grand item was acquired by the Jiang family for the sum of 200,000 taels. Shortly thereafter, a maid delivered the auctioned item to their private room. Jiang Luo took the bottle, giving it a gentle shake, and the unmistakable sound of something rolling within echoed clearly. 200,000 taels for a single drop of water, indeed. Not a trivial sum. At that moment, the head of the He family, having healed from past wounds, let slip a voice of discord that resonated throughout the gathering. The Jiang family lacks a blacksmith. Are they deliberately trying to make things difficult for the Heavenly Craft Pavilion and Master Mo? His intentions were insidious, evidently aiming to sow discord between the Jiang family and the community of blacksmiths, while also seeking to vent his own grievances. The river breeze shows no mercy, unleashing its full force. I am indeed a worthless individual. It turns out I belong to the He family. The deeper I delve into this mess, the more I regress. Are you not afraid of your face being swollen once more? Boom. The words of Jiang Feng left the attendees exhilarated. Many leaders of various factions exchanged furtive glances, eagerly wishing for a confrontation between the two families, so they could opportunistically benefit from the ensuing chaos. You. The head of the He family's eyes glinted with a fierce light, and his tone was laced with irritation, merely boasting with empty words. The river winds relentlessly, and the Jiang family does not rely solely on mere words. Should the He family wish to measure the Jiang family's worth? I have no qualms about engaging in this contest. However, it remains to be seen whether the He family can withstand the strain of this challenge. The crowd gazed in astonishment, unprepared for the Jiang family head's formidable demeanor. The pressure was palpably shifted to the He family. The head of the He family exhibited a tumultuous expression, his face oscillating between pale and flushed, with fierce glints in his eyes. After an extended silence, he finally regained his composure and scoffed, "Do not be too arrogant. Remember that those who are reckless often invite calamity." The onlookers exchanged scornful glances, interpreting his words as a sign of submission. This prompted several factions to eye the He family's private box with keen interest. Chapter 44. The Grand Auction's Climax. The spirit seed mother plant in another private box. Zhao Guanlan's gaze was profound, as if he were contemplating something significant. He inquired of his companion, Wang Ji. Have you discerned anything? Wang Ji pondered for a moment before responding cautiously. The Jiang family indeed possesses genuine confidence. Their words have cornered the head of the He family, and they seem unperturbed by the prospect of desperate measures. Zhao Guanlan nodded, affirming that his previous conjectures held merit. During the altercation between the two families, Lu Jiozhang refrained from intervening. Instead, he paused the auction, awaiting a resolution to their dispute. As the two families fell silent, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. He cleared his throat and announced, "We shall now commence the auction for the second grand item." All eyes turned to the tray held by the maid, upon which rested a spherical object, seemingly imbued with an overwhelming force of energy, recognized by many present. Lu Jiozhang gestured towards the orb, stating, "This is a sword pellet crafted by a fourth-tier sword master. A third tier can be deemed a master, while a fourth tier is considered a grand master. Those who have achieved the fourth tier are renowned figures in the De Yin realm. The offensive power of sword masters is unparalleled among their peers. It is well known that sword masters possess unrivaled attack capabilities, and sword pellets are notoriously difficult to forge. This particular pellet encapsulates the full force of a Grand Master's strike, capable of vanquishing an ordinary fourth-tier master. It is undoubtedly a rare item for preserving one's life. A master wielding this would have little to fear from the threats posed by common grandmasters. The starting bid is set at 20,000 taels of gold. This opening bid is remarkably low compared to the weight of a single unit of heavy water. Given that it is a one-time life-saving item, for those in dire need, its value is immeasurable. In a sense, it represents a life itself. However, for others, its worth may not even compare to a unit of heavy water. 30,000 taels. As soon as Lu Jiozhang announced the commencement, the head of the He family immediately entered a bid. Should he possess this artifact, he would no longer have to endure the Jiang family's mockery. This sword pellet would serve as the backbone of the He family. As long as it remained in their possession, their confidence would remain intact. 40,000 taels. Zhao Guanlan followed suit, placing his bid as well. For most, acquiring this item was insignificant, but it could not fall into the hands of the He family. He mused that while he was confident in his own defenses against attacks from those of the same tier, He lacked the assurance to withstand a strike from a fourth-tier swordmaster. A glimmer of amusement sparkled in Lu Jiuzhang's eyes as he cast a furtive glance towards the Jiang family's box. His earlier decision not to intervene had been deliberate, precisely because of this item. The conflict between the Jiang family and the He family intensifies. And the more they are at odds, the more likely they are to engage in a bidding war over the Jiangwan. Although Zhao Guanlan also has grievances with the He family, his foundation is comparatively weaker, and he is unlikely to compete with the He family successfully. The river breeze wafted lazily as Jiang Feng observed the others vie for the prize, showing no inclination to speak. 50,000 taels. The head of the He family raised the bid by another 10,000. 60,000 taels. Zhao Guanlan furrowed his brow, just as Lu Jiuzhang had predicted. The Xuanjia gang could not compete financially with a centuries-old family. 60,000 taels was already a price he had reluctantly offered. Any higher, and he would prefer to withdraw from Jiangzhou entirely. 70,000 taels. The head of the He family showed no hesitation, clearly intent on securing the item. The other private rooms remained silent, many awaiting a bid from the Jiang family. Even Zhao Guanlan had given up, his gaze expectantly fixed on the Jiang family's box. Yet, it was evident that their anticipation would go unfulfilled. The Jiang family has never submitted a bid from beginning to end. The reaction of the Jiang family took Lu Jiuzhang by surprise. He clenched his teeth, contemplating the staggering sum of 70,000 taels, not once, not twice, but 3 times. Lu Jiuzhang pondered, could it be that the Jiang family is unafraid of the He family's threats? Or do they possess means to counter a strike from a 4th-stage grandmaster? With the third bid of 70,000 taels, the item was finally sold. As no further bids were made, Lu Jiuzhang announced the sale with a hint of reluctance. The anticipated clash between the two families did not materialize, and the final auction price of the sword pellet was considerably lower than his expectations. The head of the He family bore a smug expression, casting a glance at Jiang Feng by the window. Noticing Jiang Feng's calm demeanor, the smile on his face faded slightly, and doubts began to creep into his mind. The second item, shrouded in a somewhat anticlimactic and peculiar atmosphere, was auctioned off. Following the transfer of the sword pellet, several factions with intentions towards the He family promptly abandoned their thoughts. It was clear to all that an ordinary grandmaster could not compel the head of the He family to relinquish the sword pellet. Such a strike would at least claim the life of a grandmaster stronger than the head of the He family. A grandmaster serves as the pillar of power for any faction, and unless absolutely necessary, no one wishes to test their mettle. Some harbored hopes after the auction. Jiangzhou would surely witness some commotion. Within the private box of the Xuanjia gang, concern etched on their faces, the leader inquired, "What shall we do next?" Zhao Guanlan's mind was equally restless, though he displayed no hint of it outwardly. The sword pellet remaining unsold was the greatest deterrent. This principle, the head of the He family surely understood, and he might not direct it against me. It was prudent to observe the He family's subsequent attitude before making any plans. Then, the moment everyone had been eagerly anticipating arrived. Lu Jiuzhang's voice rang out, calm and steady. "We shall now auction the final item." This concluding piece was undoubtedly the most precious treasure of the entire auction. Factions holding substantial funds prepared to take their chances. Lu Jiuzhang's next words took everyone by surprise. The final item will be auctioned through a barter system as chosen by the consignor. Given the uniqueness of this item, our Tianxia Chamber of Commerce will waive the commission fees for this transaction. Typically, auction houses charge a commission of 10% from both buyer and seller. However, this is not set in stone. For particularly significant treasures, auction houses may reduce or even eliminate the commission to enhance their reputation. The fact that the concluding item could lead to a waiver of commission underscored its extraordinary nature. The head of the Lin family inquired, "Might I ask what the concluding item is, and what shall be offered in exchange?" Throughout this auction, 3 concluding items had been presented. One was secured by the Jiang family, and another by the He family. The Lin family had only managed to acquire a few rare herbs, yielding little reward. Just as he was preparing to mobilize all his funds to contend for the last item, he was taken aback to learn that it required no monetary exchange, thus appending his plans. The head of the Yu family, one of the 4 great clans, also voiced his curiosity. "Lu, my brother, do not keep us in suspense." Lu Jiuzhang nodded, and his words were nothing short of astonishing. The final auction item is the mother plant of the spirit seed along with the corresponding 3rd stage evolution method. The crowd was nearly convinced they had misheard, as silence enveloped the room, devoid of the expected reactions that accompany the auction of a precious treasure. The mother plant of the spirit seed and its corresponding 3rd stage evolution method. Are you certain of what you're saying? The 4 prominent families of Jiangzhou possess, but a single spiritual seed mother plant each, along with their corresponding methods for third-tier evolution. In other words, possessing such an item equates to the ability to forge a lineage that could rival the esteemed four families. Who would be willing to auction such a treasured possession? Who in Jiangzhou can afford this? Lu Jiuzhang's words shattered the tranquility of the scene. You have not misheard. Allow me to reiterate. The Pisces persistence of this auction is the mother plant of the spirit seed along with its corresponding third-tier evolution method. Chapter 45. The Pinnacle of Blood Sea Spirit Seed Mother Plant. Well, as Lu Jiuzhang confirmed the auction item, the atmosphere erupted. The rarity of this ultimate treasure is unprecedented in the annals of commerce. In truth, its standard seems somewhat diminished at this auction. Lu Jiuzhang, somewhat helpless, noted that this final item had only been entrusted to him an hour before the auction commenced. Otherwise, based solely on this item, the attendees would not be limited to the current factions present. Forces specifically arriving from afar were eager for this auction, having made the right choice. Various expressions adorned the faces of the crowd: excitement, enthusiasm, anxiety, disbelief, and more. The head of the Lin family clearly harbored doubts regarding the value of this item, questioning, "Is this spirit seed not rather weak?" Others soon realized they had celebrated prematurely. Lu Jiuzhang, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, "This item is not only not weak, but it is also undoubtedly a top-tier existence of its class." This only deepened the crowd's confusion. Such a spirit seed, too precious to be hidden away. Who would dare to openly auction it? This matter seemed rather illogical. Jiang Luo pondered silently. I wonder if I can make use of the top-tier spiritual seed of the same rank? Lu Jiuzhang, no longer playing coy, inquired, "Have you all heard about the destruction of the Golden Buddha Temple in the western regions a month ago?" Some individuals, struck by a realization, displayed excitement and trepidation in their voices. Could it be that the spiritual seed up for auction is the Golden Flower from the Golden Buddha Temple? Meeting the gaze of the crowd, Lu Jiuzhang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is the Golden Flower along with the method for its third-tier evolution. Those familiar with the Golden Flower were left in a state of shock. How could such a powerful spiritual seed be put up for auction? What could the consignor possibly be thinking? The Golden Flower is the heirloom spiritual seed of the Golden Buddha Temple, a supreme blood sea spiritual seed. It rivals another spiritual seed of the Buddhist sect, the Bodhi Flower, both possessing their unique strengths. When it comes to enhancing the physical body, the Golden Flower surpasses the Bodhi Flower. However, it is slightly inferior to the Bodhi in that the Golden Flower has only discovered a third-tier evolutionary path. Upon learning that the auction item was the Golden Flower, the crowd grew anxious. The Golden Flower is formidable, and the auctioneer demands a trade. Who could possibly offer a comparable spiritual seed in exchange? An uninformed individual inquired. The Golden Buddha Temple is renowned as an invincible master-level force. Why would it be destroyed? Could it be the work of a grandmaster-level force? I have some knowledge about this matter. In a private box, an elderly voice slowly conveyed, it is rumored that the Golden Buddha Temple killed an important figure from the Rakshasa sect, which led to its demise at their hands. The head of the Lin family voiced skepticism. I have heard whispers of the Rakshasa sect strength. It is said that their leader, Jade Rakshasa, and the deputy leader, Blood Rakshasa, are only of the third tier. With their capabilities, it seems implausible for them to annihilate the Golden Buddha Temple. The elderly voice, calm and collected, responded, the world of martial arts employs more than just direct confrontation. He posed a counter-question. What if the third-tier experts of the Golden Buddha Temple had already fallen victim to the poison of the Netherworld Flower? A chill swept through the crowd. The Netherworld Flower is a highly toxic substance, colorless and tasteless. It has caused considerable upheaval in the martial world, as it was once used to poison a grandmaster. This venomous flower is exceedingly rare and has not been seen for a long time, thus its notoriety is seldom mentioned. Are you suggesting that the Rakshasa sect poisoned the experts of the Golden Buddha Temple in advance? The head of the Lin family voiced disbelief. The Golden Buddha Temple is home to more than one third-tier expert. Taking them all down at once is no easy feat, especially compared to poisoning a fourth-tier grandmaster. Such is the rumor. Its veracity I cannot ascertain. The elder paused before continuing. It is the only explanation that makes sense. The crowd fell silent, and the head of the Lin family fixed his gaze on Lu Jiuzhang. Is this Golden Flower spiritual seed consigned by the Rakshasa sect? Lu Jiuzhang nodded in acknowledgement. The client did not request confidentiality. This item is indeed entrusted by Jade Rakshasa himself. The head of the Lin family, filled with confusion, furrowed his brow. Forgive my directness, but I do not comprehend why Jade Rakshasa would put this item up for auction. Lu Jiuzhang refrained from answering and instead smiled at the crowd. Those present who understand the Rakshasa sect should have guessed the answer. The elderly voice spoke again. Providing clarity, it is rumored that the Rakshasa sect possesses an exceptionally powerful third-tier blood-sea spiritual seed. Jade Rakshasa likely has no use for the golden flower and is seeking to exchange it for a Chi Si or divine sea spiritual seed. Am I correct? Precisely. Lu Jiuzhang nodded, detailing the auction conditions. This auction's exchange items are the mother plants of Chi Si or divine sea spiritual seeds, along with their corresponding evolutionary methods. Alternatively, one may choose to exchange solely for the spiritual seed and evolutionary method. The terms are negotiable, and the final decision rests with Jade Rakshasa. This matter is of great significance. May we have a moment to deliberate? An anxious voice spoke up. This exchange is crucial, as various factions must confer and consider the logistics of transporting the item once acquired. Lu Jiuzhang had anticipated this and granted half an hour for deliberation. After half an hour, the auction would officially commence. As his words fell, many hurriedly exited. Each faction showcased their ingenuity, disseminating the news through their respective means. Jiang Luo inquired of the elder whether they should bid for this item. In his view, it was imperative to participate in the auction, even if it meant sacrificing the third-tier evolution plan of the elusive and enchanting moonflower, as long as they could retain the original specimen. The river breeze seemed to have made a decision long ago. It was certainly time to take action. My family, the Jiang, lacks the top-tier blood-sea spirit seeds, and this presents a rare opportunity. Jiang Luo was somewhat taken aback, not expecting the old gentleman to actually part with the method of evolution for the moon closing and orchid hiding technique. He did not ponder further and inquired, "Should we not inform Uncle Air and the others?" The river breeze gently caressed as I sipped my tea. This is the stronghold of the Jiang family, and I am curious to see who would dare raise a blade against us. Jiang Luo refrained from further inquiries, given the cautious nature of the elder. He could surmise everything that Jiang Luo could. Moreover, he had little to worry about. The formidable power of the five elements life and death great art was something that even he found terrifying. If it were merely a third-stage grandmaster wielding their strength, he would not mind testing his own capabilities. As for the fourth-stage grandmaster, he had yet to encounter one, so it was hard to gauge. Half an hour swiftly passed, and representatives from various factions returned to the auction hall, presumably after consultations with their respective groups. At last, the time had come, and the auction was officially underway. Following Lu Jiuzhang's announcement, a woman donned in a jade mask appeared on the central stage, clad in a flowing white gown. Her age and features were indiscernible. Merely standing there, she radiated an aura of authority befitting one of high rank. All eyes were drawn to her. It was said that the Rakshasa sect was comprised entirely of women and had risen to prominence a century ago in the Great Yin. No one knew the true appearances of the two founders, Rakshasa and Shui Rakshasa. The recent downfall of the Diamond Temple served as a testament to the fact that whatever methods the Rakshasa sect employed, it was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. With her hands clasped behind her back, Rakshasa spoke with clarity and decisiveness. The rules are well understood. Let the bidding commence. Chapter 46. Bids from various families. The head of the Lin family interjected. Hold on. May we first see the mother plant of the golden flower? Others echoed his sentiment. Indeed, we must first behold the physical specimen. Without further ado, Rakshasa raised her hand slightly, and a golden-hued flower materialized in the center of the stage. The flower stood as tall as a person, its delicate petals unfurling like gossamer, with amber veins adorning the back, as if the creator had accidentally spilled a palette of molten gold, solidifying into exquisite floral petals. The flower blossomed within a golden flower bed, moving of its own accord, shimmering with brilliance. The crowd gazed greedily at the spectacle, eager to seize it, not to mention that this was the venue of the Global Commerce Association. But given Rakshasa's audacity to present the flower, acquiring it would not be an easy feat. Thus, the crowd remained cautious. After merely a few seconds of display, Rakshasa raised her hand once more, and the mother plant of the golden flower vanished from sight. Some were puzzled, wondering what sort of sorcery this was. Nearby, someone explained, it must be a spatial ring. Such artifacts are exceedingly rare, and even grandmasters cannot possess one each. The inquirer expressed envy. What a treasure! I wonder when I might acquire one. Another teased, perhaps when you ascend to the third stage grandmaster level. The man fell silent instantly. Rakshasa seemed to grow impatient. Having shown the treasure, it was time for bids to be made. The head of the Lin family finally resolved his hesitation and declared aloud, the Lin family is willing to offer the method for the third stage evolution of the sunflower along with an equivalent quantity of spiritual seeds in exchange. He seemed concerned that Rakshasa might not comprehend the sunflower's merits, thus elaborating. The sunflower's spiritual seeds encapsulate the essence of the sun. rendering its vital energy far superior to others of the same tier. Yu Rakshasa remained non-committal, her gaze sweeping over the other attendees. The head of the He family cleared his throat and began to bid. The He family is prepared to offer the silver orchid in exchange for the mother plant as well. He proceeded to elaborate on the silver orchid's properties. The silver orchid possesses significant healing properties, presenting a considerable advantage in battles of the same tier. Before he could finish his lengthy explanation, Yu Rakshasa shifted her attention to the others, clearly unimpressed by the silver orchid. With the other two families having made their bids, the head of the Yu family no longer hesitated. The Yu family is willing to offer the phantom rose in exchange. But we will only exchange for the evolution method and spiritual seeds, not the mother plant. Many were taken aback by this revelation. With some questioning, the golden flower is among the strongest spiritual seeds in the blood sea. Could it be that the Yu family possesses a spiritual seed even more formidable? A nearby white-haired man appeared to be privy to the details, shaking his head and responding, not quite. However, the Yu family's phantom rose is no trivial matter. While its vital energy may not surpass that of the Lin family's sunflower, it is far more troublesome. Why is that? Inquired another. The white-haired man's expression grew serious, because the phantom rose is also known as the assassin's flower, arriving without a trace and leaving no shadow, making it one of the most suitable spiritual seeds for assassination. The questioner instinctively recoiled. The head of the Lin family wore a tense expression. The four great families had stood firm in Jiangzhou for centuries, each possessing unique and extraordinary spiritual seeds. In terms of value, the Yu family's phantom rose indeed held a slight edge over the Lin family's offerings. Among the four prominent families of Jiangzhou, 3 have made their bids, leaving only the Jiang family. Jiang Feng remains on the sidelines, refraining from placing a bid for the time being. Yu Luocha has yet to express her stance, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Her gaze is fixed upon the private chamber of the visitors from other provinces. At last, an outsider has stepped forward to make an offer. A voice slightly hoarse resounding. I possess the forgetting water lily, which I can exchange with you. The essence of the forgetting water lily carries a lethal toxin. And I also possess the feedback poison technique, which I believe would suit your needs. This individual did not disclose their identity, and even their voice bore an air of concealment. Jiang Luo, upon first hearing of such a spiritual seed, turned to the elderly gentleman beside him and inquired, "From which faction does this individual hail?" The river breeze seemed somewhat perplexed, having never encountered such a spirit seed, possibly belonging to a concealed, rogue practitioner of formidable strength. This type of poison-based spirit seed is particularly daunting, making it quite customary for one to remain anonymous and in hiding. After Jiang Luo provided feedback on the grand technique of the 5 elements birth and destruction, he felt least concerned about poison-related techniques. The circulation of the 5 elements life force would directly obliterate any toxin, rendering the threat of the water immortal negligible. Just as a mysterious figure completed their bid, another woman interjected with her offer, expressing her willingness to exchange a blood-colored mandala. Upon hearing her voice, many attendees flushed crimson, and some appeared entranced, hastily erecting tents. It was akin to a man who had practiced abstinence for a decade suddenly encountering an enchanting beauty, unclad and unparalleled. Her voice carried an irresistibly potent allure, captivating the souls of the martial artists present. Jiang Luo experienced a fleeting sensation of blood surging within him. Yet it was swiftly dissipated into nothingness by the spontaneously circulating energies of the 5 elements within his body. The river breeze seemed to possess an understanding. Whispering, "The people of the Rainbow Garment Pavilion." Jiang Luo suddenly realized, the Nishang Pavilion, one of the 4 renowned brothels of the Great Yin? Indeed. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. The blood-colored mandala was a divine sea spirit of the Rainbow Garment Pavilion, renowned for its enchanting allure. The individual merely employed a hint of divine soul energy, without invoking any supernatural powers. This effect was utterly ideal for brothels. Jiang Luo, in disbelief, remarked, "How can the other brothels compete with them?" Jiang Feng cast a sidelong glance at him. "Do you think the blood-red mandala is as common as a cabbage? How could an ordinary courtesan possess it? Even the esteemed courtesans of the Rainbow Pavilion may not be bestowed with such a rare spirit seed. This makes perfect sense." Jiang Luo, momentarily taken aback, inquired again, "Then what use is the blood-red mandala? How is it not significant?" The river breeze chuckled softly and remarked, "A woman who plants the seeds of crimson belladonna and entangles herself with the signs of great power. Do you not think the potential for devastation is immense?" Hiss. Jiang Luo could not help but exclaim, "The white moonlight in one's heart, thought to be love, is in fact merely a trap." "Indeed, it is so." Jiang Feng then lamented, "It is not without its backlash. In the martial world, There are those who cultivate their hearts using women who have sown blood-red mandrakes. Once they break free, their hearts become tempered like steel. Some even go so far as to prove their resolve by directly slaying the women they practiced upon. They are truly ruthless individuals. Jiang Luo expressed a certain curiosity. But what of those who cannot escape? The river breeze shrugged his shoulders and remarked, if one cannot escape, then one shall simply become a loyal admirer. Jiang Luo instinctively furrowed her brows, pondering the intricate complexities behind the Nikhang Pavilion, reflecting on how many formidable individuals had succumbed in their youth. The river breeze carried a tone of gravity as he spoke. You are not mistaken. The Rainbow Pavilion holds the deepest waters among all brothels, and most in the martial world prefer to avoid entanglements with it. Jiang Luo's expression was somewhat peculiar. How could the old man be so familiar with the brothels? First, it was the Mingwei building, and then the Nishang Pavilion. Could it be that he was once a benefactor of the Nishang Pavilion in his youth? Jiang Feng, noticing Jiang Luo lost in a haze of thoughts, playfully tapped his head and chided. What kind of gaze is that, you rascal? I, an old man, have no interest in brothels. Jiang nodded vigorously, affirming, indeed, you are correct. How could you, esteemed elder, possibly visit a brothel? Chapter 47. The frequent appearance of eerie spirit seeds. The auction continued, with numerous factions vying for bids. The characteristics of the spirit seeds presented were incredibly diverse. Some could alter their form, others had the ability to manipulate others, and some even wove dreams, presenting bewildering powers that were difficult to defend against. The imperial family of the Yin also made their move, yet instead of producing the Ji family's most crucial Nirvana flower spirit seed, they showcased the slightly inferior Ghost Orchid. The Ghost Orchid is a highly suitable third-tier spirit seed for assassination and stealth, comparable to the Yu family's Phantom Rose. Jiang Luo has indeed gained insight. This is merely a spirit seed that has appeared at the auction. Across the vast expanse of the Great Yin, and indeed throughout the entire world, the number of diverse and extraordinary spirit seeds remains unknown to all. Jiang Luo gained a vivid understanding of the old man's previous warning, inwardly lamenting the vastness and peculiarities of the martial world. The martial artists on the first floor were drenched in cold sweat, wishing they could retreat into the safety of their own garments, fearful of inadvertently falling prey to some bizarre supernatural ability and becoming puppets of others. Throughout the proceedings, Yu Luocha remained silent. The individual making bids was not surprised. Had they been in his position, they too would wait for everyone to announce their spiritual seeds before selecting the one most suited to them. Thus, the enthusiasm for bidding among the others did not wane. After a while, as the number of factions with third-tier spiritual seeds was limited, Jiang Feng finally spoke. The Jiang family is willing to offer the moon-closing Ghost Orchid along with its corresponding evolution method. He paused momentarily before declaring, however, while the Diamond Flower is formidable, it still pales in comparison to my family's moon-closing Ghost Orchid. A gasp of shock rippled through the crowd upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, akin to a bomb detonating amidst them, igniting a flurry of discussions. The head of the He family, with a mocking tone, retorted, among the known Blood Sea spiritual seeds, who has the confidence to claim superiority over the Diamond Flower? The Jiang family's moon-closing Ghost Orchid may be commendable, but who dares to assert its value surpasses that of the Diamond Flower? The river breeze paid no heed to the head of the He family, instead fixing his gaze upon the beautiful Luocha, and with a smile that danced upon his lips, he remarked, might I inquire if your intention in exchanging for the Vajra flower is solely to procure other spiritual seeds? Or perhaps there lurks an underlying desire to rid yourself of this troublesome affair. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the air seemed to grow heavier with the weight of contemplation. Until now, none had delved deeply into the troubles that accompanied the Vajra flower. The Vajra temple, nestled in the western regions, belongs to the esoteric sect of Buddhism. Without even considering the formidable strength of the Buddhist order, the esoteric branch alone is a colossal entity that most factions would hesitate to provoke. If the Vajra flower were to be taken from the Vajra temple, would the esoteric sect truly remain indifferent? This could very well be a matter of life and death. The river breeze highlighted the risks associated with this matter, prompting several factions to reconsider their involvement. Forget it. Our family shall abstain from this affair. The head of the He family, who initially harbored little hope for their own spiritual seed, decided to sever ties with the issue to avoid the predicament of failing to acquire the treasure while attracting unnecessary trouble. Many factions shared this sentiment, and even my puppet pavilion chose to withdraw. Consequently, several factions announced their exit, partly due to their dim prospects and partly because they recognized the complexities of the situation. The influence of the esoteric sect does not extend into the Great Yin, should they launch a significant invasion. The first to oppose would undoubtedly be the imperial family of Great Yin. Hence, many factions remain silent, opting to take a gamble. At the window of box number 1, a man clad in a four-clawed dragon robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He spoke with a tone that balanced neutrality and authority. Yuluocha. If you engage in trade with the imperial family of Great Yin, I, on behalf of the imperial family, assure the protection of the Luocha sect and promise that should any formidable esoteric practitioners above the 3rd tier enter Great Yin, the imperial family will stand firm against them. His confidence was palpable, and no one in attendance dared to challenge his words. Within the borders of Great Yin, only the Ji family held the authority to utter such statements. This individual was the King of the East, the younger brother of the reigning emperor. The assembly was taken aback by his personal presence. Other factions felt a weight in their hearts, realizing that the coveted Moonlight Flower was likely to fall into the hands of the imperial family of Great Yin. Finally, Yuluocha spoke. Her lips slightly parted. What the head of the Jiang family said is indeed correct. I am contemplating shedding this burden. However, shedding the burden is merely a secondary consideration. Since our Luocha sect dared to extinguish the Vajra temple, we possess the means to confront the repercussions. Furthermore, while the King of the East proposal was commendable, the Luocha sect shall not trouble the imperial family. Yuluocha's calm rejection of the king's offer took everyone by surprise. The King of the East furrowed his brow. The esoteric sect would not dare to underestimate the imperial family, and he could not fathom what hidden cards the Luocha sect held to counter the potential retaliation from the esoteric sect. Yuluocha's gaze then turned to Jiang Feng. As for you, head of the Jiang family, are you not concerned that after exchanging the Moonlight Flower, the esoteric sect will come to claim it? Jiang Feng raised his hands and remarked nonchalantly, since the followers of the esoteric sect have arrived, let us simply grant their request. The crowd was left speechless. Having pointed out the risks, did he truly believe the Jiang family possessed means to counter the esoteric sect? This was the outcome? The head of the Jiang family was jesting. Yuluocha, with a rare smile, expressed her interest. I have heard of the illustrious name of the moon-closing illusion, which is renowned for its unparalleled speed, precisely the ability I require. Perhaps the head of the Jiang family should discuss the terms of exchange. If this location proves inconvenient, we can certainly find a more suitable place. The crowd was taken aback. Yuluocha had her sights set on the Jiang family's moon-closing illusion. Upon further reflection, it became clear. Yuluocha was likely to face relentless pursuit from the esoteric sect, making a top-tier speed technique the optimal choice. Indeed, the best means of ensuring her survival. This was not a matter to be shunned. A straightforward transaction could be conducted right here without hesitation. The Jiang family's Jiang Feng has unexpectedly shifted from his previous modest demeanor, boldly proposing to offer the method for the 3rd-tier evolution of the Moonlit Orchid, along with 50 seeds of the same, in exchange for the primary stock of the Diamond Flower and its corresponding evolutionary method. Many present were taken aback, murmuring in outrage at Jiang Feng's audacity. Was this not an act of taking advantage of a crisis? The Moonlit Orchid was, at best, on par with the Diamond Flower. It was evident that Jiang Feng was leveraging the urgent needs of the Jade Luocha to his advantage. The King of the East, upon hearing Jiang Feng's proposition, found inspiration in the terms offered. He quickly interjected, stating that the Ji family could also provide the 3rd-tier evolution method for the Nirvana Flower along with 50 seeds of it. The Nirvana Flower, rumored to be connected to the long-lost Phoenix, was renowned for its formidable powers and hailed as the foremost spirit seed of the Great Flame. The onlookers observed with anticipation, realizing that Jiang's plans were likely to falter. The Nirvana Flower was widely acknowledged as superior, and under equal conditions, it naturally took precedence over the Moonlit Orchid. Even a fool could discern the better choice. Jade Luocha pondered for a moment, seemingly weighing her options. Before long, she appeared to reach a decision, her gaze shifting toward the King of the East. Just when everyone believed the matter was settled, the outcome astonished them yet again. While the Nirvana Flower was indeed powerful, it was not what she required at present. She turned to Jiang Feng and, without further negotiation, declared, I shall proceed with the exchange as you suggested. Gasps filled the room. Jade Luocha's decision was utterly unexpected. Had she lost her senses? Would it not be wiser to exchange with the imperial family of the Great Flame and seek their protection for several decades until the Nirvana Flower matured to the 3rd tier? Furthermore, if an exchange were to occur, should she not demand additional spirit seeds? The auction had devolved into a chaotic marketplace, as no one anticipated Jade Luocha's decisive action. Zhao Guanlan wore a look of regret, lamenting that his Xuanxia flower was a Blood Sea spirit seed. which lacked any significant advantage compared to the others. He turned to Wang Ji, asking, "If it were you, whom would you choose to exchange with?" Wang Ji appeared to be in a tumultuous inner conflict, indecisive and tormented. Finally, as if drained of all energy, he spoke, "Like Jade Luosha, the essence of the spirit seed must be suitable, while the Nirvana flower is strong. The Moonlit orchid is not without merit. After all, spirit seeds are a lifelong commitment. No matter how powerful the Nirvana flower may be, it cannot claim invincibility. With the Moonlit orchid in hand, one can strike or retreat at will. It may not necessarily be inferior to the Nirvana flower." Zhao Guanlan smiled faintly, recognizing that this indeed aligned with Wang Ji's character. Chapter 48, Jade Luosha's Visit. Ha ha ha. Splendid. 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 The joy on Jiang Feng's face was unmistakable as he cheerfully remarked, "I do not possess an abundance of the elusive moon-closing spirit seeds on my person. If Lady Yi does not mind, I can promptly arrange for someone to deliver them." The title of Yu Luocha was merely a moniker bestowed by the martial world. In private, few would use it. Lady Yu waved her hand dismissively, her tone unperturbed. "There is no need for such trouble. Why not accompany the head of the Jiang family for a visit?" A peculiar glint flickered in Jiang Luo's eyes. Did the Jade Luocha truly dare to infiltrate the stronghold of a formidable faction without fear of being ensnared? It must be that she possesses some unfathomable and formidable means. "Since Madame Yu has placed her trust in my Jiang family, I would be obliged if you would accompany me on this journey." The river breeze was unhurried, and with a glance, Jiang Feng gestured to Jiang Luo, "Let us depart." On the auction platform, Lu Jiozhang had successfully made his sale and softly reminded, "Madame Yu, my Tianxia Merchant Association possesses even more formidable means of restraint than the Heart Demon Stone. Might you require such assistance?" The goodwill was duly acknowledged. With a commanding gaze, Yu Luocha replied, "I would not present the diamond flower for auction without my own methods." Lu Jiozhang, slightly taken aback, chose to say no more. The group observed as the Jiang family and Yu Luocha approached the entrance of the Tianxia Merchant Association. The guards stood by, awaiting their command. And Jiang Feng approached the carriage, extending an invitation. "Madame Yu, please." Yu Luocha nodded, stepping into the carriage, followed by several members of the Jiang family. At the guard's call, the carriage sped away. The crowd before the Tianxia Merchant Association remained undispersed. A figure cloaked in black seemed to guide the thoughts of the onlookers, casually remarking, "Do you think the Jiang family can safeguard the diamond flower as mother plant?" The aged voice from a private box revealed the identity of a well-known veteran in the martial world. He spoke with a deep tone. "It is hard to say. Even if the Yin royal family can fend off the Grandmaster of the secret sect, they are not obliged to manage the internal forces of the Yin. Moreover, as long as the adherents of the secret sect do not cause chaos onto Yin soil, the royal family might well turn a blind eye." The man in black recognized the elder's identity and clasped his hands in greeting. "Ah, it is Master Qingsong. I have long admired you." The elder humbly waved his hand. "No need for such titles. I am merely a few years older. Let us regard each other as friends." The man in black conceded, agreeing, "What you say is reasonable. Master Qingsong, the Jiang family has indeed snatched a prize from the jaws of the tiger. It is fortunate that the De Yin royal family did not compel them to surrender the diamond flower, and it is highly unlikely they will intervene further." He continued with a hint of schadenfreude. "In the days to come, there will be much to observe in Jiangzhou." Qingsong glanced toward the heads of the prominent families in the distance, subtly indicating the Jiang family has long been on the rise, almost claiming the title of the foremost among the four great families of Jiazhou. With the addition of the diamond flower spirit seed, it is as if they have gained wings. Should they survive this trial, they could be hailed as the mightiest master-level force in Yin. The heads of the Lin, Yu, and Yi families watched the departing silhouette of the Jiang family's carriage, their expressions obscured by uncertainty. Before long, the participants of the auction began to disperse. And for a moment, the city of Jiazhou was rife with undercurrents. The carriage navigated smoothly back home, much to Jiang Luo's surprise, as he muttered, "No one attempted to act against us?" The river breeze seemed to evoke no concern in Jiang, who instead offered a gentle reminder to Yu Luocha. The power dynamics within the city are exceedingly intricate, and no one dares to take the first step for fear of having their fruits of labor snatched away by others. Once outside the city, you, madam, must still exercise caution. Yu Luocha chuckled softly. "Your concern is appreciated, Master Jiang, yet I believe I possess sufficient means. Certain individuals may find themselves disappointed." How reassuring. The two conversed casually, akin to longtime friends. The river breeze has dismissed the others. "Luoer, come with me, and the rest may disperse." The three of them arrived at the back mountain, where Jiang Lin awaited at the foot of the hill. Jiang Luo felt perplexed. When did the old man disseminate this information? Second brother, please attend to lady you first. The river breeze handed the jade specter to Jiang Lin, then gently patted Jiang Luo's shoulder and said, let us proceed. Jiang Luo cast a glance at his second granduncle, following the old man in a dazed manner. The two arrived at the treasure vault located in the hollow of the mountain. Jiang Luo was about to concoct the second-tier growth liquid when he glanced around and remarked, I shall explore on my own. I will take whatever catches my eye. Jiang Feng waved his hand and proceeded towards the interior of the treasure vault. Jiang Luo resembled a mouse that had inadvertently tumbled into a rice vat. Within the treasure trove lay numerous primary ingredients for formulas of 3 stars and above. However, he opted to procure only the materials necessary for the 5-star growth of the celestial bloom. As for the growth elixir of the Moonlit Phantom, he intended to relinquish the formula to allow his family to concoct it themselves. Surely, the old master must possess an abundance of storage rings. Jiang Luo set aside the selected medicinal herbs. Without a storage ring, it was indeed somewhat inconvenient. After the passage of half an hour, Jiang Luo had completed all selections. Yet the old man remained inside, still not emerging. Could it be that the old man was up to some mischief? Jiang Luo murmured to himself, then shook his head. The jade Luocha was not to be trifled with. The price paid by the Jiang family had not undermined their foundation, and there was no need to take such risks. It seemed that only after Jiang Luo had finished selecting did Jiang Feng leisurely emerge from within. Have you made your choice? Yes. Jiang Luo rubbed his hands together, finding it somewhat inconvenient to hold on to. The moment you lifted your butt, I knew precisely what you intended to unleash. The old gentleman chuckled while scolding, tossing over a spatial ring, effortlessly manipulated with his vital energy. Jiang Luo, with a cheerful smile, deftly caught the ring and infused it with his vital energy. Perceiving the vastness within, to his astonishment, the dimensions of the space inside were approximately 100 meters in length, width, and height. It was not merely suitable for storing a few treasures, even several houses could comfortably fit within. This was a ring crafted from spatial stones, not a mere temporary storage artifact conjured by practitioners of spatial arts. The river breeze enlightened Jiang Luocha on the distinctions of spatial rings. Rings crafted from spatial stones possess a permanent space. As long as the spatial stone remains intact, the space will not collapse. Additionally, certain formidable practitioners of the spatial arts, who have planted unique spiritual seeds, can employ their true energy to create storage rings. However, the spatial power within such rings gradually dissipates, imposing a temporal limitation. Moreover, the instability of the space poses a risk. A moment's carelessness may lead to its collapse, jeopardizing the items contained within. The river breeze pointed at the ring in Jiang Luo's hand. Many masters cannot afford a spatial ring, but they certainly cannot afford one like yours. This ring is priced at 10 grams of soft gold from the Earth's core in the outside world. Isn't it exceedingly expensive? Jiang Luo calculated with his fingers, hissing in dismay. No, he could not compute. Further calculations would lead to the collapse of the entire pricing system. One must not perceive the cost of martial artists through the lens of an ordinary person. The daily expenditures of a martial artist surpass what a common individual could earn in 10 lifetimes. Although their appearances may bear resemblance, they are fundamentally different entities. The elder's words, though coarse, held profound truth. Even among martial artists of varying ranks, and even those of the same rank but differing spiritual origins, their statuses diverge drastically. Those in drought perish from thirst, while those in flood drown. The Jiang family's business spans the vast territory of Dian. Yet their annual net profit barely suffices to purchase a few storage rings. The elder has indeed invested heavily. Jiang Luo felt that the ring in his hand was somewhat warm to the touch. The river breeze cautioned, do not reveal this storage ring in front of outsiders, for it would render you a walking target. The value of a storage ring is sufficient to incite a master to besiege you. Though these powerful masters may appear to be self-important, they are no different from ordinary individuals. When they see something valuable, they will not hesitate to seize it. I understand. Jiang Luo nodded solemnly, carefully storing the heavenly materials and earthly treasures into his storage ring, placing it closely against his chest. Chapter 49. Surveillance from all sides. Jiang Lin and Yu Luocha were enjoying tea in the pavilion. From a distance, they appeared to be engaged in a delightful conversation, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of any significant transaction. The river breeze gently beckoned, dispersing the waters of the river. Luo, you should return first. Jiang Luo felt a twinge of suspicion. Could the two esteemed elders be contemplating retaining Yu Luocha? He pondered silently, then shook his head, dismissing the notion. It was unlikely that Yu Luocha could be so easily kept. Moreover, the outside world was already aware of her arrival at the Jiang family. Should the Jiang family turn hostile, their reputation would be tarnished. Reputation can be of little consequence at times, yet it can also wield significant influence. Even if the two elders harbored other intentions, it was improbable they would act upon them within their own household. Then I shall take my leave. Jiang Luo returned to the small courtyard, burdened with various speculations. He understood that tranquility would elude Jiangzhou in the days to come. So he resolved to enter seclusion and refine a second-tier growth potion. On the streets near the Jiang residence, unfamiliar faces have appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. These individuals, whether intentionally or inadvertently, fixate their gaze on various directions surrounding the Jiang household. Even a servant's brief exit from the estate does not go unnoticed, as shadows discreetly trail behind. Time drifts by until, with a creaking sound, the grand entrance of the Jiang residence swings open. It is as if these onlookers share a silent understanding, their eyes collectively drawn towards the door. Yu Luocha and Jiang Feng emerge calmly, side by side, eliciting expressions of surprise from the watchers. Yu Luocha has stepped out just like that? Or perhaps she recognizes the futility of disguise. Approaching the threshold, Jiang Feng bids farewell, cautioning Madame Jiang to proceed with care. Yu Luocha, seemingly indifferent, casts a cool glance around, her eyes glinting with a hint of frost. She nods at Jiang Feng then, with a sudden leap, ascends into the air like an arrow released, soaring towards the outskirts of the city. Hurry, hurry, Yu Luocha has departed. A third-tier master, capable of traversing the skies. The anxious spies, their eyes filled with urgency, release their messenger birds, uncertain whether the message will reach its destination in time. The wind begins to rise. The river breeze paid no heed to the flapping birds, as he returned home with his hands clasped behind his back. Creak. The gates of the Jiang family were firmly shut. The entire Jiangzhou prefecture was likely infiltrated by numerous spies from various factions. Yu Luocha did not make any effort to conceal her movements, streaking through the outer city like a flash of light. Several figures cloaked in black, resembling hidden leopards, lay in wait, evidently having anticipated this moment for quite some time. As soon as Yu Luocha appeared, they sprang into the air simultaneously, pursuing her. To their astonishment, all were masters of their craft. Beneath the shadow of an ancient tree, a faint voice emerged, reminiscent of the patriarch of the Yu family at an auction, Uncle Four. Should we pursue them now? A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, betraying no signs of the hidden observers. The aged voice responded, reminiscent of metal scraping against metal, there is no rush. We are unaware of Yu Luocha's hidden trump cards. Let the He family scouts venture forth. Even if they seize the treasures, we can reclaim them later. This elder, referred to as Uncle Four, seemed well acquainted with the identities of those who had initiated the chase. He scoffed, the He family believes their secrets are well guarded, but before the Yu family, they are merely showing off their incompetence. As their conversation unfolded, the identities of the hidden figures became evident. They belonged to the Yu family, one of the four great clans. Indeed, we have a solid understanding of the He family strategies. The Yu family patriarch concurs with this plan, and the Lin family has also mobilized. It appears the Jiang family remains inactive. Are they truly willing to let the method of evolution for the Buayuan leak? Uncle Four pondered. The Jiang family is likely preoccupied with safeguarding the mother plant of the King Kong flower, leaving them little energy to concern themselves with other matters. That is true, the Yu family patriarch remarked, his voice laced with ambition and greed. I hope the Jiang family can protect the King Kong flower. Once we obtain the Buayu and from Yu Luocha, in time, we need not worry about the Jiang family. At that point, we may plot against the King Kong flower as well. Uncle Four, appearing more cautious, advised, let us not get ahead of ourselves. We must secure our immediate goal first. Do not forget about the Lin family. The Yu family excels in stealth and assassination, but in a direct confrontation, we stand little chance against the Lin family. As the Yu family took the lead in their pursuit, the cloaked figures darted away like shadows. Yu Luocha flew southward for over 100 miles, eventually halting atop a peak in the Yunxiao mountain range. Moments later, 6 masked figures descended like streaks of light, surrounding Yu Luocha at the center. The leader, vigilant, scanned the surroundings, noting the desolation of the area. There was no place to conceal oneself. In a gravelly voice, he stated, Yu Luocha, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Hand over the seeds and the method of evolution for the Buayuan, and we shall allow you to leave unharmed. Yu Luocha regarded the masked figures with a calm gaze. Which faction do you represent? Do not think of stalling for time. The leader realized reinforcements were on their way and had no intention of lingering. I will grant you 3 breaths to consider. After that, do not blame us for our actions. Gathering 6 masters in such a short time suggested local forces. Was it the He family, the Lin family, or the Yu family? Yu Luocha showed no sign of being cornered, muttering the names of various factions. Suddenly, she shook her head, Forget it. Let us just kill them all and find out. As soon as the words left her mouth, a formation plate appeared in her hand, inscribed with intricate runes that shimmered with light. Danger. Retreat. The leader's expression shifted. But it seemed too late. The formation activated instantaneously, enveloping the mountaintop like a colossal bowl. From the outside, it appeared shrouded in mist, obscuring sight and mental probing. The leader struck the protective barrier with a punch, which rippled slightly, indicating it would be difficult to breach in a short time. Yet, he felt a sense of relief. This was a confinement formation, not an offensive one. He fixed his gaze on Yu Luocha. Even if you control the formation, it will take you a moment to escape. Do you believe you have that opportunity? This contraption is indeed quite effective, Yu Luocha remarked nonchalantly, tossing the formation plate in her hand, her gaze settling on the group. Why would I want to leave? Yu Luocha's composure was extraordinary, causing a sense of dread to rise within the masked figures. Suddenly, a shocking realization struck the leader. Are you preventing us from escaping? Upon uttering these words, the others tensed like startled cats, a chill rising from their hearts. Do you think I wish to trap you? No, Yu Luocha shook her finger. Without the formation, you would not escape either. I merely do not wish to be discovered by others. What do you mean? The group's expressions turned grave, preparing for a confrontation. Yu Luocha's tone turned icy. You shall find out shortly. First, let me see who these cowardly mice truly are. Chapter 50. The true strength of Yu Luocha. Yu Luocha's words swept through the air like a chilling wind. With a subtle gesture, a crimson vine emerged from her palm, resembling an extension of her own being. The vine, akin to a serpent with fangs, lunged swiftly toward the chest of the leading black-clad figure. Just as the leader, ever vigilant, drew his longsword, the two forces clashed in a heartbeat. Upon contact, the black-clad man's sword felt as though it had struck a mountain peak. The supple vine, akin to a serpent, possessed an unyielding strength. The sword bent like a bow, while the vine continued its relentless advance toward the leader's chest. In an instant, the battle reached a conclusion beyond imagination. Before the others could join forces, the vine pierced through the leader's chest, directly into his heart. The others were left entirely unprepared. The leader glanced down in disbelief at his wound, trembling fingers pointing at Yu Luocha, who appeared as a harbinger of death. You are not a third-tier master? Yu Luocha's eyes gleamed with amusement. When did I ever claim to be a third-tier master? The black-clad man, in his final moments, experienced a surge of clarity. No wonder. No wonder how could the King Kong Temple be so easily subdued? You must have spread these rumors yourself. Yu Luocha, unmoved by the dying man's revelations, scoffed. You guessed correctly, but it is too late now. The leader glanced at his comrades, who seemed to be plunged into despair, realizing their family was doomed. Gathering his last breath, he stammered. May I make a request? Absolutely not. Yu Luocha, like a cold machine, interrupted before he could finish. Retracting the vine and extinguishing his final breath, the black-clad man died with wide-open eyes, an overwhelming sense of regret flooding his heart. We are willing to pledge allegiance to Lady Yu Luocha. Please grant us an opportunity. The others, drenched in cold sweat, felt the pressure mounting until one could no longer bear it, removing his disguise to reveal himself as the patriarch of the He family. Ah. So it is the He family, Yu Luocha remarked with a tone devoid of surprise regarding their identities. The members of the He family stood as if awaiting judgment, not wishing to resist, yet realizing that opposing Yu Luocha would be futile. Yu Luocha fixed her gaze on the patriarch of the He family. Where is your family's mother plant of the silver Chiao flower? Hejia's patriarch swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Has the adult agreed to our allegiance? Yu Luocha furrowed her brow, her tone icy. Are you negotiating terms with me? And no, I wouldn't dare. Faced with the threat of death, Hejia's patriarch seemed a changed man, devoid of the authority befitting the leader of a formidable power. You wield the knife? I am the meat. Yu Luocha's decisive manner left him no room for gamble, and he divulged every detail, including the location of the family's treasury. A transparent crystal orb materialized in Yu Luocha's hand. The treasury of Hejia is located at. Go search for it. Understood. Came a succinct reply from the orb. Blood Luocha had also arrived. Hejia's patriarch felt a wave of panic wash over him, relieved he hadn't attempted any trickery earlier. The voice from the crystal orb likely belonged to the vice leader of the Luocha sect, Blood Luocha. It was as if the two were ensnaring their prey in a vast web, waiting for them to entangle themselves. Yu Luocha was a grandmaster. Could Blood Luocha be one as well? The patriarch dared not entertain such thoughts further. Hejia had truly acted foolishly, and it was too late for regrets now. After a brief period, a voice emanated from the crystal orb. The items have been secured. Yu Luocha retracted the orb, her gaze settling upon the few remaining members of Hejia. You are of no further use. It is time for you to die. Vines erupted from Yu Luocha's form, as she stood at the center like a crimson azura. The vines transformed into unyielding whips, striking like serpents towards the group. And no. Hijia's patriarch's eyes widened in despair. The vines confined their escape, and despite their combined efforts, they managed to fend off the attacks for only a fleeting moment before being effortlessly pierced through. The mountaintop fell silent, the wind whispering past, leaving only the faint scent of blood lingering in the air. Yu Luocha cast a glance at the lifeless bodies. Their cause of death was painfully evident. The vines on her body writhed like dancing serpents, prodding at the non-fatal areas of the corpses before unleashing chaos upon the mountaintop. After a while, she ceased her actions, satisfied with her handiwork. After scavenging the belongings of the He family members, Yu Luocha dismantled the formation and vanished from the spot. A few breaths later, a group of gray-clad individuals arrived first. One masked figure approached the unblinking Hijia patriarch, his heart jolting as he solemnly declared, "It is Hijia." The accompanying gray figure spoke with a hint of trepidation. The formation had concealed the disturbances, leaving them uncertain of what had transpired within. Soon after, another wave of black-clad figures arrived, followed by various factions, all maintaining a cautious distance from one another. One masked figure in black surveyed the remnants of the battle, his gaze flickering. The gray-clad figure, realizing that the gathering of forces would not allow for solitary gain, boldly proposed, "Yu Luocha is not to be trifled with. Let us join forces. None shall take undue advantage. Any spoils shall be shared equally in the method of evolution, in the spirit seeds divided according to our numbers." The grim fate of Hijia left him uncertain of Yu Luocha's other capabilities. Pursuing her alone posed too great a risk, thus an alliance with other factions seemed prudent. As the gray figure's suggestion echoed, some were clearly intrigued. "We are merely here to observe. We shall not partake. Please proceed as you see fit," spoke a member of the second wave of black-clad individuals. Silence enveloped the gathering, clad in such discreet garb. Who could trust them? The black-clad individual appeared to genuinely intend to depart, addressing his companions. "The spectacle has concluded. Let us leave." Without a backward glance, they swiftly retreated. The gray figure watched the departing group with a furrowed brow. Had they truly left? He hesitated, glancing towards the direction Yu Luocha had taken. If he did not pursue now, he risked losing her trail. Suddenly, someone shouted, "This is bad," signaling to his companions to hastily depart. The others, not lacking in discernment, quickly grasped the situation. With Hijia's masters nearly annihilated, it was more prudent to seize what remained rather than chase after the enigmatic Yu Luocha. How treacherous! They cursed in unison, arriving at the same conclusion. 1 mile away from the small hill, Jianglu sat languidly upon a tree branch, her form concealed by the leaves. Observing the departing figures with a smile, she leaped down from the tree, determined to join in the fray. Chapter 51. The Powers of the Diamond Flower. 3 days later, Jiangluo emerged from his seclusion. He had consumed the first dose of the second-tier, 3-star growth potion, and the results were remarkable. Compared to the first tier, his body's capacity for endurance had evidently advanced yet again. Jiangluo pushed open the door, and the sunlight cascaded onto his face, enveloping him in warmth. "Young master," Li Er greeted him with a radiant smile. Jiangluo stretched languidly and inquired, "Is there someone looking for me?" Li Er nodded and replied, "The day before yesterday, the head of the family sent someone to request your presence once you emerged from seclusion." Jiangluo harbored a few suspicions in his heart, likely due to the matter concerning the Vidra flower. He made his way directly towards the back mountain. Along the journey, the family maintained a vigilant and formidable security presence throughout their domain. A sense of perplexity lingered in Jiangluo's heart, since Leo had not brought it up voluntarily. It was likely of no great significance. With this uncertainty in mind, he made his way to the back mountain. The scenery remained unchanged, with the old man leisurely seated beneath the towering locust tree, sipping tea. Upon noticing Jiangluo's arrival, he beckoned, saying, "Come, join me for a cup of tea." Jiangluo approached the elderly gentleman, seated himself opposite, and delicately lifted the teacup to his lips, savoring a gentle sip before inquiring, "I observe that the household is on high alert. Has something occurred?" The old man gently stirred the tea leaves with a breath, responding slowly, "The He family has been eradicated. Recently, Jiangzhou has been rather tumultuous, and the family's vigilance has intensified more than usual." Jiangluo felt a jolt in his heart, his eyes widening in disbelief. Annihilated? Who could have done such a thing? The old man spoke slowly. The 6 masters of the He family went in pursuit of Yu Luocha, only to meet their demise. When others arrived at the He family to investigate, they discovered that the sole master left behind had also fallen victim to an unknown assailant, and the family treasury had been completely looted. Jiang Luo felt a fleeting sympathy for the He family. From the words of the elder, he gleaned crucial information. Who had seized the treasury? It was a descendant of the Jiang family. The elder smiled with a hint of amusement, his expression tinged with irony. The Yu family was the first to arrive. And by the time other factions followed, the He family's treasury had already been taken, making the Yu family the prime suspect. The other factions united to pressure the Yu family into inspecting their storage rings, but the Yu family, concerned about their reputation, could hardly agree. A conflict ensued, leading to a discordant conclusion. Jiang Luo felt as though he had suffered a loss of several hundred million. The ancestral spiritual seed of the He family had been taken by the Yu family. The old man shook his head, finding it difficult to articulate the situation. The Yu family adamantly denied having taken the ancestral spiritual seed, even going so far as to swear an oath. Meanwhile, other factions speculated whether Yu Luocha had orchestrated the removal in advance. Jiang remained silent for a while before inquiring, "Has my family, the Jiang clan, not garnered any benefits?" The Jiang family's legacy of meticulousness can be traced back to the elder patriarch. It is hard to believe that he did not reap any rewards. For how could he afford the leisure to sit here sipping tea otherwise? The elder's demeanor appeared somewhat uneasy. Indeed, there were benefits, albeit modest. The He family has been obliterated, their treasury seized, yet there remains a plethora of properties, shops, and enterprises untouched. It is only fitting that the Jiang family claims its rightful share of the spoils. Jiang Luo, lacking clarity on the rules governing the division of power's interests, inquired, "How shall we allocate the remaining assets of the He family?" A glimmer of insight flickered in the old man's eyes as he replied, "Certainly. A share from the great Yin dynasty will not be overlooked." Jiang Luoxin understood clearly. In the realm of Dian, wherever there are benefits to be found, the Dian dynasty will undoubtedly intervene. They would not be so selfish as to monopolize it, would they? The river breeze swirled with fervor. The great Yin dynasty, bold enough to monopolize, would undoubtedly provoke the upheaval of the established order. Everything must adhere to the established rules. The remaining resources, properties, and significant business assets of the He family shall be apportioned among the royal family of Great Yin and the 3 remaining families. Other servants and guardians may be distributed to the various factions within Jiangzhou Prefecture that are fortified by the presence of third-tier masters. Jiang Luo contemplated the situation, pondering why those external forces did not claim a share. The old man counted on his fingers, noting that the He family secretly retained certain individuals responsible for intelligence, covert operations, and unsavory tasks. This segment would be left for them. Jiang Luo let out a faint sigh, reflecting on how the He family resembled meat laid out on a chopping board. With the recent demise of several masters, the entire clan was now on display. The old man scoffed, remarking, "This world operates in such a manner. When there are benefits to be had, everyone yearns to take a bite. The strong partake abundantly, while the weak are left to sip on broth." Jiang Luo, indifferent to the sorrow of the He family throughout the seasons, inquired, "What of the remaining members of the He family?" The elder cast a fleeting glance at him and replied, "The He family possesses a legacy of 3 generations. Should their descendants return with vigor seeking vengeance, it would be of little consequence to my Jiang family. However, those factions that have shared in the spoils would certainly not allow such a situation to unfold." Jiang Luo felt a chill in his heart. A single misstep by the He family could lead to irreparable consequences, and it was likely that their direct lineage had perished. After discussing the matters concerning the He family, the elder returned to the main topic. "Do you know why I summoned you?" "I do." Jiang nodded slightly. The old man remarked, "I exchanged some spiritual seeds with you, Luocha. The seeds of the Vajra flower are extraordinary. Whether to plant them or not is for you to ponder." Jiang Luo inquired, "What is the divine ability reflected by the Vajra flower?" The old gentleman produced a small booklet and replied, "You may peruse it yourself." Jiang Luo took the booklet and swiftly scanned its contents. Remarkable. The first-tier feedback of the Vajra flower grants the extraordinary physical ability known as the Dragon Elephant Force. This physical prowess can reach the legendary first-tier limit of an astounding 129,600 pounds. The second-tier feedback bestows an offensive divine technique, the Great Sun Seal. When invoked, it descends like a radiant sun, wielding terrifying power. The third-tier feedback reveals the indomitable Vajra, rendering one impervious to blades and firearms, unscathed by fire and water, effectively dismissing attacks of the same tier and earning the title of invincible among equals. It is no wonder that the Vajra flower is hailed as one of the most formidable spiritual species in the Blood Sea. Upon witnessing the feedback of the divine abilities, Jiang Luo felt a flicker of intrigue. He inquired, somewhat puzzled, how could such strength be extinguished by you, Luocha? The elder's reaction, however, was rather nonchalant. What means Yu Luo Chao possesses remains a mystery to all. What if she possesses a targeted strategy? After all, the Vidra flower is not invincible. A flicker of intrigue stirred within Jiang Luo's heart as he pondered whether the Vidra flower possessed a more formidable singular method of evolution. If such a method existed, it would undoubtedly surpass the strength documented herein. Resolute in his decision, he declared his intent to acquire this spiritual seed. Take it, he urged. The old man retrieved a wooden box from his storage ring. Jiang Luo took it and conveniently handed over the second-tier growth method he had long prepared to the elder. Additionally, he inscribed the evolution method from the first to the second tier upon it. After all, the family's evolution plan was akin to that inscribed in the stone book. It was merely his conjecture. The elder eagerly accepted the tome and flipped it open with palpable anticipation. The numerous growth schemes listed were quickly overlooked by him. However, when he beheld the subsequent evolution methods, his eyes brightened significantly and his breath quickened slightly. Even the day he acquired the diamond flower spirit seed did not evoke such exhilaration, no matter how formidable the diamond flower spirit seed might be. Without a discernible path for further evolution, all was in vain. The evolution methods of the family's spirit seeds were a closely guarded secret. Even Jiang Wuan, the acting head of the family, was unaware, let alone Jiang Luo. The implications of the recorded evolution methods were unmistakably clear. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The elder's face glowed with vitality, as if he had consumed a potent tonic. His conjecture had materialized. In light of this revelation, all other matters paled in comparison. Chapter 52. The Diamond Flower is also a favored clan. After departing from the back mountain, Jiang Luo hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to the courtyard. After giving some instructions to Lier, he retreated to his room and opened the wooden box gifted by the elder. The diamond flower spirit seed lay quietly in the center of the box, resembling a golden bean crafted from the finest gold. Jiang Luo drew forth the starfall, channeling his internal energy as he made a swift incision with the blade's tip, which left a crimson trail across his palm. Blood oozed from the wound. Yet the vital essence within him began to circulate gently, and the laceration rapidly healed, leaving behind merely a faint pool of blood in his palm. The regenerative ability was truly astounding. Jiang Luo marveled softly. In the heat of battle, he need not concern himself with the prospect of injury, rendering healing potions unnecessary. He retrieved the essence of the Vidra flower from the box and immersed it in his own blood. Instantly, the essence transformed into a diminutive sponge, rapidly absorbing the blood from his palm. Jiang Luoyan focused his mind and began to communicate with the spiritual seed. After a brief moment, he furrowed his brow. Why was there no response from the stone book? Jiang Luo momentarily harbored doubts, pondering whether the ephemeral beauty of the moon and the enchanting blooms were perhaps a novice's boon bestowed by the stone book. He set aside his uncertainties for the time being and focused intently on communicating with the Vidra flower spirit seed. After about an hour, he sensed a subtle connection forming between his mind and the Vidra flower. Soon, the spirit seed rose from his palm, transforming into a streak of luminous energy, heading towards the sea of blood located 3 inches below his navel. Success. Just as Jiang Luo believed he had triumphed, the stone book stirred unexpectedly. The eye on its cover seemed to pierce through layers of void, fixing its gaze upon the Vidra flower spirit seed. In an instant, the spirit seed became suspended in the air, and with a soft thud, it fell to the ground, spilling forth the blood it had just absorbed. Jiang Luo stumbled, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. He found his consciousness within the sea of awareness, where the stone book had reverted to its original form, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Jiang Luo, with a look of perplexity, picked up the golden flower spirit seed from the ground. Pondering inwardly, is it that one can only plant the enchanting moonflower, or does the stone tome disdain the golden flower? If it is the former, Jiang Luo clutched the spiritual seed, his heart a tumult of emotions, caught between anticipation and anxiety. On one hand, he feared his inability to cultivate other spiritual seeds. On the other, if Shu deemed the diamond flower unworthy, it would imply the capacity to autonomously select the most formidable spiritual seeds, thus guiding him away from potential missteps. Yet another dilemma arose. The diamond flower was recognized as the most potent blood-sea spiritual seed. Where could one possibly find a seed of greater strength? Fortunately, the closing moon ethereal bloom was immensely powerful, allowing Jiang Luo to refrain from hastily sowing other spiritual seeds for the time being. Setting his thoughts aside, he called out towards the door, "Lier, please come in." With a creak, Lier pushed open the door and entered, addressing him, "Young master, did you summon me?" Jiang Luo extended the spiritual seed in her hand, saying, "This is the seed of the Vidra flower. If you drop your blood on it, perhaps it can be cultivated." "Young master, is this not too precious?" Leo was stunned. She had also attended the auction that day and was aware of the immense value of the Vidra flower seed. Such a seed, in the outside world, could compel a master to lose their senses. Jiang Luo wished to validate his suspicions. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "If I give it to you, simply accept it without further ado." "Yes, young master," Leah replied, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Jiang Luo. "But, young master, such a precious spiritual seed is too much for me." Observing the resolute determination in his eyes, Leah wiped away her tears and ceased her protests. She sat cross-legged, drew her sword, and pricked her finger, allowing her blood to drip onto the spiritual seed. Whether it was due to fear or something else. The spiritual seed of the Vidra flower, upon contact with her blood, swiftly dove into her sea of blood, catching Leah entirely off guard. Jiang Luo indeed sensed the stirring of the stone book once more. He immersed his consciousness into the sea of awareness. And the stone book unveiled a new page, affiliated race, diamond flower, first order spiritual seed, growth plan 1, devour the flesh and blood of first order or equivalent spiritual entities. Growth efficiency, half a star. Growth plan 2, oral intake of a 1-2 mixture of first order essence and spiritual liquid. Growth efficiency, 1 star. Growth plan 3, oral intake of a 1-1 mixture of first order dragon elephant beast essence and spiritual liquid. Growth efficiency, 2 stars. First order divine ability, power of the dragon elephant. Jiang Luo swiftly perused the newly documented content, noting that the growth plans for the golden flower were indeed numerous, exceeding 100 variations. The distinction between the Blood Sea Spirit Seed and the Qi Sea Spirit Seed lies in the former's necessity for resources. While the Qi Sea Spirit Seed can autonomously absorb the ethereal essence of heaven and earth to reach the peak of the first tier without external aid, the Blood Sea Spirit Seed requires the consumption of beast meat infused with spiritual energy or other spiritual flora to achieve a growth efficiency of half a star. For rapid advancement, the infusion of essence blood is imperative, with that of the dragon elephant variety being the most advantageous. The nature of dragons is inherently indulgent. And while dragon-associated beasts are relatively common, serpentine creatures fall under the dragon category, whereas elephantine ones are comparatively rare. Jiang Luo observed that, akin to the emerald orchid, the diamond flower bore the additional title of guardian clan. This revelation sparked a myriad of conjectures within him. Could it be that the essence of the moonlit ghost flower transcended that of the diamond flower? Had my spiritual reservoir cultivated the moonlit ghost flower, thereby preventing the stone book from permitting the diamond flower to be ranked alongside it in the blood sea? Unlike others who cultivated spiritual seeds, where the phenomenon of incompatible spiritual seeds coexisting did not arise, Jiang Luo's distinction lay in his possession of the stone book. Before long, Li'er's eyelids fluttered, and she opened her eyes, her head slightly dazed. "Young master," she remarked, "I have received feedback from a divine power of the dragon elephant. It is remarkably potent." Jiang Luo observed that Li'er's appearance remained unchanged for the time being. A peculiar expression crossed his face. Surely, Li'er could not have transformed into a golden Barbie? Li'er, oblivious to the young master's strange gaze, was currently in a state of bewilderment. Jiang Luo pondered for a moment and inquired, "Is your divine ability an active or passive one?" Li'er, regaining her composure, promptly replied, "Currently, it requires active activation to unleash the utmost power of 1 yuan. Once I reach the pinnacle of the first tier, it will no longer be necessary." Jiang nodded, instantly comprehending the situation. The spiritual seed had just been sown, still in its nascent state. Throughout its growth, it would channel vitality and essence back to the physical form. Once it reached the pinnacle of the first stage, and its vitality reached its zenith, this type of purely physical divine ability would transition from being active to passive. Jiang Luo, intrigued by the might of the dragon elephant power, rose and said, "Let us go and test your divine abilities." The two made their way to the small hill by the pond, where Jiang Luo pointed at the hill before delivering a powerful punch. Leah, her expression growing serious, began to channel her divine powers. Jiang Luo stood aside, sensing the unusual energy emanating from Li'er. At that moment, Li'er felt like a furnace, an astonishing vitality radiating from her being. With a resounding crash, Li'er unleashed a powerful punch upon a small hillock. Instantly, the hillock appeared to be struck by a missile, the point of impact flattened and dust swirling chaotically. A sheen of sweat broke out on Li'er's forehead, and Jiang Luo realized that she was not as effortless as she seemed. He inquired, "How many times can you exert your full power using your divine abilities?" Li'er contemplated, estimating within herself that her current vitality could sustain such exertion approximately 5 or 6 times. The mature emerald orchid had provided a substantial amount of vitality. Without it, the rate of energy feedback from the diamond flower would render it uncertain how long it would take to gather enough vitality for a full display of her divine powers. Jiang Luo pondered. This is somewhat akin to the Qi Si divine ability, which consumes true Qi, whereas the Blood Si divine ability expends the blood Qi contained within the blood Si. Since Lier has just planted the spiritual seed and has not yet consumed any spiritual substances, the blood Qi returned from the diamond flower should be minimal. It primarily relies on the enhancement provided by the Emerald Sword Orchid. Chapter 53. The Conference at the Provincial Governor's Office. Upon completing their experiment with divine abilities, Jiang Luo and Li Er arrived at the Hall of Administration. Just as they reached the entrance, Jiang Wuhan emerged from within, clad in a dark, flowing robe. His imposing presence grew ever more formidable. Noticing Jiang Luo approaching, he gestured with his hand. I must make a trip to the inner city. Accompany me, if you will. Jiang Luo wore a look of perplexity. What purpose does one have in venturing into the inner city? Jiang Wuhan gestured for him to follow, indicating that they would discuss it further in the car. Jiang Luo, accompanied closely by Lier, arrived at the entrance of the residence where a magnificently adorned carriage awaited them. The butler, Jiang Huan, along with several guards, stood attentively beside the carriage. As they boarded, Jiang Wuhan spoke. We shall proceed to the prefectural office shortly to discuss matters concerning the legacy left by the He family. Jiang Luo suddenly realized, sharing the cake. Jiang Wuhan smiled and remarked that your statement is indeed quite apt. It is indeed a discussion about dividing the cake. The Jiang family will eventually be entrusted to you. Although you may have limited exposure to the mundane affairs at home, it is essential to grasp certain matters, even if you need not engage in every task personally. Jiang Luo nodded slightly. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary person with a modest fortune, possessing little knowledge in this regard. Yet he felt a flicker of curiosity within. Before long, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the inner city. On either side of the city gate stood several armored guards, while a considerable number of individuals queued to undergo inspection before entering the city. The carriage of the Jiang family did not halt, nor did it even slow down. Upon sighting the insignia on the carriage, the guards at the city gate posed no inquiries, allowing the vehicle to pass into the inner city unimpeded. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage arrived at the governor's mansion, where numerous other carriages were already stationed in the square, their compartments adorned with the emblems of various factions. As Jiang alighted from the carriage, a magnificent and imposing architectural complex unfolded before his eyes. Some attendants were awaiting in the square, and upon seeing the members of the Jiang family disembark, one promptly approached with a tone of utmost respect, saying, Master Jiang, please follow me. The news of Jiang Wuhan's impending succession to the head of the Jiang family spread throughout Jiangzhou, reaching the ears of nearly all those with even the slightest information network in the capital. Guided by the attendants, a few individuals ascended the jade-white steps before the entrance. Jiang Luo's inquisitive gaze roamed about, taking in the grand inscription Mingjing Gaoxian elegantly carved in golden characters above the entrance. The bronze door knocker, shaped like a dragon's head, bore the marks of time, its surface mottled with verdant rust. The interior of the governor's residence was expansive, featuring a tranquil courtyard, serene lotus ponds, and rugged stones, all reflecting exquisite craftsmanship. A servant guided a few individuals to a resplendent hall in the rear courtyard, where he finally came to a halt. Outside the hall, over 100 guards, clad in various attires, clustered in small groups, engaged in casual conversation, evidently having accompanied the leaders of various powerful factions. The guards of the Jiang family remained outside as Jiang Wuhan escorted Jiang Luo and a few others into the grand hall. Within the hall, elongated tables adorned both sides, laden with an array of exquisite food and fine wine. Yet, the chairs before the tables were occupied by numerous individuals, none of whom partook in the rare culinary delights that would be considered a treasure by ordinary folk. As the members of the Jiang family entered, the individuals within the hall instinctively turned their gazes towards them, rising to extend their greetings, inadvertently altering their address. Head of the Jiang family. Honored guests. Jiang Wuhan wore a gentle smile as he clasped his hands in greeting to the crowd, leading Jiang Luo and a few others directly to the first long table on the lower left side. Jiang Luo took a seat, his gaze directed towards the approaching forces. To his right, seated opposite the Jiang family, was the head of the Lin family. At the lower seat of the Jiang family sat the head of the Yu family. Originally, the head of the He family was supposed to occupy the position beneath the head of the Lin family, but at this moment, it had been supplanted by another clan, represented by a formidable third-tier powerhouse. As Jiang Luo glanced back, he spotted Zhao Guanlan. Upon meeting Jiang Luo's gaze, Zhao offered a gentle smile and nodded slightly. In response, Jiang Luo acknowledged him with a subtle nod. The reason the Jiang family and the other three families are referred to as the four great families, reigning above all other esteemed clans, lies in their possession of the rare three-tiered progenitor lineage, which enables them to continuously produce formidable three-tiered warriors. In contrast, the three-tiered champions from other factions primarily acquire their heritage through various means, rendering their clan's three-tiered legacy precarious at best. This distinction is the true foundation of the four great families enduring prominence in Jiazhou. Before long, two figures approached side by side. One was Jiang Luo, whom the attendees recognized from the auction. He was none other than the Eastern King. The other, garbed in a cerulean python robe, bore a dignified countenance. Slightly trailing the Eastern King, most likely the provincial governor Wang Chengying of Jiazhou. Having encountered the Eastern King, the crowd rose to greet him, exclaiming, "We have met the Eastern King and Lord Wang." The two returned the salutation with a courteous bow. In the center, two seats were designated on either side. Wang Chengying gestured with his hand, inviting, "Your Highness, please take your seat." The Eastern King waved his hand with a hearty laugh. "I am merely here to partake in the festivities. This matter is under your purview." Without waiting for a response, he proceeded to take a seat on the right. "Then I shall overstep my bounds." Wang Chengying replied with a slight smile, embracing the moment, and gracefully seated himself in the primary position on the left. Jiang watched with keen interest from the side. After Wang Chengying took his seat, he surveyed the gathered crowd and declared in a resounding voice, "The calamity that has befallen the He family weighs heavily on my heart. It is unfathomable that there exists such malevolence, targeting even the most vulnerable, the orphaned and the widowed. I have dispatched personnel to investigate under the cover of night, however. The culprits operate with utmost secrecy, rendering our efforts futile. Although the inquiry is ongoing, it is imperative that Jiangzhou remains stable. Each of you present here is a pillar of strength for our community, and I have convened this assembly to deliberate on a course of action. The industries under the He family's purview employ numerous citizens who depend on their livelihoods." Wang Chengying spoke with righteous fervor, his composure unwavering. Not a word was uttered regarding Yu Luo Cha. The benevolence of Lord Wang is indeed a blessing for Jiangzhou. The attendees readily offered their praises, showering him with flattering words without reservation. Jiang Wuden spoke, stating that Lord Wang is the governor of Jiangzhou, and matters concerning Jiangzhou should indeed be guided by his esteemed opinions. It would be prudent for Lord Wang to propose a well-structured plan, so that we may collaborate effectively. Jiang Luo was aware that the dramatic scene was approaching. Jiang Wuden spoke with layers of meaning, suggesting that if everyone was satisfied, it would indeed be a favorable arrangement, one that could elicit cooperation. Conversely, dissatisfaction would imply an unfavorable arrangement, leading to a lack of collaboration. The heads of the Lin and Yu families then concurred, affirming Zhang's assertion. Indeed, this matter requires Lord Wang to shoulder the responsibility. At this moment, the Lin and Yu families refrained from undermining Jiang Wuhan. The three families were united, while the provincial governor's office remained an outsider. With the heads of the three families voicing their agreement, others soon followed suit. "Since everyone trusts this official, I shall share my thoughts," Wang Chengying stated, nodding in acknowledgement, showing no reluctance, as he evidently had a plan in mind. He spoke eloquently. The He family oversees 821 shops, with 620 located within the province and approximately 200 in neighboring regions. They possess 35 residential estates, 25 of which are within the province and 10 outside. There are 13 mineral deposits, including 3 silver mines and several copper mines. Additionally, they manage 5 spirit herb plantations and have interests spanning 12 industries, including grain, textiles, and medicinal materials. Furthermore, there are intelligence operatives and various gang influences involved, among which Jiang Luo was secretly astonished. The family undoubtedly deserved their status as one of the four great families. After sorting through their assets, it was astonishing to discover such a vast fortune. In just a few days, the provincial governor's office had thoroughly investigated not only the He family's enterprises but also their clandestine influences. The intelligence apparatus of the Great Yin dynasty was indeed formidable. Chapter 54, a battle of which Wang Chengying spoke eloquently for a quarter of an hour, without interruption. The expressions on the faces of those present varied greatly. The heads of the Jiang, Lin, and Yu families wore serene expressions, clearly already acquainted with the wealth of the He family. What the He family possessed, the other three families would not lack, and perhaps they even had more. In contrast, the leaders of the less established factions displayed expressions of astonishment. Some murmured softly, their tones tinged with envy, "Is this the foundation of the four great families?" After Wang Chengying concluded the introduction of the He family's assets, He proceeded to address the matter at hand. He first discussed the He family shops, proposing that the Jiang, Lin, and Yu families each manage 15%, while the imperial dynasty would oversee 30%, leaving the remaining 25% to be managed proportionally by other factions based on the number of masters they possessed. What do you think? Jiang Wuhan exchanged glances with the heads of the Lin and Yu families, ultimately resting his gaze upon the head of the Yu family. The Yu family head cleared his throat and spoke with righteous conviction. Our three illustrious families have established roots in Jiangzhou for several centuries, fostering a profound bond with this land. As we attain greater capabilities, it is our duty to give back and contribute even more significantly to Jiangzhou. The empire governs an expansive territory, and it is inevitable that there will be instances of oversight. Must we expect the empire to oversee every matter personally? Jiang fell into a contemplative silence, inwardly amused by the old man's rhetoric. What he framed as a contribution to his homeland was, in reality, a shrewd maneuver for personal gain, skillfully balancing substance and appearance. The head of the Yu family momentarily disregarded the 2.5 shares of other factions, focusing instead on the 3 shares held by the imperial dynasty. The message was unmistakable. This is Jiangzhou, and you, imperial dynasty, have taken too much. Indeed. As inhabitants of Jiangzhou, how could we burden the imperial dynasty with every matter? The other factions quickly grasped the situation and began to echo this sentiment. They would be content with a mere 2.5 shares. Any reduction would be unfortunate, while an increase seemed unlikely. The assembly was not composed of fools. The 3 great families would likely extract little from the imperial dynasty and might find themselves sharing the spoils from their own share. It was far wiser to concentrate their efforts on seizing resources from the imperial dynasty, where the odds appeared more favorable. Wang Chengying furrowed his brow, aware that while these factions typically maintained a facade of camaraderie, the moment interests were at stake, no one would afford him, the governor, any courtesy. Just as he prepared to speak, the Lord of Jindong interjected with authority. His voice resonated with gravitas, his gaze piercing. Does my Ji family, along with the great Yin dynasty, not deserve even 3 shares? The others fell silent, their eyes collectively fixed on Jiang Wuhan. Jiang Wuhan understood that it was his turn to speak. If the Jiang family wished to seize the maximum benefits, they must endure the greatest pressures. For advantages do not materialize from thin air. With a calm demeanor, he stated coolly, the Ji family is not a local clan of Jiangzhou. The dynasty has already accounted for its share. How could the Ji family claim another portion? The Prince of Jindong fixed his gaze upon Jiang Wuhan with an intensity that felt almost tangible, carrying a hint of oppression. Is this the stance of the Jiang family? Jiang Wuhan let out a cold snort, refusing to back down. Is the king of East Town threatening the Jiang family? Upon witnessing this, the head of the Lin family quickly expressed his agreement. What the head of the Jiang family has stated is indeed reasonable. My Lin family is in full accord. The Jiang family should take the lead. It is unthinkable to have them bear the brunt alone. How could the other factions regard the Lin family otherwise? The head of the Yu family interjected, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Surely, the dynasty cannot conduct its affairs with such tyranny. Wang Qingying, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, hastily intervened. Everyone is eager to contribute to Jiangzhou. Let us deliberate matters amicably, lest we disturb the harmony. Humph. The king of the East snorted dismissively, remaining silent, yet his displeasure was palpable. Subsequently, both sides engaged in a sharp exchange of words, akin to merchants haggling in a bustling market, each vying to secure a greater contribution for Jiangzhou. The atmosphere in the grand hall grew increasingly tense, voices rising in fervor, with disputes echoing throughout. After a protracted discussion lasting over half an hour, the allocation plan for the shops was finally unveiled. The Great Yin dynasty would receive 22%, the Jiang family 20%, while the Lin and Yu families would each receive 18%, with the remaining factions sharing the remaining 22%. As the most powerful faction, it was only fitting that the Great Yin dynasty claimed the largest share. The Jiang family was the first to withstand the pressure from the imperial court, securing an additional 0.2 share compared to the Yu and Lin families. Other factions experienced a reduction of 0.3 in their shares. Ultimately, a compromise was reached that all parties could reluctantly accept. With a foundational distribution plan for the shops in place, discussions on other remaining matters progressed significantly more smoothly. The Jiang family, feeling uneasy about the covert operatives and intelligence personnel under the He family's command, chose to relinquish them entirely, compensating for this loss through alternative means. They acquired 2 spiritual herb gardens and claimed 3 mineral deposits, along with notable gains in other industries. It is worth mentioning that Zhao Guanlan relinquished everything in exchange for a commitment from the major factions to refrain from interfering in his pursuit of the underground forces in the southern district. Of course, this arrangement comes with a time limit. Should anyone wish to expand their territory in the future, it will be a different matter altogether. The Jiang family had no intention of meddling in the underground forces of the southern district and readily agreed to the arrangement. The other two families had already secured a territory behind the scenes, and any further attempts to expand into other domains would not go unnoticed by the Jiang family. Thus, the other two families also acquiesced. This fierce contention persisted until the late hours of the night, with numerous factions thoroughly dividing the remaining assets of the He family. Jiang Luo observed the entire scene, internally lamenting. Initially, everyone was mindful of their manners, choosing their words with care. However, as the distribution of benefits approached, their behavior resembled that of street thugs vying for territory. Ultimately, the allocation of gains would be dictated by the strength behind each faction. Once the various powers had divided the spoils, they dispersed. Within the governor's mansion, Lord Zhendong and the governor stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. Watching the departing figures, their expressions somewhat grim. The influence of Jiangzhou was indeed overwhelming. Lord Zhendong's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. The benefits from this imperial distribution were less than he had anticipated. These factions, while typically deferential to the empire, showed no hesitation when it truly mattered. The empire could not resort to coercive measures, for there were many realms beyond its own, including sects, cults, and ancient families that stood alongside it. Should Dian disrupt the established order, it would only serve to benefit its adversaries. Lord Zhendong felt a sense of frustration. Wang Qingying sighed softly. His tone tinged with resignation. Ever since the decline of the Zhuge family, the mid-tier powers of Jiangzhou had instead risen. Lord Zhendong quietly inquired, "Are there still a few members of the Zhuge family left? Can the issues they face truly not be resolved?" Wang Qingying shook his head. If there were a solution, it would have been found by now. Unfortunately, Lord Zhendong's gaze grew fervent before he regained his composure. If the problems cannot be solved, even the strongest spirit seeds would be of no use. He suddenly declared, "The court has received word that there has been movement from the secret sect. Someone has entered the territories of Dian and is heading toward Jiangzhou. It is likely that the Intelligence Bureau will relay this news to you in the coming days." Wang Qingying narrowed his eyes. Are they coming for the Jiang family's mother plant of the Vidra flower? Lord Zhendong nodded. It should be the case. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Qingying quietly asked, "Does the court have any plans?" Lord Zhendong's tone was inscrutable. As long as the secret sect does not harm ordinary people, the court will not intervene. Wang Qingying furrowed his brow. The secret sect is not a malevolent force. Why would they target common folk? The court is clearly turning a blind eye. He questioned, will they simply allow the secret sect to seize the Vidra flower? Certainly not. A glint of determination flashed in Lord Zhendong's eyes. This matter might require the cooperation of Governor Wang Qingying, as he revealed the court's true intentions, once the secret sect has acquired the Vidra flower from the Jiang family. Our Dian shall then be free to act. The Vidra flower is a legitimate item for auction. The secret sect cannot simply take it at will. If word spreads, it would place Dian in a precarious position. Wang Qingying comprehended the court's design. In this way, Dian would not appear to have violated the rules. As a sovereign dynasty, Dian adheres to regulations more rigorously than other factions, for it is the greatest beneficiary of such rules. However, should a situation arise that warrants breaking the rules, that would be an entirely different matter. Chapter 55. Arrival of the Secret Sect in the Rear Mountains. A gray sparrow fluttered its wings and gracefully landed before Jiang Feng. He leisurely removed the note tied to the bird's leg and unfolded it for a closer inspection. Moments later, he smiled gently, channeling his true energy to instantly reduce the note to powder, which danced away on the breeze. The calculations were astute. What has been consumed by the Jiang family would never be regurgitated. Upon returning from the governor's residence, Jiang Luo embarked on an intense regimen of cultivation and alchemical practice. He dedicated much of his time to mastering the applications of divine powers while diligently crafting elixirs of growth. Time flowed like water, and 3 days swiftly passed. On this day, Jiang Luo was practicing his sword techniques in the courtyard when, all of a sudden, a resonant chant of a Buddhist invocation echoed in his mind as if it were a celestial sound. Amitabha. I am the humble monk Suadaji, here to pay my respects. It was a transmission of the soul. Jiang dropped his long knife momentarily and turned to look at Lier, clearly aware that she too had heard it. The intruder's voice resonated distinctly within the consciousness of every member of the Jiang family, delivering a formidable warning. Following closely, another voice emerged, gentle as a breeze, dispelling the gloom that lingered in the hearts of the Jiang family. Since the master has arrived, why not convene in the back mountain for a discussion? Jiang Luo recognized the voice. It belonged to his second uncle, Jiang Lin. Forgive my intrusion, he announced. This time, the visitor did not rely on spiritual transmission but instead projected his voice using genuine energy, allowing it to resonate throughout the entire Jiang residence. I shall go and take a look at the back mountain. Jiang Luo's form flickered and transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Young master, be cautious. Li Er called out to the retreating figure, her eyes betraying an indelible trace of concern. After several rises and falls of the river, Jiang arrived at the back mountain. Beneath the grand locust tree, his grandfather Jiang Feng and his second grandfather Jiang Lin were seated in conversation with a slender monk clad in a deep crimson robe. The monk's head was adorned with a small braided topknot, distinctly different from the attire of the monks in Dian. There was no tension between them, rather. It resembled a gathering of old friends who had not met for many years, engaged in leisurely discourse. As Jiang Luo approached, the monk instinctively turned his head to glance at him, his lowered eyelids slightly parting as he marveled. Another prodigy has emerged from the Jiang family. You flatter me, master. The river breeze brought forth a hearty laugh as he waved his hand. Luo, why do you not come forth to pay your respects to Master Suadaji? Jiang Luo stepped forward and clasped his hands in a respectful greeting, saying, I have the honor of meeting the master. Amiba, replied Suadaji. There is no need for such formalities, young benefactor. With a tone filled with deep reflection, he continued, it is often said that the Jiang family's elusive beauty, known as the closing moon and shy flower, possesses merely a three-tiered inheritance. The world has underestimated the Jiang family. Jiang Luo's expression shifted suddenly, his gaze wavering between his grandfather Jiang Feng and his second grandfather Jiang Lin. He had long suspected that the family's true strength was being concealed. And it seems his intuition was indeed correct. Jiang Feng let out a sigh, pondering the matter. It is indeed no trivial task to underestimate. The fourth-tier evolved beings of the closed moon and ethereal orchid are exceedingly rare. After countless years, my family has barely managed to acquire a single specimen. My younger brother's innate talent far surpasses my own, and naturally, the resources are allocated for his use. Meanwhile, I find myself languishing at the third tier. Much to the amusement of the master, Jiang Luo's gaze was filled with skepticism, uncertain of the veracity of the old man's words. The head of the Jiang family was being overly modest. Suadaji smiled faintly, then returned to the crux of the matter. You both must be aware of the purpose of my visit, correct? The river breeze did not engage in Tai Chi with Suadaji, instead stating directly, Master, you wish to take away the mother plant of the Vidra flower? With hands clasped in reverence, Suadaji replied, the mother plant of the Vidra flower is a treasure of my esoteric lineage. How could it be allowed to wander outside? Jiang Feng smiled gently, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. However, it is also a possession acquired by my Jiang family at the auction. Suadaji quietly chanted a Buddhist mantra. Having just engaged in a covert contest of strength with Jiang Lin, he understood that this endeavor would not be so simple. His expression grew solemn, and his tone resolute. In that case, we must ultimately engage in a contest to determine the rightful owner of the Vidra flower. Jiang Lin rose to his feet, his gaze piercing. The master speaks with great wisdom, no matter how profound the principles of the martial world may be. They pale in comparison to the strength of one's fist. Allow me to experience the master's exceptional skills. As you wish, replied Suadaji, rising slowly. Both individuals were decisive and resolute, their forms soaring simultaneously like two streaks of light racing into the void. Jiang Luo turned to the elder and inquired about the spiritual seed cultivated by Suadaji. The Shora flower, he replied. The river breeze bore a serene expression. Recounting the origin of the sorrow flower, this blossom boasts a lineage steeped in antiquity, with legends suggesting that the Buddha himself attained enlightenment beside the sorrow flower. It is also regarded as one of the most esteemed sacred seeds within the Buddhist realm. Are there not an abundance of such extraordinary sacred seeds in Buddhism? Jiang Luo felt a surge of alarm within. From what he knew, there were already Bodhi flowers and Vidra flowers, and now La flower had emerged. The river breeze sighed softly. The Buddhist sect is one of the oldest traditions in this world, with profound and unfathomable depths. Were it not for the numerous factions and internal strife within the Buddhist community, my Jiang family would truly prefer to steer clear of such murky waters. One fears that striking at the minor may provoke the major. Jiang Luo possesses a modicum of understanding regarding the formidable presence of the Buddhist sect, which undoubtedly stands as one of the preeminent forces in this world. The esoteric Buddhism is merely one of its myriad branches, and not even the most powerful among them. The most potent spiritual entities reside within the grasp of these elite factions. If my family, the Jiang, remains overly cautious regarding the items presented at the auction, how can we possibly progress? Jiang Feng's words carried a profound significance. One day, a member of the Jiang family might find themselves ensnared by evolutionary resources. The presence of an additional formidable spirit species offers yet another avenue of choice. There will always be moments when the light from the east dims, yet the west shines brightly. Occasionally, when matters are hastily arranged, there is simply no time left. The two ceased their conversation, for a confrontation had already erupted high above. The river breeze, infused with true energy, enveloped the eyes and ears, evoking a sensation reminiscent of the Buddhist abilities of heavenly insight and celestial hearing. Suo Daji was the first to strike, wielding a staff that transformed into a luminous streak, carving a golden arc through the air, akin to the radiant glow of dawn. Imbued with profound significance, holding a broadsword, Jiang Lin appeared as if the blade was infused with moonlight, its edge imprinted with a waning moon. Upon their initial clash, the void reverberated with a resonant hum. The cotton-like clouds were scattered by the fierce winds at the moment of their collision. The sky, as if freshly swept, revealed an expanse of azure, resembling a curtain draped across the heavens. As the two combatants engaged, they cautiously probed one another's depths. After approximately a quarter of an hour of struggle, Suidaji bellowed, "Lay down your blade and become a Buddha on the spot." His voice transformed into an ethereal and sacred resonance, imbued with a compelling allure. Atop his staff appeared a golden silhouette of the Buddha. The Buddha, seated gracefully upon a lotus, exuded serenity, one hand pointing to the heavens and the other to the earth, evoking a profound reluctance to resist, even stirring an urge to prostrate oneself before this divine figure. Yet, how could the master, who had not relinquished his own blade, expect others to do the same? Jiang Lin let out a soft chuckle, his blade intent igniting. The alluring influence that lingered in the shadows, along with the ethereal silhouette of the Buddha, dissipated like mist under the radiant sun, vanishing without a trace. The sky was left with a glimmer of blade light that seemed to exist eternally, untouched by time. Chapter 56. The dust of battle settles. Each faction possesses its own channels of information. In the periphery of the Jiang family, a multitude of spectators had gathered, the timing of which was uncertain. The Eastern King gazed at the battle unfolding in the void, his expression somewhat somber. Is this the source of the Jiang family's confidence? Wang Chengying murmured, his demeanor intricate. Has the Jiang family not revealed a hint of their prowess over all these years? The Eastern King's gaze shifted curiously towards Wang Chengying. Unperturbed, Wang Chengying shook his head. Not just me. Perhaps the Lin and Yu families have only just become aware. The Eastern King's eyes scanned the nearby heads of the Lin and Yu families, both wearing grave expressions. His suspicions were somewhat alleviated as he murmured, "The Jiang family's foundation must be reassessed." Wang Chengying furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought. This year, I encountered Jiang Feng once, possessing a treasure bestowed by the court for investigation. I can assure you, Jiang Feng has certainly not transcended to the great master realm. Jiang Feng's other siblings typically practiced in the back mountains, making it challenging for outsiders to gauge their depth. The Eastern King inquired softly, "Are you implying that Jiang Feng's siblings might also be great masters?" No. Wang Chengying shook his head, countering, "If Jiang Feng could break through yet chooses not to, how likely do you think that is, Your Highness?" The Eastern King pondered for a moment, muttering to himself, "The likelihood is low. It would be one thing if there were no means to advance. But once one possesses a means to ascend, how many can resist the allure of life as metamorphosis?" Wang Chengying seized the conversation. The Jiang family's famed beauty and enigma are extraordinary. The means to ascend are likely quite rare. With only 500 years of inheritance, their foundation is still somewhat shallow. It is improbable for an entire generation to ascend to the fourth tier. He continued, "What if the Jiang family possesses 2 or even 3 means of evolution, which Jiang Feng chooses not to use, reserving them for his siblings? Do you think that is possible, Your Highness?" It is unlikely for a grand family to exhibit such selflessness. The Eastern King recalled various matters within the royal family, his doubts dissipating considerably as he murmured, "I have yet to gather the means for my own fourth-tier evolution. How could a mere Jiang family manage that?" Wang Chengying spoke with flattery. No matter how formidable the Jiang family's beauty and enigma, they cannot be compared to the Nirvana flower. Alas, the Eastern King sighed, a look of resignation upon his face. The Nirvana flower is indeed powerful, yet many resources are tied to the phoenix. In this era, the means for ascendance are becoming increasingly elusive. His gaze returned to the battle in the void, his tone grave. One family, the Zhuge, has departed, and another equally formidable, the Jiang, has arrived. Do not underestimate the intelligence of the Jiang family. Wang Qingying offered a wry smile. I shall do my utmost. In the void, the duel between the two persisted. Suadaji and Jiang Lin stood on opposite sides, gazing at each other from afar. Suadaji, his aura swelling, declared, I have learned of Master Jiang's profound techniques. How about we settle this with a decisive strike? As Jiang Lin's fighting spirit surged, he boldly expressed his intent to experience the master's rudimentary yet profound divine abilities. The mystical powers contained within the Buddhist lineage are not particularly concealed. The rationale is quite straightforward. Opponents of equal standing cannot remain oblivious, while others have no need for subterfuge. It is far better to openly disseminate this knowledge, thereby augmenting the influence of Buddhism throughout the world. Be cautious, Master Jiang. Sogyal offered a word of warning, as a crimson treasure vial materialized seemingly from thin air at his brow. This vial appeared almost ethereal, flickering in and out of existence. Suddenly, an orange-red flame erupted from its opening. Many spectators, drawn to the flame, felt as though their boundless thoughts were poised to be consumed by this enigmatic fire. Alarmed, the crowd hastily closed their eyes, unwilling to gaze any longer. Jiang Feng cast a glance at Jiang Luo, questioning whether he could endure it. I am fine, as the quintessence of the 5 elements circulated through the air. The discomfort he felt dissipated instantly. He was somewhat astonished. This flame was truly enigmatic. A mere glance imparted a sense of utter voidness, and to have it touch a person would be quite formidable. The river breeze possesses a profound understanding of this flame. According to the teachings of Buddhism, the ultimate state of crude fire is represented by 9 layers of flames, with each layer corresponding to a specific affliction. When all 9 layers of flames are unleashed, they have the power to incinerate all worldly troubles. Jiang Luo let out a scoff, remarking that a person devoid of any troubles is no different from mere flora. The river breeze chuckled softly. This is merely a somewhat refined expression of the Buddhist practice of enlightening others. It can only deceive the foolish and the simple-minded. The level of this supernatural power is indeed profound. Jiang Luo gazed into the void, observing the flames emitted by Suadaji, which flickered in hues of orange tinged with red. It appeared that his cultivation could only sustain the release of flames in 2 colors. Jiang Lin gazed at the approaching flames, his expression growing solemn. Yet there was no trace of fear upon his face. The Buddhist Siraka flower is formidable, but when has the Jiang family's moon-concealing flower ever been weak? With a sweeping motion of his long knife, Jiang Lin unleashed a blade of intertwined black and white light. The knife cleaved through the realms of yin and yang, the cold moonlight of the yin blade crystallizing like frost, while the yang blade blazed like the scorching sun. The 2 blades intertwined, forming a swirling taiji vortex. The movements of the knife subtly resonated with the essence of yin and yang, as if manifesting the duality of the universe and the mortal realm. The blade of light sliced toward the fiery orange flames. Upon their initial collision, the taiji vortex spiraled in a manner akin to a dragon drawing in water, devouring the transformative power of the flames entirely. Suadaji's expression shifted as the imminent threat loomed, before he could devise a countermeasure. The blade's light had already descended upon his forehead, subsequently dispersing into the void as the dual energies of yin and yang. Jiang Lin sheathed his sword and stood with cupped hands, saying, Master, I concede. Suadaji's voice carried a hint of bitterness. Your skills are truly remarkable, Jiang. The opponent's blade hovered just above his forehead, effortlessly retracting and advancing, indicating a prowess that far surpassed his own. The master's clumsy fire, a testament to his profound abilities, was indeed as formidable as its reputation suggested. Had it not been for my own mystical powers, capable of severing illusions and dispelling falsehoods, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. Jiang Lin did not intentionally offer flattery. The clumsy fire, as a divine ability of the soul, is not merely an ordinary flame but rather the fire that resides within one's heart. As long as one possesses the 7 emotions and 6 desires, they are inherently restrained by this divine power. Suadaji joined his hands in reverence, acknowledging that defeat is indeed defeat. This matter will be reported truthfully to the sect. How the sect chooses to decide is beyond the monk's authority. I hope Master Jiang can show understanding. It is of no concern. Jiang Lin's expression was solemn. My Jiang family dares to bid on the Vajra flower, and we are prepared to bear the consequences that accompany it. Master, please report truthfully. Suadaji cast a profound glance at Jiang Lin before silently vanishing into the void. Jiang Lin cast his gaze upon the spectators gathered outside and proclaimed in a resonant voice, Esteemed guests, having enjoyed the spectacle, why not join me at the Jiang residence for a drink? We dare not impose, for we have had the honor of encountering a grandmaster. The hidden observers broke out in a cold sweat, revealing their forms one by one. The distinction between a master and a grandmaster is slight in nomenclature, yet their statuses are worlds apart. While master-level powers are prevalent across the grand cities of the Great Yin, Grand Master-level forces are rare, often non-existent in many cities. Furthermore, a Grand Master is granted a lifespan of 1,000 years, far exceeding that of a master. The four prominent families of Jiazhou, with the Yu family being the most venerable, have scarcely endured for 8 centuries. A millennium of time is sufficient to witness the rise and fall of a power. Chapter 57. The choice of the Lin family. Congratulations, esteemed friend, on attaining the realm of Grand Master. A resounding voice echoed from afar, drawing nearer. Jiang Lin gazed intently at a middle-aged man clad in a dark robe, standing in midair. This individual was the commander of the Xianming Guards, the head of the Imperial Oversight Department directly under the Deyin Emperor, tasked with monitoring the martial world. It is indeed an honor for my Jiang family to receive a visit from the esteemed commander of the Xianming Guards. The commander chuckled heartily, stating, "When those from the esoteric sect come to the Deyin, it is only natural for me to pay a visit. You possess remarkable skills, as even the esoteric sect's crude fire fixation technique is of no consequence to you." Jiang Lin spoke in a calm tone. "It is merely a stroke of luck, not worth mentioning." He was well aware of the visitor's intentions. Should the Moonlight Flower fall into the hands of the esoteric sect, it would be the moment for him to take action. Moreover, if tensions between the Jiang family and the esoteric sect escalated, this individual might entertain ulterior motives. As the conversation became unproductive, the commander of the Xianming Guard, wishing to avoid prolonging his stay, clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell, stating, "Once this matter is settled, I shall not impose further." The commander made a swift exit, and Jiang Lin chose to disregard the observing masters as he returned to the back mountain. Jiang Luo cast a peculiar glance at the two elderly gentlemen, exclaiming, "Our Jiang family possesses only a third-tier inheritance. Is it all merely a fabrication? How could one possibly lay bare the entirety of our family assets?" The river breeze, devoid of any embarrassment from having its deceit laid bare, spoke earnestly. When the hidden cards of a power are discerned by others, it marks the onset of its own demise. Jiang Luo raised an eyebrow, questioning whether there was no longer a need for concealment. The river breeze speaks with great ambition. Concealment does not equate to retreating like a timid turtle. When the time calls for bold and vigorous advancement, one must seize the opportunity. My family, the Jiang clan, should also take strides forward. Jiang Luo glanced with a smirk and murmured, "The old man hardly speaks the truth." The news of a Grand Master residing in the Jiang family swiftly spread throughout Jiangzhou as the battle intensified. Discussions erupted in every corner, on the streets, in tea-houses, in taverns, wherever one turned. The rise of the Jiang family was the topic of conversation. In the Lin family, several masters gathered, the atmosphere heavy with tension. In the main hall, candle flames flickered, casting solemn shadows on the faces of those present. At the head of the table sat an elderly man with a head of white hair and a gaunt visage. The head of the Lin family broke the silence, a look of concern upon his face as he addressed the old man. "Father, how shall we respond to the Jiang family having a Grand Master?" The old man's brow furrowed deeply as he muttered to himself. How did the Jiang family acquire the fourth-tier evolution method? A glimmer of insight sparked in the Lin family head's eyes as he speculated. Could they have possessed it all along? The old man's expression shifted, and he shook his head with conviction. No, if they had it from the beginning, Jiangqing Yuan would not have faced his impending demise. The Lin family head countered, "Is it certain that Jiangqing Yuan has indeed passed away?" The old man refrained from giving a direct answer. If Jiangqing Yuan had broken through to the fourth tier, he would undoubtedly have sought the path to the fifth tier. How could he have remained hidden for so many years? Even if he could deceive my Lin family, could he also mislead the court? Judging by the reactions of people within the court today, it seems Jiangqing Yuan has not made an appearance in the martial world. Otherwise, the court's regard for the Jiang family would not have been as it is now. The Lin family had conceded, feeling perhaps he had been overly sensitive. At the lower end of the table, a man clad in blue murmured, "With the Jiang family's rise, what if they set their sights on our sunflower?" The old man pondered for a moment before responding, "That is unlikely. The martial world is akin to a vast web. If the Jiang family were to act in such a manner, they would provide stronger factions with an excuse to retaliate, ultimately losing more than they gain." He paused, then added, "However, we must remain vigilant. Should the Jiang family act foolishly, my Lin family cannot bear the cost." The blue-clad man's eyes brightened. "Does my Lin family truly have a countermeasure?" The old man hesitated for a long moment before speaking. "There is indeed a method, but it would betray our ancestors, which is why I have refrained from mentioning it." The Lin family head was taken aback. "Father, at this juncture, is there anything that cannot be said?" The old man's tone was heavy as he replied, "Very well. I shall no longer conceal it." His gaze swept over the assembly as he began. You all know of the Su New Jersey Pavilion? The Su New Jersey Pavilion, known for its prowess in divination? The Lin family had exclaimed. But his face quickly shifted as realization dawned. They can predict the evolution pathways? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The old man chuckled bitterly. In this world, what is impossible? My Lin family is reputed as one of the four great families of Jiazhou, yet when faced with those ancient legacies, we ultimately remain inconsequential. How can this be? The Lin family head murmured in disbelief. If the Su New Jersey Pavilion possesses such capability, who could rival them? The old man waved his hand dismissively. It is not as terrifying as you imagine. The Su New Jersey Pavilion can indeed predict evolutionary methods. But the spiritual seeds are a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth and are not easily deciphered. Even those from the Su New Jersey Pavilion must pay a significant price. The Lin family had regained his focus. What price? The old man's expression was complex. The Su New Jersey Pavilion's legacy spiritual seeds come with a formidable divination ability, which may suffice for ordinary matters. However, to predict the evolutionary pathway of spiritual seeds, the price is one's life. Should my Lin family wish to deduce the fourth-tier evolutionary route, it would cost the life of a peak grandmaster. The Lin family head furrowed his brow. Which grandmaster would be willing to sacrifice their life for a pathway that may never be utilized? The old man shook his head slightly. Do not forget, even grandmasters have a lifespan. Realization washed over the Lin family head. This indeed presents a solution. Yet he quickly frowned again. But grandmasters hold esteemed positions. Why would they lend their assistance to my Lin family? What price must we pay? The old man spoke deliberately. The cost would be the mother plant of my Lin family's spiritual seed. That is unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. No sooner had the old man spoken than an elder from the same generation voiced his objection. The sunflower is the foundation of my Lin family. Without it, even those who break through to the fourth tier would become like drifting weeds. The Lin family head's expression fluctuated. Cannot we negotiate other terms? The old man scoffed. Do you think my Lin family possesses any other treasures that could equate to the life of a grandmaster? He sighed. If it were not for that grandmaster's desire to leave no future troubles for the family, and fortuitously, my Lin family's sunflower being the best spiritual seed within his capability, this opportunity would not have fallen to us. The Lin family had felt a whirlwind of emotions. He glanced around at the others. Let us all share our thoughts. A cacophony of opinions ensued, some opposed, some in agreement, while others were indecisive. And reaching a consensus proved challenging. After much contemplation, the Lin family had finally declared, I believe it is worth a try. Head, you. The blue-clad man began to speak. The Lin family head raised his hand to interrupt. Allow me to finish. My Lin family has a significant stock of sunflower spiritual seeds, sufficient for a century, and if we conserve, we could stretch it to 200 or 300 years. During this period, the mother plant of the sunflower would hold no practical significance for my Lin family. His eyes gleamed with ambition. In 200 or 300 years, my Lin family must produce a few grandmasters, right? With strength, we shall not fear acquiring new third-tier spiritual seed mother plants. Furthermore, the Jiang family has already taken the initiative. If we do not act, we shall be relegated to a second-tier family in Jiangzhou. Do you believe the days ahead will continue to be as favorable as they are now? Thus, I contend this matter is not only feasible but necessary. It may indeed represent an opportunity for my Lin family to soar once more. After hearing his words, the assembly's eyes flickered with determination. Even those who had vehemently opposed began to fall silent. The blue-clad man's eyes glinted with resolve. Once my Lin family gains strength, we shall emulate the Jade Raksha and seize a stronger mother plant for ourselves. At worst, my Lin family can remain hidden henceforth. This declaration shattered the last vestiges of resistance within the others. Their gazes firmed as they proclaimed, Is my Lin family to be outdone by a mere woman? Let us proceed. Chapter 58. The grand ceremony commences on this day. The Jiang family adorned itself in celebratory colors, enveloping the entire residence in a festive atmosphere. Jiang Wuhan has ascended to the position of family head, and the Jiang household is bustling with activity. Servants scurry about with light footsteps and cheerful smiles. Previously, the Jiang family was merely one of the four prominent families in Jiangzhou. However, it has now emerged as a singular entity. Ever since the news of a grandmaster within the Jiang family surfaced a few days ago, their status has risen significantly, and the courtesies extended to them by others have markedly changed. The servants of the Jiang family, filled with a sense of pride, instinctively straightened their chests in the reception hall. Jiang Feng, Jiang Wuhan, and Li Rua Shuang were personally attending to a group of visiting guests. The atmosphere in the hall was lively, filled with continuous laughter. Jiang Luo entered the reception hall. his gaze settling upon an elderly man clad in gray and an elegantly adorned matron by his side, a smile gracing his visage. Grandfather, grandmother. Subsequently, he greeted a middle-aged gentleman and the young man beside him, Uncle Woofing. This gathering comprised the Li family from Anzhou, here to celebrate. The gray-clad elder was Jiang Luo's maternal grandfather, Li Fuxing, the head of the Li family in Anzhou. Turning to Jiang Luo, he chuckled heartily. His voice resonant. Luo has arrived. Grandmother Hua Yuhing appraised Jiang Luo with affectionate eyes. It has been years since we last met, Luo. You have grown into a fine young man. The gentle young man next to her stepped forward, lightly thumping Jiang Luo's chest with an apologetic tone. On the day of your spiritual awakening, I had intended to come and celebrate, but unforeseen matters delayed me. He was Li Wufeng, the only son of Uncle Li Jin, for years Jiang Luo's senior. True to his name, Li Wufeng possessed a gentle disposition, and the relationship between the two cousins had always been amiable. Jiang Luo chuckled. Then we must make up for it today and enjoy a fine drink. Li Wufeng nodded heartily. Absolutely. At this moment, Jiang Luo suddenly sensed the presence of Li Wufeng, feeling a slight astonishment. Wufeng had actually ascended to the second tier. Her mother had mentioned that Li Wufeng possessed remarkable talent, but this was not merely remarkable, he was truly a genius. Her grandfather, Li Fuxing, smiled as he addressed Jiang Feng. In-law, do not let this auspicious moment slip away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng rose and remarked, you two brothers should gather properly after the celebration. The group proceeded from the reception hall to the newly constructed banquet hall of the Jiang family. The banquet hall, grand in its design, resembled an enormous treasure bowl resting upon the ground. A steel structure upheld the framework of the hall, with the apex adorned by numerous crystalline stones. Despite the sweltering summer heat outside, the interior remained refreshingly cool. The walls were made of custom-designed floor-to-ceiling glass, courtesy of the Jiang family's workshop. Beyond the glass walls lay an artificial lake, where a row of willow trees gracefully mirrored in the water, swaying gently in the breeze. The hall was expansive, capable of accommodating hundreds of tables for guests. Various martial arts families, dignitaries, and heroes of the martial world gathered in unison. Many factions had temporarily elevated their celebratory standards, with numerous leaders attending in person. With the arrival of Jiang Feng and his companions, the ceremony officially commenced. An official at the entrance began to announce, the Li family from Anzhou generously presents 100 seeds of the qi-gathering flower, accompanied by a first-tier growth formula. Such a generous offering. Whispers of conversation rippled through the crowd. The qi-gathering flower is a spirit seed of the qi sea, possessing pure vitality and formidable power. Compared to its counterparts, the blood sea and divine sea spirit seeds, the low-tier qi sea spirit seeds command a slightly higher price. The cost of cultivation is a paramount consideration for various factions. The qi sea spirit seeds can reach the peak of the first tier without requiring additional resources, which is their greatest advantage. In contrast, the Wanao Chamber of Commerce and the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce primarily sell blood sea spirit seeds to profit from the growth resources. The Li family effectively gifted the Jiang family with 100 peak first-tier guardians. The Jiang family is in urgent need of talents, and this gift arrives at the most opportune moment. The Mingwei Tower has generously bestowed upon them 20 seeds of the fire sunflower spirit. Jiang cast a fleeting glance at the old man. The quantity of spiritual seeds bestowed by Mingwei Tower was not as abundant as that of the Li family. Yet the scorching sunflower was a fire attribute spirit seed, significantly more potent than the gathering qi flower. The worth of this gift was not inferior to that of the Li family. The Lin family of Jiangzhou presented 100 bottles of spiritual liquid. The Yu family of Jiangzhou also gifted 100 bottles of spiritual liquid. The offerings from other factions were merely routine, albeit elevated in quantity. The Xuanjia gang contributed 10 powerful flower spirit seeds and 10 bullhead flower spirit seeds. Both varieties of spirit seeds were commonplace. Yet a single powerful flower spirit seed was valued at a fortune, while the bullhead flower was even more expensive. Although the Xuanjia gang had no ties with the Jiang family, their gifts surpassed in value that of the Lin and Yu families, qualifying it as a substantial present. Jiang Luo cast a fleeting glance, observing Zhao Guanlan quietly sipping tea, seemingly indifferent to the astonished gazes surrounding him. The Jiangzhou Chu family bestowed 100 tempered steel blades. The Drunken Immortal Tower presented 100 jars of laurel brew. The World Merchants Association, representing the Great Yin dynasty, gifted a piece of starry dark iron and 1,000 pounds of earth-gushing dark iron. The relationship between the World Merchants Association and the Great Yin dynasty was not a closely guarded secret, and thus elicited no surprise among the onlookers. The Wabao Merchants Association offered 100 seeds of the bone-strengthening flower spirit, accompanied by a method for second-tier evolution. Some spectators marveled, noting that although the bone-strengthening flower spirit seeds were not as precious as the gathering chief flower, the inclusion of the second-tier evolution method seemed to elevate their overall worth beyond that of the leaf family. Many began to speculate about the connection between the Jiang family and the Wabao Merchants Association. Those who attended the auction were acutely aware that the true value of this gift warranted a discount. Casting knowing glances at the representatives from the two merchant houses seated at the same table, the representative from the Wabao Merchants Association was a plump young man who rose to his feet, emphasizing that the method for evolving the bone-strengthening flower was to be handled as the Jiang family saw fit, with no demand for confidentiality. It appeared he was speaking to himself, muttering softly. Some merchant houses even insist on confidentiality for their auction formulas and threaten others, such pettiness. Although his voice was low, everyone present, possessing martial prowess, heard him clearly. Those privy to the details directed their gazes toward the representatives of the World Merchants Association. A warning to certain factions: do not take offense. The plump young man lightly fanned his mouth, playfully commenting on his own lack of discretion. With a cheeky demeanor, he clasped his hands toward Jiang Wuhan, saying, "Today marks the grand ceremony of the Jiang family, and I inadvertently misspoke. My apologies." His timing was impeccable, maintaining the decorum of the gathering without causing disruption. Jiang Wuhan was acutely aware of the discord between the two guilds. The rotund individual was deliberately provoking the Tianxia guild, without any intention of targeting the Jiang family. Moreover, as no names were mentioned and a generous gift was presented, it would be ill-mannered to respond harshly to someone who extended a hand in goodwill. With a subtle nod, he signaled for the name-caller to continue. The name-caller was startled, nearly faltering, but quickly resumed reading the list of gifts. The representatives of the Tianxia Guild felt humiliated as they were mockingly referred to as bald donkeys by their counterparts. This discord had been instigated by the Tianxia Guild, yet the Wanbao Guild, with its profound heritage, remained unperturbed by their rival. To remain silent would only invite further disdain. The escalation of this matter would yield no benefits for either party, prompting the Tianxia representatives to silently take note of the incident. Upon the conclusion of the name-calling, Jiang Wuhan ascended the stage with a beaming smile. Clasping his hands in a gesture of respect towards all present, "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed friends of the Jianghu for gracing us with your presence today. The Jiang family is truly honored." After delivering a few ceremonial remarks, he spoke earnestly. "Since establishing our lineage in Jiazhou, the Jiang family has been fortunate to receive the support and kindness of our fellow companions in the Jianghu, allowing us to endure through the ages. We must not forget our origins. Moving forward, the Jiang family will steadfastly uphold the righteous path and, alongside all of you, contribute our efforts towards the stability and development of Jiazhou." Many local forces sighed in relief upon hearing Jiang Wuhan's words. Jiang Wuhan did not explicitly state, yet the implications in his words suggest that the Jiang family will not alter their established modus operandi merely due to the presence of a grandmaster. There is no need for concern that the Jiang family will resort to oppression of the weak. The Jiang family remains a beacon of righteousness. A venerable master immediately clasped his hands in respect, proclaiming, "The Jiang family, rooted in Jiangzhou, is indeed a blessing for our Jiangzhou." Local powers echoed in agreement. Extolling the Jiang family's noble conduct, we hold them in high esteem. When order in a land collapses, it succumbs to chaos. Any force aspiring for stability would dread such a scenario. The head of the Yu family smiled faintly. His attendance at the banquet was secondary, primarily to gauge the Jiang family's stance. Should the Jiang family fail to broach this issue, the Yu family would have to consider alternative strategies. The head of the Lin family wore a fluctuating expression, uncertain whether the family's decision was right or wrong. However, with the arrow knocked, there was no turning back. Regret was no longer an option. A flicker of resolve passed through his gaze, affirming, "What my Lin family has done is not erroneous." Jiang Wuhan raised his wine glass, proclaiming the commencement of the banquet. "A toast to all of you. May you feast and revel today, and may we not leave inebriated." One by one, the maidens entered, bearing exquisite dishes in a harmonious procession. The Jiang family has spared no expense for this banquet. The table is adorned exclusively with precious materials and rare elixirs, featuring everything that flies in the sky, swims in the water, runs on land, and crawls underground. May the Jiang family thrive, and may the head of the Jiang family enjoy boundless martial fortune. Everyone raised their cups in unison and drank heartily. Jiang Luo followed Jiang Wuhan, toasting at each table, becoming familiar with the prominent forces. The two approached the Lin family and the Yu family's table, holding their goblets. Jiang Wuhan's demeanor was much the same as usual, devoid of any condescending airs. Our families have historically advanced in unison, and it is imperative that we continue to collaborate harmoniously in the future. The head of the Jiang family articulated that the Jiang clan must assume the role of a leader going forward. The head of the Yu family swiftly adjusted his demeanor, adopting a humble stance. One must not presume equality simply because others maintain their attitude. The head of the Lin family wore a somewhat complicated expression and raised his glass, saying, "Let us toast to the head of the Jiang family." A toast to the head of the Jiang family. The members of the other families promptly lifted their glasses in agreement. Jiang Luo cast a sweeping glance over the assembly, noting that those seated at this table were the prominent leaders of Jiangzhou's local factions, most of whom he was familiar with. However, one composed middle-aged woman and a young woman in a white garment adorned with a veil left him with no recollection. The veiled lady seemed to intentionally meet his gaze for a fleeting moment, only to promptly divert her eyes when Jiang Luo turned to look at her. Jiang Luo found himself rather perplexed by the identities of the two individuals, yet this was not the moment for enlightenment. After finishing his table, he accompanied his father to other tables. The banquet continued from noon until dusk, with the guests gradually dispersing as the festivities drew to a close. Jiang Luo felt somewhat fatigued. Such social engagements were far more taxing than engaging in a genuine battle. The night enveloped the surroundings like a gentle stream. On a small island at the heart of the lake, two enigmatic women, who had come to the Jiang family banquet today, stood silently by the water's edge. The veiled woman unveiled her true visage, her delicate face, no larger than a palm, illuminated by moonlight, resembling a celestial fairy. Her ethereal voice shattered the silence. "Mother, has the destiny of the Zhuge family truly fallen upon him?" The voice of the middle-aged woman, mingling with the lapping waters, was faint yet profound. "Our Zhuge family may be adept in calculations, yet we cannot predict our own fate." Recently, Li Rushuang had proclaimed intentions for her son Jiang Luo to take a concubine. Out of curiosity, I cast a divination, and it appeared I glimpsed a sliver of hope for our Zhuge family, seemingly linked to her son Jiang Luo. She paused, her tone grave, as I pondered further. "It feels as though an ominous presence looms. If I dare to delve deeper, none can save us." The two were the last remnants of the once mighty Zhuge family of Jiangzhou, Lu Mianyu and her daughter Zhuge Wanqi. Zhuge Wanqi's gaze flickered slightly before she regained her composure. The spiritual lineage of the Zhuge family possessed the ability to divine, yet there were countless individuals and phenomena in this world that defied prediction. Those with great powers and intricate fates who attempted to forcefully calculate their outcomes would only invite calamity upon themselves. Lu Mianyu shifted the topic. "What impression did you form of Jiang Luo today?" Zhuge Wanqi's cheeks flushed slightly. "I do not harbor any aversion towards him." Lu Mianyu remarked with a hint of tenderness, "Given your disposition, not harboring aversion is quite significant. Whatever choice you make, your mother will respect it." Lu Mianyu's expression grew wistful. Were it not for the issues surrounding our Zhuge family's spiritual lineage, Jiang Luo would have been rightfully wed. Now that the Jiang family has ascended to a fourth-tier family, and Jiang Luo is their future heir, the dynamics have shifted considerably, making formal marriage challenging. "I do not care for such superficial titles," Zhuge Wanqi murmured. "The Moonlight Willow has broken through the fourth tier, yet its lifespan remains equivalent to that of an ordinary person. Planting other spiritual seeds cannot extend its lifespan. What is the root of the issue?" Lu Minyu sighed deeply. "Your grandfather suspects that the ordinary spiritual seeds are too distant from the Moonlight Willow and are being suppressed by it. This has caused the other seeds to lose their efficacy in prolonging lifespan. The critical issue lies within the Moonlight Willow itself." Her words carried a tone of sorrow. "Your father ventured into forbidden lands seeking a stronger spiritual seed, yet his fate is dimmed. Only the two of us women remain in the Zhuge family, powerless in the face of it all." Zhuge Wanqi reflected on the family's tribulations and reached a resolution. "Mother, I am willing to marry Jiang Luo." Lu Mianyu regarded Zhuge Wanqi with solemnity. "Have you truly made this decision?" Zhuge Wanqi smiled. "I believe that my grandfather and father, in spirit, would approve." Lu Mianyu remained silent for a long moment, and after a period of contemplation, her demeanor shifted to one of resolve. "The Zhuge family cannot allow its daughters to be underestimated. Your mother will bestow the Moonlight Willow as your dowry, ensuring you enter the Jiang family with great honor." "Mother," Zhuge Wanqi gasped in astonishment. Lu Minyu seemed to have released a burden from her heart. Stroking Zhuge Wanqi's hair, "You are the last sprout of the Zhuge family. What use is it for me to hold on to the Moonlight Willow? The closing moon and the ethereal flower may rival our Zhuge family's Moonlight Willow and could potentially restrain it." She smiled. "I have some understanding of the Jiang family's character. Given their style of conduct, they will not be indifferent to your situation. Perhaps I might also gain some advantage." Chapter 60. Discussing the matter of taking a concubine after the grand ceremony, the Li family lingered at the Jiang residence for 2 days. Jiang Luo and Li Wufeng sat in the gazebo by the inner lake. The surface of the water shimmered like scattered diamonds, and a gentle breeze wafted through, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. Holding cups of fragrant tea, Jiang Luo gazed at the koi leaping from the water's surface and inquired, "You must be preparing to traverse the realm, am I correct?" Li Wufeng raised an eyebrow slightly. "Can you discern the depth of my cultivation?" Jiang nodded, harboring some vague perceptions. Li Wufeng articulated his intentions. "I have invited a dear friend, intending to embark on an adventure through the realm of Jianghu together." Jiang Luo jestingly remarked, "A woman? Where?" Li Wufeng chuckled and shook his head. As if recalling something, he added, "You have met this person once in your childhood." Yi Shao. Noticing Jiang Luo's apparent lack of recollection, he elaborated, "Someone rather familiar." "Now that you mention it, I do recall," Jiang Luo responded. Jiang Luo chuckled softly, a youthful visage surfacing in her mind, one she encountered in her childhood at the Li household. He was an exuberant boy, somewhat socially adept, and possessed a genuinely amiable disposition. Suddenly, it dawned upon her that Yu Zhao's age should be comparable to that of Li Wufeng. Had he also ascended to the second tier? He had surpassed me in this regard. Li Wufeng expressed his sincere admiration. Yu Zhao's talent is unparalleled, even surpassing my own. Jiang Luo was somewhat speechless, inwardly murmuring, "Is genius truly so undervalued?" Soon, however, he regained his confidence, realizing that the stone inscription was also a manifestation of his talent. In fact, when considering it, his gifts were unparalleled in this world. After conversing for a considerable time, Li Wufeng stood to take his leave, remarking, "My grandfather is likely waiting. With your innate abilities, we shall soon meet again in the realm of heroes." His few companions, all of whom were prodigies themselves, instinctively regarded Jiang Luo as an equal. "Until we meet again in the world of heroes." Jiang Luo was poised to embark on his journey into the martial world, yet he harbored numerous secrets. Prolonged interactions with others would inevitably leave traces, thus he was destined to walk alone. After bidding farewell to the Li family, Jiang Luo confided in the elderly gentleman accompanying him and his parents about his intentions. "I plan to spend some time honing my skills in the martial realm." So soon, Li Ruoshuang found the announcement rather abrupt. Jiang Luo had never ventured far alone, and a sense of unease lingered in her heart. It was time. The child had grown and must inevitably explore the broader world beyond. The river breeze gently patted Jiang Luo's shoulder and said, "In these days, spend more time with your mother. Before you leave, come to the back mountain. I have some matters to entrust to you." The old man had spoken, and Li Ruoshuang felt it was inappropriate to say anything further. A sense of melancholy washed over her as she thought, "I originally had something to discuss with you. Yet I never anticipated your departure would come so swiftly." Jiang Luo inquired, "What is it?" "Follow me," she replied. The family of 3 made their way to the inner courtyard, where Li Ruoshuang produced a vividly lifelike portrait of a woman, handing it to Jiang Luo with a knowing smile. "What do you think of her appearance?" Jiang Luo took the portrait, which depicted an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her features exquisite and her demeanor gentle. A hint of contemplation flickered in his eyes, as if he had encountered her somewhere before. Jiang Wuhan hinted, "On the day of the banquet, the veiled woman at the Lin family's table seemed somewhat familiar." Jiang Luo was momentarily taken aback, as he had been curious about the identities of the 2 women at that time. On that day, one of the women wore a veil, making it difficult for him to scrutinize her appearance, leaving him with only a vague impression. Which family did she belong to? The Zhuge family. Jiang Luo was aware of the Zhuge family and confirmed, "The Zhuge family of Jiazhou?" "Indeed." Jiang Wuhan nodded. Jiang Luo was aware that his mother was arranging for him to take a concubine, and his tone carried a hint of doubt. "Mother, would a daughter of the Zhuge family truly be willing to marry me as a concubine? The Zhuge family has produced great masters. How could anyone be inclined to become a concubine in the Jiang household, given their true circumstances?" Upon hearing this, Li Ruoshuang became displeased. "My son possesses unparalleled talent. What is wrong with marrying him as a concubine?" She paused abruptly. Jiang Luo, feeling a twinge of headache, interrupted his mother's words. If she continued, he would find himself quite embarrassed. Jiang Wuhan's eyelids incessantly trembled. And the reason why Jiang Luo's matter of taking a concubine has been delayed for such an extended period lies in the fact that no one has been able to capture the gaze of this lady, whose standards are as lofty as the heavens. Even Zhuge Wanshi appears merely acceptable in her eyes. Jiang Wuhan pondered, unable to suppress a smile. "Luo, how do you feel?" "I am perfectly fine. Such a stunning beauty, what could she possibly find unsatisfactory?" However, Jiang Luo was somewhat curious about the Zhuge family. It seemed rather unusual. This concern ultimately stemmed from the matter of the spiritual seeds of the Zhuge family. Jiang Wuhan briefly discussed the matter of the spirit seeds of the Zhuge family with Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo furrowed her brows, pondering the reason behind the inability to extend one's lifespan. How could I possibly know? Jiang Wuhan shook his head. The reasons were nothing more than a few possibilities. Either the spiritual seed was unique, lacking the ability to extend lifespan, or the path of evolution had deviated. As for the specific circumstances, it was likely that even the Zhuge family was uncertain. In the realm of spiritual seeds, there exist those with lifespans exceeding their peers, as well as those significantly shorter. Such instances are relatively rare. The general norm is that each tier corresponds to an appropriate lifespan. Jiang Wuhan remarked, the Zhuge family is willing to offer the mother plant of the Moonlight Laurel as a dowry. Perhaps it may lead to the discovery of a solution in the future. Do they truly have the resolve to part with it? Jiang Luo could not comprehend the actions of the Zhuge family, offering a fourth-tier spiritual seed mother plant as a dowry to become his concubine. What could be their intent? Even if the moon from the Chan Palace cannot prolong one's lifespan, its worth is hardly inferior to that of a third-tier spiritual seed. Jiang Wuhan sighed with a sense of sentimentality. Zhuge Wanqi was the sole heir of the Zhuge family. After all, what was there to be reluctant about? My Jiang family has pledged to offer 2 seeds of the elusive moon closing you into her and her mother. Jiang Luo believed it was due to the enchanting beauty of the moonlit night and asked, are these the conditions they proposed? No, they did not suggest them. We proposed them ourselves. Jiang Wuhan remarked, the mother and daughter have even presented the family heirloom, demonstrating their desire to prevent Zhuge Wanqi from suffering indignities within the Jiang household. To make demands would imply an element of transaction. Though Lu Mianyu has refrained from mentioning it, it is imperative that my family understands the gravity of the situation. Jiang nodded slightly, acknowledging that it was only fitting. Without some gesture from the Jiang family, it would be inevitable for others to engage in idle gossip. Jiang Wuhan chuckled. Zhuge Wanqi has married into the Jiang family. Thus she is one of us. How could we possibly mistreat our own? Jiang Luo never anticipated that the woman he had met briefly would soon become his wife. After pondering the arrangements ahead, he remarked, it would be best to wait until I return from my travels before we wed. Jiang Wuhan remarked, there is no need to rush. Your grandfather's intention is clear. Should you choose to bring Zhuge Wanqi into our family, the Jiang clan must adhere to proper customs. Although she may not bear the title of a principal wife, we are to follow the standards of a formal marriage, ensuring that the 3 letters and 6 rites are meticulously observed. Firstly, we must not treat the Zhuge family as an ordinary household, lest it give the impression that the Jiang family is lacking in respect. Secondly, the Zhuge family has graciously contributed their most treasured lineage. If we fail to uphold the proper decorum, it may invite criticism, suggesting that the Jiang family is taking advantage of a widow and her orphan child. Jiang Luo had no objections to these matters and nodded, saying, let us proceed as the old master wishes. At that moment, Jiang Huayan entered with a somewhat grave expression. Noticing that there were no outsiders present, he reported, Master, a significant event has transpired. Chapter 61, The Lin family's announcement to the Jianghu. After the discussion concluded, Jiang Wuhan turned to Jiang Huayan, inquiring about the urgent matter at hand. Jiang Huayan strode forward and spoke in a low voice. The Lin family has reached an agreement with Elder Qiming of the Xuanji Pavilion. Elder Qiming is assisting the Lin family in deducing the method for the 4th stage evolution of the sunflower, with the remuneration being the Lin family's sunflower mother plant. The Lin family has proclaimed to the martial world that, in 10 days, they invite fellow practitioners to witness this event. Jiang's heart trembled. His eyes filled with astonishment. Such techniques still exist in the world of martial arts? He had never heard of anyone capable of deducing the path of spirit species evolution, and he was profoundly astonished by the methods employed by the Xuanji Pavilion. Jiang Huayan subsequently elucidated the cost of the deduction, allowing Jiang Luo to find solace within. The limitations of such methods were substantial, far inferior to the enigmatic stone scripts. Nevertheless, one must not underestimate the Xuanji Pavilion. Who knows how many forms of evolution they have calculated over the years? Upon hearing Jiang Huayan's account, Jiang Wuhan murmured softly, this is a lack of trust in my Jiang family. He waved his hand dismissively and said, all right, I understand now. Jiang Luo pondered for a moment, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. Was the Lin family placing a bold wager? Preparing to transcend the Grandmaster stage before seeking a new progenitor? This matter was far from straightforward. Jiang Wuhan let out a cold laugh. Unless those old fellows are prepared to forsake the lives of the Lin family members and embrace the shadows. Jiang Luo comprehended the implications of his father's words. After contemplating the current situation in Jiangzhou, he smiled and remarked, The Yu family must be losing sleep over this. Jiang Wuhan nodded and remarked, the Lin family has even traded away their ancestral roots. Once they produce a grandmaster, one cannot guarantee they won't engage in further reckless actions. He smiled and added, this move by the Lin family will indeed make the other families in Jiangzhou more dependent on the Jiang family, which is not entirely a negative outcome. 10 days later, Jiang Luo contemplated his schedule, intending to depart only after observing the techniques of the Xuanji Pavilion. He then rose and said, the old master is seeking me. I shall take my leave now. Jiang Wuhan rose and said, let us go together and discern his thoughts. The two made their way to the back mountain, where the old man was leisurely enjoying the shade beneath the trees. Jiang Wuhan approached and said, Father, you are aware of the affairs concerning the Lin family, are you not? They bear no impact on our Jiang family, just observe. The river breeze gently swayed the fan, and in a soft tone, he remarked, some paths, once embarked upon, offer no chance of retreat. It seemed he had not given the matter much thought. Casting a glance at Jiang Luo, he inquired, when shall we depart? Jiang Luo remarked, in 10 days. After witnessing the spectacle, we shall depart. The matters to be mindful of in the martial world have all been imparted by our family teachings. Some experiences, without personal involvement, are challenging to truly empathize with. Therefore, remember to always remain vigilant in all affairs. The Jiang Wind offered a few words of caution and retrieved from the storage ring a talisman that shimmered like gold and jade. In the event of encountering an insurmountable foe, one would activate this talisman. What could this be? Jiang Luo took the talisman, and the aura it emanated seemed even more terrifying than the sword pellet witnessed at the auction. It was an offensive talisman crafted by your second grandfather, Jiang Feng remarked. This talisman is not a one-time use. It possesses the capability to recharge automatically. However, within a brief span, it can only unleash a single strike of power. Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with delight. This exquisite item was undoubtedly worth far more than the disposable sword pill sold at auction that day. The river breeze, perhaps sensing insecurity, retrieved a jade slip from the storage ring. Jiang Luo murmured, what is this? The old man handed over a jade slip, saying, if your second grandfather's talisman fails to prevail, simply crush this jade slip. It will randomly transport you 1,000 miles away. This is a one-time artifact. Once used, it vanishes, and I possess only this single piece. Jiang Luoxian understood that this transmission jade slip was no ordinary item. With a shameless grin, he said, old man, you possess quite a collection of treasures. Is there anything else? The old man waved his hand and jestingly replied, get lost. I've given you all the good stuff. You have my token. Prepare the rest on your own. Then I shall take my leave. Jiang Luo smiled gently as she stored the two items into her storage ring. In the courtyard, Li Er was diligently sweeping the fallen leaves from the ground. Jiang Luo approached and said, I will soon embark on a journey to cultivate my skills in the martial world. Remain at home and focus on your training, striving for an early breakthrough. He prepared a 5-star growth elixir for Li Er, whose cultivation had been soaring at an astonishing pace, akin to riding a rocket. Li Er set aside her broom and anxiously declared, young master, I can take care of you along the way. There is no need, Jiang Luo replied. The journey in the martial world is not merely a leisurely excursion. Jiang Luo declined, for Li Er's cultivation was too inadequate. In the event of danger, he would still need to look after her. After giving his instructions, he commenced his seclusion. The items he needed were rather few. The old master had provided him with life-preserving essentials, while healing potions and antidotes were deemed superfluous. He merely needed to concoct some growth elixirs. He retrieved the prepared heavenly materials and earthly treasures from his storage ring and embarked upon his alchemical endeavor. Time flowed like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. Jiang Luo carefully stored the recently concocted 3-star elixir into a jade vial, contemplating his situation. The remaining potions from before, combined with the new ones he had refined over the past 10 days, would barely suffice for him to cultivate to the pinnacle of the second tier. Jiang Luo did not concoct an excessive amount. His growth elixirs were distinct from those of others in the Jiang family. Any surplus would simply go to waste. Should he find himself short, he could always brew more along the way. As Jiang Luo just opened the door, Li Er approached him and said, the master has sent word. We are preparing to set off for the Lin family. Jiang nodded. I shall take my leave now. Li Er handed over a parcel, wiping away her tears, uncertain of how long the young master would be away honing his skills. I have prepared some necessities for you. Jiang Luo opened the package and observed the assortment of daily necessities inside. He chuckled, your thoughtfulness is commendable. I nearly overlooked this. Pear, with tearful eyes, accompanied Jiang Luo to the entrance, persistently advising, young master, as you traverse the world, please exercise caution. Return safely and devote yourself to your training. Jiang Luo waved his hand and ascended into the carriage that was stationed at the entrance. The two brothers, Jiang Wuhan and Jiang Wuji, awaited in the vehicle. Jiang Luo cast a glance at the carriage, expressing his astonishment. Isn't the old man going to take a look? Jiang Wuhan stated, your grandfather has entered seclusion. Jiang Luo muttered under his breath, the old man has chosen an opportune moment. The four prominent families of Jiangzhou are divided into the four cardinal directions. The Lin family is situated in the northern district of the outer city of Jiangzhou. The horse-drawn carriages traverse the northern district, and along the way, the presence of sword-wielding figures from the martial world markedly increases, all seemingly intent on heading towards the Lin family. Before long, the Jiang family's carriage arrives at the Lin residence. In the courtyard square of the Lin family, a rudimentary open-air stage has been erected, the purpose of which remains unknown. The square is teeming with a bustling crowd, with groups of martial artists whispering among themselves about the unfolding events. Many familiar faces are present, some of whom Jiang had encountered just days prior. Jiang Wuhan had just concluded the grand ceremony for the head of the family when news from the Lin clan began to circulate. Many individuals had yet to depart from Jiangzhou, and some who had just left immediately turned back upon hearing the news. The ability to deduce evolutionary paths is considered a closely guarded secret within the martial world. Numerous factions, hearing this for the first time, made a special journey to uncover the truth. Chapter 62. The Method of Deduction for the Fourth Tier. As the members of the Jiang family disembarked from the carriage, the heads of several prominent families in Jiangzhou approached, led by the patriarch of the Yu family. The Yu patriarch wore a grim expression, his brows furrowed, revealing a heavy burden on his mind. He clasped his hands in salute towards Jiang Wuhan, addressing him as the head of the Jiang family. Jiang Wuhan discerned the thoughts of the head of the Yu family, preemptively obstructing his forthcoming words. Regarding the affairs of the Lin family, both parties were in mutual agreement, leaving the Jiang family in no position to comment. The mother and daughter from the Zhuge family approached as well, with Lu Mianyu speaking in a composed tone. If the Lin family themselves hold no objections, what could others possibly say? Jiang Luo cast a glance at his fiancée and mother-in-law. Zhuge Wanqi slightly lowered her head, while Lu Mianyu smiled and nodded at him. Jiang Luo slightly bowed in a gesture of acknowledgement. Jiang Wuhan reassured, esteemed guests, overthinking this matter is of no avail. The Lin family may not necessarily take any extreme actions. Let us observe the situation as it unfolds. The head of the Yu family wore an expression of helplessness and sighed deeply. This issue not only concerns the Lin family, but also involves the Xuanji Pavilion. The Jiang family can only proceed with caution, while the Yu family finds themselves in a rather uncomfortable position. The Lin family exhibits such audacity. A portly gentleman from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce approached tentatively, inquiring, Master Yu, have you considered selling your ghost rose? Although our Wanbao Chamber lacks the divination prowess of the Xuanji Pavilion, we can certainly offer an alternative method for fourth-tier evolution along with a corresponding quantity of spiritual seeds. Before Master Yu could respond, a man in a blue robe from the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce, who attended the banquet that day, scoffed. Is Manager Qian attempting to take advantage of the situation? Jiang Luo was taken aback to discover that this young rotund individual was, in fact, a steward of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Indeed, one must never judge a book by its cover. The stout man, with a glimmer in his squinted eyes, declared with remarkable vigor, Steward Lu, refrain from making baseless accusations. Our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has always engaged in business with integrity, ensuring fair transactions, devoid of deceit towards both young and old. Unlike certain other establishments that resort to underhanded tactics, where the chambers resemble neither chambers nor administrative offices, bringing shame upon the industry. Steward Lu's countenance darkened. The spiritual mother stock of De Yan's essence does not fall within the purview of your Wanbao Chamber for acquisition. How presumptuous! Exclaimed the stout man, feigning surprise. Is this already considered your own bounty? The Yu family has yet to voice their opinion on the matter. Having failed to gain any advantage in their verbal sparring, Steward Lu let out a cold huff. The head of the Yu family, with a somber expression, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and stated, I appreciate your intentions, gentlemen, but the Yu family presently has no intention of selling the Phantom Rose. As one of the four prominent families of Jiangzhou, the Yu family's foundation could not be compared to that of these two great chambers. Neither party could afford to offend the other. Steward Lu cast a provocative glance at the stout man, who, however, appeared unfazed, cheerfully waving his hand. No matter. Business is business, and kindness prevails. Should the Yu family reconsider their stance in the future, do keep Wanbao Chamber in mind. The reputation of the Wanbao Chamber was well known. They sought only fair profits and did not engage in one-time transactions. The prices they offered were unmatched by certain other establishments. With that, he departed with a cheerful smile. Steward Liu followed suit, but not before leaving a parting remark. Whatever one-out chamber can provide, so too can any merchant under heaven. After all, Jiangzhou belongs to the yin. Consider wisely, head of the Yu family. The head of the Yu family clenched and unclenched his fists in frustration. He let out a despondent sigh, feeling a level of humiliation he had never experienced before. The other families, lacking a mother stock, maintained a more composed demeanor, regardless of how the situation evolved. It would unlikely befall them first. The crowd awaited in the square. A quarter of an hour later, the main gates of the Lin family swung open, revealing a procession of individuals emerging from within. At the forefront were two elderly men with white hair, whom Zhang Luo had never encountered before. As the Lin family members stepped out, an eerie silence enveloped the square. One of the white-haired elders raised his hands in a gesture of salutation towards the gathering. His voice resonating in the ears of all present. Our Lin family offers the sunflower mother stock as a bargaining chip, inviting Elder Qiming from the Xuanji Pavilion to assist in deducing the method for the fourth-tier evolution of the sunflower. This endeavor is based on mutual consent and equitable exchange. We kindly ask all esteemed colleagues of the martial world to bear witness. Jiang Wuhan murmured. This is Lin Bainan, the newly appointed head of the Lin family. The individual beside him should be the esteemed Elder Qiming of the Sunu Zhezi Pavilion. Jiang Luo nodded slightly, his gaze fixed upon the venerable elder clad in a cerulean robe. The man exuded a formidable presence, yet there lingered a hint of decay about him, likely indicative of his dwindling lifespan. After Lin Bainan concluded his words, Elder Qiming solemnly made his way towards the high platform. Beside him stood a middle-aged man bearing a striking resemblance to him, his eyes filled with sorrow. Ancestor, do not feign youthful folly. My lifespan is already limited. If I can accumulate some foundation for the family before my demise, it would be a worthy end. Elder Qiming spoke with a calm demeanor, gesturing respectfully to another individual dressed in a similar cerulean robe. Junior brother, I entrust the subsequent matters to you. Alas, rest assured, Brother Qiming. The younger disciple replied, noticeably more youthful, with a slight sigh escaping his lips. His gaze was steely. Who would dare harbor ill intentions towards that which my brother has risked his life to acquire? Such thoughts would find no purchase within the esteemed sword of Xuanji Pavilion. Then I shall be at ease, Elder Qiming acknowledged with a nod, turning to ascend the high platform where he settled into a meditative posture, closing his eyes. A vast expanse around the stage was cleared, and all eyes were riveted upon the figure upon the platform. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted from the crown of Elder Qiming's head, soaring towards the heavens. Jiang Luo raised his gaze towards the heavens. As the radiant light vanished into the void, the world underwent a dramatic transformation. Dark clouds gathered ominously around the luminous glow, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, a formidable pressure of nature enveloping the atmosphere. The clouds coalesced swiftly, and soon the once bright sky succumbed to an inky darkness, an enigmatic aura flickering in and out of visibility. The onlookers remained speechless, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the celestial phenomenon, an ability beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. After a brief moment, the tumultuous clouds ceased their gathering, and Elder Qiming opened his eyes, peering into the void, seemingly attempting to decipher the hidden truths concealed within the chaotic clouds that elude the sight of the common man. Suddenly, with a violent cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen, yet an expression of exhilaration adorned his face. He seized the prepared paper and brush from the table, inscribing fervently upon the parchment. A few onlookers, their eyes flickering with curiosity, attempted to glean the characters written there. But unbeknownst to them, Elder Qiming had employed some arcane means to render the paper entirely blank to their eyes. A mysterious force obscured their vision. As he continued to write, the volume of his output increased, and he coughed up another spurt of blood, his body swaying precariously, his face resembling that of parchment. His hand moved with remarkable speed, and after a few breaths, he ceased his writing, sending the paper soaring into the hands of his junior disciple. A smile graced Elder Qiming's countenance, akin to a farewell. Junior disciple, I entrust this to you. Suddenly, amidst the clouds, a heart-stopping bolt of golden lightning descended. Elder Qiming gazed at the falling lightning with a sense of release. The moment the thunderbolt made contact, his body was instantaneously vaporized, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 63. Embarking on a journey of training. Arriving at Chizhou, the clan members of Elder Qiming knelt upon the ground, their voices choked with emotion, tears streaming uncontrollably down their faces. The surrounding crowd gazed up at the sky, a chill coursing through their bodies. The might of that golden lightning was utterly terrifying. Jiang Luo stood amidst the crowd, his heart profoundly shaken. The power of that thunderbolt bore an uncanny resemblance to his own divine ability of the five elements, both fundamentally eradicating an individual. He gazed upward as the dark clouds gradually dispersed and sunlight cascaded from the heavens, as if everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion. Yet, the residual pressure in the air continued to instill a lingering sense of trepidation. A middle-aged man in a Taoist robe approached the kin of Elder Qiming, gently patting his shoulder with a grave tone. Brother Qiming has met his rightful end. May you find solace in this transformation. His voice was somber, a flicker of sorrow glimmering in his eyes, quickly suppressed. He unfolded a piece of paper, casting a brief glance before stepping before Lin Bainan, extending the note with a detached demeanor. Do keep this safe. Lin Bainan accepted the note, cautiously peeling back a corner. What had appeared as blank paper now revealed several bold lines of text. His fingers trembled slightly as he hastily concealed the writing, uneasily inquiring, does this truly contain the method of evolution? The man in the Taoist robe let out a cold snort, his gaze sharp as a blade. Do you doubt my Xuanji pavilion? Or do you wish to retract your words? Nay, I would not dare. Lin Bainan quickly gestured dismissively, forcing a smile as he explained, the matter is of great significance. I feel unsettled without inquiring further. My apologies for my excessive words. The middle-aged man in the Taoist robe refrained from further comment. It was understandable, given the monumental cost the Lin family had incurred for such a question. Lin Bainan, no longer hesitating, extended his left hand. A golden spiritual seedling, resembling a sunflower, took root in the earth, swaying gently toward the sunlight. Jiang Luo's gaze rested upon the sunlit sunflower, and he couldn't help but marvel at its ethereal charm, instantly discerning its distinction from other rare treasures of heaven and earth. The robed man carefully gathered the sunflower from the ground and spoke in a calm yet audible tone. The transaction is settled. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. In the square, murmurs of discussion erupted among the crowd. It was no wonder the price was so steep. The cost of a single calculation had claimed the life of a grandmaster. What was that golden thunder? Its power was utterly terrifying. The Lin family had indeed made an invaluable choice. Ascending to the rank of grandmaster extended their lifespan by 500 years, opening up boundless possibilities. Yet, it was not so simple. If this method were truly viable, families possessing third-tier mother plants would surely be eager to emulate it. The robed man from the Xianyuan pavilion departed with the kin of Elder Qiming, their figures fading from view as the onlookers followed them with their eyes, devoid of any particular thoughts. The robed man was likely also a grandmaster. To snatch sustenance from the hands of a grandmaster was no trivial matter, especially with the unfathomable Xianyuan pavilion lurking behind him. Lin Bainan, his tone weary, clasped his hands in farewell, stating, Our Lin family shall not retain you any longer. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in their minds, the crowd gradually took their leave. Jiang Luo turned to Jiang Wuhan and said, Father, I too shall take my leave. Jiang Wuhan nodded, indicating that matters should be promptly relayed back to the family, and any necessary information could be sought through Qianjitong. Jiang Luo waved his hand and turned to depart. The summer sun bathed the gravel-paved official road, rising in billowing heat. From time to time, the chirping of cicadas echoed from the towering trees along the roadside, adding a touch of liveliness to the otherwise desolate thoroughfare. Jiang Luo, with a tuft of foxtail grass clutched between his teeth, leisurely rode northward on horseback, finding himself in a state of greater ease than at home. Jiang Luo embarked on this journey without a specific destination, meandering wherever his feet led him. He strolled leisurely, taking in the sights, and without haste. It took him 3 days to barely traverse the boundaries of Jiangzhou. The sound of hurried hoofbeats echoed behind him on the official road, stirring up clouds of dust. As Jiang Luo turned to glance back, he beheld a dozen figures clad in black, swiftly approaching on horseback. As they passed by, their eyes were sharp with vigilance, each hand firmly gripping the hilt of a blade. Once they had all gone by, the hands that clutched the weapons finally relaxed, and the cavalry did not linger, hastily departing. Their attire was uniform, and they appeared to be well-trained, leaving one to ponder the identity of their faction. The oppressive heat deterred many from the official road, with only the occasional merchant caravan or wandering figures from the martial world passing through. In recent days, Jiang Luo has encountered several waves of visitors, swiftly leaving this group of passers-by behind. 5 days later, Jiang Luo gazed upon the magnificent and imposing city before him. This locale was within the boundaries of Qizhou, and the city before him was none other than the capital of Qizhou. As the sun descended in the west, the dying light bled crimson, casting a vibrant scarlet hue over the entire city. At the city gates, 2 guards languidly leaned against the walls, their indifferent gazes casually sweeping over the comings and goings of the few pedestrians. It was already dusk, and only a handful of individuals stood in line to enter the city. One guard sat upon a chair, a wooden box resting in front of him. As Jiang Luo approached the city gate, the guards, ready to issue a reprimand, were halted by the sight of a handful of silver coins tossed into the wooden box. The guards' expression softened, their words swallowed back, and with beaming smiles, they clasped their hands in greeting, urging, "Esteemed guest, please enter the city." Upon observing Jiang Luo's attire and demeanor, they surmised the identity of the young nobleman wandering the realm, someone not to be trifled with. Jiang Luo urged his steed into the city, where a cobblestone road wide enough to accommodate a dozen horse-drawn carriages lay before him. Flanking the street, shops stood in abundance, their wine banners fluttering in the gentle breeze. As evening descended, the oppressive heat of summer began to wane, and an increasing number of pedestrians filled the thoroughfare. The lively calls of vendors intermingled with the sounds of hooves and the rumble of wheels, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Jiang Luo's gaze wandered as she surveyed her surroundings. Before long, she spotted a familiar sign. The three gilded characters of Si Hailu hung majestically from a tall loft. Does Si Hailu also have a branch in Qizhou Prefecture? Jiang Luo raised his gaze to the prominently displayed sign, pausing for a moment in contemplation before leading his horse towards it. "Esteemed guest, will you be dining or seeking lodging?" The young attendant, noticing Jiang Luo's approach, hurried forward to deftly take the reins from his hands. "I seek lodging." Jiang Luo casually inquired, "Does the Four Seas Tower have a branch in Qizhou? You must not be a local, are you?" The young attendant, with a broad smile, replied, "Our Four Seas Tower has branches in various provinces. Many of the dishes served here originate from all corners of the Great Yin, which is something ordinary taverns cannot offer." Jiang Luo smiled lightly, acknowledging the situation. The innkeeper secured the horse and led Jiang Luo inside. He chose a seat by the window and ordered a few signature dishes, additionally reserving a room labeled Tian. "Certainly. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest." Just as the innkeeper departed, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the establishment. A group of men clad in black swaggered in. The leader bearing a face adorned with coarse features and a broad blade secured at his waist. His gaze swept around the room, betraying a demeanor that suggested he was not there merely for a meal. Ultimately, his eyes settled on Jiang Luo. The proprietor of Si Hai Tower approached the group, his tone laced with irritation. "Gentlemen, you are welcome to dine and drink at Si Hai Tower. However, should you cause trouble, you ought to consider the consequences." Chapter 64. Trouble approaches the leader, with his rugged visage momentarily flickered with intrigue before bursting into laughter. He clasped his hands in greeting, addressing Lu, the proprietor. "Lu, I merely wish to inquire about a matter without disturbing your patrons. I hope you will accommodate me." Lu did not yield an inch, letting out a cold snort. "Do you truly believe you won't cause a disturbance?" The features of the newcomer quivered slightly as he spoke with an authoritative tone. "Lu, I trust you have heard of the incident involving my family being waylaid on the road. We are currently pursuing the culprits, and henceforth, all individuals entering or leaving through the South City Gate must undergo our scrutiny." Jiang Luo, still perplexed about being targeted, soon realized the truth of the matter. Manager Lu shook his head, stating that it was inappropriate for the goods of the Ying family, which had been robbed, to be inquired about at Si Hailu. He emphasized that everyone who comes to Si Hailu is a guest, and if word of this spreads, it would jeopardize their business. The smile vanished from the burly man's face, and his tone shifted dramatically. "Are you refusing to show the Ying family any respect?" Manager Lu narrowed his eyes, maintaining his composure. "There is no need for you to threaten me. Si Hailu has its own rules for conducting business. Moreover, I doubt you truly represent the Ying family." Jiang Luo spoke. "Shopkeeper, since this group is here for me, let them come forth." Lu, the shopkeeper, hurriedly approached Jiang Luo, his face filled with contrition. "I apologize for disturbing you, young master. If it is your wish, my Si Hailu is not to be trifled with. It is of no consequence." Jiang Luo waved his hand dismissively, indicating that the attitude of the Four Seas Tower was sufficient. If this matter remained unresolved, it was likely that this group would continue to pursue him even after leaving the establishment. The shopkeeper cast a glance at the burly man, slightly leaned in, and whispered in a lowered voice near Jiang Luo's ear. "The Ying family is the foremost clan in Qizhou, with a grandmaster residing within. It would be prudent for you, young master, to avoid any conflict with them." Jiang Luo pondered. Does Qizhou also possess illustrious families of grandmasters? Following a moment of contemplation, he arrived at an understanding. Qizhou and Jiangzhou are adjacent, with both regions comparable in terms of economy and various other aspects. From the residence of the Zhuge family to that of the Jiang family in Jiangzhou, the presence of grandmasters has never been lacking. It is only natural that the Ing family, as the foremost clan in Chisho, would also boast a grandmaster among their ranks. A burly man approached Jiang Luo's table and, with a boisterous demeanor, plopped himself down, his smile devoid of warmth as he inquired, "You appear to be somewhat unfamiliar. May I ask whence you hail?" However, before the question could fully settle, the man was met with a swift retribution, his teeth scattered as he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground with a muffled thud. In the tavern, many patrons had been observing Jiang Luo's table, and the sudden turn of events nearly left them agape. The entire establishment fell into a hushed silence, with all eyes fixated on Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo picked up the towel from the table and wiped his hands, calmly stating, "What is your status, you wretched creature? Who permitted you to take a seat?" Jiang Luo summoned them over out of disdain for the inconvenience. If this individual had exhibited a more amiable demeanor, he would not have minded answering a few inquiries. Did he truly believe that Jiang, the scion of a prominent family, was devoid of temper? The shopkeeper, felt his pupils constrict. He had just reminded the young master before him that the Ing family was under the protection of a grandmaster. Yet, this young master acted without a hint of hesitation. It was likely that he hailed from a powerful lineage of grandmasters, unafraid of the Ing family. The burly man, momentarily stunned by a slap, wobbled as he regained his footing, the ferocity in his gaze considerably diminished. A flicker of humiliation crossed his eyes as he prepared to utter a few harsh words to salvage his pride when a voice resonated from the second floor. "Leave. Do not embarrass yourself here." A strikingly handsome young man in white descended gracefully from the private room above. Upon seeing the young man in white, the group of black-clad individuals bowed in unison, greeting him. "We meet the second young master." The young man in white cast a disapproving glance at the group of black-clad men and reproached them. "Is this how your family instructs you to conduct yourselves?" "Yes. It was my subordinate's folly." The burly man's expression turned fearful as he quickly lowered his head in apology, cupping his hands in the direction of Jiang Luo. "It was my lack of discernment that disturbed the young master." Jiang Luo took a sip of tea, ignoring the other. The young man clad in white narrowed his eyes slightly and approached Jiang Luo, his face adorned with a smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. "I, Jiang, must apologize for my family's lack of discipline, which has caused you to witness such folly." Jiang Luo then spoke, "It is merely a trifling matter. There is no need for you, young master, to concern yourself so." Hanjing smiled faintly, his gaze imbued with a hint of curiosity. "May I inquire about your esteemed name, my friend?" "Jiang Luo," he replied. Jiang Luo raised his hand and said, "Brothering, please take a seat and speak." Hanjin promptly sat down and playfully remarked, "Since Brother Jiang has not given his consent, I would not dare to sit recklessly." This statement immediately eased the atmosphere in the room. Jiang Luo discreetly nodded, acknowledging that this was the demeanor befitting a scion of a prestigious family. He shook his head with a smile, replying to Ing with playful banter, asserting that he was not unreasonable. Meanwhile, Hanjing silently scoffed, contemplating that perhaps Jiang Luo did not possess much regard for reason. Jiang, having arrived from the south, evidently hailed from the Jiang family of Jiangzhou. From Jiang Luo's name, mannerisms, and the direction he entered the city, Hanjing surmised the origins of Jiang Luo with considerable accuracy. Indeed, Jiang Luo did not conceal anything and took the initiative to mention, "I have just heard that a treasure belonging to the Ing family was ambushed on its way. If there is anything you wish to inquire about, Brother Ing, feel free to ask." Hanjing smiled lightly. "This item originates from Jiangzhou. Were it not for your esteemed status, Jiang brother, I might have almost suspected that this matter was linked to you." Jiang Luo wore a puzzled expression. What a coincidence. Given their shallow acquaintance, he refrained from inquiring about the treasured item. Hanjiang pondered for a moment before speaking. "Perhaps Brother Jiang has encountered someone from my Ing family along the way." Jiang Luo, eager to uncover the truth, inquired, "What are the characteristics of the Ing family members?" Hanjin replied, "A group of over 10 individuals, each riding solo, clad in black garments, with long blades at their waists." Jiang Luo's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, he had encountered it before. Seeing Jiang Luo's reaction, Hanjiang inquired, "Brother Jiang, have you truly witnessed it?" Jiang nodded slightly and candidly remarked, 5 days ago, just beyond the borders of Jiazhou, I encountered what must have been members of your esteemed family. They appeared to be in a great hurry, offering little more than a fleeting glance before continuing on their way." He cast a glance at the burly man clad in black attire, noting the similarity in style. Yet, in the realm of martial wanderers, there were but a handful of designs. Traversing the tumultuous paths of the world, one would find that black garments were most prevalent. Throughout his journey, he had encountered no fewer than 800 individuals dressed in black, and he had not given a second thought to that particular group. Jiang Luo inquired, "Where was the treasure stolen?" Ing Hanjiang replied in a low voice, "Not long after we left Jiangzhou." "Alas, why do I feel that I am under considerable suspicion?" Jiang Liao was somewhat speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "We should be traversing the same path. They are ahead of me. Yet I seem to have found no signs of a struggle along the way." Ing Han responded in a somber tone, "The adversaries are far too formidable. My family's guards were almost powerless and were swiftly annihilated." Jiang Luo was keen to inquire how you had come to know of the massacre of the Ing family. It seems that the Ing family possesses some unique means of investigation. The two engaged in conversation for a brief moment regarding this matter. Yet neither party ventured into the core of the issue. Jiang Luo did not inquire, nor did Ing Hanjiang offer any words. Chapter 65, The Midnight Visitor. On this night, Jiang Luo took refuge in the Sihai Tower. The night was profound, and the moonlight streamed through the window panes, casting a silvery glow throughout the room. Jiang Luo sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in meditation, his entire being merging with the night. The hour had just passed when fatigue envelopes humanity most profoundly. The Four Seas Tower lay in utter silence, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of insects. A shadowy figure, masked and ethereal, floated over the courtyard wall like a delicate leaf, moving with an agile grace, as if entirely familiar with the layout of the Four Seas Tower. He silently approached the secluded courtyard where Jiang Luo resided, his steps as quiet as a whisper, resembling a ghost. The masked man crouched at the door, peering through the crack into the room. He then procured a slender tube from within his garments, delicately inserting it into the opening, exhaling softly into the chamber. Moments later, he pushed open the door and stealthily entered. Upon seeing the figure on the bed, whose breath had grown heavier, he rasped, "Still just a fledgling." As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Jiang Luo's form. Just as the masked man's fingers were about to make contact, a sharp flash of blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at his face. The speed of the blade was so swift that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible. Seemingly caught off guard, the masked man adeptly shifted his body at the last moment, narrowly evading the lethal strike with an agility that astonished. There was something noteworthy about this encounter. Jiang Luo rose from his bed, clutching a long blade. His gaze icy as he fixed his eyes upon the masked figure before him. "Who are you?" he inquired. He surmised that this individual was likely sent by the Ing family, though the truth had yet to be revealed. "Have you not fallen victim to the enchanting fragrance?" The masked man's eyes widened slightly in surprise. His beguiling scent was no ordinary concoction, and typically, unsuspecting masters would succumb to its allure. Had it not been for Jiang Luo's exceptional status, he would have been reluctant to reveal it. "You have offended me." With Jiang Luo remaining silent, the masked man lost interest in further conversation. He lunged forward, his unusually pale hands, imbued with a formidable aura, aimed a powerful strike at Jiang Luo's chest. Jiang Luo thrust his long blade forward, aiming directly at his opponent's heart with a swift and decisive motion. 1 inch in length, 1 inch in strength. His adversary's palm was poised just before his chest, and the blade's tip was perilously close to piercing the heart. However, the masked figure defied all expectations, suddenly accelerating and deliberately colliding with the blade's point. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced through the masked figure's heart, emerging from the other side. Yet the figure appeared impervious to pain, as both of his powerful hands struck towards Jiang Luo's chest with relentless force. As Jiang Luo regained his senses, in a moment of peril, he activated the fleeting essence of the ephemerality flower, causing his form to vanish like a wisp of smoke. Deftly evading the masked assailant's desperate strike, the masked figure sighed in regret, exclaiming, "Indeed, the fleeting flower's brilliance is truly deserving of its reputation." Jiang Luo's gaze fixated on the individual's chest, which bore a gaping wound that was completely transparent, allowing a faint glimmer from the other side to be seen through the injury. Yet, remarkably, not a single drop of blood flowed. This person appeared utterly unfazed. An exceedingly bizarre sight. "Your methods are indeed extraordinary. Do come again." Jiang Luo narrowly avoided a covert misfortune, as the glint of the blade transformed from a thrust to a sweeping strike. With a flourish, the long knife danced through the air, cascading down upon the masked figure like a torrential downpour. The individual did not flinch or evade, allowing Jiang Luo's blade to rain upon him, calmly stating, "It is precisely my unexpected methods that prove effective." With a swift motion, the concentrated blade light descended, slicing through the air as if it were mere paper. In an instant, the masked figure's form was severed into countless fragments, swirling and fluttering gracefully in the atmosphere. Jiang Luo extended his hand to grasp a fragment. examining it closely with a slight furrow in his brow. Is this truly paper? What kind of sorcery is this? The garments, face coverings, and even the form of the masked figure were all crafted from paper, revealing their true nature once shredded. This technique was unprecedented in Jiang Luo's experience. A flash of crimson light sliced through the air, igniting the paper remnants on the ground, reducing them to ashes. Immediately thereafter, a spectrum of colors emerged, causing the ashes to evaporate into mist, dissipating throughout the chamber. It was the dead of night, yet one room within the Ying family estate remained brightly lit. Standing within were two figures. One was Ying Hanjing, whom Jiang Luo had encountered earlier that day. The other, a middle-aged man clad in gray, bore resemblance to Ying Hanjing. He was Ying Tianqing, Ying Hanjing's father. Ying Tianqing squinted, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. My paper armor has vanished. Ying Hanjing, slightly taken aback, responded, Father, your paper armor could contend with an ordinary peak second-tier adversary. How could it possibly falter against Jiang Luo? His strength is formidable. After my failed ambush, my intention was to let him kill, leaving the remnants of paper for us to scrutinize. This young man is remarkably meticulous, incinerating all remaining fragments. Ying Tianqing dismissed the loss of the paper armor, asking abstractly, what is the probability of Jiang Luo's actions? Ying Hanjing, understanding his father's inquiry, reflected on their earlier encounter. Shaking his head, the likelihood is rather slim. If he truly possessed that treasure, he would likely return home immediately, rather than recklessly confront danger. Ying Tianqing's gaze shifted. Deep in thought, who do you believe harbors the greatest suspicion? Ying Hanjing had evidently pondered this carefully. Firstly, the local forces of Jiangzhou. The treasure originated from Jiangzhou. And despite the meticulousness of the black-clad guards, omissions are inevitable. Secondly, it could be the work of a powerful individual encountered on the road. The assailant's strength far surpassed that of the black-clad guards. They would not reveal their treasures nor provoke such formidable entities without cause. After articulating these two possibilities, Ying Hanjing glanced towards the door, instinctively lowering his voice. The likelihood of internal family involvement is also considerable. After a moment of silence, he continued, Father, you and Uncle have only recently broken through to the master level. Artifacts of the 4th tier are exceedingly rare. If you were fortunate enough to discover one, and should you break through to the 4th tier first, our family status would undoubtedly rise. Ying Tianqing's expression darkened. It is precisely because I feared he would catch up that I refrained from acting personally, yet I miscalculated. Ying Hanjing stroked his chin thoughtfully. The black-clad guards had always been under our family's control, and the operatives were personally chosen by you, leaving little room for betrayal. How could Uncle have known? I underestimated him. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Ying Tianqing's eyes as he spoke coldly. Better to kill an innocent than to let one escape. Let the families of those black-clad guards who executed this mission join them in reunion. Jiang Luo meditated until dawn, and in the latter part of the night, nothing further transpired. At the break of day, he rose early. Upon opening the window, he beheld magpies flitting about the branches, chattering incessantly. Jiang Luo stepped out of the small courtyard and encountered the early rising Master Lu on the way. With a beaming smile, Master Lu approached and said, Good morning. Young Master Jiang, did you sleep well last night? The courtyard where Jiang Luo resides is quite spacious. The scuffle that transpired last night was swift, hardly causing any disturbance. And Manager Lu remained oblivious to any irregularities. Quite commendable. Jiang Luo did not mention the events of the previous night and casually inquired, Are there any distinctive culinary delights to recommend in Qizhou? After a moment's contemplation, Manager Lu suggested, Young Master Jiang, you might consider trying the mutton soup from the Laofeng family. It is merely a 200-meter walk to the right from here. With Manager Lu's personal endorsement, it certainly merits a visit. Jiang Luo strolled leisurely away from the Four Seas Tower, hands clasped behind his back, making his way towards the lamb shop of the Laofeng family. Chapter 66. The Thousand Machine Eye gathers intelligence in the summer. Dawn breaks early. The gentle morning light cascades upon the streets, dispelling the final remnants of darkness. The street vendors have already begun their bustling activities, and a faint essence of culinary delight permeates the air. Jiang Luo strolled along the cobblestone path for approximately 200 meters, when he encountered an antiquated sign for the Old Fong family's mutton restaurant. The paint on the sign had significantly peeled away, bearing the marks of time. Just past the halfway point of the hour of the rabbit, dozens of people had congregated outside the restaurant, each clutching a small bamboo plaque inscribed with numbers. A young man dressed in a blue robe approached Jiang Luo, raised his bamboo plaque, and whispered, Esteemed sir, would you like to take the number ahead of you? Jiang Luo's expression was somewhat peculiar. After all, In the myriad realms, there were always those who sought to profit. He casually inquired, "How long must we wait?" The young man in the azure robe glanced towards the entrance, just as a group of patrons exited. He promptly replied, "There is no need to wait. You may enter right now for a mere half-tael of silver." Jiang Luo casually discarded a piece of broken silver, which I gladly accepted. The young man in the green shirt received the silver with a look of delight. This fragment weighed no less than 2 taels. With utmost respect, he presented a bamboo token with both hands, saying, "Please enjoy at your leisure." Jiang Luo entered the modestly sized establishment, holding a bamboo plaque, which was impeccably tidy. He ordered the house specialty and glanced around at the other patrons. To his surprise, nearly half of them were individuals from the Jianghu. Before long, the waiter arrived, presenting a large bowl of mutton soup, a steaming basket of mutton buns, and a plate of delicately steamed mutton. Jiang Luo took a sip of soup, the aromatic essence of black pepper permeating his palate, while the lamb was tender and delicate, gliding smoothly upon his tongue. The flavor was indeed delightful, a testament to the care the establishment had taken. As he indulged in his bun, he eavesdropped on the casual banter of the patrons at the adjacent table, soon catching wind of a topic that piqued his interest. A robust man at the neighboring table, chewing on lamb, remarked with a smacking of his lips, "The Ying family has been searching for someone throughout the city these past few days. Have you fellows heard?" A man in black seated with him took a sip of his soup and responded that it was rumored the head of the Ying family had lost something valuable. "Not the head of the Ying family," the sturdy man replied, his expression gleeful, "but the second elder, who allegedly misplaced a highly significant treasure." The man in black, momentarily forsaking his soup, inquired, "What kind of treasure? How would I know?" The robust man muttered as he sipped his soup again, with such a commotion, "It must surely be a precious item." The two were only aware of the fringes of the unfolding tale. Jiang Luo pondered to himself. The individual from last night harbored no intent to kill. Their sole aim seemed to be the search for something. My suspicion is minimal. Yet the person still came to investigate, leaving no stone unturned. The value of the treasure is undoubtedly considerable. After finishing his breakfast, Jiang Luo leisurely wandered along the street. After meandering for quite some time, and ensuring that no one was following him as the sun ascended high in the sky, he entered a narrow alley. Deep within the alley lay an unremarkable courtyard. Jiang Luo approached the door and knocked rhythmically several times. A man, dressed in an unremarkable manner and bearing the appearance of a merchant, opened the door with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "Young master, have you perhaps come to the wrong place?" Jiang Luo clasped his hands behind his back, his tone tranquil. Fallen leaves are aware of the autumn's intent. The man's pupils constricted as he cautiously glanced towards the door, whispering, "Young master, please enter." The Qianji Pavilion possesses numerous secret codes, and this particular verse corresponds to the legitimate lineage of the Jiang family of Jiang Luo's generation. The man deduced his identity from Jiang Luo's age. As Jiang Luo stepped through the door, she surveyed her surroundings. Within lay an unremarkable courtyard, adorned in a rather mundane manner, devoid of any distinguishing features. "The young master awaits you," said the man as he closed the door behind him, leading Jiang Luo to the side of an ancient well. He pressed down on a block of bluish stone at the edge of the well, and to her astonishment, a narrow passageway emerged along one side of the well's inner wall. Jiang Luo followed the man into the passageway. Upon entering, she was greeted by a vast expanse, the space sprawling over 1,000 square meters, with numerous individuals engaged in their respective tasks, all in harmonious order. The man escorted Jiang Luo to a room at the far end, where he rapped on the door. A voice resonated from within. "Come in, young master, please," the man said respectfully. Jiang Luo stepped inside, where a man clad in black promptly greeted him with a bow, exclaiming, "Lark pays respects to the young master." "No need for such formality," he replied. Jiang fell heavily onto the sofa, clearly stating his intention. "I require intelligence regarding the Ying family." "Understood." Yun Xiao turned and departed. Before long, he returned, cradling a stack of documents, each 30 centimeters thick. "So much." Jiang Luo was somewhat taken aback as he received the documents and casually flipped through them. The steward of the inner courtyard had a penchant for handsome men. The maidservant of the fourth young master had entangled herself with the third young master, who had taken the wife of a collateral relative to his bed. The details were meticulously recorded, encompassing a myriad of incidents. Jiang Luo, weary of such trivial matters, inquired, "Are you aware that the Ying family lost something a few days ago?" Yun Ke was well informed about the incident. The item in question belonged to the second elder, Ying Tianqing. Based on a comprehensive analysis of the intelligence, it is highly probable that it was an item of fourth-grade significance, though the exact nature of the object remains beyond the scope of my conjecture. Jiang Luo understood that the thousand mechanisms I was not omnipotent. Particularly when it came to significant secrets, it could only infer based on certain clues. He recalled the peculiar behavior of the masked figure from the previous night and inquired, "What is the spirit seed of the ink family?" Yun Ke responded, "It is the 100 paper vines." The 100 paper vines possesses a unique ability to create paper figures that are indistinguishable from real humans and are, to some extent, resistant to blades and bullets. The strength of these paper figures varies according to the material of the paper. At its peak, one can create a paper figure with a cultivation level equivalent to that of the ability holder. This ability is quite intriguing. Jiang Luo nodded and inquired, "What is the relationship between Ing Hanjing and Ing Tianxing?" Yun Ke replied, "He is the only son of Ing Tianxing." Jiang Luo pondered silently. The paper figure from last night must be Ing Tianxing. He inquired further, "Is there a limitation on the paper figures?" "Indeed." Yunk, well-versed in the abilities of the Ing family, responded, "The paper figures and their wielder are bound by a distance constraint." Which is precisely why Ing Tianxing did not send a paper figure to carry out the task this time. Additionally, according to the members of the Ing family, an individual may possess a maximum of 3 paper figures at any given time. Upon analysis, we conclude that the quantity of paper figures is indeed restricted as the Ing family has stated, yet this number appears somewhat dubious. Last night, Jiang Luo found the supernatural abilities rather peculiar, but upon further reflection, they seemed rather ordinary. He then inquired about any clues regarding the person who absconded with the treasure. Young shared her speculation, presenting 2 suspects, the head of the Ing family and the Lin family of Jiazhou. Jiang Luo was somewhat taken aback. The Lin family? Yun Ke elucidated the suspicions surrounding the Lin family. It is possible that the item lost by Ing Tianxing was a 4th-tier breakthrough artifact, many of which are interchangeable within the same tier. The Lin family has recently acquired a method for advancing to the 4th tier, and the treasure fortuitously originated from Jiazhou, providing the Lin family with both motive and capability. We remain uncertain about the specific item that was stolen. Hence, this is merely my conjecture. I have contacted the headquarters in Jiazhou, which is also conducting a covert investigation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo began to perceive a degree of suspicion regarding the Lin family and inquired, "What of the head of the Ing family?" Yun Ke replied slowly, "The head of the Ing family has long been at odds with the second elder, Ing Tianxing. Both entered the Master Realm at approximately the same time, possessing similar talents. Last year, they vied for the position of family head, with the current head of the Ing family having the advantage of age, which left Ing Tianxing feeling quite resentful, given the foundation of the Ing family. Assisting them in breaking through to the Master Realm is nearly their limit. To ascend to the Grand Master Realm, they must rely on their own resources for evolution. Should Ing Tianxing find the means to evolve first, the likelihood of the Ing family taking action is significantly heightened." Chapter 67, The Mysterious Spirit Seed by Evening. Jiang Luo departed from the Qianjitong branch. A crescent moon hung in the southwestern sky, casting a hazy light. With Ing Tianxing's treasure having been seized, there is likely more to unfold. Jiang Luo's gaze narrowed as he lifted his head to observe the moon in the sky. "First, I shall visit the black market in Qizhou." He sought out a secluded corner, applying a subtle layer of powder to his face, concealing the original contours of his features. Subsequently, he retrieved a mask from his storage ring and donned it. With this dual disguise, he made his way directly to the western city. The black market lay 10 miles beyond the outskirts of the western city. As he neared the black market, he encountered itinerant figures adorned with conical hats or masks, who passed by Jiang Luo, maintaining a tacit understanding to keep their distance from one another. Jiang Luo followed the footsteps of others, arriving at the base of a modest hill. The entrance to the black market was concealed on one side of the mountain's foot, leading into a naturally formed cavern. After undergoing renovations, it had become a venue for transactions among individuals from the martial world. Standing at the mouth of the cave were 2 grim-faced men clad in dark attire, armed with knives. As Jiang Luo approached, one of them, with an impassive expression, extended his hand and stated, "A silver tael as an entrance fee. Fighting is strictly prohibited, or you shall bear the consequences." Jiang Luo said little, tossing a corner of broken silver. The man in black waited in his hand, then gestured with his lips, "Go on in." Jiang Luo stepped into the cave, traversing a brief passage, and before him unfolded a vast expanse. The cavern was extraordinarily spacious, covering several thousand square meters. The ceiling, uneven in height, was adorned with numerous moonstones, illuminating the cave as brightly as day. Along the rocky walls of the cave, there were several modestly sized shops. In the center of the cavern, the ground was marked by a series of stalls of varying sizes, brimming with an assortment of goods. Between the shops and stalls, a circular passageway was formed. The black market operated from dusk until the stroke of midnight. At this moment, with night just having fallen, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. The cave was filled with hundreds of individuals from the martial world, each adorned in distinctive attire, some engaged in hushed conversations while others quietly browsed the wares. Jiang Luo meandered leisurely along the stalls, her gaze sweeping over the assorted wares. The black market was not as enigmatic as one might envision. The goods were a mixed bag, their authenticity often indistinguishable. Within this realm, no one took responsibility for verifying the genuineness of items. Once purchased, they were yours to keep, relying solely on one's discerning eye. As she passed a particular stall, Jiang Luo's steps faltered. Displayed before her was a wooden cage, within which resided a lively-eyed, golden-furred mouse. Noticing her pause, the cloaked vendor exclaimed, "Caught in the mountains, this golden mouse is yours for merely 50 taels of silver." Jiang Luo cast a fleeting glance at the golden-haired mouse, whose delectable flavor made it a favored delicacy among discerning gourmets, priced reasonably at 50 taels of silver. He lingered not for long, redirecting his gaze to the adjacent stall. The proprietor, an elderly man with a goatee, donned a robe reminiscent of Taoist attire. His visage gaunt yet exuding a calm demeanor. The stall displayed a series of jade vials, each adorned with labels indicating the names of the elixirs within. In front of the stall stood a small wooden board, clearly delineating the prices of the potions: blood-staunching powder, 200 taels per vial; pestilence-repelling pill, 300 taels per vial; qi and blood pill, 500 taels per vial; detoxification pill, 1,000 taels per vial. The wares on display comprised the most commonly sought-after elixirs in the realm. As Jiang Luo approached, the goateed elder greeted him with a warm smile. "My friend, would you care for a vial? The elixirs of the 100 Refinements Taoist are renowned." With no deceit to be found, he gestured to his own face, assuring, "If there are any issues with the potions, feel free to seek me out." At that moment, a burly masked man strode forth, tossing 1,000 tael silver note onto the stall. "Old Taoist, 1 vial of qi and blood pill, and 3 vials of blood-staunching powder." The 100 Refinements Taoist accepted the note, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Alas, this is a small business. You are short by 100 taels." The robust man snorted dismissively. "I have purchased from you no less than 10 times. Is there no room for a discount?" With a resigned shake of his head, the 100 Refinements Taoist retrieved 4 jade vials from his stall, his expression one of reluctant acceptance. "What a loss." The burly man accepted the vials without inspection, evidently a seasoned patron of the old Taoist, and turned to depart, swiftly vanishing into the throng of the market. As Jiang Luo wandered through the bustling black market, he observed a plethora of items, yet nothing truly captivated his heart. He continued to meander, his gaze flitting over various stalls, his pace leisurely. After perusing several more vendors, he finally halted. Before him lay an array of azure scales, each the size of a chicken egg, accompanied by a fully processed serpent skeleton, measuring several feet in length. In a corner, an assortment of jars and bottles was displayed. A masked figure was engaged in haggling with the stall owner, insisting on a lower price for the scales. The stall owners, clad in matching attire, exuded a composed demeanor, their eyes sharp and a faint scent of blood lingering around them. The leader of the group raised his eyelids slightly. "Our Black Panther Mercenary Corps lost 2 peak first-tier experts to acquire this second-tier azure-scaled serpent. We transported it all the way from the Tianshu mountain range to Qizhou, and thus, we do not entertain negotiations." Jiang Luo inquired, "How did this azure-scaled serpent manage to travel all the way to Qizhou?" The Tianshu mountain range is vast and boundless, with Yunzhou situated at the southernmost extremity of Dian. Lying tens of thousands of miles away from Qizhou, countless ferocious beasts inhabit the mountains, and numerous specialized mercenary groups earn their livelihoods within the Tianshu mountain range. The vendor, unabashed, chuckled and remarked that it is precisely due to the great distance that he can command a handsome price. Jiang Luo nodded slightly, realizing that the growth elixirs for the Moonlight Flower, rated above 3 stars, were precisely what he required for the second-tier dragon blood and inner elixirs. He crouched down, directing his gaze towards the jade bottles displayed at the stall. "How much for the dragon blood and inner elixirs?" he inquired. The stall owner picked up a jade bottle, about a finger's height, and shook it gently. "All the dragon blood is contained within this bottle, 25 drops, priced at 25,000 taels of silver, no room for negotiation." After a brief pause, he added, "As for the inner elixirs, I regret to inform you that they are for our own use." Jiang Luo took the jade vial, uncorked it, and watched as thick, viscous droplets of blood, reminiscent of mercury, flowed into the container, emanating a potent metallic scent. There was no doubt it was essence blood, and the quantity matched what the vendor had described. Jiang Luo extracted 3 silver notes from his bosom and handed them over, stating his desire to acquire the items. The essence of blood and the inner elixir are the most valuable treasures derived from the body of the azure scale serpent. The Black Panther mercenary corps had traveled a considerable distance to bring them here, selling at local market prices. The stallkeeper flicked the silver notes, noting the distinctive aura left by the hutong bag, and gave Jiang Luo a thumbs up, exclaiming his appreciation. Observing this, a nearby inquirer gritted his teeth and purchased the serpent scales. Jiang Luo strolled leisurely while holding the jade vial, unbeknownst to others, as he discreetly stored his essence of blood within a storage ring. After wandering for a while as he approached the exit, he noticed a throng of people gathered around a stall, engaged in fervent discussion. "Vendor, surely there is no error in your sign. Such tricks of fate are no longer in vogue in the black market." Seeing this, Jiang Luo approached. A masked vendor sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed in meditation, indifferent to the clamor of those around him. On the stall lay a wooden box containing a single mysterious seed, accompanied by a sign that read, "Mysterious Seed, exchange for powerful battle strength seeds of the Qi Sea or Blood Sea, along with corresponding second-tier evolution methods. Fortune favors the worthy." Chapter 68, The Revelation. The onlookers gathered around, most merely seeking entertainment. The vendor had long since grown accustomed to such scenes, allowing the crowd to speculate freely. Jiang Luo's gaze rested upon the spiritual seed, its entire form a deep crimson, its surface smooth as glass, exuding an aura of purity. Each spiritual seed is extraordinary, and it is difficult to discern their levels merely by appearance. A powerful method of second-tier evolution, along with a corresponding spiritual seed, exchanged for an unknown spiritual seed, is evidently a transaction fraught with loss. Jiang Luo initially intended to merely join the festivities and leave, but suddenly, he felt a jolt within his heart, and his consciousness swiftly descended into the sea of awareness. The eyes inscribed on the stone tablet began to rotate slowly, their gaze settling upon the spiritual seed nestled within the box. Jiang Luo harbored a profound premonition the moment his thought stirred. The stone book would instantly absorb this seed of spirit into his being. This sensation had first manifested when he planted the elusive moon-closing orchid. Jiang Luo took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within his heart, as his consciousness gradually withdrew from the sea of knowledge. With an impassive demeanor, he crouched down, his gaze steady as he regarded the stall owner, inquiring, "What kind of spirit seed is this?" The stall owner opened his eyes, and upon noticing that Jiang Luo lacked the mocking tone of others, replied, "I cannot specify what kind of spirit seed it is. I have attempted to absorb it without success, yet I sense that this seed is extraordinary." His words were delivered with a calmness akin to stating a mere fact. Nearby, someone jested, "If you haven't planted it, how can you ascertain its uniqueness?" The stall owner, unfazed by the jest, patiently clarified, "What I have planted is a divine sea spirit seed, possessing a sensitivity greater than that of the average person." Another individual scoffed, "You are merely at the first level of cultivation. How could you possibly discern the extraordinary nature of a spirit seed? I find your pretentiousness most irksome." The stall owner chose to disregard the mockery, gesturing towards the wooden sign before him. "As I mentioned, it is for those with fate to obtain upon hearing this." The crowd erupted into laughter. Jiang Luo paid no heed to the surrounding clamor and continued to inquire, "Where does this spirit seed originate?" The stall owner fixed his gaze upon Jiang Luo's eyes, remaining silent for a brief moment before responding in a calm tone, "There is nothing that cannot be revealed. I found it at the Wangri Terrace in the southern part of the city." He smiled lightly, adding, "You needn't bother searching there. I scoured that vicinity for an entire year and found nothing. Otherwise, I would not be divulging this to you." The Wangwei Terrace is a picturesque spot located outside the southern city, renowned for its breathtaking scenery. It is a favored destination for young gentlemen and ladies who often venture there for leisurely outings. Jiang Luo harbored a scheme within his heart. He gathered his voice into a concentrated bundle, conveying a message to the stall owner. "I possess a certain interest in your unknown spirit seed. I have the spirit seed of the Jade Sword Orchid, which yields a first-tier response of the Mystical Eye Sword Aura and a second-tier response of the Sword Heart's Clarity. I carry only the method of evolution, having not brought any spirit seeds with me. Should you be inclined, let us meet at the Four Seas Tower 3 days hence. Upon my table, a red fan will be placed." The stall owner paused momentarily, imperceptibly nodding in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing the situation, Jiang Luo refrained from further words and turned to leave. After departing from the black market, he successfully returned to the Four Seas Tower. He had contemplated the notion of indulging in prolonged dreams and simply seizing the spiritual seed from the vendor. However, this fleeting thought was swiftly dismissed with determination. It was not that Jiang Luo harbored a moral obsession. Rather, he understood that traversing dark paths often leads to encounters with the unknown. One can never ascertain when someone might be laying a trap. When something can be obtained at a minor cost, there is no need to embrace unnecessary risks. Upon returning to his chamber, Jiang Luo retrieved a sheet of stationery and composed a letter in code. He approached the window and gently whistled, summoning an iron-beaked hawk that gracefully soared in and landed steadily upon the windowsill. Jiang Luo secured the secret letter to the leg of the iron-beaked eagle and gently stroked its head. The eagle flapped its wings and vanished into the night. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Ying family estate, Ying Tianqing held a letter in his hand, his face ashen. Indeed, it was related to him. Ying Hanjian noticed his father's troubled expression and quickly read through the letter, exclaiming softly, "Uncle has colluded with the Lin family." Ying Tianqing snorted coldly, fixing his gaze upon me, and I returned his stare. He lacked the opportunity to act and feared that those he dispatched might fall under my scrutiny. Hence, he conspired with the Lin family. Ying Hanjian murmured, "Uncle likely did not foresee that no matter how meticulous, there would always be an oversight. And it was the unrelated Yu family that uncovered it." Ying Tianqing examined the letter closely. A chill rising in his eyes, the Lin family sold the seeds of the sunlit sunflower, leaving the Yu family on edge. Apprehensive that the Lin family would target the ghostly rose, prompting them to send their own master to closely monitor the Lin family's every move. Were it not for this, I might have remained oblivious to the matter. Ying Hanjian tentatively inquired, "Is it possible that this is not yet confirmed and could involve a conspiracy?" After careful deliberation, Ying Tianqing responded, "The Yu family's spirit seeds excel in stealth and tracking. It is challenging to evade them at the same level. With the targets they provide, discerning the truth of this matter is not difficult. The Yu family informing me of this cannot be termed a conspiracy. They merely wish to leverage the Ying family to eliminate the Lin family, a grave threat." Ying Hanjian whispered, "If the item reaches Uncle's hands, will he inform the ancestor? And can it return to my father's possession?" Ying Tianqing shook his head. "Once the meat is spoiled in the pot. As long as the item remains with someone from the Ying family, whether I use it or your uncle does, he will not interfere. This has always been the case with the Ying family." Ying Hanjian furrowed his brow. "Does he not care about the actions of the Lin family?" Ying Tianqing sighed. "This matter originates with your uncle. He will undoubtedly meddle." Ying Hanjian lamented, "Uncle displays remarkable resolve, offering a coveted fourth-tier evolutionary item from the Lin family in exchange for their assistance in seizing the treasure. If someone from the Lin family ascends to the fourth tier, the situation will become precarious." He paused before stating, "Father, if you intend to deal with the Lin family, you must act swiftly." A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Ying Tianqing's eyes. "The Yu family seeks to use me as a weapon. How could I allow them to gain the upper hand?" Ying Hanjian was taken aback. "What do you plan to do?" Ying Tianqing narrowed his eyes. "Of course, I shall reveal to the Lin family what the Yu family disclosed to me. Then, I will let the Yu family know that their betrayal has been exposed. The strengths of the two families are closely matched. Once they have exhausted each other, I will then approach the ancestor, presenting a ready-made excuse for action. I refuse to believe he will not covet the fortunes of both families. At that juncture, I can exact my revenge, and perhaps, with the resources from both families, I can gather the necessary items for the fourth tier in advance." Ying Hanjian retorted, "The Yu and Lin families may not necessarily engage in conflict, right?" Ying Tianqing scoffed coldly. "Whether they fight or not is beyond their control. Do not forget the secrets of the Ying family's divine powers." Hiss. A start of realization struck Ying Hanjian, comprehending his father's intentions. Ying Tianqing spoke solemnly. "Remember, the world of martial arts is fraught with deception. My dealings with the Yu family are merely mutually beneficial. When the time calls for loyalty, it must be upheld high. When it is not needed, cast it aside. It is a mere slogan, not to be acted upon." Ying Hanjian replied with respect, "I have learned much, father." Chapter 69. Investigating the Wangri platform. The following morning, Jiang Luo awakened. The sky outside was bright with dawn, and after a brief wash, he made his way to the lobby of the Sihai building. Manager Lu was bustling about in the hall and upon seeing Jiang Luo, greeted him warmly. "Good morning, young Master Jiang." Jiang smiled and replied, "I have heard that the view from Wangri Terrace is unparalleled. Would you kindly prepare a carriage for me? Please wait a moment." Young Master Jiang. Lu, the innkeeper, chuckled as he promptly went to make arrangements. Before long, he returned with a booklet in hand, stating that the carriage awaited at the entrance. "Here are the details of the various attractions around Wangri Mountain, so you may familiarize yourself during your journey." Jiang Luo received the booklet and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your efforts. The Wangri platform is situated on Wangri Mountain, Located over 20 miles south of Chizhou City, Jiang lounged idly in the carriage, perusing the tome prepared by Manager Liu. The Wishing Sun Mountain boasts numerous attractions. With the Wishing Sun platform situated at its pinnacle, the carriage journey was leisurely, and within the span of less than an hour, they arrived at their destination. The driver's voice resonated from outside the carriage. "Young Master Jiang, we have arrived at the foot of Wishing Sun Mountain." Jiang Luo stepped out of the carriage, and before him stood a lush, verdant peak. Early in the morning, dozens of carriages were stationed at the foot of the mountain. Wealthy individuals, accompanied by their families, ascended the narrow mountain path towards the summit. "Find a shaded spot and await my return." Jiang Luo tossed a silver ingot to the coachman and followed the crowd towards the mountain summit. The path was narrow, barely accommodating 2 or 3 travelers side by side. Yet Jiang Luo did not hasten his pace. Instead, he took pleasure in the scenic beauty surrounding him. The morning sunlight was gentle, filtering through the leaves and casting playful spots of light that danced among the trees. The temperature in the mountains was slightly cooler than that of the outside world, creating a most agreeable atmosphere. After a brief interval, Jiang Luo reached the peak, where he was met with a chorus of astonished exclamations from the crowd. The sun-watching platform was a vast, flat expanse, seemingly untouched by human hands. Above, the sea of clouds billowed majestically, while the dawn light pierced through the cloud cover, enveloping the mountaintop in a golden radiance. It was no wonder it was called the sun-watching platform. Jiang Luo surveyed his surroundings. Standing atop the mountain felt akin to stepping into a celestial realm. The sunlight, refracted through the sea of clouds, radiated brilliance, creating an atmosphere imbued with a sense of the divine. Jiang Luo's intention was not merely to savor the picturesque scenery of Wangri Terrace. After heeding the words of the vendor yesterday, he felt an unsettling urge to witness it for himself. The summit platform was expansive, adorned with a few sparse trees that emerged from the crevices of the rocks, obstructing certain lines of sight. In contrast, the vistas in other areas were remarkably unobstructed. Jiang Luo, with his hands clasped behind his back, measured each step meticulously. After half an hour, he had traversed every inch of the land, yet found no signs of suspicion. Jiang Luo approached the edge of the Wangri Terrace, gazing out over the vast expanse before him, where a chaotic array of trees sprawled below. His attention was drawn to a forest shrouded in mist at the mid-slope, and a flicker of intrigue crossed his countenance. The Wangri Terrace, being the pinnacle of Wangri Mountain, remained unclouded, so how could there be mist in the lower regions? Nearby, an elderly gentleman clad in elegant attire stood beside Jiang Luo, cheerfully initiating a conversation. Might this young sir have an interest in the Shenhalen? The ledger provided by the esteemed manager Liu contains records of the Shenhalen, which is among the many scenic wonders of Wangri Mountain. Jiang Luo wished to hear differing perspectives. Clasping his hands together in respect, "I humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder." "It is not a matter of secrecy, nor does it warrant such counsel," the elderly gentleman replied, waving his hand dismissively. "The Shenhalen, perpetually shrouded in mist, has piqued the interest of countless individuals." The elder chuckled softly and continued. "Various prominent factions from Qingzhou have dispatched individuals to investigate, ultimately arriving at a unanimous conclusion. The location of Shenhalen is relatively low-lying, perpetually obscured from sunlight by the Wangri platform, resulting in a few degrees lower temperature compared to other areas. Over time, this has given rise to a small sea of fog, which is hardly an extraordinary phenomenon. The peculiarities of the Shenhalen are distinctly visible from the Wangri platform. It is entirely reasonable for those influential factions to send representatives for exploration." Jiang Luo nodded, realizing the truth of the matter, and expressed his gratitude to the elder for elucidating his doubts. After thoroughly investigating the sun-watching platform, he proceeded to the Shenhai forest, as the elegantly attired elder had indicated. After meticulously exploring the woods, he found nothing of significance. Jiang Luo pondered inwardly, could it be that the spiritual seed was inadvertently dropped by a visiting guest? Each day, numerous warriors come to the sun-viewing platform, and the likelihood of someone dropping a spiritual seed here is quite significant. He had initially approached this endeavor with a sense of chance, so he could hardly claim to be disappointed. Jiang Luo spent an entire day wandering around Wangri Mountain, not only exploring all the attractions marked in the booklet by Manager Liu, but also venturing into some seldom-trodden areas, yet he ultimately failed to discern any profound insights. As evening approached, Jiang Luo returned to Sihai Tower in a horse-drawn carriage. Manager Liu, with a beaming smile, inquired, "Did you enjoy your day, young Master Jiang?" The reputation of Wangri Terrace is indeed well-deserved. Jiang Luo smiled and casually responded to a few remarks. It was mealtime, and he ordered several dishes and drinks while listening to the martial artists conversing in the hall. just as he finished his meal. A man with a gaunt face hurried into the sea-high tower, his voice startling. Everyone, something major has happened. Many martial artists turned their attention towards the newcomer. A ruddy-faced man, evidently familiar with him, exclaimed, Wang Matzi, you who spends all day eating and drinking without care, what could possibly be so significant? Pray, enlighten us. Wang Matzi, rubbing his belly, lazily sought out a chair to sit down, insisting that one must eat before discussing matters during mealtime. He sat there with no intention of ordering anything. The ruddy-faced man, visibly frustrated, instructed a waiter, bring him a few dishes. Braised beef, braised lamb, steamed black carp. As soon as the man finished speaking, Wang Matzi swiftly listed 4 or 5 dishes, showing a modicum of restraint by avoiding the meat of demonic beasts. The ruddy-faced man grimaced, gritting his teeth, if what you ordered fails to justify this meal. Wang Matzi waved his hand dismissively, poured himself a cup of tea, took a few gulps, and replied, When have I, Wang Matzi, ever lacked discernment? Jiang Luo observed the scene with great interest. Each creature has its own path. The snake follows its own way, while the mouse has its own. Wang Matzi, relying on this skill, must have enjoyed his share of indulgence. Without delay, before all the dishes were served, he mysteriously declared, Today, the head of the Ying family and the second elder nearly came to blows over some unknown matter. The red-faced man's eyes flickered, and he lowered his voice. You mean to say that those two from the Ying family almost fought? Surely, you jest? As the waiter brought the dishes to the table, Wang Matzi leisurely picked up a piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth, muttering, When have I, Wang Matzi, ever deceived anyone with false information for a meal? The red-faced man whispered, Do you know what caused it? Wang Matzi shook his head vigorously, like a rattled drum. How would I know? The red-faced man cursed vehemently, Damn it, you scoundrel. You tricked me out of a meal with that one line. Wang Matzi savored his food. You tell me, was it worth it? The red-faced man was about to speak but swallowed his words. Chapter 70. Jiang Luo's doubts. The next noon, while Jiang Luo was cultivating in his room, he suddenly heard the sound of wings slicing through the air. He rose and opened the window, revealing a hawk perched on the ledge, its legs each bound with a cloth bag. Jiang Luo untied the knot, revealing a vibrant green spirit seed nestled in the left pouch, while another pouch contained a heart demon stone. The old man did not inquire about his intentions for the spirit seed, nor did he utter a single word. He had endured much. Jiang meticulously arranged the feathers of the iron-beaked eagle, feeding the prepared vitality elixir into its beak. The iron-beaked eagle pecked at the pill, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it transformed into a dark speck and departed. Jiang Luo neatly secured 2 items, adjusted his robe, and made his way to the hall of the Four Seas Tower. It was the afternoon, and numerous tea patrons had gathered, filling the air with the rich aroma of tea. The matters concerning the Ying family, divulged by Wang Matzi the previous day, had become the focal point of fervent discussion within the Four Seas Tower. Jiang Luo found a seat by the window. He had contacted Yun Ke the previous night, and Qian Jitong had yet to uncover any details regarding the affairs of the Ying family. Jiang Luo took a sip of tea, gazing out the window in quiet contemplation. These past few days, Ying Tianqing had not come to probe again. Had he dismissed my suspicion? Or had he uncovered the true mastermind behind the scenes? Considering the recent events surrounding the Ying family, the latter possibility seemed more plausible. Perhaps the one behind it all was none other than the head of the Ying family himself. As Jiang Luo pondered, the discussions among the crowd in the hall abruptly ceased, as if a switch had been flipped. His gaze followed, and he saw Ying Hanjing striding in from the entrance of the Four Seas Pavilion, causing the patrons to fall silent. Ying Hanjing let out a cold snort, but then his expression transformed into one as warm as a spring breeze as he turned to Jiang Luo, exclaiming, Brother Jiang, what exquisite taste you possess. Jiang Luo smiled gently, raising a hand in invitation. If Brother Ying does not mind, let us share a drink together. It would be my honor to oblige, came the respectful reply. Ying Hanjiang chuckled heartily and gracefully took his seat. Jiang Luo personally poured him a cup of tea. Ying Hanjiang lightly tapped the table 3 times with his fingers, lifted the teacup, took a sip, and with a wry smile said, I fear I have embarrassed the Ying family in front of Brother Jiang. Jiang Luo furrowed his brows, pondering which family was free from their own share of misfortunes. After Ying Hanjing finished his tea, Jiang Luo refilled the cup and casually inquired, About that matter from a few days ago, could it be? Ying Hanjing let out a sigh, his smile fading. Indeed. This incident was orchestrated by my uncle in collusion with the Lin family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo's expression was one of astonishment. He had harbored suspicions towards both the Lin and Ying families, yet he never anticipated that the two would conspire together in this matter. Ying Hanjian slammed his palm onto the table, his countenance seething with indignation. It was laughable that the family would attempt to use my Ing family as a pawn. This is an internal affair of our clan. Minor disputes are inevitable within a family. But how could we allow such trivial matters to render us mere instruments in the hands of others? Jiang Luo listened in a state of confusion, wondering how the Yu family had become involved again. Ing Han, like a bamboo tube pouring out beans, recounted the entire sequence of events with clarity, his voice unrestrained. The crowd in the hall was taken aback, immediately engaging in hushed whispers and animated discussions. If the Ing family themselves showed no discretion, what reason did others have to hold back? Jiang Luo felt somewhat perplexed as to why Ing Hanjing would publicly disclose such matters. Was it to embarrass the head of the Ing family, or were there other motives at play? Jiang Luo was acutely aware of his limited understanding of the intricacies at play, rendering him momentarily perplexed by the other party's intentions. Since the other party was willing to engage in conversation, Jiang Luo had no qualms about playing the role of a supportive interlocutor. He echoed Ing Hanjing's sentiments, remarking, "The Yu family has been tailing the Lin family while simultaneously seeking to orchestrate their downfall, which is indeed rather unscrupulous." He then shifted his tone, inquiring, "Given that the Lin family has taken action, does the Ing family intend to pursue this matter further?" Ing Hanjing responded with a touch of self-deprecation, stating, "Ultimately, this situation stems from the actions of my uncle. The Lin family merely entered into a transaction with him. It is rather unbecoming for my family to blame others when we have not managed our own affairs properly, as that would only serve to invite ridicule." The Ing family, it seems, exuded a sense of magnanimity. Jiang Luo offered a compliment, followed by a soft chuckle. "I can now enjoy a peaceful night's sleep." Ahem. Ing Hanjiang choked on a sip of tea, understanding the implication behind the words. If Jiang Luo has not uncovered the identity of the masked figure from that night after 2 days, he will begin to doubt the intelligence capabilities of the Jiang family. Ing Hanjin expressed sincere apologies. "My father harbors no ill intentions. I trust Jiang Xiong can perceive this. It is entirely understandable to seek clarification after losing something of great significance." Jiang Luo waved his hand, choosing not to dwell on the matter. He then inquired with curiosity, "Surely, Brother Ing must recognize that my suspicion is minimal. Why would your esteemed father resort to such probing? Moreover, the head of the Ing family presented an artifact of equal rank to compel the Lin family into action. Is that treasure truly so invaluable?" Ing Hanjing wore a wry smile as he responded, "The Lin family has already encountered discord with the Yu family over this issue, and they are unlikely to maintain confidentiality on behalf of my Ing family. It is of little consequence to inform you in advance, Brother Jiang. The item in question is the 9-section primordial spirit bamboo." Noticing Jiang Luo's sudden pause as he held his teacup, Ing Hanjing felt compelled to elaborate. The 9-section primordial spirit bamboo is a rare mutation derived from ordinary bamboo. It is said that countless ordinary bamboo plants must exist for even a single one to mutate. It cannot be cultivated autonomously and grows merely 1 section every 100 years, making it far more precious than the typical millennium-old spiritual herbs. Unbeknownst to Ing Hanjing, Jiang Luo's hand stilled at the mention of the 9-section primordial spirit bamboo. Jiang Luo had not only heard of it but had also witnessed it with his own eyes, preserved within the treasure vault nestled behind the old man's mountain. His thoughts raced. The 9-section Yuanling bamboo of the Ing family originated from Jiangzhou. Was it acquired from another region of Jiazhou, or was it the very specimen housed within the Jiang family's vault? The Ing family required the 9-section Yuanling bamboo, and coincidentally, it had just emerged in Jiazhou. Furthermore, the Lin family sought a 4th-tier evolutionary substance, which the head of the Ing family fortuitously possessed. The clandestine collusion between the two families had been inadvertently uncovered by the Yu family. A single treasure had ensnared the 3 great powers. Every aspect of the matter had a traceable origin and could be flawlessly elucidated, devoid of any flaws. Had it not been for Jiang Luo's knowledge of the 9-section Yuanling bamboo residing in the treasure vault behind the mountain, he would not have ventured in this direction. The intelligence regarding my Jiang family stemmed from the 1,000 Machine Eye, however. The 1,000 Machine Eye in Qizhou was oblivious to the items required for the Ing family's ascension to the 4th tier. This must be a mere coincidence. For the 9-section Yuanling bamboo is not the one belonging to my Jiang family. Jiang Luo dispelled the peculiar thought lingering in his mind and mused, unless there are other channels of information. Other channels of information. Wait a moment. It seems that the old man has an ambiguous connection with Mingwet Tower. Jiang Luo suddenly inhaled sharply, once again linking this matter to the Jiang family. The Ing family had advanced to the 4th tier, inevitably requiring the collection of evolutionary artifacts, which could easily lead to the exposure of 1 or 2 coveted treasures. However, the Lin family's evolutionary items had only just been deduced. I am unaware of what the Lin family requires for evolution. If my conjecture were to prove true, how would that be accomplished? The multitude of forces involved is staggering. Even the slightest variable could divert the course of events. And the difficulty of manipulation is simply outrageous. Jiang Luo's mind was in disarray, struggling to untangle the intricate relationships at play. Old Master, is this truly your nest? Chapter 71. The Exchange of Spiritual Seeds. Jiang Luo had spent an entire night without sleep. His desk cluttered with a pile of papers filled with deductions. Throughout the night, he had been unraveling the intricate threads of this series of events. If it were indeed the old master behind it all, how could he manipulate the chessboard of the three prominent families to ensure that the pieces moved in accordance with his own design? Jiang Luo harbored the intention of composing a letter to inquire about the matter with the old gentleman. However, considering the old gentleman's temperament, it was unlikely that he would divulge the truth. He pondered throughout the night, attempting to embody the old gentleman's perspective, yet his thoughts remained muddled. The situation involved too many parties. The others were not mere puppets and could not be expected to act solely according to the whims of the strategist. Furthermore, as it encompassed numerous secrets, it was conceivable to stumble upon one or two pieces of information, yet to grasp the entirety of it seemed nearly impossible. Jiang Luo took this matter to heart, developing an unprecedented interest in the subsequent developments. As the morning light crept through the intricately carved window panes, he rubbed his weary eyes and rose to attend to the affairs of the spirit seed. Today was the day he had arranged to meet with the stall owner. Jiang Luo entered the hall, deliberately choosing a conspicuous spot. He ordered a pot of tea and placed the prepared red jade folding fan beside the celadone tea tray. After the tea had been replenished twice, a figure adorned with a mask appeared at the entrance. The Four Seas Tower is frequented by individuals from the martial world, and it is not uncommon for many to conceal their identities. Thus, the masked presence did not seem out of place. The figure scanned the hall and ordered a cup of tea, sipping it leisurely. Once the tea was finished, he rose and walked directly to Jiang Luo's side. His voice gravelly as he spoke, "I have arrived." Upon the masked man's entrance, Jiang Luo had recognized him by his aura. Given the other's caution, he refrained from approaching first. Jiang Luo rose to his feet and smiled, suggesting, "Let us find a private room to discuss." "Very well," replied the masked man succinctly. Jiang Luo instructed the waiter to prepare a private room. Upon entering, he placed the spiritual seed and the method of evolution on the table, and then took out the heart demon stone. The method of evolution was detailed in a booklet, while the method of growth was considered a complementary addition. Is it acceptable to swear the heart demon oath to ensure confidentiality? It stands to reason. The masked figure spoke in a subdued tone, directing his gaze towards Jiang Luo. "I would first like to understand the specific effects of the divine abilities." Jiang Luo gestured towards the booklet, which contained an introduction that would undoubtedly exceed your expectations. The masked figure retrieved a wooden box from within his garments, unveiling it for Jiang Luo to glimpse. The stone tablets soon responded. Jiang Luo was genuinely intent on conducting a fair exchange, devoid of any ulterior motives. He calmly stated, "Please take a look first. I am in no rush." The masked figure then opened the tome, swiftly glancing through its pages. Upon encountering the description of the Emerald Sword Orchid's supernatural abilities, he involuntarily trembled slightly. The Emerald Sword Orchid surpassed his expectations, proving to be the most formidable spirit species he had ever encountered. A sense of unease crept into his heart. After a moment of hesitation, he admitted, "I cannot guarantee that my spirit species is superior to yours." Jiang Luo exuded an air of arrogance as he waved his hand dismissively, remarking, "It is merely a spirit seed." The masked figure remained silent, realizing that only a young scion of privilege would indulge his curiosity in such a manner. "You may plant the spirit seed first, and you will see that my words ring true. A potent spirit seed of the first tier will not yield weak responses from other tiers." As Jiang Luo's tone shifted, he preemptively stated, "You have witnessed my method of evolution. If you are unable to resonate with the Emerald Sword Orchid, you cannot hold me accountable. A transaction must still take place." "Not a problem," the masked figure acknowledged inwardly, fully aware that the other party had demonstrated ample sincerity. Should he act in contradiction, it was likely that this young gentleman before him would not retain his current demeanor. He nodded toward Jiang Luo, calming his mind, and began to commune with the Emerald Sword Orchid. Jiang stood quietly to the side, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. An hour passed, then 2, and finally 3. The Emerald Sword Orchid finally floated out of its box, hovering in the air, swaying unsteadily as it made its way toward the masked figure, appearing rather reluctant. The two parties engaged in a tug-of-war for half an hour, before the spiritual essence swiftly plunged into the depths of his energy sea. Moments later, the masked figure opened his eyes, filled with excitement, and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Jiang Luo then put away the mysterious spirit seed on the table and smiled. "There is no need for thanks. Both parties merely seek their own benefits." The masked man subsequently picked up the heart demon stone, declaring, "I, Qin Yu, vow never to divulge the advancement method of the emerald sword orchid. Should I breach this oath, the heart demon shall be upon me." A barely perceptible glimmer of light entered his consciousness from the heart demon stone. The masked man did not expect Jiang Luo to make a similar oath. The emerald sword orchid was undoubtedly a spirit seed unattainable in the outside world. Given this outcome, he felt he had not suffered a loss. Moreover, based on his initial impression of Jiang Luo, this young gentleman seemed disinclined to deceive him. Jiang Luo's subsequent words assuaged the other party's concerns. "You need not worry about the authenticity of the method of evolution. I hail from the Jiang family in Jiazhou, and there is no need for me to deceive you over such trivial matters. Furthermore, you need not fear any ulterior motives from me. Had I harbored any other intentions, I would have confronted you directly that day." The masked individual recognized the veracity of Jiang Luo's statements and felt no further need for concealment. He promptly removed his mask and, with genuine admiration, expressed, "Thank you, young Master Jiang." It was now Jiang Luo's turn to be astonished. "You are so young." The masked figure before him appeared to be just in his early 20s, possessing an exceptionally handsome countenance. Jiang observed him in the black market, his demeanor remarkably composed, leading her to mistakenly perceive him as an elderly gentleman. Qin Yu offered a shy smile, acknowledging that he had entered the martial world at an early age, thus adopting a more mature approach to his endeavors. Jiang nodded, recalling the events at the Wangri Terrace from a few days prior. He inquired, "I did not have the opportunity to ask in detail that day. When I visited Wangri Terrace, at which spot did you discover this spiritual seed?" Qin Yu's face lit up with reminiscence. "It was beneath the central tree. At that time, I was resting under the tree and casually felt around on the ground, discovering a round object covered in dust. Initially, I mistook it for a pebble, but upon closer inspection, I realized it was something unusual. After wiping off the dust, I found it to be a spiritual seed." He continued, "I found the seed last spring, precisely a year ago. During this season, many people visit Wangri Terrace. In retrospect, it is likely that it fell from another martial artist's pocket while they were resting under the tree." Jiang Luo examined those trees and found nothing unusual. Qin Yu's conjecture must be quite close to the truth. "You are indeed fortunate, for even during your outings, you stumble upon a treasure." Jiang Luo smiled gently. And suddenly a thought crossed his mind. If there were any items he no longer required that could be exchanged, one could come to him. He guaranteed satisfaction with the price, including methods of evolution. He perceived that the name Qin Yu bore the essence of a fated child of fortune. And with fortune on his side, he casually cast a bait. Qin Yu's voice trembled. "Does this include the subsequent methods of evolution for the emerald sword orchid?" Jiang Luo smiled gently and said, "Then let us see if you can present me with a treasure that stirs my heart." Qin Yu took a deep breath, his expression remarkably serious. "I believe that there will come a day when we meet again." Chapter 72, Planting the Mysterious Spirit Seed. After exchanging the spirit seeds, Jiang Luo swiftly returned to his chamber. He filled a basin with clear water to wash his hands and meticulously rinsed the spirit seeds once more. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged upon his bed. The stone book within his sea of consciousness faintly glimmered, stirring with a hint of restlessness. As Jiang Luoxin's thoughts stirred, the crimson spiritual seed swiftly plunged into the sea of blood, akin to a shooting star returning to its origin, bypassing even the step of saturating in the essence of blood. Jiang Luo focused her mind inwardly as the stone tablet, seemingly untouched by the breeze, turned a new page. Glimmering lines of golden characters materialized upon the paper. Star Network Vine, First-Tier Spirit Seed. Growth Plan 1. Ingest the essence of a first-tier demon beast blood. Growth Efficiency, half a star. Growth Plan 2. Dry and grind the roots of starfall grass, then harmonize with the juice of snake scale vine in equal proportions for consumption. Growth Efficiency, 1 star. Growth Plan 3. Cultivate the starry flower using starfall mud, and upon the flowering of its star-patterned petals, harvest and grind for ingestion. Growth Efficiency, 2 stars. Star Network Vine. Jiang Luo learned the name of the mysterious spiritual seed. As recorded in the account of the moon concealed in mist, over 100 growth plans emerged in sequence, with efficiency ratings ranging from half a star to 5 stars. Jiang Luo let out a quiet sigh. The first tier of the Vajra flower merely requires the flesh and blood of ordinary demonic beasts, while the Starwoven vine demands the essence of blood from the outset. Each demonic beast yields only a few dozen drops of refined blood, highlighting the immense cost involved. As the growth plan fully materialized, A line of golden script appeared at the bottom of the page. Feedback divine ability. Starry array. A vast torrent of information surged from the spiritual seed into Jiang Luo's mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes and murmured, "No wonder the stone tablet does not desire the Vidra flower. The starry array is a divine ability for physical defense, transforming all the cells in one's body into a constellation formation. When faced with an attack, the stars resonate to share the burden of damage. Coupled with the life force within, as long as one does not instantly turn to ash, their life will remain secure." As Jiang fell into introspection within the sea of blood, the star-linked vine took root therein. Beneath its seeds, a dense network of roots emerged, astonishingly absorbing the vital essence originally present within, transforming it entirely into a life force imbued with the brilliance of starlight. Simultaneously, the roots spread like a silver web, extending along the sea of blood towards other parts of the corporeal form, reminiscent of a celestial river connecting throughout the body. After half an hour, the star-linked vine completed the transformation of the internal vital essence, and the roots ceased their expansion, yet they had not fully permeated the entire being. The vital essence was insufficient. Jiang Luomei furrowed his brow slightly, clenching his fist, as his vital energy transformed into the unique properties of the stellar vines. Not only did his strength intensify, but his mastery over his physical form also advanced further. He decided to first test the defensive capabilities of his divine powers. Jiang Luo withdrew the starfall, and a glimmer of cold light flashed as he thrust it forcefully into his thigh with a third of his strength. The blade pierced the flesh, causing the muscle to quiver slightly. The damage inflicted by the tip of the knife swiftly radiated throughout his body, akin to ripples in water, leaving behind not a trace of pain. Jiang Luo examined the point where the blade had made contact, finding no trace left behind. He continued to exert greater force, 50%, 70%, than full force. Under normal circumstances, even at full strength, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Hiss. What a terrifying defense. Jiang Luo let out a gasp of astonishment, and then summoned the elemental energy within him to continue his attempts. It was only under the full force of his metallic attribute that he finally experienced a sensation of pain. Jiang Luo dared not employ the grand art of 5 elements life and death. The Star Network Vine and the Moon-concealing Ghost Flower are likely of the same spiritual tier. The Star Network Vine is merely of the first rank, and with all its might, it would likely be swiftly vanquished by the 5 elements life and death art. The following morning, Jiang Luo arrived at the Wanao Chamber of Commerce in Qizhou Prefecture. The young attendant approached with great enthusiasm, greeting him. "Greetings, young master." Jiang Luo, familiar with the route, commanded, "Bring forth your register." The young attendant, casting a glance at Jiang Luo's attire, broke into a smile. "Please wait a moment, my lord." He turned back to the counter, retrieving a beautifully crafted register which he presented with both hands. "You may peruse at your leisure in the lounge." Subsequently, the attendant brewed a fragrant tea and delivered it. Jiang Luo flipped through the register in his hand and inquired, "Is there nothing better?" Before the innkeeper could respond, a middle-aged man in blue robes, somewhat portly, approached with a smile and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Esteemed young sir, I am honored to make your acquaintance. My surname is Qian, and I have the humble position of steward for the Wanbao Merchants Association in Qizhou." Jiang Luo scrutinized the person before him and casually inquired, "Are there so many individuals with the surname Qian in the Wanbao Merchants Guild?" Steward Qian, taken aback, replied, "Young master, have you encountered others bearing the surname Qian in our Wanbao Merchants Guild?" Jiang Luo smiled gently and remarked, "Isn't it true that your steward in Jiangzhou also bears the surname Qian?" Upon hearing these words, Steward Qian's expression transformed into one of utmost respect. "Ah, it appears that esteemed guests have graced us with their presence. I apologize for my inadequate hospitality." He then turned and instructed the young attendant, "Please bring forth the guest registry for this distinguished gentleman." Jiang Luo observed the reaction of Steward Qian and could not help but feel that the other's deference was not solely due to himself. Was that little chubby man not of considerable standing within the Wanao Chamber of Commerce? Jiang Luo pondered for a moment. The stout fellow was quite young. Could he possibly be a second-generation heir out seeking experience? The waiter brought forth a new roster, and upon receiving it, Jiang Luo flipped through the pages, finding it far more valuable than the previous record. 5 falling stars, a piece of meteorite mud. Jiang Luo pointed to the catalog, meticulously selecting several materials required for the second-tier growth plants. The schemes rated above 3 stars were somewhat cumbersome to produce and not particularly convenient to handle externally. Additionally, the substantial vitality feedback from the BUAU significantly expedited the growth of the Xinglua vine to its peak at the first tier, suggesting that the second-tier growth plan would suffice. Please hold on a moment. After Jiang Luo completed his selections, Steward Qian personally returned from the inner vault, carrying a package. The total is 22,600 taels, but we shall offer a 10% discount, rounding it down to a clean 22,000 taels. He then presented a token, stating, "This is the VIP card for Wanbao Tower. In the future, any purchases made by you at Wanbao Tower will enjoy a 10% discount." Jiang Luo received the token and declared, "Then I shall not hold back." The business of cultivation resources is rife with numerous factions in the martial world. The prices of conventional cultivation resources are transparent, and although the profit base is substantial, the profit margins are considerably lower than those of ordinary goods. A 10% discount, when calculated over time, can lead to significant savings. Jiang Luo pointed to the booklet and inquired, "If the items I wish to purchase are not listed in this catalog, can the Wanbao Merchants Guild provide them?" He noted that many resources of 4-star quality or above were not documented in the booklet, which prompted his question. Manager Qian pondered for a moment, explaining that certain resources are not in constant demand, hence their absence from the register. It ultimately depends on the specific resources the young master requires. Some items can indeed be sourced from other branches. With a smile, he added, "Furthermore, there are some resources that cannot be acquired with mere gold or silver. They necessitate the use of soft gold from the Earth's core. Beyond that, I fear we may need to resort to barter, a notion the young master likely understands." Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. I casually inquired, "Should there ever arise an urgent need for something, it would be wise to have additional channels." Master Qian, with an expression of pride, replied, "What treasures our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce cannot provide, it is highly probable that no other chamber can offer either. Should you require anything in the future, I invite you to visit our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce." Chapter 73. The War of Two Great Families. 7 days swiftly elapsed. Since returning from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Luo had secluded himself to refine elixirs, transforming all acquired resources into various potions. Within his body, the closed moon and the ethereal flower coexisted harmoniously with the star vine, not only remaining distinct but also working in concert to enhance each other. Under the nurturing of the potions, the roots of the star vine continued to spread throughout his body. It was time to seek news from the outside world. Jiang Luo pushed open the door and entered the bustling hall of the Four Seas Pavilion. Having not visited for several days, the hall was as lively as a bustling marketplace. As Jiang Luofu took his seat, the round face of Wang Matzi, glistening with oil, came into view. Animatedly recounting, "The Lin family and the Yu family have gone to war, a tumultuous clash that has thrown everything into chaos." The red-faced man, with a sidelong glance, questioned, "You are merely relaying hearsay? How could you know the intricacies without being present?" Wang Matzi set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. In the past few days, most of the travelers in Qizhou hail from Jiazhou. He surveyed the individuals in the hall, noting that there must be brothers from Jiangzhou among them. A simple inquiry would reveal the truth of my statement. As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly man in a gray robe from the corner nodded and added, "The situation in Jiangzhou is fraught with danger. I, an old fool, sensed the impending peril and fled under the cover of night. When masters clash, it is as if dragons and tigers contend. We, mere fish in the pond, dare not linger." The red-faced man looked perplexed. Given the stakes of family survival, how could both sides so readily engage in battle? Is there some hidden agenda at play? Suddenly, a young man in a blue robe interjected, "Ultimately, it is the Ying family that has acted unscrupulously. If it were not for..." Before he could finish his sentence, the red-faced man sharply interrupted, "Choose your words carefully," clearing his throat. The young man in blue attempted to amend his statement, "If the Yu family harbored ill intentions, it is only reasonable for the Ying family to inform the Lin family of the situation." Jiang fell into deep contemplation, ultimately untangling the threads of this tumultuous affair. The origin lay in the Lin family's indignation at being pursued by the elder of the Yu clan, leading to the assassination of a Yu clan master. In response, the Yu family sought an explanation from the Lin family, who resolutely denied any wrongdoing. Shortly thereafter, 2 Lin clan masters, one overt and the other covert, set out on a mission, only to be ambushed by Yu clan masters along the way. One Lin master fell, while the other was gravely injured, and news of their plight spread. Thus, an irrevocable enmity was forged between the two families. In the ensuing days, both clans dispatched experts to carry out covert assassinations, resulting in significant casualties on both sides. A burly man inquired, "Has the Jiang family not intervened to mediate?" The elder in gray shook his head with a sigh. Just the other day, Jiang Wuhan, the head of the Jiang family, led the patriarchs of various families in Jiangzhou to mediate between the two factions. However, With so many lives lost and enmity deepening, the situation has escalated further. The elder paused, hesitating to continue. The man in blue pressed, "Do not leave your words half-spoken." "Old sir." The elder in gray managed a wry smile. "The Lin family possesses the knowledge of fourth-tier evolution techniques. Given time, they will surely produce formidable grandmasters. If the Yu family does not fight for their lives now, they will inevitably become the prey in the future." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Even if the Yu family were to ally with a powerful grandmaster, would anyone truly risk their lives for the sake of the Yu and Lin families? Jiang Luo bid farewell to the Four Seas Tower and arrived at the Qianjitong branch. After articulating his intentions, Yun Ke, based on the intelligence gathered, expressed her speculation. The Lin family's ambush against the patriarch of the Yu family raises certain doubts. The Lin family is currently at a critical juncture in their pursuit of a breakthrough to the fourth tier, even if they sought revenge against the Yu family. Now would not be the opportune moment. It is conceivable that a third party may be manipulating events under the guise of the Lin family's name. Upon concluding her remarks regarding the Lin family, Yun Ke turned her attention to the Yu family, noting that they are not foolish and are likely aware of the underlying intricacies. However, it is a fact that the Yu and Lin families harbor animosity. With the Lin family having lost their spiritual seed progenitor, they might leverage this incident to strike against the Yu family. The Yu family, however, dares not gamble on the Lin family's stance. The assassination of the Yu family elder, regardless of the hidden circumstances, could serve as a pretext for the Yu family to stake everything on a confrontation with the Lin family. It is highly probable that the elder of the Lin family was slain by the Yu family. Reports suggest that the Yu family's masters mobilized en masse for this ambush. And with their adept stealth and tracking capabilities, they likely detected the Lin family elder who had been covertly following them. Their intention was to eliminate both of the Lin family's significant assets in one fell swoop. Yet they were unprepared for the fact that one of them possessed a means of escape, allowing him to flee. Jiang Luo nodded slightly. The rumors of the Jianghu are often rife with inaccuracies, yet Yang's meticulous unraveling of the truth resonates with his own contemplations. He inquired, "Regarding the murder of the elder of the Yu family, are there any other suspects?" Without hesitation, Yang replied, "The Ying family. Ying Tianqing possesses both the motive and the capability to carry out such an act. Furthermore, although the Ying brothers are embroiled in constant rivalry, when faced with a significant family interest, they might well unite to stage a performance." As twilight deepened on the return journey, Jiang Luo gazed at the swaying lanterns by the roadside, his thoughts surging like a tempest. The turmoil in Jiangzhou appeared devoid of any connection to the Jiang family, with his father presenting himself as a mediator. However, as the two families engage in a fierce struggle, it is the opportunistic fisherman who ultimately reaps the benefits. Jiang Luo had long sown the seeds of suspicion in her heart. Could it be possible that the person who assassinated the elder of the Yu family was arranged by her own household? Jiang Luo rested her chin on her hand, contemplating for a moment before shaking her head. No, it cannot be. The Lin family does not acknowledge the act of violence. According to the principle of determining the greatest beneficiary and the primary suspect, there will inevitably be those who suspect that the Jiang family is behind this. To outsiders, the emergence of a grandmaster from the Lin family poses a threat to the Jiang family standing, providing the Jiang family with a motive for such an act. Had this been orchestrated by the old master, the execution would not have been so clumsy. He seeks benefit, yet the reputation of the Jiang family must remain untarnished. Jiang Luo began to untangle the intricacies of the situation. The treasure belonging to Ying Tianqing had been seized by Ying Tianxi in cahoots with the Lin family, and fortuitously, the Yu family happened upon this incident and informed Ying Tianqing. In turn, Ying Tianqing betrayed the Yu family by relaying this information to the Lin family, while simultaneously alerting the Yu family that their act of betrayal had been exposed, sowing seeds of distrust between the Lin and Yu families. Subsequently, the Ying family, employing some inscrutable means, impersonated members of the Lin family and assassinated an elder of the Yu family. Seizing upon this pretext, the Yu family launched a retaliatory strike against the Lin family. This should be close to the truth of the matter. Jiang Luo furrowed his brow. Amidst a series of events, there was not a trace of the Jiang family to be found. Could it be that I misjudged from the very beginning, and this matter is unrelated to the Jiang family? Jiang Luo closed her eyes, her thoughts whirling rapidly. If this matter was indeed orchestrated by the Ying family from the very beginning, what could their objective be? The most vital possession for both families is the Ghost Rose mother plant. Is the Ying family's aim to acquire the Ghost Rose mother plant? Are the Ying brothers merely feigning discord for the sake of appearances? If that is the case, why would the Ying family involve the Lin family, complicating matters further by taking such a circuitous route? Jiang Luo felt as if his mind were about to explode, still unable to unravel the intricacies of the situation. He shook his head with a wry smile. Based on my understanding of the old master, if this matter pertains to the Jiang family, they would undoubtedly become involved. And it would be in a manner that left others with no grounds for objection. Chapter 74. The destruction of the Yu family as twilight deepened. Jiang Luo paused on the street. His original intention to return to the Four Seas Pavilion shifted as he moved towards the shimmering lights in the distance. The gilded plaque of the Mingwei Pavilion's Qizhou branch stood out prominently against the dusk. This establishment, renowned for its elegance, was now bustling with carriages and patrons at its entrance. Jiang Luo raised his gaze to survey the intricately carved and painted pavilion, secretly lamenting that its opulence rivaled that of the old Jiangzhou. As he stepped inside, a strikingly beautiful maiden approached him. And from behind the beaded curtain came a familiar voice. "Xiao Tao, please attend to the other guests." Hong Xiu emerged gracefully, her tear mole glimmering softly under the light of the palace lanterns. "It has been months since we parted in Jiangzhou. How has young Master Jiang fared of late?" Jiang Luo gazed at the familiar silhouette before him, a look of surprise crossing his face. How had Hong Xiu arrived in Qizhou? Just a few days prior, she had been reassigned to this city. The corners of Hong Xiu's eyes lifted slightly as she remarked on the serendipity of encountering young Master Jiang so soon after her arrival. The reunion with an old acquaintance brought a sense of joy to Jiang Luo, and he laughed heartily, suggesting that Miss Hong Xiu might be in line for a promotion after this rotation. Hong Xiu covered her mouth with a gentle laugh, expressing her appreciation for Jiang's well wishes. She then led him to a private room and mentioned, "Yunshang was transferred to headquarters some time ago and sought you out before her departure. As you were not present, she entrusted me with a letter for you. I had intended to return to Jiangzhou after settling matters in Qizhou to personally deliver it to you. Since we have crossed paths, it seems unnecessary to make an additional trip." From her storage ring, Hong Xiu produced a thick envelope. The possession of such a storage ring hinted at her possibly being a master practitioner. Jiang Luo was slightly taken aback. After receiving the envelope, she casually inquired, "Is Yunshang going to the headquarters?" Hong Xiu sighed. Yunshang possesses remarkable martial arts talent and has garnered the admiration of the significant figures at the headquarters. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hong Xiu turned and said, "I shall go arrange for the two young ladies." Jiang Luo suddenly felt a lack of interest. He thought to himself that simply sitting down and brewing a pot of tea would suffice. He carefully unsealed the envelope and unfolded the letter inscribed on exquisite silk, "To my esteemed gentleman, on a night when the moon is bright and the stars are few, I find myself alone by the western window, gently brushing the ice silk handkerchief adorned with lotus patterns, reminiscing about our first encounter. Your verses, the garments of the mind and the beauty of the flowers, still linger in my ears. Now, as I prepare for a distant journey, I find it difficult to express my longing through mere words. Enclosed is a hand-stitched embroidered handkerchief, meant to serve as my companion by your side. Tears fall as I write, leaving me at a loss for words. I can only hope that this letter, akin to the incessant rain of Jiangnan, though continuous and unyielding, will ultimately nourish your heart. Yours sincerely, Yunshang." Jiang Luo retrieved another embroidered handkerchief from the envelope, depicting a man reclining on a woman's lap, while the woman gazed at him with tender affection. It is indeed most challenging to endure the favors of a beauty. Hong Xiu entered, holding a delicate cup of tea, interrupting Jiang Luo's somewhat melancholic reverie. "Have I disturbed you, my lord?" she inquired. Jiang Luo smiled and waved his hand, nearly lost in thought over a familiar object. Hong Xiu placed the tea kettle down and departed, leaving behind a space of solitude. Jiang lingered in the Mingwei Tower for half the night, while the guests on the first floor engaged in discussions about romantic escapades and shared amusing tales from various locales, yet failed to discern any valuable tidbits amidst their chatter. Thus, another 7 days elapsed. Recently, the most fervent commotion in the martial world centered around Jiangzhou, where the Lin and Yu families had ignited a fierce conflict. The Yu clan, as if fueled by gunpowder, mobilized their entire lineage, unveiling numerous hidden resources, intent on achieving a decisive victory in one fell swoop. Their array of assassination tactics was nothing short of astonishing. The Lin family, having initially suffered considerable losses, gradually deciphered the Yu family's strategies and fortified their defenses, successfully repelling the formidable onslaught from their adversaries. Over the ensuing days, both clans endured countless casualties. The other families in Jiangzhou have hastily shut their doors to avoid being embroiled in the ensuing chaos. Even the Jiang family has tightly sealed its gates. A momentous news. Indeed, Wang Mozi hurriedly dashed into the Sihai Tower. A ruddy-faced man was sipping tea when he heard the commotion and waved his hand. instructing the waiter to serve Wang Matzi several dishes. Wang Matzi plopped himself onto a chair, eager to indulge in a change of palate and savor the flavors of beastly meat. The ruddy-faced man admonished, "Do not overstep your bounds." Unfazed, Wang Matzi leisurely poured himself a cup of tea and sipped it at a relaxed pace. Jiang Luo smiled and instructed, "Waiter, present the menu to him and place the charge on my account." The young master displayed a magnanimous demeanor. Wang Matzi rose and respectfully clasped his hands together towards Jiang Luo, expertly selecting several dishes. Jiang Luo was oblivious to the source of the news regarding Wang Matzi and held no interest in investigating it. However, it was evident that this individual was far from being as simple as he appeared. Once the dishes were ordered, Jiang Luo inquired, "Pray tell, what is it that you wish to disclose?" Wang Matzi then spoke with a startling revelation: "The Yu family has been annihilated." Everyone present immediately understood which Yu family he was referring to. A tremor coursed through Jiang Luo's heart as Wang Matzi, without hesitation, vividly recounted the unfolding events. The two families had plunged into conflict, with the Yu family launching a fierce offensive, their masters fully committed to a life-or-death struggle. At a crucial juncture, the newly appointed head of the Lin family transcended to the Grand Master realm, tipping the scales decisively. The Lin family's Grand Master eliminated several of the Yu family's masters, ultimately opting for total annihilation, eradicating the Yu family entirely. Jiang Luo furrowed his brows and inquired, "Has the entire Yu family been annihilated?" Wang Matzi let out a slight sigh and replied, "The Yu family began relocating their direct lineage before the Great Conflict. Initially, there was a glimmer of hope for the descendants of the Yu family, but alas, their lack of decisiveness proved detrimental." The burly man displayed a perplexed expression and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Wang Matzi elucidated, "The Lin family, unbeknownst to others, forged a clandestine alliance with the Xuanjia gang, promising them some form of recompense. The Xuanjia gang had been monitoring the Yu family closely. Had the Yu family merely relocated their direct descendants, the gang might not have fought so fiercely. There could have been a chance to preserve a remnant of their lineage. However, the Yu family also took the ghostly rose mother plant and other family treasures with them. How could the Xuanjia gang resist such temptation?" Zhao Guanlan himself intervened. The burly man looked astonished. "Did the ghostly rose mother plant fall into the hands of the Xuanjia gang?" "Not quite." Wang Matzi shook his head. "Once the Lin family's elder broke through to the Grand Master level, the ghostly rose naturally came under their control. It is presumed that the Lin family's Grand Master promised Zhao Guanlan significant benefits, and the Xuanjia gang had no objections to the outcome. The Lin family regaining the mother plant is indeed fortuitous. This could serve as a model for others. The matter warrants further observation." The crowd engaged in lively discussion, with factions possessing the mother plant yet lacking methods for evolution contemplating the feasibility of the Lin family's techniques. The burly man's eyes narrowed slightly. Did the Jiang family refrain from intervening, allowing the ghostly rose to fall into the Lin family's possession? Wang Matzi responded. The Jiang family publicly declared before closing their doors that the conflict between both parties was irreconcilable, and they would not favor either side. True to their word, the Jiang family abstained from any involvement throughout. Even when the Lin family seized the ghostly rose, the doors of the Jiang family remained firmly shut. The burly man nodded in acknowledgement. The Jiang family certainly adheres to their principles. Jiang Luo pondered. Resting her chin upon her hand, has the ghostly rose truly fallen into the hands of the Lin family, marking the end? Chapter 75, The Fall of the Lin Family. The Schemes of the Feng Family. The following day, within the Four Seas Tower, the aftermath of yesterday's sensational news had yet to settle when another shocking revelation emerged. At the entrance, a man wielding a blade stepped across the threshold, his voice resonant as thunder. "Have you all heard? This morning, the ancestral elder of the Ying family emerged from seclusion. The second elder of the Ying family has accused the family head, Ying Tianxi, of colluding with outsiders to seize his advancement treasures." Enraged, the ancestral elder immediately stripped Ying Tianxi of his position, declaring that the Lin family had slain numerous fine young men from the Ying family, and vowed to exact vengeance, setting forth with sword in hand towards Jiaozhou. At the eastern end, a mysterious figure donned in a wide-brimmed hat scoffed. Just days ago, the second young master of the Ying family publicly declared that he would not pursue the Lin family. How swiftly his demeanor has changed. More rapidly than the weather in June. The man with the blade cast a wary glance at the enigmatic figure, a flicker of caution in his eyes. Could the words of a mere young master carry the weight of the Ying family's golden plaque? The ancestral elder had dismissed his own family head on the spot. Yet he would not seek justice from the conspirators. Would the outside world not perceive the Ying family as merely tyrannical within their own ranks? Jiang Luo shook his head with a smile. The words that Ing Hanjiang had deliberately spoken in the tavern that day were intended to divert attention and alleviate any external associations linking the subsequent events to the Ing family. It is difficult to ascertain the effectiveness of this strategy. Nonetheless, the situation has begun to unfold in the manner anticipated by the Ing family. If the Ing family seeks to reap the rewards, how will the elder respond? Jiang Luo remained at the Sihai Tower, awaiting news. As many in the martial world shared the same sentiment, the atmosphere within the tower was lively, akin to a festive celebration. As dusk approached, Wang Mozi nearly burst through the door, leaning against the frame, panting heavily, his coarse garment soaked with sweat, and his left cheek reddened. Three sorts. Master Ing Huizhou of the Ing family challenged the Lin family sword masters, beheading one of their grandmasters, annihilating the Lin family's elite, and returning with the ghostly rose. The Sihai Tower fell into a profound silence. A teacup clattered to the ground, its porcelain shards mingling with spilled tea on the floor. The death of a grandmaster was indeed earth-shattering news. A red-faced man, momentarily dazed, trembled as he gripped his teacup, realizing the formidable strength of the Ing family's elder. Just yesterday, the Lin family was reveling in their fortunes. Today, they might struggle to muster even a single white flag. A figure in a conical hat raised his cup and drained it, leaving behind coins as he exited the Sihai Tower. Some paths are simply not meant to be taken. Indeed, the Lin family's actions had stirred various factions into restlessness, some even contemplating an alliance with the Xuanji Pavilion. However, with this turn of events, many would likely abandon such notions. The timing of the Ing family's elder's emergence was too fortuitous. Someone muttered under their breath, quickly silencing themselves. The assembled martial artists were not fools. There was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by the Ing family behind this incident. What a clever calculation! The Ing family had set their sights on the Lin family's ghostly rose, manipulating the conflict between the Lin and Yu families. Waiting for the Lin family to seize the ghostly rose, only to swoop in and reap the rewards. Many felt a chill run down their spines. Realizing the Ing family was not to be underestimated, the red-faced man pondered gravely. How would the other factions in Jiangzhou react? Wang Mozi shook his head with a bitter smile. The Ing family's elder declared that the Lin family had killed over a dozen of their own, and they have come seeking vengeance. Anyone who intervenes will be seen as an enemy of the Ing family. The Lin family is in the wrong. Who would be willing to clash with a grandmaster family for the sake of another? The red-faced man nodded. That is indeed true. In Qizhou, within the Wen family's secret chamber, a faint glow enveloped the walls, suggesting the presence of a formation. The dim light illuminated the faces of two individuals, revealing their subtle expressions. One was resplendently adorned, standing upright with an air of long-held authority. The other wore simple azure robes, his gaze profound, with hair slightly graying, suggesting a status possibly higher than the former. These two were Feng Yanqing, the head of the Wen family, and Feng Heling, the family's elder. The atmosphere in the chamber felt somewhat oppressive. Feng Yanqing broke the silence, with the ghostly rose now in the hands of the Ing family. It seems they will increasingly overshadow us, father. What chance do you believe you have against Ing Huizhou? Feng Heling furrowed his brow. In a one-on-one duel, I do not fear Ing Huizhou, but the Ing family's 100 paper cowherds can create paper figures of the same rank. Together, I am not their match. However, you need not worry excessively. Our Wen family's agility is unmatched. Even if Elder Ing wishes to detain me, he will find it impossible. Yet, Feng Yanqing was less optimistic, remarking that the ghostly rose and 100 paper cowherd were akin to a unified force. Their combination of shadowy stealth and martial prowess was simply insurmountable and could not be disregarded. Feng Heling rubbed his brow. Until we resolve the issue with Ing Huizhou, all else remains futile. Feng Yanqing's eyes flickered. Would the evidence of Ing Tianqing masquerading as a Lin family member to assassinate a Yu family elder be of use? Feng Heling shook his head, stating that revealing it now might provoke Elder Ying's wrath and irreparably damage relations with the Wen family. Feng Yanqing expressed his disappointment. So all my efforts were in vain. Suddenly, Feng Heling adopted a cautious demeanor. Do elaborate on how you obtained this evidence. Feng Yanqing smiled slightly. There is no need for concern, father. I have placed a spy within the Ing family. His position is lowly, merely a stable hand at a manor outside the city. It was intended as a casual endeavor, with no expectation of uncovering significant intelligence. One day, the spy informed me that Ing Tianqing rode a horse out of the manor. Curiosity piqued. I wondered why he would take a detour to use a horse from an outer manor unless he sought to conceal his movements. On a whim, I followed him to investigate, which led to the capture of this secret. Feng Heling pondered for a moment. The fact that no one else had been involved left no room for suspicion. Ing Tianqing likely had not anticipated that a minor detail would betray his whereabouts. Feng Heling stroked his beard, his gaze contemplative. This information might indeed prove useful. Feng Yanqing inquired, "What do you propose?" Feng Heling articulated his thoughts. "I cannot confront Ying Huizhou alone, but with the assistance of Jiang Lin from the Jiang family, defeating Ying Huizhou should not pose a problem. Recently, I heard that Jiang Lin triumphed over the secretive sect Suidaji, a formidable opponent." Feng Yanqing frowned. The Jiang family has allowed Ying Huizhou to carry off the ghostly rose without intervening. How could they possibly ally with us? Feng Heling countered. Why hasn't the Jiang family acted? After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yanqing elaborated. Reputation. The Jiang family values their reputation. The Lin family's acquisition of the Yu family's ghostly rose without intervention from the Jiang family suggests they wish to avoid the suspicion of scheming in the shadows. Allowing the Ying family to take the spirit seed was also due to the fact that the Ying family had a somewhat plausible excuse. The Jiang family would appear unjustified in their interference. Feng Heling nodded slightly, since the Jiang family is concerned with reputation. What if I were to put them in a precarious position? Feng Yanqing looked puzzled. What do you mean? If I were to leak the internal details, revealing that the Ying family is the mastermind behind these events, the Jiang family, as the foremost family in Jiazhou, would be left with no reputation if they stood idly by while external forces decimated the two major families of Jiangzhou. How would the other factions perceive them? A gasp. Feng Yanqing clapped his hands in delight. This plan is feasible. Perhaps the Jiang family will even reach out to our Wen family. Feng Heling smiled faintly. Let the news spread. Chapter 76. Jiang Lin questions the blade of the Ying family as dawn broke. The sky began to brighten with a soft glow, and Jiangzhou city stirred from its slumber. Today's Jiangzhou bore an air of solemnity. Early in the morning, led by the head of the Zhao family, the leaders of the prominent families in Jiangzhou gathered at the entrance of the Jiang family. A long creaking sound echoed as the door to the Jiang family slowly swung open, shattering the morning's tranquility. Dressed in a flowing azure robe, Jiang Wuhan stood tall and strode forth with purpose. Esteemed heads of families, please, come forward, he urged. Master Zhao stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. His voice laced with indignation. Last night, the Feng family of Qizhou disseminated news of the annihilation of our two great families in Jiangzhou. A scheme orchestrated by the Ying family from behind the scenes. How calculating the Ying family proves to be. Do they believe Jiangzhou lacks defenders? We implore the Jiang family to take the lead. We are willing to unite with you in a concerted effort against the Ying family. The other family heads echoed in unison, their gazes resolute. This was not merely a matter of pride, but a crucial issue concerning the survival and future of their esteemed clans. Jiang Wuhan sighed, his tone somber. My family, the Jiang clan, has also received news of this matter. The conflict between the Lin and Yi families does not concern us. We have chosen not to intervene. As for Yi Huai's decision to seek vengeance against the Lin family, we have remained silent. One must bear the consequences of their own misdeeds. With a shift in tone, Jiang Wuhan spoke with formidable authority. However, if any external forces presume that the Jiangzhou martial arts community is akin to fish on a chopping board, easily slaughtered at will, the Jiang family shall never acquiesce. The head of the Jiang family upheld righteousness. The various clan leaders bowed in unison to completely assuage the Jiang family's concerns. The Feng family did not conceal the sources of their information. This maneuver dispelled any lingering doubts among those who had previously harbored suspicions, leaving them with no reason to believe that the Jiang family was scheming behind the scenes. Those who had once doubted now quietly chastised themselves, feeling that their perspectives had been unduly narrow. Jiang Wuhan surveyed the assembly, his gaze resolute. Esteemed friends, the recent turmoil in Jiangzhou has left the populace in a state of trepidation. To avoid a chaotic conflict among the martial artists of both provinces, it is best that we refrain from escalating matters further, lest we incur additional harm. Should the Huai faction dare to pressure Jiangzhou alone, rest assured that the Jiang family will not stand idly by. Our esteemed elders shall venture to Qizhou to seek justice for Jiangzhou's martial community. Master Zhao clasped his hands in a gesture of solidarity, declaring, Jiang family head, we fear not the cost of battle. We cannot allow the Jiang family to shoulder this burden alone. There is no need for further discourse. Jiang Wuhan cast his gaze over the crowd and declared, today, my Jiang family shall act unilaterally. The assembled individuals exchanged glances and simultaneously bowed, saying, we are ever ready to heed the summons of the Jiang family. Within the bustling confines of the Four Seas Pavilion, a cacophony of voices filled the air. Last night, the Feng family had released a recorded image, causing a sensation throughout the Jianghu of Qizhou. At this moment, the patrons of the pavilion were engrossed in discussions about this incident, expressing their astonishment, indignation, or concern. A middle-aged man clad in blue having fled to Qizhou, seethed with anger, exclaiming, "The Ying family has truly been scheming." Another nearby murmured, "How could the actions of the Ying family be captured by the head of the Feng family?" The blue-clad man scoffed. "The Yu family has also witnessed the misdeeds of the Lin family. It is hardly surprising that these prominent families keep watch over one another." A concerned Jianghu member remarked. "Now that the Feng family has exposed the Ying family's disgrace, will the two families go to war?" Someone nearby interjected, "Minor conflicts are inevitable, but a full-scale war is unlikely." The rationale was articulated. The Feng family's movements are elusive, and with their elders still alive, the Ying family would not dare to strike lethally unless, of course, their members ceased to venture outside. Indeed, it was understandable why the Feng family would release such footage, seemingly without any intent to conceal it. The martial world of Jiangzhou had been dealt a harsh blow, and it remained uncertain how the various factions would respond. The Jiang family was the sole grandmaster family in Jiangzhou, as the once prominent Zhuge family had fallen from grace. The elder of the Ying family possessed formidable power, making it difficult for the Jiang family to shoulder the burden alone. Local forces in Jiangzhou had become weak, and it was likely that powers from other states would seek to establish their presence there. After this incident, the prospects for Jiangzhou's resurgence appeared grim. Within the Four Seas Pavilion sat numerous Jianghu individuals hailing from Jiangzhou. The martial artists of Jiangzhou find themselves in a state of disgrace, their faces devoid of glory. At this moment, Wang Matzi stumbled in from outside, exclaiming at the doorway, "A tremendous announcement, a monumental revelation." The crowd instinctively turned their gazes towards him. For Wang Matzi had recently become a prominent figure at the Sihai Tower. Although he indulged in a carefree lifestyle, it must be acknowledged that his intelligence-gathering skills were quite remarkable. After pouring himself a cup of tea, he gulped down several mouthfuls before setting the cup down and, meeting the collective gaze of the onlookers, declared loudly, "This morning, the prominent families of Jiangzhou convened at the Jiang residence, beseeching the Jiang family to take charge of the martial arts community of Jiangzhou. Consequently, the Jiang family has communicated to the martial world that tomorrow, the esteemed ancestor Jiang Lin will challenge the Ying family." The crowd erupted with excitement upon hearing this news. Just yesterday, Ying Huai had tested his sword against Jiangzhou. And now, merely a day later, Jiang Lin of the Jiang family was poised to confront Qizhou. "Excellent!" exclaimed one martial artist from Jiangzhou, slamming his palm on the table. Feeling as invigorated as one who drinks ice water in the sweltering heat of summer, the visitors from Jiangzhou came to release the pent-up frustrations in their hearts, their faces adorned with expressions of pride. A swordsman with raised eyebrows cast a skeptical glance, questioning whether the Jiang family, having suffered 3 defeats at the hands of the esteemed ancestors of the Ying family, was compelled to come merely for the sake of appearances. Nonsense! Before anyone else could interject, a black-clad warrior from Jiangzhou retorted, his face flushed with indignation. "Recently, Grandmaster Jiang Lin triumphed over the Vajrayana Grandmaster Suadaji. Do you think the Vajrayana envoy is made of clay?" Someone chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "Surely, no one doubts the strength of the Vajrayana?" The swordsman continued with logical reasoning. "The Jiang family is akin to another Feng family, both renowned for their agility. The Feng family has been dominated by the Ying family." He refrained from elaborating further, as many in the Jianghu of Qinzhou nodded in agreement with his analysis. The swordsman added, "In a one-on-one match, the two might contest fiercely. Yet, the Ying family's ancestor, without employing the paperman technique, has already dispatched the grandmaster of the Lin family with 3 strikes. Should he resort to the paperman technique, how could an ordinary grandmaster withstand it?" The black-clad warrior, feeling aggrieved, countered, "Surely you do not believe that the Jiang family relies solely on agility. Their sword techniques are no less formidable." The two sides engaged in a heated debate over the relative strengths of their grandmasters. Frustrated by the escalating argument, an elder shouted, "The outcome will be revealed tomorrow. Why not wait until then? Is anyone placing bets? I wish to wager on the Ying family's victory. I shall bet on the Jiang family's triumph." Such significant matters, one might presume, have already been wagered at the Jade Pavilion. "Let us go to the Jade Pavilion. Count me in." The crowd buzzed with excitement, and more than half of the patrons jostled their way out of the tavern. In an instant, the Four Seas Tower grew noticeably quieter. Jiang Luo sat in the corner, sipping tea and lost in thought. As I suspected, the affairs of the Jing family have indeed been exposed. However, the news has emanated from the Feng family, leaving no trace of the family itself. Could it be that this too is part of a larger scheme? Jiang Luo's gaze was filled with confusion as he murmured softly to himself, "Old man, what is your true connection?" Chapter 77, Jade Gaming House. The Jade Gaming House, situated in the bustling districts of the grand cities of the Great Yin, is renowned for its enigmatic origins and the vast array of betting options it offers. Whether it concerns trivial matters of the martial world or the momentous issues regarding the life and death of grandmasters, one can invariably find the Jade Gaming House presenting odds, as if everything in existence were a subject of wager. As Jiang Luo followed the throng of people, he arrived at Yuzhufang. A four-story tower, constructed of grayish-blue stone, stood majestically. At each eave, dice of various shapes hung, rotating gently in the breeze and producing a melodious tinkling sound. Flanking the entrance were two imposing bronze paishio, their mouths slightly agape, ready to absorb wealth from all directions. Inside the bustling hall on the first floor, a myriad of gambling tables were neatly arranged, each surrounded by a throng of eager gamblers. Their expressions were intense, some shouted loudly, while others remained silent. Their focus unwavering as the sound of dice rattled and the cups echoed throughout the room. Big, big, big. A portly man with a face full of flesh widened his eyes, veins bulging on his forehead, hands clasped together, muttering incantations. Beside him, a slender scholar furrowed his brows, gripping his hands tightly, his fingertips turning white. Small, small, small. I bet small. The gamblers at the table, their faces flushed, fixated on the direction of the croupier's cup. When the cup was finally revealed, many sighed in disappointment. Alas, I should not have changed my bet from big. Haha, I won. I won. Some pounded their chests in regret, while others danced with excitement, their faces alight with joy. Jiang Luo approached a gaming table and attentively listened to the sound of the shaking dice within the cup. After a brief moment, he shook his head. This dice cup was specially crafted. When shaken, it produced a disruptive sound, rendering it impossible to discern the precise numbers on the dice. Jiang Luo's gaze fell upon a colossal display board at the rear of the hall. Prominently featured were the betting odds for the impending battle between Jiang Lin and Ying Huaizhou. The odds were straightforward, with principle included. Both victory and defeat were set at 1.5, while life and death stakes were at 1.2. The calculations for life and death were independent of those for victory and defeat. Before the screen, a considerable crowd had gathered. Some were speculating on the outcome, while others were analyzing the payout scenarios. Such odds were indeed rare. A traveler from the martial world furrowed his brow. He had arrived with a predetermined choice of wager, yet upon encountering identical odds, he found himself hesitating. Regardless of who possessed superior strength, the Ying family's grandmaster, with his paperman sorcery, could easily ensure his survival. Similarly, the Jiang family's grandmaster excelled in agility, making his survival equally feasible. There was little need to wager on life and death. Betting on victory presented a more favorable chance. A bearded man stroked his chin and began his analysis. As the crowd pondered his words, they nodded in agreement before commencing their wagers. Those betting modestly placed 1,000 taels, while others, with more substantial means, wagered even greater sums. The attendants of Yuzhufang busily navigated between tables and chairs, collecting the silver notes from the gamblers and issuing receipts. Jiang Luo cast a glance at the odds. Victory for his great-uncle was undoubtedly assured. However, should he wager on his great-uncle's triumph, and in the process he were to slay Ying Huaizhou, it would amount to a loss nonetheless. Placing bets on both a victory and survival would merely allow for a break-even situation. This gambling affair left him no room for maneuver. The architects of this wager had likely anticipated various scenarios, establishing odds with meticulous precision. Jiang Luo initially sought mere amusement. Once the crowd had completed their purchases, he sauntered to the counter, producing a banknote worth 10,000 taels of silver to acquire Jiang Linxing. Isn't this young Master Jiang? A voice suddenly interrupted Jiang Luo's utterance. He turned to see what appeared to be a familiar face from Jiangzhou. Jiang Luo clasped his hands and smiled. Esteemed guests, please make yourselves at home. My elders are coming to Qizhou, and I wish to seek a favorable omen. Ah, it is indeed young Master Jiang in person. I shall wager 2,000 taels, exclaimed a man clad in green, bursting into laughter. I too shall place a bet of 1,000 taels. Another newcomer from Jiangzhou chimed in, following suit. In a private room on the second floor, a young woman of peculiar charm and opulent attire stamped her foot in frustration. Alas, with his antics, my profits will dwindle considerably. Beside her stood a middle-aged woman. Miss, do you hold such high hopes for Jiang Lin? The young woman's eyes twinkled as she replied. My grandfather once remarked that among the Jiang family, those with spiritual roots of the same tier are exceedingly rare, barely a handful throughout the entire Yin. It is merely their discreet nature that leads to their underestimation by the outside world. The middle-aged woman's gaze flickered. But the Yin boasts countless spiritual roots, with well over 100 recognized as formidable. Does the old master truly hold the Jiang family in such high regard? She continued. even if Jiang Lin possesses greater strength. Does that guarantee he can defeat Ing Huaizhou? The young woman shook her head, refraining from answering. She peered through the window toward the first floor, tapping her chest in relief. Fortunately, there aren't many followers. Zhang Luo exchanged a few words before hastily departing, unaware that his unintentional actions had drawn the attention of a mysterious woman on the second floor. Within the confines of the Ing family estate, the atmosphere grew tense. The venerable ancestor, Ing Huaizhou, the family head, Ing Tianxi, and the second elder, Ing Tianqing, convened in one room. Ing Tianxi paced back and forth, his expression one of fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Ing Tianqing. Is this how you conduct affairs? You failed to notice that Feng Yanqing had set his sights on us? Ing Tianqing's countenance was icy as he retorted. Had you not conspired with outsiders to seize my possessions, would our situation have escalated to this point? Ing Huaizhou, visibly impatient, interjected to quell the argument. Enough? Let us cease this bickering. At his words, both men exchanged disdainful huffs. Ing Tianxi halted his pacing, his face flushed with anger. At this juncture, the reputation of the Ing family is utterly tarnished. How dare the Feng family act with such audacity, as if we can no longer wield our swords? Ing Huaizhou maintained an air of calm indifference, dismissing the matter. Old Feng is in a state of panic, fearing the growth of our ghost rose. That is why he is resorting to desperate measures. There is no need for haste. Ultimately, strength prevails in this world. The Feng family's petty maneuvers are inconsequential. As long as I, Ing Huaizhou, remain, who would dare to speak ill against us in Qizhou? Ing Tianxi's expression softened slightly. Do you have confidence in dealing with Jiang Lin tomorrow? Ing Huaizhou replied with a tranquil tone. The spiritual seeds of the Jiang family bear a resemblance to those of the Feng family. After years of dealing with old Feng, I possess some insights regarding such spiritual seeds. You need not worry. He let out a cold snort. The Feng family has spread rumors, seeking to ally with the Jiang family against us, yet they did not anticipate that the Jiang family would not engage with them. Old Feng's calculations have gone awry. Ing Tianxi nodded in agreement. The Jiang family has likely sensed the Feng family's intentions. Jiang Lin's solitary visit clearly indicates his reluctance to sever ties with us. He must have come out of necessity. Perhaps the Jiang family will even hold a grudge against the Feng family. Ing Huaizhou's expression remained relaxed. That is acceptable. I do not wish to acquire additional enemies. After this matter concludes, the Ing family shall adopt a low profile for a while. The Feng family's debts will eventually be settled. The next morning, as dawn gently illuminated the sky, casting a delicate veil of light upon the earth, the exterior of the Ing family estate was already teeming with people. Numerous individuals from the martial world had gathered in response to the news. Zhang Luo found a spot among the crowd and stood firm. He cast his gaze around, noting that the ground, the branches of trees, and even the ornate rooftops nearby were occupied by spectators vying for the best vantage points. Not far off, representatives from the major factions of Qizhou had gathered in clusters, engaged in hushed conversations. Look, the Feng family has arrived, someone in the throng suddenly exclaimed. At this, the crowd turned, their eyes drawn to two figures approaching with measured steps. Leading the way was an elderly man with graying hair and a spirited demeanor, Feng Yiling, the esteemed ancestor of the Feng family. Close behind was Feng Yanqing, the head of the Feng clan. The two maintained a steady gaze ahead, their expressions unperturbed. The onlookers, recognizing their presence, dared not stare for too long, casting furtive glances imbued with a hint of reverence. Feng Yanqing slightly turned his head and whispered to Feng Yiling, Father, our plans have gone awry. Feng Yiling replied calmly. Not everything can unfold as we desire. The Feng family merely sought to test the waters. Should we fail, what of it? The Ing family will continue to oppose us regardless. With a creaking sound, the gates of the Ing family swung open. Ing Huaizhou, wielding a treasured sword, stepped out with deliberate grace, his gaze settling on Feng Yiling. Old man Feng, I trust you are not disappointed. Feng Yiling smiled faintly, remarking, disappointment is not the sentiment. Rather, I hope you do not find yourself in a precarious situation. Though the two families were adversaries, each harbored their own ambitions. Yet their exchange bore the tone of old friends, devoid of the tense atmosphere typically expected between rivals, infused instead with a sense of composure. You need not concern yourself with this matter, Ing Huaizhou concluded, closing his eyes to center himself, silently gathering his strength. As the hour of the snake arrived, the sun cast its rays at an angle through the branches, bathing the ground in a golden light that shimmered like scattered gold leaf. At that moment, an unmistakable sound of slicing air resonated through the sky. The crowd turned to behold a figure in green, standing mid-air with hands clasped behind his back. Sunlight enveloped him in a delicate golden hue, while the wind tousled his garments, creating a captivating spectacle. A voice murmured, "He has come." Ing Huaizhou suddenly opened his eyes, his piercing gaze locking onto the newcomer. The figure inclined his body in a gesture of respect towards the crowd, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of every spectator. "I, Jiang, have come to seek justice for the martial world of Jiangzhou, and to reclaim the ghost rose of Jiangzhou. I seek no other matters." Feng Heiling's eyes flickered. Jiang Lin's words hinted at greater significance than mere formalities. Ing Huaizhou's form shifted as he stood in the void, confronting Jiang Lin across the distance. Narrowing his eyes, he intently demanded, "What is your intention, friend? Pray, delineate your purpose." Jiang Lin smiled faintly and remarked, "My friend, you have only drawn 3 swords in the duel at Jiazhou. The martial world of Jiangzhou is not inferior to others. Today, I too shall wield merely 3 strikes." Ing Huaizhou found himself momentarily perplexed by Jiang Lin's demeanor. It seemed merely a formality, and he would not mention the matter of the ghostly rose. To attempt to seize the ghostly rose with just 3 strikes felt rather presumptuous. However, Ing Huaizhou had no time to ponder this intricacy and, clasping his hands, said, "I shall await your esteemed guidance, my friend." Jiang Lin nodded slightly, his figure remaining stationary, as his long blade suddenly unsheathed with a crisp clang. A piercing cold light emerged, the blade slicing through the air, its brilliance swelling and transforming into a crescent moon that hung in the void. This crescent emitted a chilling moonlight, freezing the air and obscuring even the radiant sun above. Ing Huaizhou's expression shifted abruptly. He sensed a profound danger emanating from the blade's light. "Out!" he uttered sharply, his spirit manifesting 9 ethereal shadows that dispersed like light itself into various positions. Each shadow wielded a precious sword, collectively guarding him at the center. The 9 shadows simultaneously struck, their sword lights converging like a sinuous dragon, lunging fiercely toward the crescent formed by the blade's radiance. Each strike possessed the formidable strength of an ordinary 4th-tier grandmaster. Feng Yanqing's gaze grew solemn. This was not the technique of the Ing family's paper figures. Feng Heling shook his head slowly, remarking, "This is another of the 100 paper cowards techniques, the soul shadow. It summons shadows of equal cultivation, though lacking in endurance. Their combined strike can scarcely be resisted by those of grandmaster caliber." With a thunderous boom, the 9 sword lights collided with the crescent, accompanied by a deafening explosion. As brilliance flickered and debris scattered, the sword lights and crescent shattered, and after the strike, the 9 shadows gradually faded, just as Feng Heling had indicated, lacking the power for protracted battle. As the moonlight fragmented, a chilling gust swept through, instantly rendering the surrounding air bitterly cold. It began to snow. Someone extended their hand to touch the sudden snowfall. Indeed, as Jiang Lin's second strike descended with a fluid grace, the blade's radiance transformed into a resplendent sun that burst forth in the void, momentarily illuminating everything with its blinding brilliance, dispelling the chilling currents from all directions. This grand sun harmonized with the celestial orb above, its formidable might inducing a profound sense of trepidation. The force of this strike surpassed that of the first, which had just been unleashed. Before Ing Huaizhou, 9 figures materialized once more. Unlike the previous phantoms, these were evidently corporeal entities, each embodying the pinnacle of grandmaster prowess. Feng Yanqing gasped in astonishment. Ying's family technique could indeed summon 9 paper figures of equal rank. Feng Heling's brow twitched slightly. Was this truly your ultimate trump card? The second flash of Jiang Lin's blade was even more formidable than the first. However, Ing Huaizhou unveiled his most formidable skills. 9 paper figures of grandmasters simultaneously struck, severing the great sun with a single sword, seemingly possessing additional strength. Some spectators shook their heads in awe, lamenting that the Ing family had concealed their prowess too deeply. With the 9 paper figures alongside the ancestral master of the Ing clan, they equated to 10 grandmasters, who among the same rank could rival them. Jiang Lin, a grandmaster, had compelled the ancestral master of the Ing family to reveal his most potent card with 2 strikes. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished under those 2 blows. Ladies and gentlemen, there remains a 3rd strike. Let us observe before passing further judgment. Jiang Lin's second strike proved ineffective. Yet his expression remained unperturbed as he calmly stated, "For the 3rd strike, I shall not hold back." No sooner had the words left his lips than a fish-like illusion materialized in the air. This creature, adorned in contrasting shades of black and white, possessed a lively gaze, akin to that of a living being. The intricate lines upon its form continuously interchanged. The momentum of the 3rd strike lacked the awe-inspiring resonance of the previous 2, which had evoked the celestial dance of sun and moon. Nevertheless, Ing Huaizhou, standing resolutely before the blade's brilliance, discerned an unfathomable terror emanating from this fish-like manifestation. Alarm bells rang within his mind, urging him to exercise utmost caution. Concentrate, Huaizhou shouted, finally revealing his true trump card. The paper figure he had summoned transformed into 9 radiant streaks of light, seamlessly merging into his being. His aura surged dramatically, as if he had transcended the threshold of a grandmaster, ascending to a higher realm. Concurrently, he unleashed a strike with his sword, from which a paper-crafted morning glory blossomed at the blade's tip. The flower's petals unfurled, revealing a gaping maw that voraciously devoured the black and white fish. Chapter 79. The fall of the Ying clan. Feng Helen clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. His countenance darkened, almost palpable with impending rain. For he had believed that Huaizhou was concealing part of his strength, and he himself had not held back entirely. The disparity in their powers seemed insufficient to determine life or death. However, a relentless series of hidden cards emerged from Huaizhou's arsenal. First, there were the 9 paper figures of equal rank, and now their integration with his true self had propelled his abilities to an unprecedented echelon. Feng Helen recognized that should Huaizhou unleash his full might, the prospect of his own escape remained uncertain. Impulsive, Feng Helen muttered through clenched teeth, a twinge of regret blossoming within him. His gaze remained fixed on the void, hoping that Jiang Lin's final maneuver could sway the tide of battle. After Jiang Lin executed the 3rd strike, he sheathed his sword, yet the gravity on Huaizhou's face remained unyielding. Just as the atmosphere reached an unbearable tension, the wandering fish suddenly penetrated the paper, emerging from the depths of the morning glory. In an instant, the flower exploded in midair, scattering into countless delicate fragments. Drifting gracefully downward, the fish continued its motion, gliding through the void like a stream of light, darting towards Huaizhou's form. With a sense of impending doom, Huaizhou felt the fish homing in on him, leaving no avenue for escape. He thrust his sword once more, the morning glory poised at its tip. Colliding with the fish, a sharp crack reverberated, stinging the ears of all present. In that fleeting moment of collision, both the sword and the flower disintegrated into mere remnants. Huaizhou was abruptly forced to retreat, while simultaneously, the paper figures within him surged forth, forming a human barrier with swords aligned neatly before him. Was this a strategy to abandon the chariot and protect the commander? Feng Heling murmured to himself, though the clash seemed to stretch on interminably. The actions unfolded in the blink of an eye. Only a handful could perceive the intricacies of their duel. Despite Huaizhou's remarkable swiftness, the fish appeared even faster. In a swift motion, it pierced through 9 paper figures, unexpectedly invading Huaizhou's body. Had it come to an end? The spectators exchanged bewildered glances, each lost in their own confusion. They witnessed Jiang Lin strike divide the world into black and white, while Huaizhou's sword created a kaleidoscope of colors. And then, silence ensued. Huaizhou's gaze dimmed gradually, akin to a balloon deflating, as torrents of blade energy erupted from within him. Subsequently, his body shattered like porcelain upon impact, fracturing into pieces without a single drop of blood spilling forth. Every ounce of blood within him had been evaporated by the blade energy. The members of the Ying family watched in horror, their expressions frozen in disbelief, lips trembling yet unable to utter a word. The pride of the foremost family in Qingzhou was utterly obliterated by Jiang Lin's single strike. A glimmer of ecstatic triumph mingled with a hint of trepidation flickered in Feng Heling's eyes. This formidable dragon crossing the river surpassed all expectations of strength. The thousands of martial artists in attendance gazed in reverence at the now-vanished battlefield, all bowing their heads in silent tribute, none daring to break the stillness with a sound. Jiang Lin extended his hand, and the storage ring held by Huaizhou gently slipped into his grasp. In the realm of martial arts, spoils of victory rightfully belong to the triumphant, a notion beyond dispute. Under the watchful gaze of many, Jiang Lin, with an air of composure, retrieved a black rose from his storage ring. This black rose, ethereal and enchanting, emanated a haunting beauty that stirred the heart. Unexpectedly, after claiming the ghostly rose, Jiang Lin made no further attempt to seize any other treasures from the ring. Instead, he cast the ring beside Huaizhou's lifeless body. With a respectful gesture to those below, he declared the matter concluded, and the vendetta resolved. Should any from the Jianghu of Qingzhou deem the actions of the Jiang family excessive, we shall accept the judgment and take our leave. The figure of Jiang Lin transformed into a fleeting beam of light, disappearing into the horizon in a mere 2 breaths. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. They had presumed that Jiang Lin, even if he did not annihilate the Ying family, would seize their treasures as compensation. Yet, not only did Jiang Lin refrain from taking any treasures, he even left behind the valuables readily accessible within his storage ring. An elder from the martial world gazed in admiration, remarking on the meticulous approach of the Jiang family, a grandeur that commands respect. Indeed, despite possessing the power to claim the possessions of the Ying family, he regarded them as worthless refuse. With the Jiang family leading the way in Jiangzhou, other factions could enjoy a sense of security. The Jiang family sought justice for the martial community of Jiangzhou, and ultimately, the blame lay with the Ying family. The actions of the Jiang family left no room for reproach from the people of Qingzhou. With the slaying of Ying Huaizhou, the martial practitioners of Qingzhou felt liberated from their reservations, engaging in lively discussions. The public did not harbor negative sentiments towards Jiangzhou or the Jiang family. Rather, they found themselves with a newfound appreciation, and thus they departed. Zhang's gaze remained firmly fixed on the direction in which his great-uncle had departed. Esteemed guests, the Ying family faces a grave calamity. As for the right and wrong of this matter, I have no intention of debating it. My family has already paid a tremendous price, so I shall not detain you any longer. Ying Tianxi's expression was one of profound sorrow. He did not feel gratitude towards Jiang Lin for sparing his family. Rather, he concealed a deep-seated resentment within his heart. Feng Yanqing's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity as he murmured, "Father, if we do not act now, when shall we?" His words instilled a newfound resolve in Feng Heling. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the assembly with a booming voice. As the leading family of Qingzhou, the Ying family has committed this despicable act for the sake of their own selfish interests, bringing shame upon our entire Qingzhou martial community. Today, I shall shamelessly take it upon myself to cleanse Qingzhou of this scourge. No sooner had he spoken than Feng Heling surged forward like a tempest, striking down towards Ying Tianxi with a single blade. The latter's face contorted in shock and fury as paper figures emerged around him, attempting to stave off the lethal blow. Feng Heling, a master of unparalleled skill, renowned alongside Ying Huaizhou, exhibited extraordinary prowess. In but a few exchanges, he decisively severed Ying Tianxi's head from his body. Ying Xing, perceiving the dire turn of events, hastily fled into the distance. "Where do you think you are running?" Feng Yanqing pursued him, leveraging his agility to keep pace. The assembled martial practitioners were left bewildered, astonished by the Feng family's decisive actions that surpassed their expectations. Exchanging glances, some among the crowd began to feel a twinge of greed. "Esteemed ones, what shall we do? We cannot merely stand by and watch as the Feng family reaps all the benefits, can we?" The Feng family had only relayed a message. Yet they emerged as the unexpected beneficiaries. Such fortune seemed inexplicable. The Ying family prided themselves on their cunning, yet it was the Feng family who reaped the rewards, demonstrating their superior skill. Henceforth, the title of Qingzhou's foremost family would likely shift to the Fengs. Perhaps we too should lend a hand in the future. We may very well need to rely on the Feng family's favor. In the realm of the Feng family, where meat is consumed, we too must partake of the broth. Many individuals from the Jianghu of Qishou, reflecting upon this, hastened to join the siege against the Ying family. The profound heritage of the Ying clan was laid bare, with over a dozen masters emerging, drawing the attention of the onlookers. Yet, with the presence of the esteemed Grandmaster Feng Heling, renowned for his agility, alongside numerous other factions joining the fray, it took but a fleeting moment to eradicate the Ying family members entirely. Feng Heling shook the blood from his sleeves, his countenance resolute. The Ying family has perpetrated evil for many years, draining the lifeblood of the populace. The various factions, well aware of the circumstances, feigned collective amnesia, eagerly echoing, "What is taken from the people must be returned to the people." One might ponder who these people truly are. As the crowd promptly advanced towards the Ying family treasury, upon reaching the treasury's entrance, a shadow, entirely cloaked, darted out, casting a fleeting glance at Ying Huaizhou before swiftly making its escape. A rogue indeed. Feng Heling's expression contorted with indignation. "As we fight for our lives, you seek to reap the spoils." In a flash, he pursued the fugitive, leaving the others in stunned silence. Chapter 80. The demise of the Grandmaster of the Feng family. Feng Heling moved like lightning, swiftly closing the distance to the masked figure. The masked man, also a Grandmaster, sensing the pursuit, abruptly halted and turned to face him. Their gazes clashed in the air, igniting sparks as if they were tangible. In an instant, both struck simultaneously. Feng Heling surged forward, akin to a cannonball unleashed, accompanied by a whistling gale. He raised his long blade high, striking diagonally towards the cloaked figure. unleashing a net of razor-sharp wind blades. This blow seemed intent on shredding the masked man within the swirling blades. The masked man wielded a long sword, his steps flowing like the currents of a river. Utilizing the wind's momentum, he evaded Fong Helling's fierce strike with an elegant grace. Simultaneously, his sword, like a serpent emerging from its lair, darted towards Fong Helling's side with blinding speed. Before the blade arrived, the air crackled with the chilling energy of the approaching strike. Fong Helling's reflexes were equally swift. He twisted his long blade mid-air to parry the incoming sword. With a resounding clash, the long knife met the sword, sending brilliant sparks flying. Their battle unfolded in the lower air, creating shockwaves that rippled outward. Buildings crumbled beneath the force. The sounds of shattering bricks and splintering would mingling in a cacophony. Trees were uprooted, their sturdy trunks rolling upon the ground, stirring clouds of dust. Seizing the momentum from the clash, Fong Helling pivoted, sweeping his long knife outward. The blade stirred the air, transforming into a massive wind blade, carving a deadly zone wherever it passed. The swordsman leapt into the void, his dark garb rustling wildly in the tempest. He spun mid-air, resembling a soaring eagle, descending with his sword transformed into a colossal blade aimed directly at Fong Helling's head. If this is all you can muster, you shall not leave today. Fong Helling's tone was icy. After exchanging dozens of blows, he had discerned the masked man's weakness. This adversary possessed commendable combat experience, each maneuver infused with exquisite swordsmanship. Yet, the flaw was glaringly apparent. He lacked formidable supernatural powers. Regardless of your innate talent, without a robust spiritual essence, all is in vain. As Fong Helling's words fell, a colossal wind column abruptly materialized in the sky, its edges brimming with countless sharp wind blades. As it spiraled, a tremendous whirlwind formed. The surrounding collapsed structures and trees were drawn into its embrace, reduced to mere fragments. Shattered bricks and splintered branches danced in the air, producing a crackling symphony before disintegrating into dust, lost to the wind. The whirlwind enveloped the entire battlefield with alarming speed, its overwhelming pull inducing a sense of suffocation. Fong Helling's expression hardened as he rapidly formed hand seals, commanding the immense tornado. The sharp wind blades at the whirlwind's edge buzzed ominously as they spun. He moved within the tempest as though traversing solid ground, his figure flickering in and out of view, merging seamlessly with the whirlwind. The cutting force of the vortex posed no threat to him, its master. Should you wish to end my life, know that you shall not fare well either. Cornered, the masked man revealed his true prowess. Suddenly, he and his long sword coalesced into a singular entity, transforming into a fierce light blade, slicing through the storm with the speed of light, hurtling towards Fong Helling. Fong Helling's expression shifted. The masked man's transformation into a blade was too swift, leaving him no time to react. Gritting his teeth, he fervently wielded his hands, pouring all his strength into the gale to obstruct the masked figure's advance. Yet, this technique seemed akin to a mutually assured destruction, wielding immense power. A thunderous explosion reverberated, reminiscent of the heavens collapsing. In the heart of the whirlwind, a violent detonation erupted, a mushroom cloud ascending skyward, enveloping the battlefield in a shroud of dust. As the storm subsided, the state of the battlefield unveiled itself to the onlookers. Fong Helling's form lay cleaved in two by a single stroke, blood pooling upon the ground, staining it crimson. The masked figure appeared even worse off, reduced to mere fragments by the wind blades, with only a remarkably durable storage ring remaining, clattering to the earth. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. No one anticipated that within a single day, the grandmasters of Qingzhou's two prominent families would fall. Father! Fong Yanqing cried out in anguish, racing to the side of Fong Helling's dismembered body. The sword's energy had long extinguished any trace of life, rendering him irrevocably dead. The grandmasters of the Fong family, arriving in haste, encircled Fong Yanqing, warily observing the others. That masked figure, Zhang Luo's gaze flickered, for the recent whirlwind had severed the connection of divine consciousness. With his keen sight, he could not ascertain whether the masked figure had perished or fled. He only witnessed the figure transforming into a sword, slaying Fong Helling, before being reduced to mere fragments, leaving behind only a few drops of residual blood. Everything seemed to follow a logical course. Fong Yanqing, stifling his grief, meticulously wrapped Fong Helling's corpse and stored it within a spatial ring. He then cast a glance at the gathered crowd and observed the 10 or so family masters beside him, approaching the storage ring. After a cursory examination, a subtle fluctuation flickered in his eyes. With a heavy voice, Feng Yanqing clasped his hands in salute. Esteemed guests, my father has met with an unfortunate demise. Allow me to return home and make arrangements before discussing subsequent matters with all of you. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. Might the head of the Feng family allow us a glimpse into the treasures within the storage ring? While Feng Heling was alive, none dared to speak. Now that he was dead, others began to harbor ulterior motives. What cowardly wretches lurked, hidden and scheming? Feng Yanqing's piercing gaze swept across the assembly, searching for the speaker. The individual was evidently well concealed, prompting a cold snort from him. What audacity! Does the head of the Feng family intend to hoard the treasures for himself? Feng Heling sighed inwardly, realizing the ruse could no longer hold. He suppressed his greedy thoughts and was about to speak. The mysterious figure continued. The sins of the Ying family do not warrant their extermination. The Feng family, driven by selfish interests, annihilated the Ying family, and now they reap the consequences. We, the comrades of the Jianghu and Qingzhou, ought to avenge the Ying family. The mysterious figure deftly omitted mention of any other parties involved in the Ying family's destruction, placing the entire blame squarely on the Feng family. Very well, very well. Feng Yanqing, seething with rage, forced a smile. I am curious to see which of you dares to target my Feng family. Though the number of masters present was considerable, they were but a disjointed assembly. In a real confrontation, the Feng family would not necessarily be fearful. The mysterious figure continued to incite discord, declaring that the Feng family lacked the virtue to wield power, and that the two fourth-tier spiritual species, 100 Papers and Wind Shadow Flower, rightfully belonged to the virtuous among us in Qingzhou. This individual even included the Wind Shadow Flower in the accusation against the Feng family. The leaders of various factions, upon hearing this, grew anxious, their gazes towards Feng Yanqing and his companions shifting uneasily. With the Grand Master of the Feng family deceased, did the Feng family still possess the qualifications to govern two fourth-tier spiritual treasures? Zhang Luo was also quite envious of the two fourth-tier spiritual items, particularly the 100 Paper Morning Glory from the Ying family. Even if he had no use for them personally, they could serve to cultivate influence. Before Zhang Luo could interject, his gaze sharpened as a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Luo, you must not get involved in this matter. Chapter 81. Zhang Luo was at a loss. Indeed, the family was plotting something. Zhang Luo's speculation has finally been validated. That masked figure was indeed fourth uncle. Zhang Luo's expression was one of astonishment. Just moments ago, his great-grandfather had acted without employing the divine powers of the moon closing and ghostly flower. Had it not been for the initiative of the telepathic communication, Zhang Luo would still be mired in mere suspicion, lacking any substantial evidence. If he felt this way, it was likely that others had not even considered the possibility. Zhang Luo was uncertain about who among the crowd was an ally, and he quietly retreated a few steps. Those who hide in the shadows, come forth. Feng Yanqing's expression was grim as he loudly reprimanded the gathering. The various factions from Qingzhou maintained an ambiguous stance. No one spoke first, nor did anyone show signs of retreat. All present were observing the unfolding situation, akin to silent, poised hunters. Feng Yanqing's gaze flickered, acutely sensing the tense atmosphere before him, resembling a barrel of gunpowder ready to ignite at the slightest spark. With furrowed brows, he resolved to take another step back, intending to publicly retrieve items from his storage ring. Given the Feng family's strength, even if a division were to occur, they would surely secure the largest share. Feng family scoundrels, meet your demise. At that moment, a figure filled with wrath leaped in from the distance. The crowd turned their attention, witnessing an elderly man with white hair, frail like a candle flickering in the wind, yet possessing solid third-tier strength. The Ying family still has a surviving master. The onlookers were astonished, noting that the newcomer was garbed in the attire of a Ying family elder, clearly nearing the end of his days. The wrinkles on his face bore the marks of time's passage. Undaunted, he charged towards the Feng family's dozen or so masters, unafraid of death. As he prepared to engage, he bellowed to the assembly, "The root of the calamity befalling my Ying family lies with the Feng family. Whoever avenges us shall have the 100 Papers and the coward." The elder's declaration was not without merit. His open promise subtly distinguished it from mere forceful seizure. The Feng family's ruthless actions warranted retribution. Consider it a pledge from my brotherhood. A bearded man wielding a long knife swung fiercely, sending a sharp blade of energy slicing toward the Feng family. This individual was Long Yuan, the leader of the Brotherhood, the largest gang in Qingzhou, and a formidable third-tier expert in his own right. It was remarkable that a mere gang leader exhibited more resolve than a multitude of esteemed families. To eradicate the Feng family, let it be known, I represent the Black Wind stronghold. The speaker drew his sword horizontally, cutting through the air to assert his position. The leaders of the various factions in Qingzhou exchanged glances. If a gang and a stronghold dared to take action, how could they afford to remain passive without losing face? Kill! The leaders shouted in unison, directing their weapons toward the Feng family. The last elder of the Ying family was quickly encircled and slain by the Feng family's masters, yet at that moment, the Feng family faced a plethora of adversaries, each with their own intentions, lurking menacingly. Gentlemen, do you wish to oppose the Feng family? Feng Yanqing's expression was a mix of shock and rage, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Once engaged, do not hold back. Long Yuan surged forward, his hefty blade aimed at a Feng family elder. The other factions, witnessing Long Yuan's assault, hesitated no longer, unleashing their powers against the Feng family. Zhang Luo's footsteps retreated incessantly as chaos enveloped the scene, transforming it into a tumultuous mess. Those who considered themselves weak swiftly departed from the epicenter of the conflict upon sensing the impending danger. Meanwhile, a few second-tier experts, harboring intentions to exploit the confusion, remained. The storage ring undoubtedly contained the treasured 100-paper coward of the Ying family, an artifact capable of propelling a clan to unprecedented heights, even establishing it as a grandmaster-level family. At this moment, the Feng family had become the target of a relentless assault. Feng Yanqing cast a lingering glance at the storage ring in his hand. If he did not relinquish some material possessions, the Feng family might truly face annihilation today. Alas! Taking a deep breath, Feng Yanqing hurled the storage ring into the distance, entrusting the 100-paper cowherd within to those who sought it. The combatants, who had been locked in a fierce struggle moments before, halted their attacks, their previously fierce gazes now tinged with hesitation and uncertainty. Long Yuan, exasperated at the lack of resolve, shouted, "If we do not obliterate the Feng family, even if we seize the 100-paper cowherd, will we have the life to enjoy it? Thief, you shall surely perish today." The grand elder of the Feng family, Feng Yanbing, was enraged to the point of fury, bellowing as he swung his long sword violently towards Long Yuan. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Yanqing quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace and declared, "I understand that you are all being misled by these villains today. In the name of the head of the Feng family, I swear that this matter shall not be pursued by us. Should I break this oath? Let the world of martial arts unite in my condemnation." The leaders of various factions exchanged glances, each hoping the other would take the lead. A disorganized assembly. Long Yuan found himself in a perilous situation, pushed to the brink by Feng Yanbing's relentless assault, and erupted in curses. In the brief span of moments, this audacious gang leader was slain by Feng Yanbing on the spot. Zhang Luo's eyes nearly fell to the ground. With so many lines, was this not arranged by his family? Upon witnessing the slaying of Long Yuan, the leader of the Black Wind stronghold felt the tide turning against him as other factions hesitated. He clasped his hands and chuckled, admitting that he too had been swayed by Long Yuan's words, hoping that the Wind family would not go back on their word. Wind Yanqing, aware that this was not the moment for discord, replied with a measured tone, "My family seeks only to punish the instigator. There is no need for concern, Master Yang." He understood that the crisis had yet to be averted and continued, "Now that we have resolved our misunderstandings, might we settle the subsequent matters right here?" The head of the Zhou family from Qingzhou clasped his hands and requested, "We implore you, Master Wind, to present a proposal." Wind Yanqing had already prepared his terms. The master-level factions would share the method for the evolution of the 100-paper Morning Glory, while the remaining spiritual seeds, including those to be produced in the future, would be distributed according to the number of masters each faction possessed, ensuring no one would gain an undue advantage. Other items would be allocated in a similar fashion. What does everyone think of this? The gathered masters were taken aback, for Wind Yanqing's conditions were nothing short of exceptional. This implied that many families present had the opportunity to give rise to Grand Masters. The head of the Zhou family, incredulous, inquired, "Who will safeguard the mother plant of the spiritual seed?" Wind Yanqing sighed, "My father has perished. The Wind family lacks the capacity to protect the 100-paper Morning Glory. Who shall take on this responsibility can be decided collectively." His words astonished the crowd once more. Many masters suspected that Wind Yanqing was merely buying time. Yet they did not anticipate that he would entrust the safeguarding of the 100-paper Morning Glory to others. Let us first reclaim the ring, and then we shall divide it, Wind Yanqing signaled, prompting an elder from the Wind family to swiftly retrieve the ring. Before the watchful eyes of all, Wind Yanqing poured out the contents of the ring left by the masked figure, as well as the remnants from Jiang Lin's discarded ring, onto the ground. Various items scattered about. Among them, aside from the numerous collections belonging to the Ying family, a flower resembling a morning glory crafted from white paper stood out prominently. Zhang Luo found himself in a state of confusion, pondering the true meaning of family. Chapter 82. Departure from Qingzhou. A group of master-level forces meticulously divided the spoils, systematically excluding others. Numerous low-ranking warriors gazed hungrily at the scattered treasures strewn across the ground, yet dared not make a move. Who would be bold enough to speak when the masters, who had just engaged in a fierce battle, could easily turn their collective ire towards them? The Jiang family had retained a substantial number of paper-based Qingquan spirit seeds, with each master present entitled to a share. Those who acquired the spirit seeds displayed little emotion, yet their uncontrollably trembling hands betrayed the tumult within. The scene was one of utter devastation. The collapsed buildings lay in ruins, shadows casting a mournful pall over the remnants. Corpses littered the ground in disarray, some limbs grotesquely mangled, blood congealed upon the earth. In stark contrast to this grim atmosphere, the distribution of treasures felt profoundly ironic. Once the treasures were allocated, Feng Yanqing cast his gaze over the faces of the assembly. Esteemed guests, who shall be entrusted with the guardianship of the paper-based Qingquan mother plant? I implore you to propose a protocol. After a moment's contemplation, the head of the Zhou family replied, entrusting it to one family alone may prove overwhelming. Given the current uproar, we find ourselves at a critical juncture. Any misstep could incite further disputes. I propose that we gather 10 masters from various families to jointly safeguard it. Those with a greater number of masters shall naturally receive a larger share. Ensuring equity for all, Feng Yanqing was the first to concur, recognizing the prudence of the Zhou family head's suggestion. The Feng family has no objections. Many leaders of the various factions nodded in agreement, resolving to proceed as proposed by the Zhou family head. After witnessing the lively spectacle of the cake-cutting drama, Zhang Luo returned to the Four Seas Tower. Subsequently, he remained in Qingzhou Prefecture for a full month. During this time, the Qingzhou faction thoroughly divided the remaining assets of the Ying family. The Great Yin dynasty, as per its usual practice, took its share from this upheaval. Regarding the collective assault on the Ying family by various forces, the Great Yin dynasty chose to remain silent, as though nothing had transpired. Zhang Luo initially believed that the affairs of the Ying family would have further developments. However, a month has passed, and the overall situation remains relatively stable, devoid of the tumultuous upheavals that once ensued. This matter has gradually subsided, and even if there were those who sought to exploit the circumstances surrounding the Ying family, they have missed the opportune moment. The annihilation of the Ying family has thus been relegated to the past, slowly fading from public discourse. Having lingered in Qingzhou for an extended period, it is time to depart. Zhang Luo harbored numerous uncertainties in his heart. He refrained from writing to the old master, opting instead to unravel the mysteries within him after the completion of his trials. Zhang Luo, accompanied by a solitary steed, rode forth from the western city gate. The rhythmic clatter of hooves echoed through the tranquil official road. Flanking the pathway, towering ginkgo trees stood in orderly fashion, their golden fan-shaped leaves swaying gently in the breeze. Beneath the trees, the underbrush had turned a withered yellow, exuding a distinctive desolation unique to autumn. Unbeknownst to him, autumn had quietly arrived. Jiang muttered to himself, as the sweltering heat of summer dissipated, leaving behind a hint of autumn's coolness in the air. His destination was unequivocally clear: Tongzhou, the celestial waterfall. It was said that a martial artist had once borne witness to the tumultuous cascade of the celestial waterfall, achieving an unparalleled enlightenment that propelled this place into renown. As time progressed, many martial artists, when confronted with the threshold of supreme mastery, felt compelled to seek wisdom from this site. The location of the celestial waterfall had thus transformed into a sacred haven for enlightenment within the martial world, attracting numerous practitioners drawn by its illustrious reputation each day. Zhang Luo, having cultivated the star-woven vine, has further enhanced his mastery over his corporeal form. Yet, a nebulous barrier remains between him and the pinnacle of his potential. Suddenly, he perceives that the star-woven vine has ceased its absorption of the elixir. With an inward gaze into the sea of blood, a smile graces his face. He has attained the first level of perfection. The tendrils of the star-woven vine have completely spread to every corner of his being, while above the seed, a long vine has emerged, dancing like a whip within the sanguine depths. As anticipated, the stone book emits a gentle radiance, subsequently revealing a new page: star-woven vine, first-level spirit seed, primary evolution direction, unique lonesome star vine, second level, evolution materials, heart of the stars. Imperial essence, 1 portion, evolution method. Soak the heart of the stars in imperial essence until it has absorbed the quintessence, then consume the star of the stars to advance. Feedback divine ability. Lonesome stars fall auxiliary evolution direction. Star-woven vine, second level, evolution materials, meteorite star. Moonlight dew, 1 portion, evolution method. Immerse the meteorite heart in moonlight dew until it has absorbed the essence, then consume the meteorite star to complete the advancement. Feedback divine ability. Indestructible body of meteoric iron. Jiang Luo's gaze traversed the 2 methods of evolution in succession. The indestructible body of meteorite appears to be a form of physical divine ability, which, when intertwined with the cosmic layout, is likely to enhance one's life-preserving capabilities to an entirely new echelon. As for the solitary star that does not fall, Jiang Luo could only speculate on its nature based on the name of the divine ability. Only after officially advancing could he ascertain the precise effects of this ability. However, there is no doubt that the solitary star is undoubtedly more potent than the indestructible body of meteorite. Jiang Luo raised his gaze towards the heavens, where countless stars undergo the cycle of birth and demise within the vast cosmos each day. Among these celestial bodies, and even within some colossal meteors, lie the precious essence of starlight and meteorite fragments. When certain stars fall, their hearts may detach and disperse throughout the void of the universe. Under the influence of this realm's gravitational pull, these celestial hearts gradually alter their trajectory, ultimately descending to the earth, transforming into treasures that may be encountered by the fated, yet cannot be sought after. The imperial liquid, a remarkable substance birthed from the stars, constitutes one of the quintessences of the night sky. Its form resembles that of Mercury, and its properties are extraordinarily peculiar. It does not dissolve in water nor ignite in fire. Occasionally, astonishing celestial phenomena occur, such as the collision of stars. During such events, the imperial liquid cascades down from the cosmos like a torrent of the Milky Way, creating a breathtaking and resplendent spectacle. While these 2 entities are relatively easier to seek, they remain elusive in their own right. Jiang Luo took a deep breath, determined to carve out a path in martial arts that would surpass that of ordinary individuals. Yet the challenges he faced were far greater than those commonly encountered. As the old man had remarked, it was entirely possible that one day in the future, he might find himself ensnared by the complexities of advancement, stuck at a bottleneck with no means of breakthrough. After a fortnight, Jiang Luo arrived within the borders of Tongzhou. Along his journey, he passed through a quaint little town named Qing'in, where a multitude of martial artists were flocking towards its heart. What could possibly draw such a gathering of wanderers to this small town? Curiosity momentarily piqued. Jiang Luo noted that he was still quite a distance from the celestial waterfall. He chose not to press on, instead riding his horse towards the nearby town. Upon entering the town, he observed a greater number of figures from the Jianghu community. Taking in his surroundings, Jiang Luo selected a tea house by the roadside and tossed a piece of broken silver to the young attendant, instructing, "Take good care of my steed." "Certainly, esteemed guest." Jiang Luo entered the tea house and found an unoccupied spot to sit. The establishment was frequented by numerous wanderers of the martial world. Some engaged in lively discussions, while others sipped their tea in solitary contemplation, each seemingly driven by a purpose for their visit. Chapter 83. Li Wufeng and Yishao, robust man clad in black, his face adorned with a broad smile, effortlessly mingled with the patrons, exclaiming, "It appears that all of you brothers are determined to seize victory at the biennial treasure hunt of the Qibing Pavilion." At a neighboring table, a pair of twin brothers sat. One of them slightly raised his head, declaring, "The treasures of the Qibing Pavilion shall undoubtedly include a share for us brothers." The man in black clasped his hands together and replied, "Then let me be the first to wish you both a triumphant start." As Jiang Luo listened to the discourse of these wanderers of the martial world, he gradually discerned the reason for the congregation of warriors in this locale. In Tongzhou, there exists a faction known as the Qibing Pavilion. Every decade, the Qibing Pavilion opens its treasure grounds to the martial community, inviting individuals to partake in a treasure hunt. However, there is a stringent stipulation: each person may only participate once in their lifetime, and may carry away no more than a single treasure. The martial practitioners in the town had all come for this very purpose. A man clad in green happened to pass by, and upon overhearing their conversation, His brow furrowed slightly. Could there be ulterior motives behind this seemingly fortuitous event? Beside him, a scholar-like figure smiled gently and remarked, "My dear brother, you are overthinking. This affair is merely a mutual exchange of interests. I have a modicum of knowledge about it." Intrigued, the man in green leaned in closer and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" The scholar replied, "Are you familiar with the Cheebing furnace?" The man in green appeared to have heard of it. Yet he questioned the legendary furnace that has purportedly been in the process of refinement for millennia without completion. Indeed, the scholar's expression turned enigmatic. It is said that the Cheebing Pavilion was established specifically to forge this enigmatic furnace. I had always assumed this to be mere hearsay within the martial circles. The man in green's eyes widened in astonishment. What manner of treasure could require such an extensive duration for its creation? The scholar shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. The Cheebing Pavilion typically remains aloof from worldly affairs, only gaining prominence during the treasure hunt held every decade. However, I have caught wind of some rumors. Allow me to serve you a fine pot of tea," said the man in green, summoning the innkeeper and taking a seat at the same table as the scholar. "Pray, elaborate further." The scholar sipped his tea delicately and continued. "It is rumored that the Cheebing furnace requires the absorption of martial energy. The greater the quantity of martial energy it absorbs, the more formidable it becomes upon completion. One wonders how the founding ancestor of the Cheebing Pavilion came to know of such an extraordinary method of forging." The man in green, possessing a cautious disposition, queried, "This absorption of martial energy, does it pose any detrimental effects on the warriors?" One of the twins scoffed. During his travels in the martial world, the current emperor of Dian personally attended a treasure hunt hosted by the Cheebing Pavilion. "Do you believe that if there were any issues, the royal family of Dian would remain oblivious?" The scholar nodded in agreement. Not only the royal family of Dian, but numerous heirs from the top factions in the martial world have participated in the treasure hunt. These factions could not possibly be unaware of the true nature of the event, nor could they conspire with the Cheebing Pavilion in deception. The expression of the man in green softened somewhat. "What treasures might one expect at this treasure hunt?" The scholar chuckled. "The Cheebing Pavilion is the foremost forging power in Dian. Within its grounds are stored various divine weapons, as well as rare materials that are difficult to procure. Whether one can obtain them depends solely on one's own capabilities." The man in green looked perplexed. "Such generosity?" The scholar elucidated. "The Cheebing furnace requires a substantial quantity of martial energy, and quality is equally paramount. If they do not present some genuine treasures, how could they possibly attract the true prodigies of martial arts from afar? The furnace nurtures the energy of all beings. What kind of remarkable treasure does the Cheebing Pavilion aspire to create?" As Jiang Luo pondered in silence, a voice of astonishment echoed from the doorway. "Xiao Luo." Instinctively, he turned to look. At the entrance, two remarkably distinguished young men in white attire were striding towards him. One of them was none other than Li Wufeng. The young man beside Li Wufeng sported a small mustache and wore a nonchalant smile upon his face. Upon catching sight of Jiang Luo, his eyes instantly sparkled with recognition, as if he were an old friend not seen in ages. And he affectionately draped his arm around Jiang Luo's shoulder, exclaiming, "Do you remember this charming fellow?" Jiang Luo disdainfully patted his hand and smiled. "How did you two manage to come here?" The visitors were none other than Li Wufeng and Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, unfazed by Jiang Luo's reaction, nonchalantly found a chair to sit down, poured himself a cup of tea, and cheerfully remarked, "What gathering would be complete without us?" Li Wufeng followed suit and seated himself, adding, "We had just been exploring at the Tianqing waterfall when we happened to catch wind of the treasure hunting event, so we hurried over." "I was also preparing to visit the Tianqing waterfall," Jiang Luo inquired. "What was it like there?" Yi Xiao took a sip of tea, nodding as he replied, "It is indeed a place of great resources, but alas, I find myself still lacking in skill. I arrived too early." Li Wufeng concurred, his expression affirming. "Yi Xiao is correct. The Tianqing waterfall is truly a remarkable sight, though it is not as extraordinary as the legends suggest. Our gains from this journey were meager. My own insights have yet to reach that level, rendering the Tianqing waterfall of little use to me." As Li Wufeng spoke, his gaze fell upon Jiang Luo with surprise. "Yet here you are, traversing the martial world much earlier than I had anticipated." Yi Xiao scrutinized Jiang Luo, noting, "You possess a certain charm reminiscent of my youthful days." Li Wufeng couldn't help but tease, "Do not flatter yourself. You are merely a tad superior to me." Amid their laughter, Li Wufeng revealed a piece of news, this time. The Cheebing Pavilion has assembled a grander spectacle than ever before. It is said that numerous outstanding talents from the martial world have arrived. Jiang Luo displayed a look of bewilderment. What is the reason for this? Yu Zhao's expression grew more serious, since the Strange Arms Pavilion did not disclose the cause. I surmise that the strange arms furnace has reached a critical juncture, necessitating an infusion of more martial energy for its nurturing. Jiang Luo nodded slightly, acknowledging the possibility. Yi Xiao, with an air of mystery, remarked, "Have you not noticed that the proportion of geniuses in the martial world seems rather elevated these days?" He gestured towards himself and Li Wufeng, then pointed at Jiang Luo, tossing his hair with an air of arrogance. In previous eras, individuals of our caliber were not so easily encountered. Jiang Luo had not traversed the rivers and lakes for long, and among his peers, he knew but a few. Therefore, he felt little impact from Yu Zhao's words. However, Li Wufeng lowered his voice and inquired softly, "Did you discover this on your own? Or did your master tell you?" Yu Zhao immediately wore a perplexed expression. In his youth, the old man regarded him as a rare treasure, cherishing him immensely. "I could summon the wind and the rain at will." He claimed that my intellect was abundant, a rarity in the world, and that I was undoubtedly a prodigy in cultivation. Indeed, my talents were as he described. However, in recent years, prodigies in the martial world have sprung forth like mushrooms after the rain, one after another. The old man's gaze towards me no longer held the same astonishment as it once did. Jiang Luo was suddenly engulfed by a sense of familiarity, the phrase golden era vividly materializing in his mind. Chapter 84. Forging Vessels with the Great Sun. In recent days, the streets of the small town have been bustling with a constant flow of pedestrians. Warriors from all corners of the world flocked here, transforming this already modest town into a cacophony of activity. Jiang Luo and his companions were fortunate to have arrived early. Otherwise, they would have struggled to find suitable accommodations. The influx of numerous martial artists overwhelmed the limited inns in the quaint town, causing them to reach full capacity in an instant. Even the local residents began to tidy up their homes to offer lodging to the warriors. This treasure-hunting event was not the first of its kind. And to ensure the safety of the townsfolk, the Qibing Pavilion dispatched skilled experts from their ranks to maintain order. On the morning 3 days later, as dawn broke, a multitude of martial artists gathered in unison at the town square. Jiang Luo stood among the crowd, holding the reins of his horse as he cast a sweeping glance around. The treasure-hunting event placed no restrictions on cultivation levels, with first- and second-tier warriors being the majority. Additionally, there were some individuals with indistinct and fluctuating auras, leaving him uncertain of their true prowess. The little sword saint, Li Aoqiong of the Heavenly Sword Sect, had arrived. A gasp echoed through the crowd as a cold-faced man in a white robe, bearing a long sword on his back, stood amidst the throng, resembling a crane among chickens. It was said that the little sword saint had achieved the pinnacle of martial arts in just 3 days, and within a month, he was but a step away from reaching the summit. His master, the celestial cloud elder, lamented that his own swordsmanship could not compare to that of his disciple. Jiang Luo appeared utterly astonished. Having perfected his skills over 3 days, he was merely a step away from reaching the pinnacle after a month, a pace significantly swifter than his own. At that moment, Yu Xiao called out to Li Aoqiong, waving his hand, "Cold-faced man, over here." Upon hearing the voice, Li Aoqiong turned to glance at Yu Xiao, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly before he approached leisurely, coldly remarking, "If you keep giving me ridiculous nicknames, I shall tear your mouth apart." It was a trivial matter, so do not take offense. Yu Xiao chuckled, surveying Li Aoqiong from head to toe, exclaiming in admiration, "It has been a while since we last met, and your aura has grown increasingly frigid." Li Aoqiong, uninterested in engaging, remained silent, prompting Yu Xiao to inquire, "Why haven't I seen you these past 2 days?" Li Aoqiong, ever succinct, replied with a few words, "I arrived last night." Yu Xiao then patted his shoulder and turned to Jiang Luo, saying, "Allow me to introduce you, Li Wufeng, as I have mentioned before, is your kin." He then gestured towards Jiang Luo, saying, "This is Jiang Luo." Jiang Luo greeted him, and Li Aoqiong, seemingly seldom engaging in conversation, merely nodded slightly. The Tianjin sect, located in Lingzhou, has been established for over a millennium, reputed for its lineage intricately tied to spiritual seeds and swords. Within its ranks, there are grandmasters in residence, showcasing commendable strength. As the group exchanged pleasantries, a notable commotion arose once more from the crowd. Jiang Luo turned his gaze towards the sound, and a woman clad in a white garment with a veil emerged from the inn. Her steps were neither hurried nor slow, each footfall resonating deeply within the hearts of the onlookers. Before the crowd could unveil her identity, Yu Xiao waved once more towards the mysterious figure, calling out, "Spirit Mist Fairy, over here." Upon hearing the call, the woman paused momentarily before gracefully making her way in this direction. Jiang Luo, with a look of utter disbelief, inquired of Li Wufeng, "Has this conspicuous package always been like this?" Li Yaoqiang's expression was somewhat peculiar, while Li Wufeng, clearly accustomed to the situation, couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "Does he think his newfound reputation came without reason?" Jiang Luo, known for his loquaciousness, inquired, "What name is that?" "The social butterfly of the Jianghu," Yi Xiao declared with an air of self-satisfaction. He then greeted the veiled woman, "Ling Wu, it has been a while. I find myself longing for the exquisite wines of Ling Wu Mountain." The woman, shrouded in mystery, seemed to be a few words. "If you desire, I can provide you with several jars," she replied. Come, allow me to introduce you all," Yi Xiao continued, seamlessly facilitating the introductions between the parties. Through this, Jiang Luo discerned the origins of the woman. Ling Wu Fairy was not her true name. She hailed from the Ling Wu Mountain sect, which was sparse in numbers, with all its disciples being women renowned for their beauty throughout the martial world. Each generation saw the emergence of but a single successor, universally revered as the Ling Wu Fairy. Yi Xiao, ever the social butterfly, flitted from one acquaintance to another, effortlessly living up to her reputation. As more guests arrived, a group clad in uniform attire made their way to the square. These were the members of the Qibing Pavilion, tasked with maintaining order in Qingyin town over the past few days. "Esteemed guests, please follow me," the leader stated succinctly before turning to lead the way ahead. Observing this, the martial artists in the town rose, with some mounting their horses while others proceeded on foot, forming a long, serpentine procession. Yi Xiao gazed enviously at Jiang Luo, lamenting, "Had I known, I would not have given away my horse." Jiang broke into a smile, saying, "There is no rush. Riding a horse is so comfortable." Yi Xiao nodded in agreement, replying, "You are right. Why don't we share a mount?" Jiang Luo's expression darkened. "Get lost." Upon leaving the town, the guide ahead noticeably quickened his pace. The Qibing Pavilion is nestled within the Sunset Mountains, situated 100 miles beyond Qingyin town. After approximately half an hour, a sprawling mountain range unfolded before the group. Jiang Luo gazed upward, captivated by a solitary peak nestled at the heart of the mountains. A towering spire rose majestically from the earth, its summit entirely enveloped by an enormous furnace. The furnace, cloaked in an obsidian hue, emitted a blinding radiance from its opening, seemingly piercing the heavens and connecting with the blazing sun above, as if channeling the power of the celestial orb for its own transmutation. Fiery red magma meandered down from the furnace's base, carving sinuous trails across the rugged mountain surface. The air was filled with the astonished exclamations of numerous warriors. The legendary war furnace was far more illustrious in person than in mere tales. Jiang Luo's eyes widened in astonishment at the magnificent craftsmanship of the furnace. Forged by the brilliance of the sun, the sheer size of the Qibing furnace surpassed all imagination. One could only speculate the immense effort expended by the Qibing Pavilion to bring this furnace into existence. Not to mention, the materials required for such a furnace are beyond the capabilities of ordinary forces. Li Wufeng remarked, "Once the Qibing furnace is unveiled, it will surely cause a sensation." As the crowd expressed their awe, they proceeded to the plaza at the foot of the mountain. It appeared that others had also arrived at this place, guided by the individuals from the Qibing Pavilion. Yi Xiao explained, "There are multiple towns in proximity to the Qibing Pavilion, each with representatives coming to lead the way." Jiang nodded slightly, his gaze resting upon the white jade steps that ascended to the summit. These steps led directly to the peak of the mountain. Midway up, swirling clouds enveloped the area, with buildings discreetly nestled amid them, imparting a touch of worldly charm to the majestic peak. Though the treasure hunting convention had yet to commence, the square was already filled with warriors brandishing an array of weapons. Jiang Luo cast a glance at the surrounding crowd, perplexed, and inquired, "The treasure hunting convention can only be attended once in a lifetime. How can one discern the participants?" Yi Xiao pointed towards a solitary peak in the distance, explaining, "The Qibing furnace solely absorbs unfamiliar auras, regardless of their strength. Soon, you shall witness this extraordinary phenomenon." Jiang Luo remarked, "There are only 10 slots available for treasure hunting. With so many participants, won't they all merely be accompanying runners?" Yi Xiao pondered, stroking his chin. "This time, there seems to be a greater number of people. Perhaps the slots will be increased." Chapter 85. The puppet amidst the lively commotion on site. A faint sound of footsteps echoed from the summit of the white jade platform. Hearing a sound, Jiang Liao turned to see an elder slowly descending the steps. The old man had his hands clasped behind him, and though his gait appeared leisurely, he moved with remarkable swiftness. In the blink of an eye, as if traversing a mere inch, he arrived at the square. The crowd, taken aback by the sudden appearance, halted their conversations. The elder wore a warm smile, devoid of any airs of superiority. He clasped his hands together in greeting and introduced himself. "I am Xian Zhu, a humble elder of the Qibing Pavilion." and I welcome all the esteemed heroes of the martial world to this treasure-seeking assembly. After a brief pause, he continued. This marks the first grand event following the alteration of our treasure-seeking rules, and the number of participants has increased to 20. The crowd initially rejoiced, but soon someone inquired, "What are the new rules?" Previously, the rules of the treasure-seeking event were quite straightforward. Participants would battle puppets of the same rank based on their cultivation level, with the 10 individuals who endured the longest securing a spot for treasure-seeking. The elder chuckled softly and replied, "This time, we shall not distinguish by cultivation level." Before he could finish, the atmosphere erupted like a powder keg. Most of the attendees were first-tier warriors, and upon hearing this news, many displayed disappointment in their eyes. The elder raised his hands to quiet the crowd and continued, "That you have traveled from afar, the Cheating Pavilion is not so unkind. There exists another method of challenge. If any of you possess confidence in your abilities, you may challenge those of a higher tier. The time you endure in such a challenge will be counted as double." Yusha whispered to a few nearby, "Can you see it now?" Jiang Luo slightly nodded, indicating that the strange armament pavilion no longer pursued mere quantity, but rather esteemed the prowess of masterful individuals, particularly those with extraordinary martial aspirations. Liao Qiong, rarely inclined to speak, remarked, "Prior to the grand assembly organized by the strange armament pavilion, invitations had been dispatched to numerous sovereign factions." Yusha was taken aback. "Why did you not mention this sooner?" Liao Qiong coldly retorted, "You didn't inquire, how was I to know if you did not speak up?" Yusha found himself momentarily speechless, resignedly waving his hand, conceding the argument and inquiring, "Has the Heavenly Sword sect received an invitation?" Liao Qiong nodded in affirmation. Yusha then turned to the side and asked the Misty Fairy, "Did you also receive an invitation?" The Misty Fairy nodded in agreement. Yusha, momentarily distracted from the matter of the treasure hunting event, muttered, "Why didn't I receive one? Is this not a slight against me?" The Misty Fairy rolled her eyes elegantly, responding, "How could the venerable dragon ancestor, who is rarely seen, possibly send him an invitation?" Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao's face broke into a smile. "I knew it. It was the old man's oversight." In the martial world, King is a title bestowed upon fifth-tier warriors, signifying the sovereign of martial arts, a designation that is exceedingly rare, belonging to a transcendent realm. Jiang Luo cast his gaze upon the group and pondered, could it be that all three of them possess a royal background? After Xianzhu introduced the new regulations, he fiddled with a formation disk for a moment, causing the veil of light that shrouded a previously concealed area to dissipate. 6 golden figures, resembling armored warriors, materialized in the center of the arena. They stood in 3 rows, forming a triangular formation, silently imposing. Xianzhu pointed to these golden figures, explaining that each of the 6 was of third-tier cultivation, equipped with an inherent detection array. Should a first-tier martial artist enter the challenge, these golden warriors would automatically regulate their cultivation level to the 2nd tier. Jiang Luo gazed at the armored figure within the arena, a mere puppet rivaling the prowess of a third-tier warrior. The depth of the Cheating Pavilion's foundation is truly remarkable. Yusha lowered his voice slightly and whispered into Jiang Luo's ear, "The origins of the Cheating Pavilion are shrouded in mystery. They excel in weapon crafting, formations, and puppetry, likely linked to their inherited spiritual essence. Just observe their Cheating furnace. How many factions possess such capabilities?" As he spoke, he cast a glance at the Cheating furnace perched upon the mountain peak. While the group engaged in casual conversation, a swordsman clad in white leaped into the fray, declaring, "Allow me to pave the way for you." The moment he stepped into the battleground, the foremost armored figure automatically activated, taking 2 slow steps forward. The white-clad swordsman, graceful and agile, unsheathed his sword, launching a strike that resembled a shooting star aimed at the chest of the armored figure. The armored warrior, unwavering, swept his long blade horizontally with tremendous force. A resounding clash echoed through the air as the swordsman was sent flying, ejected from the arena by the armored figure's mighty blow. Jiang Luo's gaze was drawn to the extraordinary war furnace atop the solitary peak. As the 2 combatants clashed, the martial will emanating from the white-clad swordsman was pulled across the void by an invisible force, directly transmitting to the war furnace. It seemed as if the war furnace had received a special signal, emitting a resonant hum before swiftly settling into silence. Jiang Luo has grasped the underlying mysteries, absorbing the martial will and refining it with the power of the sun, merging with the furnace itself. Li Wufeng lifted his gaze to the distance and nodded, absorbing the dissipated martial will poses no threat to the practitioners. The white-clad swordsman who had just entered the arena, possessing a 2nd-tier cultivation, was swiftly eliminated from the battle stage, leaving the true depth of the puppet untested. Someone nearby inquired, "Brother, Is this puppet truly that formidable? The white-clad swordsman adjusted his robe, his face reflecting lingering trepidation. It is certainly no less than an ordinary master, but you need not be overly concerned. The puppet harbors no intent to harm. Since we are here, why not engage in a brief encounter? Upon hearing the swordsman's words, many in the crowd felt a surge of excitement. Even if they could not secure a treasure-seeking opportunity, a duel with a master-level puppet would not be in vain. A warrior wielding a long whip promptly leaped into the fray, drawing the gaze of the spectators. With a slight flick of his wrist, the whip sliced through the air, producing a crisp crack, and in an instant, it coiled around the golden-armored figure like a supple vine. Seizing the moment, the whip ensnared the puppet. He summoned all his strength, his veins bulging as he attempted to hurl the golden figure from the arena. Yet, before he could achieve his aim, a hidden mechanism activated on the puppet's outer arm, revealing a row of razor-sharp blades. In quick succession, these blades began to spin rapidly, filling the arena with a piercing sound of cutting. The whip, once firmly bound to the golden figure, was swiftly severed into segments, falling to the ground with a series of thuds. The whip-wielding warrior, seeing this, hesitated not for a second and leaped out of the arena. He shook his head at his companions. This puppet possesses a multitude of techniques, evidently designed with consideration for the various weapons wielded by different warriors. Cunning strategies will not suffice here. The crowd pondered this revelation, as both previous combatants had engaged the puppet but briefly. The combat prowess displayed by the puppet drew the attention of many martial artists, its immense strength and diverse abilities rendering them at a loss. Chapter 86. The might of the spirit mist fairy. An elderly man, whose aura was imperceptible, silently drifted into the battle circle. The moment he entered, as the golden figure moved, he vanished from sight. Admirative voices arose from the crowd. A cloaking spirit technique? The golden figure halted, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Pointing at the scene, onlookers observed the golden figure, like a statue, frozen in place as if caught in a glitch. Just as the words left one observer's lips, the golden figure suddenly launched a fierce attack to the right. With a resounding crash that reverberated through the air, the previously vanished elder reappeared, retreating several paces in midair, his expression betraying astonishment at the puppet's formidable perception. Jiang Luo also sensed the fluctuation of the old man's aura. The flaws of this concealed spirit seed were rather apparent, as exerting force resulted in a leakage of energy, making it difficult to deceive experts of the same rank. After the golden-armored figure struck, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, before the elder could touch the ground, the long blade in his hand traced a graceful arc, slicing upward. The elder, unarmed, dared not confront the attack directly, instead deftly sidestepping to narrowly evade the blow. The confrontation between the man and the puppet spiraled into a chaotic entanglement. The agility of the golden-armored figure rivaled that of other martial artists of the same tier. Each movement was fluid and natural, devoid of any rigidity. Jiang Luo gazed at the elder, who was being suppressed by the golden-armored figure, and remarked, "The strength of this golden-armored warrior is not to be underestimated among